Local news channels are warning everyone today that a dangerous killer has just been spotted near Tianfu Road. 3 victims have already been claimed, and the most terrifying part is their condition before death. Their bodies and internal organs were subjected to some absolutely horrific and severe trauma. The sheer brutality of these crimes is off the charts, prompting local police to issue an urgent warning. Residents are advised to stay indoors and watch for suspicious strangers as the heavy rain outside pours down harder. Inside his room, our main character Jiang Chen is munching on snacks while watching the broadcast, only for another murder report to flash on screen from Shanghai community. An entire family of 5 was wiped out with 0 survivors, and the case is currently under active investigation. The surrounding area might still be dangerous, and right on cue, another grim report comes in from the Kangzhuang building. A victim was completely skinned alive. In Jiangbei City alone, there are now 3 to 5 murders happening almost every single day. Jiang Chen tosses his bag of snacks aside and walks over to the window, reflecting on the news broadcasts. They all seem to be dropping subtle hints to the public, and he has a pretty good guess why. Perhaps the media is trying to warn everyone through these hidden messages that the real killer is not even human. Honestly, none of this really surprises him anymore. After all, he has seen some pretty strange things himself. You see, he is someone who has already experienced the supernatural firsthand, being a reincarnated soul who still remembers his past life clearly. He died of cancer, and just moments before he was lying in an intensive care hospital bed. But in the blink of an eye, he suddenly became a homeless kid wandering through a strange countryside, completely clueless about what happened. While he was still confused, a kind old man walked up, patted his head, and told him to call him Grandpa. He promised to take care of him, so Jiang Chen called him Grandpa, and from that very moment, the old man became his family. He was Jiang Chen's only real family in this bizarre new world, and he truly believed his life would just flow by peacefully. But 2 years ago, when he returned home from a normal day out, his grandfather was suddenly nowhere to be found. The old man had vanished without saying goodbye, leaving behind only a handwritten note and a savings card with a balance of 100,000 yuan. The note claimed his sect was in deep trouble and he had to leave, telling Jiang Chen to be good and stay safe. Jiang Chen didn't buy any of it, though, brushing it off as a pretty ridiculous excuse to ditch him. A sect in danger? Seriously, even cheap cultivation manga wouldn't use a cliché that old. Still, he can't help but feel a little curious. He wonders how the old man is doing now, since he did raise him after all. But mid-thought, a deafening noise shatters the night. The racket is so unbelievably loud that it nearly blows his eardrums out, and a furious Jiang Chen immediately starts cursing. Who bangs around at 2 in the morning? Have some respect. Storming over to the door, Jiang Chen looks through the peephole. He wants to see who is causing a scene at this hour, and there he spots a young woman frantically pounding on his neighbor's door. Her knocks are getting louder and more violent. Is there some kind of emergency? Is she looking for Hong next door? But the woman's behavior is turning more and more bizarre by the second. She actually starts climbing up the frame to pry open her mouth, widening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth as she whispers inside. She tells them to open up because she knows someone is inside, leaving Jiang Chen completely frozen in absolute horror. He has no idea it is a ghost yet, thinking she must be completely insane or having some psychotic break. Wanting to help, he quickly whips out his phone and texts Hong, warning her not to come back home if she is still out. He warns her there is a highly dangerous stalker outside, but Hong replies, instantly terrified, saying she is already trapped inside. She texts back that whatever is standing outside her door is definitely not human, silently sobbing while typing on her phone. She begs Jiang Chen, asking what she should do as the creepy creature outside hears the soft tapping sounds of her phone, mockingly asking why she is pretending to not be home. The monster begins slamming its own head violently against the door to break in, sending Hong spiraling into sheer panic. The thunderous banging only grows louder, and the demonic entity keeps shrieking to open up and let her in. Hong desperately texts Jiang Chen again, saying she finally saw her face and recognized her as Li Yuan. Reading her text, Jiang Chen racks his brain because that name sounds incredibly familiar. Then it hits him, she was the victim of that infamous, shocking murder case in Jiangcheng last year. The ghostly specter keeps thrashing against the door, flashing a grotesque grin while demanding to be let inside. Flashback to 1 year ago, where a terrified girl is desperately fleeing from a dangerous predator pounding on every door. Open the door, quick, open up, but not a single door opened. The poor girl was backed into a corner. She trembled and begged him to stay back. In front of her stood a massive, brutal-looking thug. Holding a knife, he prepared to strike, furious that she actually dared scratch his face and ruin a Jiangbei boss's reputation. It was completely ruined. If he did not teach her a lesson today, how could he ever show his face in the underworld again? She turned, desperately banging on doors and crying out. She begged for someone to save her, but the thug ordered everyone to stay inside, warning that helping meant instant death. He would send them straight to the grave. Terrified by his words, every family locked their doors, leaving her alone. Nobody dared go out to save the poor girl as she collapsed under his knife. He casually walked away, calling for backup. He left her dead in a pool of blood, calmly telling his contact that it was just a case of self-defense. He planned to surrender and spend a few days in jail, but then bizarre things started happening. Exactly 7 days later, the thug was stabbed to death inside his cell. His brutal end was identical to Li Yuan. Now back to the present. The ghost threatens Sister Han, warning she will break in herself. She begins sliding her long hair right into the lock. Jiang Chen watches Sister Hong's door open and drops his phone in shock. But the ghost hears the noise and quickly turns. Her head twists completely around with a bizarre grin as she slowly creeps toward Jiang Chen's door. Cackling hysterically, the ghost continuously tells Jiang Chen to open the door, chanting that she can see him standing right there. Jiang Chen panics as the ghost changes targets. He stumbles back, wondering why on earth she is coming for him now. Grabbing a nearby baseball bat, he boldly yells at the spirit that he is a pure virgin with yang energy protecting him. He claims he does not fear monsters. Suddenly, a system notification pops up detecting a ghostly aura. The monster transformation system successfully activates, instantly rewarding Jiang Chen with 100 initial points of ghost energy. Jiang Chen is stunned. This cheat system is over 10 years late. It asks if he wants to draw a transformation card. With the knocking growing louder, he has no choice. Jiang Chen immediately agrees to make the draw. A giant lottery machine appears right in front of him, and Jiang Chen eagerly pulls down the lever. Bright lights shine on the ceiling, chiming as 3 distinct characters begin to appear one after another. A beastly image appears before his eyes. He wonders what it is as the system asks to activate the card, but Jiang Chen notices the knocking has stopped. The system, tired of waiting, gets visibly annoyed. The system yells at him to stop zoning out and answer. Jiang Chen just smiles, telling it to hold on since he is confident he can handle her. Meanwhile, Sister Hong cringes in a corner, desperately praying. Suddenly, a massive force strikes her door. The heavy barricades fly open as the ghost's creepy hand reaches right through the gap. She pokes her head in, mockingly begging Sister Hong to save her before cackling like an absolute maniac. But Jiang Chen plays a playful prank, tapping her shoulder. When she turns around, she finds him smiling warmly at her. He gives her a friendly grin, greeting her warmly before suddenly shoving her inside the apartment. He slams the door shut, locking her tight inside. The ghost is left standing there, completely bewildered by what just happened. She flies into a rage, screaming at Jiang Chen for daring to slam the door right in her face. She threatens to smash his head, but Jiang Chen finds her way too noisy, so he opens the door. Welcoming her inside, the sudden move makes the ghost trip and crash headfirst onto the floor. The system reports she is shocked, earning him 5 points. Triggering a ghost's emotions actually grants energy. Finding their weakness, Jiang Chen decides to play dirty. The ghost looks at him, totally confused. He flashes an absolutely devilish grin, warning her that she cannot escape since she wanted in. The ghost panics further, and Jiang Chen's system continuously racks up free points. This gets him extremely hyped, playfully teasing her not to be so shy around him. Annoyed by his endless teasing, the ghost furiously rips apart the toilet paper wrapped around her. She screams that she will tear him apart, but right as she charges, Jiang Chen suddenly points behind her. He tells her to look behind her, and the gullible ghost immediately turns around. Jiang Chen smirks. Seeing her own horrific face in the mirror, the ghost screams and stumbles back in tears. She screams bloody murder, forcing Jiang Chen to cover his ears from the deafening noise. She might not look like it, but her curves are surprisingly massive. The vibe suddenly turns flirtatious as the female ghost starts sobbing and playing weak. She leans her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder, crying that she is so terrified because that monster bared its claws at her. Jiang Chen is completely speechless. In all his years, he has never seen someone so utterly terrified, especially when she is the one running around with that exact creepy face every day, scaring innocent people. Jiang Chen grabs her hand, telling her not to worry because he will help her lose that terrifying ghost behind them. The female ghost smiles sweetly and follows right behind him as they run together, one leading the other. Running along this pink path of romance, the female ghost completely forgets why she even came here, while Jiang Chen leads Li Yuan up. They head straight to the rooftop, where he carefully scans the area to make sure they are completely alone. Once he confirms the coast is clear, Jiang Chen starts playing his part, staring deeply at the female ghost. His gaze is incredibly tender and loving. As their eyes lock, the air around them practically overflows with sweetness. He tells Yuan to go first, but she instantly whines and refuses to leave without him by her side. She insists they must escape together, while the system alerts that the female ghost's heart is actually fluttering. Jiang Chen gains 20 points of ghost chi, pushing him to play the romantic hero even harder as he gently pats her head. He tells Li Yuan to run ahead while he stays back to hold off the mirror demon and keep her safe. Swept away by his incredibly sweet words, Li Yuan falls hard, her face blushing a bright red. Her eyes are full of pure adoration, as she sweetly calls him her dear hero, while Jiang Chen pushes his dramatic acting to the absolute limit. He pushes Li Yuan away with a heartbroken face, begging her to go, and then he suddenly shoves the female ghost. She gets shoved straight off the roof, her face twisting in pure shock as she falls before her brain can even process the betrayal. The knock-knock ghost takes a dive, giving Jiang Chen 30 more points of ghost chi, making him think she must be totally finished. But talk about hard to kill. Li Yuan crashes straight onto a parked car below, triggering a massive explosion. She lands headfirst with her tongue hanging out, but snaps her eyes open immediately, absolutely furious over being scammed by love. Completely enraged, she goes even wilder than before, screaming up at Jiang Chen that she will make sure his death is incredibly painful. Seeing her still standing, Jiang Chen scratches his head, realizing he cannot put her down for good without using his demon transformation card. Since it has come to this, he has to take a gamble, quickly drawing out his powerful Yin General card. That crazy woman needs to disappear, so he activates the card as the system begins to process the transformation. Once activated, he will gain a portion of the demon's raw power for exactly half an hour. He also gets to randomly draw one divine ability, while his body immediately begins to undergo a wild physical change. As he screams in pain, the system notes that a fraction of the demon's soul and energy will remain permanently inside him, along with a 1% chance of inheriting the skill. A soft chime rings, and he successfully draws the Kang Hu roar. Down below, Li Yuan, pure rage, turns into a dark whirlwind as she leaps up, climbing her way back to the rooftop. She conjures an icy path to slide up, but the moment her hand grips the edge, Jiang Chen's face pops up right in front of her. Her face twists in absolute disgust. But watch, Jiang Chen just smiles warmly, acting as if nothing happened. He sincerely apologizes, gasping in relief that she is alive, claiming he completely forgot they were on the 12th floor. Playing the sweet gentleman, he offers his hand to pull Li Yuan up, asking if he can help pull his darling back to safety. Li Yuan grabs his hand, thinking that if he wants her up so badly, she will drag him down to experience the despair of falling. But the very second their hands touch, Li Yuan's palm starts burning violently from his new demonic energy. She screams in absolute agony, begging him to let go as the system interface flashes. Burning her palm grants Jiang Chen another 10 points of ghost chi as he finally releases his grip. He lets go of her hand but instantly scoops her up in a tight hug, refusing to let this dangerous ghost escape. He asks how he could ever let go of her, carrying her straight onto the rooftop railing. Before dropping her, Jiang Chen smiles sweetly and calls Li Yuan his dear lover, and then he acts. He decisively throws the female ghost straight down again, though he knows a simple fall won't finish her off. He dives right after her, determined not to show a single shred of mercy this time around. Catching up to her in mid-air, he delivers a devastating, thunderous punch that triggers a massive, blinding explosion. The blast is incredibly loud, blowing the female ghost's body completely apart into scattered fragments. It was pure, unadulterated agony. She shrieked for help before finally logging out of life forever. With every scream, a thick green mist escaped her mouth, her very spiritual energy draining into nothingness. Once it fully vanished, she kicked the bucket. The system dinged the knocking ghost was dead, awarding 99 ghost points. Jiang Chen was absolutely thrilled. Combining those 99 ghost points with the 110 from earlier meant big things. He now had enough for 2 full gacha draws, but as he celebrated, Jiang Chen stumbled suddenly, realizing something. His earlier punch had blasted a massive crater into the ground, definitely going to cause a massive media panic tomorrow. But hey, no witnesses, no crime. As long as nobody saw him do it, he was totally safe. He was just a perfectly ordinary male college student. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he quietly headed home. Walking down the hallway, his system suddenly flashed a warning with 2 words, "Evil Ghost." Jiang Chen was completely baffled. Was this some kind of demon tier? Did this apartment building harbor something even more terrifying than the knocking ghost? No energy left for that. He needed to get back to his room and rest up. He could always study the system later. Meanwhile, Sister Hong had witnessed the entire crazy showdown from start to finish. Seeing Jiang Chen leap from that height, she was sure he was a goner, crying her eyes out over his recklessness. He was too foolish to throw his life away over some ghost. Even as she wept in sorrow, a voice spoke up from right behind her. Jiang Chen was back, telling her to relax because he had completely vaporized that ghost. Sister Hong spun around. She nearly jumped out of her skin in sheer shock. She stammered out a question, "Are you a human or a ghost?" She had literally just watched him plunge to his death. Jiang Chen sighed, assuring her that he was very much alive. Relieved, Sister Hong instantly lunged forward and threw her arms around him. She sobbed onto his shoulder, crying that she was just so glad he was okay. Getting hugged by a total babe like this. Jiang Chen was mentally drooling with joy, but he kept his cool, asking her for a small favor with a straight face. Playing the part of the sultry neighbor, Sister Hong placed a hand on her chest and coyly asked what he needed. She wanted to repay him for saving her life and was willing to do absolutely anything. Luckily, Jiang Chen did not ask for much. He only had one condition. She had to keep completely quiet about his ghost hunting. Sister Hong pressed a finger to her lips, sealing her promise of absolute secrecy and telling him to worry about nothing. She smiled. She knew hidden masters like him preferred to avoid worldly attention, so her lips were completely sealed. With that, she turned to retrieve a reward for him, swaying provocatively as she bent over to search through her things. Her fishnet stockings highlighted her curves as she rummaged around before finally pulling out what she was looking for. She presented a red property deed offering to transfer the ownership to his name whenever he was free, leaving him absolutely speechless, completely stunned. Jiang Chen politely tried to decline such an incredibly lavish reward. He knew she made her living entirely off rent money, so he could not just strip away her livelihood. He couldn't just take her livelihood. But when Sister Hong saw him hesitate, she assumed he just disliked that specific unit, immediately pulling out a massive stack of other deeds for him to choose from. Jiang Chen saw this and his jaw hit the floor. Talk about the ultimate jackpot. She was gorgeous, sweet, and absolutely loaded. His eyes lit up brighter than high beams. In his mind, she was a queen sitting on a throne of endless gold and jewels. Seeing that she was offering her wealth so freely, Jiang Chen stopped hesitating and gladly accepted the amazing property deed. After all, free real estate is free real estate. Once back in his own room, he booted up his computer to do some research. He needed to investigate that system warning from earlier. Between the online news and tonight's close call, a dark picture was forming. It was obvious that far worse threats were coming. Right on cue, the system alerted him that his monster transformation time had run out. He only retained a fraction of his demon soul and power without any special abilities. To survive, he had to level up fast. He absolutely had to master this system. Otherwise, his fate would match the other victims, torn into bloody shreds by vengeful spirits. His temporary power was gone. His current base stats were simply too weak. He stood no chance against whatever nightmare crawled out next. Determined to prepare, he searched up recent local incidents online. A major investigation popped up on his screen. 3 local victims, all found completely disfigured. Their bodies had been dumped in homes, elevators, and roadsides, each victim completely disfigured. It pointed to a killer obsessed with destroying facial features, a calling card eerily similar to the knocking ghost. That knocking ghost is extremely stubborn about knocking before it actually attacks. And this particular specter is obsessed with disfiguring and murdering victims, with the latest crime scene being pretty close to school. Jiang Chen plans to check it out after class tomorrow, closing his laptop as he quietly weighs his options. He cannot just sit around waiting for monsters to find him, he needs to hunt them first. The next day on the campus of Jiangbei University, plenty of girls in stylish outfits are chatting happily about their night out, while Jiang Chen watches them walk by. He silently thinks it is a shame his quirky grandfather is not here, because otherwise his 2 eyeballs would probably pop right out of his head. On his way to class, someone suddenly calls his name. Turning around, he spots Yang Chan and Lin Yue. Seeing 2 top-tier beauties acting so close to Jiang Chen, the male students stare them down with pure envy and resentment. They cannot believe this lucky guy is childhood friends with their goddess. Lin Yue then pulls out a special paper talisman and hands it over to Jiang Chen, explaining her mother got it from a temple for him, warning him to always keep it close. In fact, he should never take it off. Jiang Chen accepts the charm and thanks her, but the moment he takes hold of the talisman, the demonic energy inside his body begins to stir. He asks if this precious item is too expensive to just give away, but she only offers an innocent smile, saying things have been dangerous lately with so many sudden murders happening, and she urges him to stay safe. She tells him to stay indoors, but before she can even finish her sentence, Yang Chan panics from behind. Yang Chan yells her name and lunges forward, covering her mouth before she can say another word. She cannot let her leak any more secrets. In fact, her furious expression looks like she might eat her friend alive. She immediately drags her away, but even as she is pulled back, the innocent girl still shouts out a warning. He must absolutely stay inside. This leaves Jiang Chen quite surprised. It seems she knows about the supernatural world too. After pulling her classmate into a quiet corner, Yang Chan puts her hands on her hips, completely furious as she yells at her. She warns her that giving away such items violates the strict rules of both the Taoist League and the Underworld Bureau. Lin Yue pouts, arguing she did not say anything forbidden and only wanted to help him. Yang Chan just knocks her head, reminding her that Jiang Chen is a completely normal person. If he ever crosses paths with a real monster, he will surely lose his life. Besides, given her family status in the supernatural community, they belong to different worlds. The gap between them is simply too wide. Still, Lin Yue quickly protests, explaining that she only views him as a close friend. She never said she wanted anything more. But the more her friend tries to explain, the more annoyed Yang Chan actually gets. Just a normal friend, and yet she easily hands over a rare protective talisman. If sold on the black market, this thing could easily fetch up to 2 million yuan. Hearing this, Lin Yue tears up, thinking of how Jiang Chen once saved her life. Compared to that, a single talisman is nothing. When they were kids, she was kidnapped, and if he had not rescued her, she has no idea where she would have been sold off to by now. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen quietly examines the paper charm she gave him. It seems that possessing supernatural energy is indeed the key to dealing with these deadly spirits. He slips the talisman into his pocket. The general public still has no idea that monsters are real, which probably relates to the system warning that ghosts feed on human essence while demons devour ghosts. But the moment he steps inside his classroom, the hostile atmosphere is absolutely suffocating. His male classmates saw him chatting with the school goddess, and now they are green with envy, loudly accusing him of keeping all the good luck to himself and prioritizing a girl over his loyal classmates. As they tease him, a fist suddenly slams down hard on a desk. They are warned that class is starting, and the furious speaker is none other than Zhang Xiaoming, the wealthy heir of the Zhang Corporation. The noisy students immediately shut up, too terrified to utter another single word. Jiang Chen silently studies the arrogant rich kid, noting his tall, healthy build and thinking that coming from a wealthy family definitely has its benefits. Suddenly, the heir approaches him, asking if he knows Yu Wei before extending a highly sarcastic invitation to an upcoming family gathering. He mentions his family is hosting a party soon that Yu Wei will attend, mockingly asking if Jiang Chen would like to join. Jiang Chen completely ignores him and walks past, finding the whole display incredibly boring. Annoyed by the silent treatment, the rich kid quickly sneers, mocking him about being too busy working part-time after class just to scrape by. But his petty insults do absolutely nothing to rattle Jiang Chen. Instead, the main character turns the tables and delivers a sharp retort. He calmly remarks that not everyone is like the young heir who only has to beg his father for money. With a condescending smile, Jiang Chen leaves the rich boy completely fuming with rage. Jiang Chen completely sets him off. Unable to swallow such a bitter pill, the guy loses his cool and starts cursing Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen does not care and just walks away. Within a few steps, he gets blocked by two of Zhang Xiaoming goons. Talk about loyal doggies, the very moment their master calls, they instantly come running to back him up. The two hulking guys stand in front of Jiang Chen looking absolutely massive. They try to intimidate him, demanding that he apologize to Zhang Xiaoming. Jiang Chen sizes them up with a cold look, then glances over at Zhang Xiaoming, thinking this crowd is nothing but a bunch of absolute fools. He cracks his knuckles and warns them, "Do you really want to fight? If anyone touches me, I pay them back tenfold. So do not regret it when you are crying in pain later." But just as he prepares to thrash them, a loud cough from their teacher stops Jiang Chen in his tracks. The teacher announces that Zhang Xiaoming dad has sponsored a free 2-day trip to the Zhang family estate. It is happening the day after tomorrow, and best of all, is completely free. The entire class starts cheering wildly. They suck up to Zhang Xiaoming, chanting, "Long live the young master." But as class starts, Jiang Chen has some doubts. Zhang Xiaoming dad is basically a greedy bully like Zhou Baipi. Are they really capable of being this generous? While the teacher is lecturing diligently, Jiang Chen suddenly senses something strange. The chilling aura of a ghost has just filled the classroom. What's worse, it is coming straight from Zhang Xiaoming. His suspicions are confirmed. This Zhang guy is definitely bad news. After school, late at night, Jiang Chen arrives at the scene of the previous murder. But the place is incredibly filthy. He summons the system, requesting to review his current gear and equipment. The system complies and his status screen pops up. His current ghost energy level sits at 9. His transformation cards are the Red Python Spirit and Chaos Demon King, but both are only at 1 star. This makes Jiang Chen a bit worried. The ghostly aura here is extremely heavy. He worries his 2 cards won't be enough to fight off a genuinely powerful entity. As he walks, the local guard asks who he is looking for. Jiang Chen plays dumb and asks about Jiang Mimei. The moment her name is mentioned, the guard turns pale with fear. He slams the door, claims he knows nothing, and quickly kicks him out. Jiang Chen stands there thinking. Just mentioning Jiang Mimei's name was enough to terrify that guard. If he got scared out of his wits that easily, then this neighborhood is definitely hiding some dark secrets. The atmosphere is dead silent and freezing cold. Suddenly, a sharp scent drifts past Jiang Chen, the distinct smell of disinfectant. It is coming from the building right in front of him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen heads straight inside without a single drop of fear. Reaching apartment 101, Jiang Chen spots a little girl sitting by the doorway eating, but her eyes are locked onto the empty hallway. Curiously, he asks her why she keeps staring out there while eating. The girl looks up, revealing a terrifying face and blood-red eyes, telling Jiang Chen to get lost immediately. She tells him to go away because he scared her friend. Jiang Chen looks around, but seeing absolutely no one there, he asks her where this friend is. The hallway is completely empty, but she insists her friend was just playing here and got scared off the moment Jiang Chen walked up the stairs. Jiang Chen looks up at the ceiling, a bit creeped out. This place is definitely a straight-up nest of ghosts, but he cannot just turn back now. Suddenly, the girl's mother hears her daughter talking and comes out to check. She asks her daughter who she is talking to, then narrows her eyes at Jiang Chen, demanding to know his business here in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen politely asks if she knows a neighbor named Jiang Mimei. The moment the woman hears that name, her face drops. Her reaction is identical to the guard downstairs. Panic-stricken, she immediately tries to kick Jiang Chen out. She claims she doesn't know and tells him to leave. Getting rejected twice in a row, Jiang Chen sighs at how cold everyone is. He only asked a simple question and got kicked out. He decides to head up 2 more floors to see what he can find. But the woman hesitates, then opens her door slightly. She calls out to Jiang Chen, warning him about the hallway. If anyone out there asks if they look pretty, ignore them and run. But to Jiang Chen, running from a ghost feels like a total insult. He asks why he should even run. The woman explains that if you call her ugly, she will slice you to pieces. It sounds totally insane, but Jiang Chen is not scared. He asks what happens if he says she is beautiful. The woman gives a creepy smile, warning him that if he calls her pretty, she will carve his face to look just like hers. She slams her door shut, wanting absolutely nothing to do with him. Honestly, this only makes Jiang Chen even more excited. He thinks it is pretty interesting that each ghost has its own trigger. Just then, the smell of disinfectant wafts over him again. Confirming that the scent is drifting down from the upper floor, Jiang Chen quickly dashes up the stairs. As he rushes up, a corpse suddenly drops from above, slamming onto the ground right next to him. That gives him a massive jump scare. Damn, that nearly scared him to death. This guy is already completely stiff. He is not moving a muscle. Looks like he kicked the bucket. Then another shadow suddenly appears. A body plummets from above, completely catching Jiang Chen off guard. Luckily, he catches her. He catches her, but accidentally grazes her wound, making her let out a painful shriek. The girl, realizing her savior is actually a living, breathing human, she grabs Jiang Chen and drags him away. Now watch this crazy escape. She tells him to follow her. Jiang Chen is utterly lost, asking what on earth she is doing. She whips around and snaps, if you want to live, shut your mouth and stop asking questions. But when they get near the exit, but she suddenly drags him into a ventilation duct. Jiang Chen gets hauled along like a lost puppy. Hey, he asks, aren't we taking the exit? She explains this spot is much easier to hide in. That emergency exit is definitely blocked by that creepy woman. Going there is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. She is squeezing him half to death. He is secretly enjoying the hug, but out loud. He begs her to let go. She snaps back, shut up, Jiang Chen, do not disturb me. She starts channeling her magic. Flames erupt from her fingertips, infusing a paper talisman with raw spiritual energy. Chanting a spell for protection and concealment, she slaps the glowing talisman onto the outer wall of the duct. The ward activates instantly. She whispers that this talisman can only mask their life signatures. If he does not want to meet the Grim Reaper, he needs to shut his mouth. Meanwhile, the creepy woman, who keeps asking if she is beautiful, creeps through the halls. She laughs, a chilling, twisted laugh, clutching a wicked weapon. She stalks up to a corpse, screeching, hurry up and tell me, am I beautiful? Am I beautiful? With that, she hacks into the dead body. The two hiding inside listen in sheer terror, breaking into cold sweats. The monster keeps hunting. Where is that other little mouse hiding? She mutters, creeping toward the emergency exit. Where are you? Answer me. Am I beautiful? Answer me. Fortunately, the terrifying entity finally wanders off. She pushes the duct open, sending Jiang Chen tumbling out headfirst. She sighs in relief. We finally made it out. She introduces herself as Chen Shui, a specialist who handles the paranormal, known as a spirit master. Jiang Chen quietly thinks, so there are actual professionals. He wonders how they would look down on a rookie like him, who just entered the game. Chen Shui warns him that the demon is likely still roaming and will definitely return. She tells Jiang Chen to stick close to her side if he wants any chance of survival. But first, they must escape this building. Suddenly, dangling from the ceiling right above them, long black hair cascades down. Hanging upside down from the rafters is none other than that same creepy woman. She repeats her sinister question, asking if they can tell her now if she is beautiful. Her bloodshot eyes lock onto Jiang Chen. With a horrific screech, she lunges down to attack. She still keeps asking if she is beautiful. Chen Shui immediately chants her spell to summon golden light. Activating her golden light talisman, she unleashes a thunderous, lightning-fast punch straight at the attacking monster. The brutal impact shatters the demon's blade completely. Watching the epic display, Jiang Chen starts clapping and cheering. He yells that she is absolutely amazing. But before he can celebrate, Chen Shui gets blasted backward, landing flat on her rear right on top of him, making him yell. He groans that his praise was totally wasted. She quickly explains that her spiritual energy is completely drained. She has no strength left to fight this monster. She tells him to seize this moment, run downstairs to call the police for backup. Meanwhile, the demon picks up her fallen weapon. She turns to Jiang Chen and asks the handsome guy if he thinks she is beautiful. Jiang Chen replies with sheer sarcasm. Sure, she is beautiful, beautiful like a total train wreck. Yet the monster is absolutely thrilled by the compliment. Chen Shui panics, screaming at him to run because answering her question means she will haunt him to death. Refusing to let him go, the monster chases him down and lunges forward. Cackling that he called her beautiful, she swings her blade. Luckily, he barely dodges the deadly slash. Whoa, stop. He never said she was beautiful. Does she have some serious hearing problems? Jiang Chen is clearly mocking the ugly hag, but the crazed demon does not care at all. The demon lunges forward to attack him again, laughing wildly as she promises to make him look just as beautiful as her. Just as she prepares to slash him again, Jiang Chen catches her wrist, completely shutting down her next move. He gives her a mocking look, asking if she really wants to make him happy before slamming her down and throwing her over his shoulder. The demon screams in agony as Jiang Chen drags her away, leaving Chen Sui watching the whole thing in absolute disbelief. They disappear right before her eyes, and once they reach a nearby room, Jiang Chen kicks the door open and drags her inside. Holding her, he tells her not to be shy. She finally starts to feel terrified. She curses Jiang Chen as a wicked pervert who wants her for her beauty, desperately begging him to stop while pinned to his back. She begs him to let her go while calling him a total scoundrel, but Jiang Chen just chuckles, saying that is actually his favorite nickname. He turns around and starts teasing her. This sudden physical contact completely catches the demon off guard. His demon energy points keep stacking up as Jiang Chen tells her to let this handsome scoundrel get a closer look at her beauty. He gets closer and closer to her, closing the gap until they are just 2 centimeters away from actually kissing each other. The demon looks at Jiang Chen in pure confusion, unable to believe he is actually trying to make a move on her. Wondering what kind of monster he really is, she panics as Jiang Chen starts licking her ear, making her feel ticklish. She screams at him to get away as her demon energy flares, suddenly remembering that she actually has a knife on her. With that weapon, there is no reason to. She stops his hand. Her face suddenly grows calmer as she asks if he is really that eager to have some fun with her. Reminding him to close the door, Chen Sui clutches her injured arm and heads back toward Jiang Chen and the ghost. Her eyes well up with tears of gratitude, wondering if he is risking his life to save her when anyone else would run. Yet Jiang Chen confronts this monster head-on. Just how much unbelievable courage does that take? Little does she know, Jiang Chen is absolutely nothing like the ordinary guy she thinks he is. Back in the room, their strange intimacy abruptly cuts short as the ghost freezes her face, warping back into a terrifying nightmare. She tells him to become just like her if he loves her so much, pressing a knife right against his throat. One more tease and he is dead. To avoid an early grave, Jiang Chen decides it is time to reveal his hand, pulling out his red python demon card. He is ready to face this ugly, shameless creature, immediately activating the red python transformation to unleash his true strength. His power is now easily enough to crush the monster thanks to a lucky system draw from earlier. He scored the demon python colossal strength skill, letting out a roar that sends the ghost flying back 2 billion meters. Asking why she is so obsessed with looks, he listens as she bitterly snaps back that if he were ugly too, then she would finally understand the sheer horror of enduring everyone's cruel, judgmental stares. Hearing this, Jiang Chen grabs her hand and flashes a cheerful smile, telling the ghost that he completely gets it now. He realizes her entire issue simply stems from a massive lack of self-confidence, prompting him to give her a highly suspicious look with an intriguing offer. Now he asks if she wants him to fix this permanently, leaving the female ghost panicking and thoroughly confused. She frantically asks how, while Jiang Chen gently tells her she just has to agree to one thing. He wants her to let him chop off everything from her neck up, cupping her cheeks as he cheerfully explains the plan. That way, no one will ever judge her looks again. The female ghost freezes seriously, contemplating the basic laws of human anatomy. If her entire head is completely chopped off, what exactly happens to her? After a moment, the realization finally hits her. Furious, she leaps up and swings her blade, yelling that he should just admit he wants to decapitate her while Jiang Chen simply watches. As she rages wildly, he just smirks. He is definitely not afraid of her anymore. Then he deploys the crimson scale armor. Jiang Chen defense easily blocks the female ghost's lethal strike, leaving her severely burned. She screams in hopeless agony before getting thrown hard onto the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen quickly grabs the knife right out of her hand. However, because he gripped the bare blade, his hand starts bleeding, making Jiang Chen look down quite frustrated. Even with his protective scales, he still got cut. This female demon's blade is clearly a high-quality weapon. Losing her weapon makes the female ghost absolutely furious. She lunges forward in a desperate hurry to snatch it right back, screaming for him to return her blade. Jiang Chen just looks down at her and sneers contemptuously. This knife officially belongs to him now, not some monster. But suddenly Jiang Chen realizes he is somehow floating in the air. Did he just evolve? Nope, wait for it. Looking down, he spots a very familiar torso and finally realizes the female ghost was actually decapitated ages ago. Her head and body are completely separated. Jiang Chen has successfully slain this annoying demon, and the system confirms the disfigured ghost, or evil spirit, is officially defeated, rewarding 99 ghost energy. Outside, Chen Shui has been anxiously waiting and trying to listen closely for any sound. Hearing a massive crash, she panics, terrified that Jiang Chen might have died inside. Gritting her teeth, she pulls out a small dagger hidden in her shirt, rushing into the room to fight. Since Jiang Chen was brave enough to protect her, she simply cannot abandon him and run away alone. However, the moment she throws the door open, she finds Jiang Chen holding his head with a massive swelling bump. He immediately blames Chen Shui for the accident, complaining that he was just trying to walk out when she charged in. Seeing him completely unharmed, Chen Sui is absolutely flabbergasted. With the evil spirit dealt with, the duo finally heads out. On their way back, Chen Shui asks Jiang Chen how exactly he managed to defeat such a terrifying monster, but Jiang Chen refuses to give her a straight answer, simply offering a playful grin and calling it his little secret. Instead, Jiang Chen walks over to the first ghost, the one that froze completely stiff when they first arrived. Chen Shui turns pale with fear, but Jiang Chen tells the corpse to stop pretending and quickly transforms so he can farm some more ghost energy. However, the lifeless body remains completely still. Jiang Chen touches the corpse and sniffs his fingers, realizing there is no decay smell. Does he really have to wait 7 days? Chen Shui asks if he is also an extraordinary cultivator, realizing she had been showing off in front of a real master. Jiang Chen is completely confused. He has absolutely no idea what she is talking about, and his ignorance of basic idioms leaves her entirely speechless. Chen Sui figures that with so many hidden masters and talented rookies around, not knowing about the supernatural community is actually pretty normal. She pulls out her phone, opening a highly specialized app called the Underworld to quickly log into her profile. She explains that the Dao Alliance and the Underworld are the two dominant factions. One recruits masters, while the other focuses purely on personal cultivation. Chen Shui shows him her screen, urging Jiang Chen to download the app as well, explaining that both factions collaborated to build it. She tells him to scan her referral QR code to install the software. Once registered, he can take photos of any slain demon remains and submit a report directly through the interface. Doing so earns him contribution points, which serve as the actual currency in the supernatural world. Jiang Chen just stands there watching her explain everything with a smirk. He fires off a series of highly specific, slightly silly questions about how many photos to take, if selfies with the corpses are required, what resolution is preferred, and how fast the points actually transfer directly to his account. Chen Shui just stares in absolute disbelief. Then she slaps her hand over his mouth to shut him up. Right now, they need to leave this creepy place immediately. Another dangerous entity is still hiding somewhere in this building. At the mention of more ghosts, Jiang Chen instantly perks up. Seriously, this guy is way too eager, looking around for his next target. Chen Shui loses her smile, completely warning him with absolute seriousness about the sheer danger of their current situation. She is in no mood to joke, explaining that the residual energy clearly belongs to a high-ranking demon. Jiang Chen instantly shifts his tone, shedding his playful demeanor to project an aura of absolute heroic justice. A bright heroic glow practically surrounds him, leaving Chen Shui totally baffled by his sudden burst of serious energy. Jiang Chen proudly beats his chest, declaring that his grandfather always taught him to protect the innocent using his power. Keeping the residents in this building safe is his absolute duty. He turns to track down the hidden monster in his hand, holding the freshly stolen knife high in the air. His new target is that elite demon. Chen Shui sighs in defeat, but since he saved her life earlier, she might as well follow him and see how this plays out. Jiang Chen looks back to ask which floor the creature is lurking on, and she tells him it is on the 6th floor. Watching him confidently walk ahead, Chen Shu smiles softly, thinking that maybe he is right after all. She realized those with power must carry the weight of responsibility, admitting her previous thoughts were pretty shallow. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was deep in thought, with another demon lurking nearby. Passing up this fight would be a massive waste. His demon form timer still had 18 minutes left. Letting it run out now would be an absolute crime. Up on the 6th floor of the rundown apartment building, a dusty sign welcomed guests to the Angel Beauty Salon. The sharp smell of disinfectant drifted from the eerie dark room. Jiang Chen stood there analyzing the situation. The disinfectant smell definitely comes from here. Pointing to the salon, he suggested that after Jiang Mei procedure failed, she transformed into an evil spirit. He crouched down, examining several red strings tied to copper coins. He asked Chen Shui if she was the one who set up these arrays around the place. Exactly. I originally set up a formation right here to ambush Jiang Mei. Just as I went to finish her off, another ghost ambushed me. Hearing this, Jiang Chen leaps to his feet, eyes shining with excitement. He looks around, asking where this other ghost is, making Chen Shui scream out in pure frustration. Are you even listening to me? I suspect there is another entity lurking outside. Look over that way. Chen Shui points to a room down the hall where thick, swirling ghost energy gathers, and wow, that is some incredibly heavy spiritual pressure. The target is definitely in that room. Chen Shui and Jiang Chen approach the door, and she reaches out to press the buzzer. Slow footsteps echo from inside as a dark shadow approaches, and then a pale face appears. Peering through the crack, a lifeless woman asks who they want, prompting Chen Sui to pull out her phone and open the Underworld app. Selecting the Underworld police credential, she taps confirm. Instantly, the phone morphs into an official Underworld police badge displaying her details, which she holds up to explain their visit. We receive reports of domestic violence in this building. Please cooperate with our official investigation. The pale, haggard housewife gives them a deeply unsettling look before muttering for them to come on and opening the door wide. Jiang Chen examines the magic badge, amazed by how useful the app is, while Chen Sui steps inside and immediately notices the absolute mess. She frowns, detecting a foul, musty stench hanging in the air as her eyes scan the cluttered room. Her gaze lands on a family portrait of three looking incredibly happy, prompting Jiang Chen to point out the picture. Realizing what is going on here, a quiet understanding passes between them before Chen Shui asks if the woman is home all by herself. The mother replies that her son is also there, so Jiang Chen casually asks if she can call the boy out to chat. Suddenly, panic sweat pours down her face as her eyes widen in terror, stuttering nervously to ask if it is really necessary. He is only 8 years old and cannot possibly do anything bad, right? Chen Sui gives a reassuring smile to calm her down. We do not suspect him of doing anything wrong. It is just standard procedure. Please cooperate with us. The mother abruptly turns to head down the hallway to call him, and once she is out of earshot, Chen Shui leans in. She whispers to Jiang Chen that she interviewed the other tenants earlier, and they mentioned another strange presence besides Jiang Meimei. Many neighbors have spotted a very strange young boy standing in the shadows, constantly facing the wall. He apparently devours food like he is starving, which immediately makes Jiang Chen recall a very strange kid he met earlier. Back at the entrance, a little girl had screamed at him to go away because he was scaring her friend. Could that friend be this very boy? Chen Sui leans in even closer to whisper another unsettling detail. She explains that the organs of all the previous victims were harvested, but before she can finish, the mother quietly appears behind them. Staring down at them with a cold, lifeless expression, she gives both of them an absolute heart attack. She mutters that her son refuses to come out, so they should go inside. Chen Shui gives an awkward smile and agrees. Opening the door, Chen Shui gently announces their entry, finding a young boy sitting at his desk reading a book. Under the dim light, he glares at them with a dark look, asking what they want. Chen Sui softly reassures him that she is just a friend of his mother, but the boy immediately snaps back at her. He asks if she means the woman standing outside, then suddenly rushes over to hug Chen Sui while trembling in fear. He insists she is not his real mother, but Jiang Chen points out that the family photo outside says otherwise. If she is not your mother, then who is she? Jiang Chen warns the boy that lying will make his nose grow long. Sweating profusely under the pressure, the terrified boy stammers that he is not lying and that the woman is no longer his mother. Jiang Chen pats his head gently, prompting him to tell the story, which makes the boy recall that terrifying night. His mother was washing her hair in the bathroom when she suddenly called out to his father, asking for an apple. His father happily agreed while peeling an apple in the living room, and at that moment, the clock read 11:59 p.m. Sitting nearby, eating candy, the boy watched in awe as his father peeled the apple's skin in one continuous perfect strip. He praised his father, amazed by how incredibly long the unbroken peel had gotten on that quiet night. Proud of his work, the father carried the long peel into the bathroom to show his wife how skillful he was. Right as the clock struck midnight, a chilling, wicked grin suddenly spread across his mother's pale face. His father offered her a bite, and as she took the apple to feed herself, an incredibly strange and terrifying event unfolded. The terrified boy dropped his lollipop outside the mirror she was eating, but inside she was still washing her hair. Back then, the terrified boy ran straight to his room, having no idea what happened next. All he knew was that this woman, who looked exactly like his mother, stopped cooking. He had to beg friends downstairs for leftovers, eating in a corner before slipping back home. After hearing the boy's story, Chen Shui turned to Jiang Chen and asked for his thoughts on this. Jiang Chen thought for a moment before bringing up an urban legend about what happens at 12 midnight. If you peel an apple completely in front of a mirror without breaking the skin, the mirror demon steals your body, stealing your entire life. Jiang Chen then suggested they check the bathroom, stepping inside the room with Chen Sui. Both froze in surprise. The mirror was completely gone. Chen Sui looked around in confusion and asked where it went. Jiang Chen scanned the wall. Just one bare nail. He confidently pointed it out. The nail was still there, meaning the mirror was definitely taken down. Just then, the mother called out that dinner was ready. She invited the two officers to stay. Chen Shui instantly broke into a cold sweat. Did the kid not say that his mother did not cook anymore? Jiang Chen was equally puzzled, admitting he had no idea what was going on. He decided they should just wing it. Then the mother brought out 4 plates of putrid maggot-infested meat. Those disgustingly wriggling bugs made them sick. Yet she happily announced dinner was served, leaving them stunned. They stared at the plates with dry throats. Raw meat and crawling maggots. Even death row inmates would reject this. Serving this would trigger a prison riot. Was that nauseating? The mother just offered a creepy, twisted smile. She asked if the food was not to their liking, to which Jiang Chen calmly replied it looked a bit plain. Chen Shui wanted to scream, "Jiang Chen, you idiot!" She was too shocked to even finish her sentence. The mother's face went cold as she asked what he would prefer she make instead. Looking totally innocent but acting completely shameless, Jiang Chen asked if she could whip up some strawberry stewed pork kidney. He added that the kidneys did not need much cleaning since he liked them smelly, turning the mother's face pale green. Even the demon found his request revolting. The system immediately dinged Mirror Demon is disgusted, demon energy plus 20 points. Jiang Chen smirked, knowing exactly who the monster was now. He laughed and told her he was only joking. He asked her to just make something normal, like some salted braised horse eyes. Jiang Chen's expression turned sinister as he threatened that running out of this ingredient meant terrible hospitality. The mother instantly turned and opened the fridge. Coincidentally, she still had a horse eye inside and told him to wait. This actually threw Jiang Chen off. He was genuinely shocked she actually had one. 5 minutes later, the terrifying dish arrived. 8 nearly raw eyeballs sat on the plate, garnished with green onions and swimming in a watery red liquid that looked like blood. She gloomily reminded him that he wanted the raw flavor, so she barely cooked them, staring him down. Jiang Chen picked up one eye but hesitated, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard, fighting back the urge to vomit. Summoning every last drop of courage, Jiang Chen finally took a massive, agonizing bite of the raw eye. Thick blood and putrid fluid squirted everywhere, splashing the table. Jiang Chen tossed the half-eaten eyeball back into the bowl. He barked at her for calling it partially cooked, complaining it was tougher to chew than a golf ball. The furious Mirror Demon ground her teeth as her eyes bulged, wondering how this kid could be so incredibly picky. She wondered where he even came from, while the system noted he was clearly just messing with the Mirror Demon. Demon energy went up by 30 points. Jiang Chen tossed his chopsticks aside, telling her flat out not to get offended. Feeding this to a dog counts as animal abuse. No wonder her kid did that. No wonder her son ate outside every day. The Mirror Demon began to shake with rage. She began channeling her dark energy to attack, prompting Chen Shui to sense the sudden massive spike in power. She panics over the power, but Jiang Chen just casually throws his arm around the demon. He smugly offered her one final chance to make a foolproof dish before leaning in to whisper in her ear. He asked if she knew how to make boiled boy, grabbing the child and declaring they already had the perfect ingredient. He instructed her to peel him, boil him, and make sure he was only 30% cooked this time. He flashed 3 fingers at the demon, leaving her completely speechless and sputtering in absolute shock. Her fury boiled over as bloodshot veins popped in her eyes, warping her face. She revealed her true form, screaming that he was playing with her as her body turned into jagged, colorful glass. Screaming frantically, the demon sends everything flying while Chen Shui struggles against the howling wind, realizing this is indeed a high-tier threat. Jiang Chen keeps fooling around, rolling up his sleeve and giving her a playful wink, teasingly asking if she is already mad after just a little fun. He invites her to play with him, exposing his shoulder and driving the female demon absolutely wild with rage. She screams a curse at him as the system alerts flood in with demon energy plus 20. Jiang Chen realizes his chance has finally come. Transforming into a demon serpent with glowing green eyes and snake scales, he jokingly asks why she is getting so hot under the collar. He warns her that she will run out of energy at this rate, deciding it is time to get serious as he summons the Crimson Chain Barrier. The spell manifests as a glowing red serpent skeleton, which immediately lunges headfirst toward the enraged Mirror Demon. It strikes with full force, triggering a massive loud explosion. Furious, the demon with bloodshot eyes grabs the serpent by its head. Slamming the serpent down, she charges straight toward Jiang Chen to tear him apart, leaving him visibly startled and alarmed. She possesses incredible strength, easily crushing the protective serpent wrapped around Jiang Chen into tiny glowing fragments. Too late, running is useless. The Mirror Demon grabs Jiang Chen tightly by the collar before he can even make a move. Letting out a victorious laugh, she lifts him off the ground and begins casting a powerful hypnosis spell directly on him. Her magic eyes glow as the hypnosis takes hold, pulling Jiang Chen deep into an inescapable trance that quickly clouds his mind. His heavy eyes lose all focus while his face goes completely blank. Nearby, Chen Shui shields the young boy and tightly shuts her own eyes too. Don't look. Too late. The arrogant Mirror Demon gloats with utter pride. She mockingly dares him to keep acting tough, while Jiang Chen's eyes roll back as he desperately fights off her hypnotic grasp. The creature squeezes his head tightly. Struggling to hold on, Jiang Chen mutters that his head feels like it is about to explode. Talk about a close call, but thankfully he channeled his crimson scale armor to protect his eyes just in time. Otherwise, he would have been completely helpless. As the scales fade, he secretly summons his serpent power, preparing to strike back with force. He needs to end this fast because another round of hypnosis would seal his fate, prompting him to instantly unleash his crushing serpent strike. A massive crimson serpent lunges directly from his hand, forcing the startled Mirror Demon to drop him as she narrowly dodges the fast-moving beast. The serpent crashes into the wall, kicking up dust and blowing a massive hole right through the concrete. Scuttling bugs and mice scatter in absolute panic from the wreckage while the mirror demon mocks his poor aim. She laughs that he has all power and no speed, mocking his chances of catching her, while Jiang Chen simply offers a sarcastic smirk. Oh, she messed up big time when he asks why the move is named Twin Serpent Strike, revealing a second monster. Towering behind her, the beast hisses that it has waited a long time for this moment, leaving the demon completely paralyzed. She turns around with her eyes wide and mouth agape in pure shock, as the serpent coils around her tightly, ignoring her desperate screams. Squeezed until she spits blood with her eyes rolling back in agony, the demon is likely questioning her entire life choices right now. Regretting ever-provoking Jiang Chen, a system alert pops up, stating that the mirror demon now regrets ever being born into this world. Earning 95 demon energy points, he watches as the pale demon screams in agony, crying out that she is about to snap. With a sickening tear, her body snaps completely in half, her upper torso launching into the air before crashing onto the floor. Severed limbs and blood splatter across the floor as Jiang Chen stands watching twin fiery red serpents coil around both of his arms. Sensing that her eerie aura still lingers, he realizes that even being ripped apart by his demonic strength was not enough. Her soul is surprisingly intact. Nearby, Chen Shui looks on in absolute awe, asking what kind of incredible technique he is using. Suddenly, the mirror demon's body begins to stitch itself back together as a strange green mist spreads across her severed flesh. She reattaches her severed parts as wings of dark energy sprout from her back, prompting a terrified scream from Chen Shui. Warning him to be careful since top-tier demons cannot be finished with a single blow, Chen Shui grabs the boy and retreats. Jiang Chen wears a cold smile, sarcastically claiming to be terrified as he begins channeling his power to forge a mighty sword. A pair of coiled serpents wrap around the blade, boosting its power tenfold as he turns and tells Chen Shui to back away. He urges them to keep their distance while the fully regenerated demon spreads her newly grown wings and prepares to strike. Baring her fangs, she charges at Jiang Chen with incredible blinding speed, yet he remains completely composed in the face of danger. Knowing he must put his life on the line, flames erupt around him as he directly faces her incoming demonic hands. The mirror demon unleashes her black phantom kill skill, thrusting a claw dripping with dark energy straight toward his face. Inches from his face, Jiang Chen activates his own crimson chain skill. He swings his blade upward, unleashing a wave of roaring fire that slashes directly into the demon's body. A tense battle unfolds amidst a sea of raging flames and thick, suffocating demonic energy. The two exchange devastating blows, but the mirror demon suddenly blasts Jiang Chen back, sending him crashing hard into the ground. He skids far back, leaving a trail of sparks as a deep crack chips the blade of his sword. The demoness sneers in mockery, thinking he only had that much skill to boast about in a death match. She laughs hysterically at his pathetic challenge. But just as she gloats and looks down on him, her own arm suddenly splinters and falls apart in chunks with dark demonic energy erupting from the severed limb. She stares in sheer shock, her smug expression twisting into an ugly mask of pure terror. As her dark power bleeds away, sheer panic sets in. Desperate to escape, the mirror demon clings to the walls and scrambles out of the building as fast as she can. Running for her life, she still talks tough, claiming running away is just smart strategy. Seeing this, Jiang Chen tosses his chipped blade and gives chase. He calls out, "Do not run, let us get closer and build some proper chemistry." The demoness shrieks in agony as she flees, begging him to stop following her. But Jiang Chen just wears a wonderfully wicked grin. He keeps hot on her heels while the entire 6th floor burns brightly. Downstairs, a little girl frowns in confusion. She complains to her mother about the loud noise upstairs. Her mother is drenched in a cold sweat. That stubborn kid must have ignored her warnings, but why is the agonizing screaming so incredibly loud? Thinking a quick peek will not hurt, she carefully looks through the door gap only to see a blurry shadow flying past. Before she can even register what just zipped by, another loud noise makes her turn around. Standing there is Jiang Chen, sporting a face far more terrifying than any demon, letting out a truly creepy, unhinged laugh. He laughs, "Come look at me, or maybe let us hug and kiss a little." Seriously, who is the real monster here? Terrified, the poor mother collapses, screaming that a ghost is here. She passes straight out, foaming at the mouth with her eyes rolled back into her head. Just then, a huge explosion rips through the emergency exit. Jiang Chen leaps high into the air and lands heavily on the demoness. His brutal stomp sends her crashing to the ground, leaving the mirror demon completely knocked out and motionless. Jiang Chen flashes a friendly smile. He tells her it is no big deal since she only ate a few people, so they should just sit down and chat. Once they open their hearts, he promises to let her go. The demoness tears up, weeping bitterly. Her tears stream down as she wishes she were dead. Right then, the system chimes in with an update. It remarks that a living human can say things more demonic than actual ghosts. Demon energy increases by 30 points as she begs for her life. The system keeps notifying him. If you can just talk, why do this? Demon energy increases by 50 points. The demon is deeply traumatized. Demon energy increases by 50 points, leaving her completely heartbroken. Another 66 points are added. Jiang Chen grins deviously at the pop-ups, noting she only has about this much energy left. He gently pats the demoness on the head to comfort her, telling her not to fear because he is officially done chasing her. He says her value has been completely squeezed out. The road to the underworld is wide, so he wishes her a safe journey. The defeated demoness pathetically begs for mercy, desperately pleading with him not to end her life. All her previous arrogance is completely gone, replaced by pure desperation. Looking at her terrified face, Jiang Chen rubs his chin and says her request might actually be worth considering. But then he adds that she was just a little too late. Instantly, he summons his massive serpent. The giant snake coils around a massive poison jar bearing its sharp fangs while staring down the trembling demoness with cold eyes. He commands the serpent to unleash his poison jar burial technique. With a loud hiss, the beast spits out deadly venom. The acid rains down on the mirrored demon, causing her to scream in agonizing pain as it melts her flesh. The lethal poison seeps deep into her skin, rapidly eating away every single part of her body. It corrodes her until nothing is left but a pile of white bones. Her demonic energy vanishes instantly into a puddle of green slime. Jiang Chen watches with absolute glee as the green sludge sizzles on the cold floor, thoroughly enjoying her demise. He remains in his powerful demonized form, enveloped in roaring flames until his target is completely and utterly destroyed. Only then does he revert to his human self. Jiang Chen sighs, noting that a high-tier demon is indeed built different. She actually managed to survive 3 full attacks from his 1-star demonized state. The system announces his rewards: 889 demon energy points and a new demon card. Smiling at his loot, he is quite pleased. He never expected a single demon to yield this much energy. Just then, Chen Shui runs up excitedly, asking how it went. Jiang Chen confidently replies that the monster is handled. Jiang Chen tells her he handled the threat, but asks if she can clean up the nasty mess on the ground. Pointing at the white bones and stinking green slime on the floor, Chen Shui is completely speechless. She pulls out her phone, opens the Underworld app to show Jiang Chen, and tells him a cleanup crew will arrive shortly. Once she finishes submitting the report on her app, Chen Shui turns to him and offers to drive him back. Jiang Chen quickly declines, but Chen Shui simply pulls out her keys and unlocks an incredibly expensive luxury sports car. Jiang Chen's eyes light up in surprise, asking if she's actually from some incredibly wealthy family. She blushes at his praise, explaining she earned the money herself since 1 underworld point is worth 10,000 yuan. Jiang Chen's eyes widen in shock, and he quickly whips out his own phone, unable to believe his eyes. He logs into the app to check his own balance, and his jaw drops when he sees 150 points. He shouts in joy over making 1,500,000 yuan. They both get in, and Chen Shui starts chatting as she drives. She asks if he could tell her more about his grandfather, but Jiang Chen just stays quiet for a moment before replying calmly. He never allowed him to discuss anything related to his life. Jiang Chen thinks to himself. His grandfather was only a corpse transporter at a funeral home, definitely not some hidden master trying to avoid old grudges. But to prevent those grudges from reaching Jiang Chen, the old man kept warning him. Jiang Chen cuts off her thoughts to redirect the conversation. He asks her about the Dao Alliance and the Yin Cow they discussed earlier, wondering why there are 2 law enforcement agencies. Chen Shui explains that originally there was only the Dao Alliance, but 100 years ago the Yin Cow suddenly rose up. Ruthless and packed with top masters, they relied on their overwhelming strength to gradually take over some of the Dao Alliance's duties. This actually allowed the Dao Alliance to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen is surprised they were happy losing their top spot. Chen Shui keeps driving and explains that with great power comes great responsibility, and holding the top position is a massive burden. Being the leader is exhausting, especially when yin energy erupts and throws the forbidden zones of the living into complete chaos. The leader has to bear the pressure and deploy experts to guard those zones, though guarding is just a polite term. In reality, it means sacrificing the lives of supernatural experts. Jiang Chen, only half understanding, asks what these forbidden zones even are. Right then, his phone pings with a bright red warning from the Underworld app stating yin energy erupted 3 hours ago. The forbidden zone went into chaos earlier than expected, summoning all C+ rank experts to help. Honestly, this is bad news. She explains these forbidden zones connect directly to terrifying dimensions, and there are 6 of these dangerous gateways in total. Coded in order up to SSS, she adds gloomily that ratings from E to S measure the threat level of entities. This system ranks both humans and ghosts, with the most terrifying ghost kings classified as threat level SX. Hearing this, Jiang Chen is shocked that these zones are 2 ranks above ghost kings. Meanwhile, their car tears through the dark night. Chen Shui cheerfully asks if he wants to team up for a group mission happening in 4 days. Jiang Chen wonders what a group mission is, and Chen Shui simply winks, promising a wild ride if he dares to join. He happily accepts the invitation, agreeing to meet in 4 days as a heavy downpour begins to flood the night sky. Lightning strikes illuminate the darkness, flashing continuously, while Jiang Chen sits safely inside his home. Staring at his computer, he remembers he has to attend a stupid gathering hosted by that annoying Zheng guy. After that is Chen Shui's group mission, leaving him with 2 free days to hunt down some ghost energy. Since his ghost energy is almost at 1,000, he browses the web for leads and spots an interesting article to click on. Finding the case quite intriguing, he scrolls down to read about a patient who supposedly died a long time ago. After being admitted, the patient died overnight and the nurse on duty mysteriously committed suicide in the stairwell shortly after. Following their deaths, both bodies vanished from the morgue, though security camera footage suggested a strange lead. Analysts believe the corpses are still hidden somewhere inside the hospital, making Jiang Chen very curious about the mission's difficulty. The screen displays a D+ threat level for this solo mission, offering a base reward of 100 points. The next morning at school, groups of stylishly dressed female students chat and gossip as they walk together. Some plan to go shopping after class, while Zheng Xiaoming smugly watches them, enjoying his routine of scoping out girls by day. By night, he hunts for ghost energy, keeping his adrenaline pumping. But his focus shifts when he spots Jiang Chen walking over. He immediately hops into his sports car, revs the loud engine, and aggressively speeds off with a sharp, dangerous turn. Terrified bystanders scream in shock, and several furious girls yell out to ask what is wrong with his driving. The girl nearby runs out to stop him, warning that the car belongs to young Master Zheng and begging him to just let it go. Xiaoming charges at full speed straight toward Jiang Chen, but the guy just stands his ground with a provocative smirk instead of running. Young Master Zheng has to slam on the brakes, screeching to a halt, before mockingly asking if fear had frozen him in place. Jiang Chen smirked, thinking to himself that with his 2 lifetimes of spiritual strength, there was no way this cheap trick would scare him. He kicks the car hood, mockingly asking if young Master Zheng has finally grown up enough to go to school without his mother. Furious at the insult, the young master curses under his breath and grinds his teeth while flooring the gas pedal to the max. The engine roars as bright blue flames shoot from the exhaust pipe, sending absolute shockwaves through the startled crowd of onlookers nearby. People wonder if the car is about to blow, but Jiang Chen just calmly asks if revving the engine is supposed to scare him. Jiang Chen taps into his demon form, turning his eyes into cold, green snake-like slits. He calls the young master pathetic, while Zheng Xiaoming suddenly feels a cold shiver down his neck and turns to find a terrifying snake. It wraps right around his neck, sending him into a screaming panic as he turns his car around and flees, crying about his fear. Jiang Chen smirks in satisfaction, knowing the leftover energy from his 2 transformations is more than enough to handle a complete fool like this. Back in the boring classroom, the teacher stands at the podium instructing everyone to flip their textbooks to Chapter 2. Jiang Chen pretends to study diligently, but he's actually staring at his phone, browsing the mysterious Underworld app. An alert flashes for Fengdu Riot Cycle 15, making him realize the restricted zone of the living is actually located right there. This sudden burst of dark energy is a clear sign that a massive riot in the zone is coming. It has only been 8 years since the last one, but before he can think further, a piece of chalk hits his head. Caught red-handed on his phone, the teacher barks at him to stand up and translate the very first paragraph of the text. Jiang Chen stammers awkwardly with his book in hand, causing the entire classroom to burst out in cruel, mocking laughter. He looks absolutely clueless, but he just laughs it off, deciding the dangers of the Forbidden Zone are not his immediate concern. Instead, he needs to focus entirely on finding a reliable way to boost his own personal power as quickly as possible. Once class ends, the quiet studying wraps up and Jiang Chen immediately heads straight down to the cafeteria to grab some lunch. He orders 2 fresh fried chicken thighs, earning a compliment from the cook before grabbing the scalding hot meat fresh from the fryer. It is burning hot, but just as he prepares to take a bite, 2 uninvited guests arrive. They snatch his chicken right away, thanking him. These guys are none other than Li Ji and his hefty bodyguard Zhao Erhu. Annoyed, Jiang Chen demands to know why they are hanging around him when they clearly know he is a walking trouble magnet. Munching on the chicken, Li Jia boasts that while everyone else fears the young master, he has absolutely zero reason to be afraid. Jiang Chen scoffed, pointing out that if he was so brave, he would not have brought Erhu along. With his mouth covered in grease, Li Ji grins shamelessly, admitting that his lack of fear is entirely thanks to having his bodyguard around. Erhu steps forward with a fiery aura, seriously declaring that he is not afraid of the young master and cannot be easily fooled. Staring at Erhu's glowing body, Jiang Chen realizes this guy is radiating with some serious spiritual light. Zhao Erhu's clearly no ordinary person, so Jiang Chen just tells the 2 of them to stop making a scene. He can handle a minor annoyance like Zheng Xiaoming himself, telling them to move out of his way. He wants to eat his lunch in peace, but Li Jie suddenly spots someone and shouts out to Goddess Lin in excitement. From a distance, Yang Chan and Lin Yue walk by, completely ignoring Li Jie's energetic greeting as if they did not hear a single thing. Lin Yue looks over and spots Jiang Chen warmly greeting him with a friendly wave while a disappointed Li Ji awkwardly mutters a reply. Li Jie immediately complains, asking Jiang Chen if he actually prefers guys since he just completely ignored a greeting from the goddess. Lin Yue giggles at the banter, but Yang Chan instantly flares up in anger and snaps back loudly at them. She reminds her friend that she was warned to stay away, questioning why an elite girl would ever associate with someone so low. Lin Yue quickly tries to pacify her angry friend, telling her to just let it drop and hurry along before things get worse. Yang Chan warns her that Zheng Xiaoming is already planning to target Jiang Chen, so she had better stay completely out of it. Lin Yue admits she already asked her father to intervene, hoping the young master will not do anything completely reckless. Yang Chan sighs, pointing out that with so many wealthy suitors chasing after her, her father can only protect Jiang Chen for so long. If the powerful heirs chasing her find out they are getting close, Jiang Chen might actually end up getting killed. Meanwhile, panic screams echo right from inside the local hospital, with desperate voices shouting for a doctor to help them immediately. 4 people desperately push an emergency gurney through the halls, trying to save a patient who is barely hanging on. The trembling patient screams in utter agony as a massive wound tears across his face, making his mouth look terribly deformed. The deep wound stretches all the way to his ear on one side. Under the bright operating lights, 2 masked doctors prepare to treat this horrific injury. One surgeon speaks up, noting that the right side of the patient's face has suffered severe damage. The other doctor quickly replies, demanding they call the chief surgeon in for an immediate emergency operation. Outside, the emergency light blares bright red. Inside, the patient's arm is covered in bizarre, unsettling markings. An IV drip goes in, but it does nothing. The chief surgeon finally arrives, scratching his head in confusion. He looks down at the dying patient, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat as he stares at those strange arms. He yells out, "There are already corpse spots on his hand, so why did you even call me for surgery?" The assistant doctors freeze in fear, stammering that the patient's hand was definitely moving just a moment ago. He was even groaning out in pain. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound echoes around them. The ominous noise terrifies the 3 doctors. Dripping with cold sweat, the chief turns around in sheer panic. He demands to know where the family went, but the hallway behind him is completely empty. Not a single soul is in sight. Panicked, he screams at the assistant to go find the director immediately. The doctor runs off to find help. 3 days later, a yellow taxi speeds down the road, carrying our main character, Jiang Chen. He sits casually inside, looking at a mysterious underworld app on his phone, which displays a listing for North 2nd Road Hospital. Patients are dying rapidly, staff are losing their lives under mysterious circumstances, and the desperate hospital director had to contact the underworld for help. After reading the app, the driver suddenly chimed in, warning him that North 2nd Road Hospital has been extremely creepy lately. He advises Jiang Chen to go somewhere else, but our hero just keeps staring at his screen. He confidently chuckles, saying he only goes where there is trouble. As they get closer to the hospital, things get weird. The terrified driver breaks into a sweat, telling Jiang Chen that the hospital is ahead and he should walk the rest. Jiang Chen happily agrees and steps out. The moment his feet hit the ground, the driver slams on the gas. The taxi speeds off, clearly terrified. Calm as ever, Jiang Chen walks toward the entrance, carefully scanning his eerie surroundings. He notes that with all these strange rumors, even the busiest streets around here have become completely deserted. A heavy dark mist clings to the hospital walls. As he climbs the steps, a man with a mutated face runs past. His eyes are rolled back and his face is covered in dark veins. He screams at Jiang Chen to get out of the way. He keeps screaming for whatever is chasing him to stop. Jiang Chen casually sidesteps him and walks inside. Approaching a building draped in a creepy green mist, he looks up and figures this must be the place. Suddenly, a group of terrifying little ghouls pop out of a nearby trash bin, snarling right at his face. Instead of flinching, Jiang Chen flashes an even creepier smile right back at them. He mocks them for coming so far just to get beaten. Further down the hallway, a nurse walks with a bizarre twisted gait. Her heels click on the floor. Jiang Chen literally drools, excited to see a ghost nurse so early. He admits he is a fan of this, rushing forward with literal hearts in his eyes. Startled by his sudden approach, she screams and drops all her medical files. Just then, a helpful system notification pops up. It reveals she is completely human with absolutely zero ghost energy. Jiang Chen feels incredibly embarrassed as he helps her pick up the papers. He awkwardly apologizes for scaring her. Internally, he curses himself for making such a ridiculous mistake. He wonders why she was sneaking around like that. The terrified nurse quickly snatches her files back from his hands. She tells him the clinic is on the 3rd floor. Jiang Chen smiles warmly, explaining he is not here to see a doctor. He asks for the morgue. Instantly, the nurse's terror spikes to the absolute maximum as she stammers out the word morgue. Jiang Chen flashes an unsettling smile, confirming that he has some highly urgent business to take care of down there. The terrified nurse backs away slowly, trembling as she asks him what he plans to do there. He waves his hands dismissively, telling her not to worry because he is definitely not the serial killer from the news. Honestly, that creepy grin is not helping his case. The terrified nurse immediately taps into her absolute survival instincts to get away. She sprints away at full speed, screaming for him to stay away. Jiang Chen reaches out in complete disappointment. He wonders if his smile just was not friendly enough. Seriously, dude, please stop trying to be friendly. Things are getting pretty creepy. Just then, a door swings open to reveal a doctor with two buck teeth sticking out. He asks what all the noise is about. Jiang Chen just turns around, smiles, and replies, "Sorry about that, I just wanted to ask where the morgue is." Hearing those words, the buck-toothed doctor starts sweating, asking if he really said morgue. "Are you here to handle that?" He looks at him in disbelief, but Jiang Chen just replies warmly, "Oh, so you know what happened in the morgue." The doctor gives a creepy laugh. Back then, the one who ran to warn the director was actually him. He remembers how the department chief was frantically screaming at him to go find the director immediately. Jiang Chen's gaze turns sharp. "Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way down this dark hallway." Dimly lit by creepy blue lights flickering along the walls, the buck-toothed doctor points the way, telling him to turn left. Jiang Chen keeps his focus, following right behind. The doctor turns back to whisper that ever since that patient vanished, very strange things have started happening around the hospital. It started in the intensive care unit. Bizarre footprints appeared in the room, even though the father patient was completely paralyzed. Where did these footprints come from? The son walks in holding a basin of water and gasps, noticing they only show toe prints. Is he possessed by a demon? Looking down, one foot is perfectly normal, while the other has mutated into something monstrous. And on that very night, while the son is resting his head by his father's hospital bed, a strange clicking noise suddenly echoes through the room. The young man is wide awake now, but he forces himself to stay still, pretending to be fast asleep. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as that rhythmic clicking sound keeps getting louder. Suddenly, the patient's pale legs swing out from the bed. He drops to the floor. Covered in sweat, the son watches in absolute horror as the patient starts moving. The patient suddenly dashes off, then turns around abruptly. The son quickly lowers his head, pretending to sleep until morning finally comes. Waking up, his father is still lying quietly in bed. The nervous doctor keeps explaining that they thought the nightmare was finally over. But that very afternoon, the old man suddenly passed away from suffocation, and right after his body was placed inside the morgue, it vanished completely. The doctor stares at the empty gurney in sheer panic, wondering where the hell the corpse went. Finishing his story, the doctor looks around suspiciously before leaning in to warn Jiang Chen to keep his mouth shut. "Don't go telling anyone about this." But get this right, after that old man disappeared, several other critically ill patients passed away one by one, all under the exact same bizarre circumstances, accompanied by that clicking noise. The doctor's face turns grim as he pulls out a heavy ring of keys, quickly sliding one of them into the lock. It turns with a loud click. Before pushing the door open, he glances back to finish his chilling tale. "The morgue manager died too, so I have to open this place myself." He lets out a creepy chuckle. Seeing that Jiang Chen isn't moving, the doctor asks why he's not entering. Jiang Chen just casually points forward. "You should go in first." "How am I supposed to enter when you're blocking the door?" The doctor stares in disbelief. He steps inside, warning him to close the door behind them so the cold air doesn't escape. But before he can finish, Jiang Chen slams the heavy metal door shut without a single moment of hesitation, making the poor doctor jump in surprise. He slides the deadbolt into place with a firm click. The buck-toothed doctor stands there completely baffled and terrified. A system notification pops up. "Low-level zombie is dazed. Why did you lock the door, Ghost Chi +3? Jiang Chen's eyes light up with excitement. He instantly slips behind the doctor and starts inspecting him up close. The doctor shrieks in terror, wondering when he got behind him. A notification pops up. "Low-level zombie feels a cold sweat. Ghost Chi +15. Jiang Chen is absolutely thrilled. Finding a ghost so willing to hand over points is incredibly rare. He's almost touched by the gesture. Flashing a sly smile, he tells the doctor to show him the bodies. Standing in front of rows of bodies wrapped in white sheets, he looks around, sounding a bit disappointed. Aren't they all lying neatly right here? None of them seem to be missing. Meanwhile, the doctor is shivering all over. The doctor stammers, wondering if they've all returned. Jiang Chen's eyes narrow as he asks him to clarify. "Oh, they returned." Suddenly, he cheerfully jams his hand right into the body lying next to him and laughs. "That's perfect. Nobody is escaping this time." The corpse begins to tremble, raising its arm. Ghost Chi +6. He takes a curious sniff as more alerts chime in. Ghost Chi +3. Ghost Chi +2. Ghost Chi +5. Drooling with its long tongue hanging out, the corpse screams at him, asking what his deal is. Jiang Chen flashes a friendly smile, replying that he's an orphan and doesn't have a father. The chubby corpse swings its arm in rage. The monster tries to rush and attack him furiously, cursing his ancestors. Jiang Chen looks pretty annoyed and clicks his tongue. He fires back with a massive punch. Are you brain dead? He snaps. I already told you I am an orphan. The corpse's face gets sent flying backward by the heavy impact, its tongue stretching out another full inch. It clutches its face in terror and screams that this guy is crazy enough to hit ghosts. Ghost She +8. He stands with one hand on his hip, slaps the bed beside him, and says they're all ghosts here anyway. Why would he hesitate? Since the monster stole his bed, a beatdown is only natural. He gets closer to examine the fat corpse. He asks the guy how many days he has been dead. The corpse mutters back that it has been 4 days. Jiang Chen starts counting on his fingers, saying he needs to calculate. The gesture makes the dead monster break into a sweat. Suddenly, he blurts out that a soul is supposed to return after 7 days. He pinches the fat corpse's cheeks. He warns the monster that coming back after only 4 days means there is probably a huge problem with the body. The notification panel pops up. The fat corpse is totally losing it. Ghost Chi +4, Ghost Chi +4. More Ghost Chi points roll in continuously. +4, +4, +4. The chubby corpse is completely dumbfounded. It squeezes its own fatty cheeks, stuttering that since it is already dead, what could possibly go wrong with its body? Jiang Chen gives him a warm motherly smile, telling him that he is being way too foolish. Returning after 7 days is natural law. Coming back early will not only ruin his family's future, but it will even disrupt his own path to reincarnation. He paints a pretty grim picture. At this moment, Jiang Chen looks like a holy saint, casting a warm light onto a lost soul. The fat monster looks up with a pleading face, begging the master for a way to fix this disaster. The saintly young man flashes a highly suspicious grin. That is easy, he says, just go ahead and die again. He tells the corpse to wait for the exact day to return. He casually draws his sword as the system alerts pop up. Ghost Chi +4. The fat monster realizes he is being played, raises its hands, and charges forward in a total rage. You are just trying to kill me again, it screams. Jiang Chen does not hesitate and swings his small blade. He cleaves the demon right in half with a quick slash. Let me send you to meet your ancestors, he smiles. The system confirms the low-level corpse demon is dead. Ghost Chi +9. Jiang Chen easily flicks his wrist. He sighs at the meager points, calling the monster a total weakling. The severed head rolls onto the floor with a dull thud. Its tongue is still sticking out, completely frozen in shock. No time to even pull it back. Jiang Chen looks down in disgust, muttering that a malicious spirit like this got off way too easy. Suddenly, he spots Dr. Tuo shivering in the corner, clutching a metal bedpost as if it could save him. The doctor is trembling violently, breaking out in cold sweat as he tries to hide behind the thin metal pole. His eyes are wide with terror, desperate to escape. Jiang Chen looks around, wondering if there is another early returnee hiding nearby. Wearing a wicked grin, he whispers that another impatient soul is hiding right over here. He reaches out and pulls back a white sheet, revealing the creepy glowing eyes of a green-skinned demon. Its sharp, jagged teeth and terrifying stare are enough to give anyone nightmares. Without a shred of respect, Jiang Chen slaps the green face hard. Wake up, old man, he calls out. It is time for your medicine. The harsh slap stings so badly that the demon can only hiss in pain. It bares its sharp teeth, sticking out a long tongue. The system alerts that the demon is highly irritated. Ghost Key +8. The greenhead snaps its jagged teeth right in Jiang Chen's face, roaring to know what he wants. He casually cleans his ear, advising the old man to take some sleeping pills. The demon is totally baffled and angry. Waking someone up just to give them sleeping pills is insane. Where's the medicine anyway? The demon snarls. Just as the demon yells, Jiang Chen swings his sharp blade directly in front of the monster's face. Without a single second of hesitation, he drives his weapon straight down into the old demon's head. The blade drives right into the demon's open mouth, leaving it screaming in pure agony. Jiang Chen slowly pulls it out. He flashes a chilling smile, apologizing for forgetting the pills. He asks if physical therapy works just as well. He hopes the patient does not mind his physical sleeping aid. The system confirms the target is dead. Ghost Chi +9. Watching this brutality, Dr. Tuo trembles in sheer horror, completely terrified by this relentless monster hunter. Jiang Chen finally notices the creature in the corner and calls out, telling the rat over there to stop pretending and show its real face. Its entire body begins to tremble as it stands up, sweat pouring down heavily while it seems to be deep in thought. Slowly taking off its hood, it confesses that it wanted to catch Jiang Chen off guard to eliminate him, admitting it made a careless mistake. Beneath the hood are two bulging eyes sitting right on top of its head, looking like they are about to pop out. What follows next is an absolutely grotesque transformation from a normal, average-looking human appearance into a terrifying demon, screaming in fury, ordering the others to attack together instead of waiting for him to slice them down one by one. Suddenly, the corpses sit up from their beds, revealing horrifying expressions as they surge forward in a wave to attack Jiang Chen. They howl and moan, their glowing eyes fixed on him as the reanimated bodies rise in a state of wild frenzy. Why do you push us? They scream. We only want to survive. What is wrong with that? Jiang Chen stays completely calm, coldly firing back, asking how monsters who survive by eating human flesh could ever deserve to live. Furious at his answer, they swipe their claws at him, lunging forward with jaws open to rip him to shreds. One screams that they will kill him, but a sudden flash of power cuts the monster's neck clean off. The demon cannot even react in time, its mouth left wide open as its head detaches from its shoulders. Only then does terror register on its face, but it is already too late as Jiang Chen follows up with a heavy slash. Sending its head flying, he mocks them, saying he does not even need to waste a monster transformation card to deal with mere trash. Yet the other demons do not back down, roaring and swarming toward him in an endless, horrifying wave. Despite the bone-chilling sight, Jiang Chen is not like normal people. This gruesome scene actually gets him pretty pumped up and excited. Holding up two fingers, he wonders if he should test out the demonic power he inherited from his transformation card. He opens his mouth wide and unleashes a massive roar, the Xiao Erhu roar of 6 harmonies, making the demons freeze under the pressure. Panic washes over their faces as their bodies tremble uncontrollably, covering their ears and groaning about a painful ringing in their heads. Seeing them mostly unharmed and only slightly annoyed, Jiang Chen stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with disappointment. Did that skill seriously do nothing? Realizing his inherited power is still way too low, he decides that good old-fashioned swordplay is much more reliable, launching himself forward again. He instantly slices through one monster's neck and raised hand before cleanly cutting through the mouth of another. Slicing its head right in half, he smoothly transitions to split a third demon vertically from its chin down to its chest. It all happens in just a few seconds, leaving only the demon doctor baring its fangs at Jiang Chen blade. Highly confident, the monster uses its 2 buck teeth to clamp down on his incoming sword. But moments later, those front teeth begin to crack, prompting Jiang Chen to mockingly bring up those annoying teeth. Glaring at the beast, he admits they have been bugging him before unleashing a devastating strike that impales it completely. With the demons taken care of, Jiang Chen is left panting heavily, clearly exhausted from pushing his body past its limits. Sweat drenches his face as the system screen pops up, congratulating the host on breaking through 1,000 demon energy points. This milestone unlocks the draw for a 2-star monster card, bringing some hope to his pale, exhausted face. He immediately calls for the draw, preparing to spend all 1,000 demon energy points on a 2-star card. Unable to believe the steep price, he yells out, realizing it is 10 times more expensive than a 1-star card. Accepting his fate, he grits his teeth and begs the system to at least give him something incredibly overpowered. The virtual gacha machine begins to spin, displaying terms like stag power and great immortal across the first 2 slots. While those words show on the outer edges, a mysterious symbol begins to glow brightly in the middle of the screen. Suddenly, a massive pillar of energy erupts from the center slot, shooting straight into the sky and leaving him stunned. Jiang Chen can only gasp in awe as a monstrously powerful and bizarre stag power immortal appears before his eyes. The system screen immediately displays instructions on how to initiate the monster transformation process. Activating it grants a portion of the monster's power for 30 minutes, while also granting 2 free bonus draws. The host can choose a specific body part to transform, but the system warns that the process drains massive energy. Running out of energy will end the transformation early, so caution is advised since some permanent stats will be kept. Specifically, a fraction of the soul and demon power with a permanent inheritance rate of 1%. Jiang Chen frowns at the overly long explanation right as a foot casually kicks a rolling severed head across the floor. Jiang Chen sighs, wondering if his 2 monster transformation skills are enough to handle high-level ghosts. With a small fry out of the way, it is boss hunting time, he thinks, scratching his head in the dimly lit hallway. Not even the dim lights can ease the creepy atmosphere. Once inside the elevator, he presses the lobby button and a blonde nurse suddenly dashes in. Squeezing through the closing doors, she gasps out that she finally made it, then suddenly lunges forward. She grabs Jiang Chen's head, pressing it right against her chest while apologizing. Though totally caught off guard, he remains extremely curious. He cannot resist poking the soft cushions right in front of him, making the blonde nurse jump back instantly. Clutching her chest in horror, she demands to know what he is doing, but Jiang Chen is lost in deep thought. Even through clothes, her body feels ice cold. She was running like crazy, yet there is zero warmth or sweat. With a hungry look, he steps close, lifts her chin, and licks his lips. Your skin is gorgeous, sister nurse. Even dead people cannot match this. 3 days in the grave probably will not make them this pale. Flustered, she shoves him away with both hands, telling him to back off. What business is that of yours? Stay away, she snaps, turning her back to him to wait for the elevator before clearing her throat. As he studies her from behind, her face suddenly turns dead serious, and she starts talking in a low voice. Do you know this hospital has a strict taboo? She asks. Jiang Chen just grins curiously, prompting her to go on. Oh, tell me about it, he replies. She then reaches deep inside her uniform to pull out something. Pulling out a card, she warns him that if he ever encounters someone holding a black card, he should never ride this elevator. Only the morgue keepers carry those black cards, so if you see one, you better run as fast as you can. She laughs creepily, her beautiful face instantly melting away until only a single hideous eye is left staring right at him. But wait. Her smug, terrifying grin completely vanishes into thin air a single second later. She stares in absolute disbelief at a massive pile of black cards being waved right in front of her face. He jingles his heavy stack of cards, grinning mischievously. You can already guess what happens next. Should she run away? All her smug confidence evaporates into absolute panic. Her face turns pale with sheer terror as she gasps, "Did you literally rob the entire morgue?" Right then, his system screen pops up. The nurse bows in absolute respect, giving 30 ghost energy points. The elevator finally reaches the lobby and a mysterious hand holding a black bag appears. It is a man in a doctor's gown, his eyes shining brightly as he stares straight at Jiang Chen and the nurse ghost. Clutching his black bag, he steps inside and stands with his back to them, silently waiting as the doors close. An eerie silence fills the elevator. Suddenly, Jiang Chen makes his move. He casually throws his arm around the nurse's neck like a total playboy, calling her babe and making her blush furiously. Pointing directly at the black bag the doctor is holding, he asks her a curious question. "What do you think is inside his bag?" The nurse shrugs and casually whispers back that it might be someone's freshly harvested organs. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's hands start wandering all over her as he playfully repeats her words. "What parts are we talking about here? Heart, liver, spleen, or stomach?" The ghost nurse's face is totally flushed. She is filled with excitement, yet she weakly pushes him away, complaining that he should stop touching her. Suddenly, the elevator lights shut off entirely, plunging them into darkness and sending the nurse into a panic. The doctor standing in front of them finally speaks up, asking if they really want to know what's inside. He rustles the black bag in his hand, slowly turning around to glare at them with a savage grin. "Do not regret it once you see it," he sneers, opening the bag. Even Jiang Chen is pretty tense now, swallowing hard. The creepy doctor pulls out a glass jar containing a partially eaten kidney. Jiang Chen stares intently at it. Sweating, he stares closely, muttering about the bite mark on top. The doctor pulls down his face mask to reveal a hideous blood-smeared face, letting out a wild, creepy laugh as he raises the jar. "I got hungry and couldn't resist taking a bite," he explains. Jiang Chen's eyes widen like huge marbles as he processes this. He stands there for a moment like his brain is loading before suddenly flashing a grin and asking how much a kidney costs. 250,000, the ghost replies, confused. Why ask that? Jiang Chen just starts counting on his fingers. "You bid it, so with a 20% discount, it is still 200,000. Hey, about that bag. If you were not using it, can I borrow it?" he asks, snatching the black bag from the dumbfounded doctor. Without wasting time, Jiang Chen tears 3 holes into the black plastic bag. Pulling the bag over his head with eye holes cut out, he grumbles that he is only working overtime because they have 200,000 yuan. He agrees to pull the extra shift but suddenly snatches the container and bolts, throwing a parting line back at them. "Give it to me." The system flashes as the stunned demon grants him 25 devil energy points. The quiet elevator doors suddenly blow apart with a massive boom as someone blasts right out from the inside of the elevator shaft. The metal doors shatter completely, leaving the 2 demons waiting inside absolutely paralyzed with utter breathless shock. The demon doctor stares in disbelief, stammering about what on earth is happening, while the terrified demon nurse quickly chimes in with her own panic. Asking if that kid could actually be a thief, the demon doctor wide eyes and roars out in disbelief. "What? Stealing from demons? You must have a serious death wish, kid." Screaming this at the top of his lungs, the doctor leaps up and charges after him. The nurse scrambles right behind him, while Jiang Chen flees, mockingly shouting back for them to come and get him. But get this, he suddenly rips the plastic bag off his face and dives around a sharp corner. Pointing wildly, the demon doctor yells that he turn that way and commands the nurse to give chase, while Jiang Chen remains hidden, quietly laughing at their chaotic search. But out of nowhere, Jiang Chen swings his small blade directly, right in front of the demon doctor's face, catching him completely off guard before slicing a deep gash right across the monster's chest. Pivoting instantly, he thrusts the sword toward the demon nurse, driving the blade straight into her chest as she panics. But suddenly, cold sweat breaks out on Jiang Chen's face as he realizes he cannot pull the sword back out. His weapon is firmly clamped right between her chest, and she smirks with absolute triumph, telling him it is completely useless, since her heart died long ago. "Die, you thief," she sneers, her expression turning deadly as she prepares to swing her razor-sharp claws. She slashes straight at Jiang Chen, but the moment her sharp claws touch his chest, her smug expression suddenly turns to pure absolute panic. What is this? A powerful protective force suddenly detonates, blasting Jiang Chen backward and clear away from her deadly reach. Clutching his chest in agony, blood trickles from his mouth as he wonders if his ribs just completely shattered from the impact. Raising her hand, which is now half reduced to bare bone, the nurse gasps in horror, asking what kind of ward he has on him. Jiang Chen pulls a glowing talisman from his chest, realizing the charm Lin Yue gave him has just saved his life. Meanwhile, a strange green demonic energy begins swirling around her skeletal hand, quickly stitching the bone and flesh back together. With a sickening crack, her hand swells to a massive size, bulging with thick, terrifying veins. Packed with raw demonic strength, she throws a massive fist forward and screams that he only got lucky blocking her once. Let's see if you can survive a second time. Jiang Chen watches the oncoming fist in sheer panic. It is simply too fast. He knows he is dead if that lands, but just as he leaps, things get even worse. The demon doctor intercepts him, turning this into a deadly sandwich as he wraps both arms tightly around Jiang Chen. He laughs maniacally, gloating that playing dead on the ground all this time was purely to capture him in this exact trap. With Jiang Chen pinned, the nurse delivers a devastating punch, screaming out her deadly heart-shattering strike. The blow lands with a sickening crunch, making Jiang Chen gasp in agony as explosive shockwaves begin to ripple outward. Giant green shockwaves erupt as Jiang Chen crashes hard onto the floor. Groaning in intense pain, he slowly pushes himself up, wipes the blood from his lips, and mutters that they actually hit pretty hard. But before he can even stand straight, he coughs up another mouthful of blood, clearly pushed to his absolute limit. The nurse giggles maliciously as she steps closer, asking if his chest feels like it is about to burst. She teases that he might share her terminal disease, while the demon doctor grins savagely from the sidelines. Jiang Chen clutches his chest in agony, feeling as though an invisible hand is squeezing his heart and choking out his very life. The nurse flashes a sadistic grin, telling him not to worry because Big Sister is about to give him a little shot. Holding a giant syringe filled with a strange glowing liquid, she eagerly aims the sharp needle directly at his chest. Telling him to be a good boy and hold still, she lunges, but Jiang Chen suddenly whips out his demon transformation card. Realizing he is dead meat unless he uses this transformation right now, he activates the card, throwing his hands forward with a loud roar. Gaining the Chaos, Heavenly Blade ability, a massive burst of golden energy violently erupts from his entire body. The towering, majestic form of the Chaos Demon King manifests behind him as his eyes glow a brilliant icy blue. Strange runes spread across his skin while his hair flares into a vibrant crimson, and the system immediately issues a notification. Confirming his new skill, two burning chains suddenly snap and burst out from the surrounding flames. The giant eye of the demon nurse was already split in half. Absolutely brutal. She is left completely speechless. Jiang Chen slices her completely in half. No hesitation. He just grips his mighty weapon. Holding the blade, he looks to the side. He lets out a cold huff. A system notification pops up. The doctor is deeply regretful and even wants to be a good person now. Demon energy plus 90. The doctor cowers against a wall, wondering if this kid is even human. Jiang Chen suddenly pops his head in to greet him, asking if this is his hiding spot. The doctor nearly dies of shock. Oh my god, Jiang Chen extends a hand with a sinister grin and tells him to come help wipe his mouth. The doctor watches that hand, reaching closer in absolute terror, then instantly leaps backward to get some distance. He desperately hurls a weapon at Jiang Chen while screaming, "Stay away from me." But Jiang Chen completely ignores the attack, leaving the doctor absolutely horrified and wondering if the kid is made of iron. Jiang Chen just rubs his eyes. He giggles, saying it's just a bit itchy. Then his gaze turns cold. He warns him to run before he strikes back. Seeing a tiny chance to live, the doctor bolts. He instantly scrambles away, screaming in fear, constantly looking back to make sure Jiang Chen is not following him. He rushes up the stairs, screaming for help, leaving Jiang Chen utterly baffled by such sheer stupidity. He clearly knows he is marked for death, yet he runs straight up to the big boss. Talk about bad decisions. Smiling with absolute amusement, he grips his sword and heads up the stairs. Wherever Jiang Chen steps, trails of blazing fire follow close behind. Meanwhile, the demon doctor is huddled in a corner, praying with hot tears already welling up in his eyes. He is so terrified that tears stream down his face uncontrollably as he wipes them away in deep, bitter regret. If only he had known better than to provoke this monster. System alerts ding. Demon energy plus 90 plus 85. Demon energy plus 95. Jiang Chen appears like a demon god, casually pinching a tiny ember with two fingers. The tiny flame in his hand burns with intense heat. With a gentle blow, he sends the spark flying forward, telling it to go. The small ember streaks straight toward the demon doctor, attacking him and sending him into a state of absolute helpless terror. Panicking, the doctor scrambles away yet again, screaming at the top of his lungs for it to stay away from him. He begs the flame to stop following him as system alerts keep chiming. Demon energy plus 10 plus 10. Demon energy plus 10 plus 10 plus 1 plus 1. The terrified doctor collapses to his knees, sobbing and shaking. Jiang Chen silently appears right behind him, wreathed in dark flames. Gripping his sword, Jiang Chen looks thoughtful, noticing the points are dropping. Looks like this guy is almost completely squeezed dry. Meanwhile, the pathetic creature on the ground keeps shaking. Jiang Chen looks down and asks how a doctor got this close to dying. The demon doctor is a crying, pathetic mess, but he still weakly tries to deny that he is on the verge of death. Jiang Chen flashes a highly sinister smile, telling him to take a look if he does not believe it. He asks if he isn't already dead while swinging his blazing sword straight down onto his victim. The blade slices into the doctor's shoulder, splitting his body apart as the intense flames violently surge to consume him. The doctor is completely incinerated until only his head remains, tears streaming down his face as he gasps in absolute despair. He whispers that he is finally free. Jiang Chen watches in disbelief, amazed that the guy can still smile after being beaten so badly. What a total weirdo, he thinks. But then he realizes he might have accidentally used a little too much strength. The raw power of the Demon King is definitely hard to control. Once the doctor is gone, a notification pops up. Demon energy plus 360. Jiang Chen looks at the system in absolute shock at the massive payout. He got over 300 points from just a single kill. Tapping the holographic screen, he checks what his total score is now. The screen displays 630 points. Jiang Chen scratches his cheek with a sudden look of deep regret. He realized he ended the demon nurse way too early. If he had toyed with her just a bit longer, he probably would have harvested so much more energy. Suddenly, a strange blue light shines down through the broken ceiling. This immediately catches Jiang Chen's attention as a bizarre, eerie energy begins to leak out from a nearby door. A creepy, distorted voice whispers for him to come over, pleading for him to step closer to the darkness. The chilling invitation echoes in his ears, drawing him closer as he slowly takes a step toward the sound. The whispers echo inside his head, causing a cold sweat to run down his neck as he stands completely frozen. What on earth is going on? Quickly, he raises his two thumbs, tracing a glowing line of energy around his lips. As the demon barrier breaks open, a glowing circular artifact suddenly materializes right in front of Jiang Chen. He is now equipped with some kind of mystical treasure, but he is panting heavily, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Suddenly, an old man wanders up from behind, asking if someone called him. Jiang Chen spins around completely stunned by the bizarre sight. He realizes that ordinary people stand absolutely no chance against this wicked demonic voice. The old man fumbles around, turning back to chase the voice. Sinister whispers echo from the far end of the hallway, drawing him in. Hypnotized, he wanders aimlessly toward the eerie calls, urging him to come closer and step into the darkness. Up on the rooftop, a mysterious figure is calling out. The old man keeps climbing the stairs, completely lost in his trance. Jiang Chen follows closely behind, but the moment the old man steps out completely alone, the figure on the roof clicks his tongue in disappointment, complaining that they only managed to lure in a useless old man up here. He says the old man looks completely unappetizing. Instantly, he places a massive hand on the old man's head and tells him to die. With a cruel twist, he shoves the old man to his knees. Watching from the shadows, Jiang Chen panics, realizing the old man is about to get killed. Fury immediately boils up inside him. He unsheathes his powerful weapon and roars, demanding how the bastard dares to murder someone right in front of him. But the demon ruthlessly flings the old man off the rooftop. Jiang Chen lunges forward, realizing with horror that he is too late, and screams in pure rage. He yells that the monster is going down with him. Cloaked in raging flames, he streaks past the demon like a meteor. The creature is sliced clean in half, the severed edges burning fiercely. Jiang Chen is completely drained of energy, sweat pouring off him. He glances back to see the upper half of the demon's body still smoldering. Yet a grotesque smile spreads across its face as it chuckles, raspy and dark, saying he finally arrived. Jiang Chen watches in disbelief as the split torso instantly fuses back together. The demon whispers that fear is the most delicious treat. Jiang Chen is taken aback for a second, but then his own dark grin returns. Standing before him is an absolute, grotesque and hideous fiend, hissing as thick waves of corrupting dark energy erupt from its warped flesh. Completely unfazed, Jiang Chen taunts the beast, suggesting that if it can take a beating that well, they should keep playing. His smirk widens as he unleashes an even more intense fire, roaring the activation for Chaos Heavenly Dao Stage 2 Black Lock. The fire morphs into a pitch-black, ominous blaze. Charging right through the dark flames, Jiang Chen mockingly asks if it is starting to feel afraid. The demon unleashes an even denser cloud of black mist, his eyes bulging with sudden terror at the impending strike. Black threads of energy slice deep into its flesh, tearing it apart. It shrieks in agony. The system screen flashes, showing patient number 18 suffering agonizing pain, adding 99 demonic energy. A deep gash rips across its face, making its hideous features look even more grotesque. Staring down at its severed fingers, the demon wails in agony, mourning its newly regenerated body. The system chimes again, reporting patient number 18 is crying for mercy, yielding another 99 demonic energy. Finally, the fiend is completely engulfed in a massive sea of fire conjured by Jiang Chen. Once again, the system chimes, announcing patient number 18 has been torn to shreds, boosting demonic energy by 99. Only scattered remnants remain burning. Amidst Jiang Chen towering flames, the beast's severed head screams out, complaining that its skull is splitting open. It shrieks that this won't be enough to kill it. In a sickening display, its mutilated hand begins to warp. The severed fingers reshape into a grotesque, jagged claw. The demon is undergoing yet another horrifying mutation. Sharp horns erupt from its flesh, transforming it into a beast unrecognizable if not for the number 18 branded on its chest. Jiang Chen watches in pure disbelief, wondering if normal slashes really do absolutely nothing. Honestly, this guy is like an unkillable cockroach. He just keeps coming back. Suddenly, a giant mouth splits open on the monster's body and lunges to attack. Jiang Chen easily dodges, leaping to the side while quickly calculating his next move. He needs to try a different tactic. But suddenly, a long whip-like tail lashes out, catching Jiang Chen off guard. The brutal impact sends him flying backward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. The monster gloats triumphantly, laughing about how it secretly grew a deadly tail. But it has absolutely no idea that Jiang Chen is already charging through the smoke, swinging his blade. The creature's jaw drops in sheer shock as it desperately hurls a rapid barrage of heavy punches. Jiang Chen swiftly weaves through every single strike, waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, Jiang Chen blocks the massive fist. No time to lose. He immediately summons a blazing sword. Slashing the giant palm, he exerts absolute force. No hesitation. He drives the blade straight down with everything he has. One hand blocks. The other strikes. He drives the sword onto the monster's other palm with incredible pressure. His helmet gem glows. Jiang Chen yells out confidently, "Try this blazing demon eradication strike 3. A violent flame spreads outward from that circular light. Then right from that glowing gem on his helmet, a powerful blast of energy shoots directly at the enemy. One of the monster's arms is completely torn apart. It screams in agony. Looking over the giant wound, Jiang Chen silently reflects on the damage. No regeneration, the attack actually worked. Too bad he can only use this trick once. Suddenly, the head of patient number 18 emerges from inside the monster's giant mouth, screaming out, "Stay right there and let me kill you." Hearing those echoing words, Jiang Chen freezes in panic. He completely forgot about this technique. His vision completely blurs. Fighting to stay awake, he barely has time to react as the monster's giant claws swipe down on him, pinning him down. Suddenly, Jiang Chen raises his fist and roars, "Chaos World Blade," turning sword into fist. An incredibly powerful lava-like energy flow begins to swirl intensely around his clenched fist. Unexpectedly, he channels all that destructive power and punches himself right in the face, sending himself flying back. Wiping his face, he laughs, "Talk about a crazy way to wake up." Yet those hypnotic whispers still echo in his ears. Grinning wildly, he swings his fist toward the beast and yells, "Why don't you come taste this yourself?" Unleashing his Chaos World Gatling, the monster panics as endless beams of blinding light rain down upon it. Jiang Chen gleefully unleashes a brutal barrage of heavy punches, declaring that no matter how many times the beast tries to heal, he will beat it to dust until its soul completely shatters. By now, the monster's body is covered in countless deep wounds, making it realize in sheer panic that if this brutal onslaught keeps up, it will absolutely die. Suddenly, the beast roars out, "If death is inevitable anyway, then let's die together." With that, it opens its mouth to spew an eerie black gas, instantly making Jiang Chen recoil. Disgusted by the strange fog, he spits, complaining about what kind of foul breath is coming from that rotten mouth. The demon laughs triumphantly, explaining that it turned its very last bit of energy into a deadly curse. Once it latches onto him, he will suffer the exact same disease, and his soul will never be freed. But before the demon can even finish, a massive blast of flame from Jiang Chen silences him permanently. The system screen flashes with a notification: "Patient number 18, the half-baked demon has died. Demonic energy plus 99. Jiang Chen sighs in relief, muttering about how talkative the monster was and how these tricks would never work. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his demon form duration has ended immediately, returning Jiang Chen to his normal human state. Unfortunately, the number 18 slowly burns itself right onto his neck. Hideous black veins begin spreading rapidly from that mark as his gaze turns completely blank, coughing up heavy mouthfuls of blood. The veins creep up his face. Wiping away the blood, he anxiously wonders if this is indeed the demon's curse. Opening his mouth wide, he shoves his fingers deep down his throat. Brace yourselves, because this next part is pure nightmare fuel. His eyes bulge as thick veins pop on his neck before a stream of black gas escapes from his mouth. A fat, squirming black worm drops out of the gas. Exhaling deeply, he gasps that he feels much better now. Looking down, he spots countless chubby black worms writhing all over the ground. They squirm disgustingly. Turning pale as he wipes his mouth, he notes that since the caster is already dead, there is no way this curse cannot be broken. Exhausted, he plops heavily onto the dusty ground, right beside the slain beast. Pulling out his phone, he decides it is best to call the underworld department to clean this up. Suddenly, a stray object comes floating through the air. Jiang Chen lets out a surprised gasp as he spots it. Catching the object, he inspects. It turns out to be a scrap of clothing shredded in the earlier blast. Jiang Chen pulls a folded slip of paper from the fabric, opening it to read the written medical records. Clinic number 7, patient name Liang Yu Quan, ID number 18. Diagnosis is cognitive disorder with symptoms showing the patient believes he suffers from dozens of different illnesses, even coughing up his own intestines with zero medical improvement. Reading this, Jiang Chen murmurs the words, cognitive disorder. Could it truly be this illness? Initially, the patient did not just believe he was physically sick. He even believed other people were sick, stuffing his little sister into the fridge to cool down what he thought was a fever. That crazy move ended up killing the poor little girl. Looking at this, Jiang Chen can only let out a helpless smile. It seems this curse distorts reality, making victims believe they are sick until their minds trick their bodies. Then their bodies actually start breaking down. The report says the patients are transferred to his hospital and are progressing well. The diagnosis asks a chilling question: is the patient me, or is it all of us? Suddenly, an eerie eye appears. Reading the medical report as he walks, Jiang Chen suddenly stops in total shock. Progressing well, he mutters in confusion. Does that mean things are getting worse, or is the demon just growing stronger? He checks the medical file. Exam room number 7, patient name Jiang Chen, ID 18, condition cognitive disorder. The bizarre detail leaves him completely stunned. His own name. What on earth is exam room 7? He pulls out his phone to check. Right on cue, the Underworld app pops up with some highly reliable speculation. The bloody letters on the folder are a countdown. Once it hits 0, he will be dragged into hospital number 7. No one ever makes it out alive. Thankfully, the supernatural agents assigned to this case are only C+. C+ tier means the demon haunting this clinic is pretty weak, definitely nothing stronger than a blood-clothed ghost. Jiang Chen crumples up the paper and tosses it away. Forget it, he tells himself, we will cross that bridge when we get there. 1 month to reach blood-clothed tier, no big deal. He brushes the worry aside. But suddenly he spots a group of about half a dozen men in black standing ahead. They are waiting. The Underworld agents have arrived and their female leader steps up to salute him. The Underworld holds a dark secret, sealing ghosts inside human bodies to fight fire with fire. But it comes with a catch. Even for the toughest special forces with unbreakable willpowers, the mortality rate of this process is still a staggering 90%. These cleaners risk their lives just as much as the supernatural experts. Jiang Chen watches them silently, knowing how dangerous their job is. With such a high casualty rate, the Underworld is constantly facing a severe staffing shortage. As the female leader walks past him, Jiang Chen flashes a quick smile and breaks the ice first. Things got pretty messy inside, so good luck with the cleanup, he jokes. She keeps her cool, replying he did a great job clearing out so many ghosts. She orders her subordinates to follow her. Outside, night has fallen and a faint moonlight barely pierces through the darkness. Jiang Chen wanders down the quiet hallway, his nose suddenly catching a very distinct scent. A delicious aroma fills the hallway, guiding him right to a door. Is Sister Hong cooking dinner right now? He creeps inside. Hopefully Sister Hong won't mind him dropping by uninvited. He heads into the kitchen and calls out to her. Sister Hong is completely focused on cooking up a storm. Hearing his voice, she turns around with a warm smile, inviting him to stay and have dinner with her. After taking a quick bite to taste her creation, Sister Hong suddenly blushes, leaning in close to whisper to him. She purrs that since he works so hard day and night, she made some special food to keep his energy levels up. Jiang Chen blushes red, stammering that he really does not need that much energy or he might get a nosebleed. Sister Hong looks disappointed, turning away to say the food is ready. She flashes a sweet smile and tells him to dig in. Jiang Chen is totally mesmerized by her charm. His jaw drops, seeing the massive feast. It looks absolutely delicious. He grabs his chopsticks, drooling as he prepares to eat. He tells her he is not going to hold back, but Sister Hong suddenly stops and stares at his body in sheer amazement. She cannot help herself, reaching out to feel his solid biceps and marveling at how incredibly built he is. With a dazed look, she grabs his hand, asking if exorcists like him always work out this much. Flustered by her touch, Jiang Chen nervously laughs it off. Inside, he is screaming, wondering what on earth she is doing as she locks her fingers with his and presses down. Her eyes glow as she stares at him hungrily. Wait, is she about to pounce? Is this gorgeous lady finally making her move on him? Sister Hong leans in with a sly, knowing grin. She asks if he has a girlfriend. Jiang Chen sweats, thinking that is a dangerously sharp question. He laughs it off, saying he is only a college sophomore. She immediately smiles and offers to introduce him to a girl. She's a total beauty. Do you want me to set you up? Hearing this, he quickly bowed his head to scarf down his food, muttering that he was far too busy for dating. Sister Hong finally stopped teasing. That makes sense, so just eat up. After finishing, Jiang Chen walked outside and sighed, groaning about how incredibly stuffed he was. Rubbing his stuffed belly, he slowly made his way back to his room and plopped onto the bed with a sigh. Tomorrow, he had to visit the Zheng family villa, and there was definitely something sinister lingering on Zheng Xiaoming. He quickly called out to his system, which immediately responded, prompting him to open up his main status menu. He asked to see his current points and the interface popped up displaying his name as the host Jiang Chen. He had 1,026 ghost energy points and a thunder strength great immortal transformation card. Picking his teeth, he reviewed his status. An image of 2 green handprints on a back flashed in his mind. That rich kid was in deep trouble, so some prep work was necessary. Jiang Chen sighed and thought it over, using a precious 2-star transformation card on someone like him. To deal with Zhang Xiaoming felt like using a massive cleaver just to kill a tiny chicken. The interface displayed his status, showing 1,026 points and the Thunder Strength Great Immortal card. Deciding to conserve his power, he commanded the system to draw 2 lower-tier 1-star cards instead. The system obliged, spinning a virtual wheel with loud clicks. Trust me, the hilarious beast that popped up on screen is pure comedy. He obtained the 1-star Zhen Dao Immortal card. Right after another flash revealed yet another 1-star card. This one was the Sea Dragon General. Fast forward to the next morning, bright sunshine painted the clear blue sky. Warm light bathed the quiet streets as a bustling crowd of students gathered right next to a tour bus. The atmosphere was lively, but Jiang Chen just walked along quietly until a loud voice suddenly called out his name. A cool-looking guy wearing dark sunglasses completely surrounded by a group of girls waved enthusiastically. He jokingly yelled for his son to get over here. Jiang Chen walked up to Li Jie with a smirk. He teased his friend for never showing up to class unless there was a free trip. Li Jie nearly choked on his lollipop. He spat it out, protesting loudly before leaning in close. He covered Jiang Chen's mouth, whispering that he only tagged along to protect him from that shady Zhang Xiaoming. Besides, he claimed this trip was the perfect hunting ground for a handsome young master like himself. He pointed to the nearby girls who were already staring and whispering in their direction with curious looks. But their excitement quickly shifted as they squealed about Zhang Xiaoming's arrival, completely ignoring Li Ji. His waving hand froze awkwardly in midair. Meanwhile, the rich heir Zhang Xiaoming raised his hand and greeted the excited crowd. He told everyone to line up and get ready to head out, promising plenty of free food and drinks. And look closely at that creepy green mist swirling around him. Jiang Chen spots it immediately from afar. He realized the ghostly handprints had faded slightly. Once they boarded the bus, Jiang Chen kept his eyes locked on him. He wondered if the rich kid's family had hired a powerful master to help cleanse the curse. But why invite classmates over when the curse was only half cleared? He narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. Something was definitely off. Beside him, Li Ji pressed his face against the glass like an excited child cheering. The tour bus rolled smoothly down a scenic road bathed in warm, shifting sunlight. Golden leaves drifted past the windows as they eventually crossed into a quiet, remote countryside. The bus finally screeched to a halt and everyone filed out. Li Ji stretched his arms, inhaling the crisp air. He gasped in awe as a massive, pristine swimming pool lined with sun loungers came into view. Nearby, a massive modern fountain sprayed water high into the air, adding to the luxurious resort vibe. Li Ji could not stop marveling at the place, calling it the ultimate summer getaway villa. Another classmate cheered in excitement, but Jiang Chen remained completely silent, keeping his guard up in the back. Zhang Xiaoming stood before his guests wearing a welcoming grin as he addressed the crowd. He welcomed everyone to his home, telling them to make themselves comfortable and have a great time. Despite the modern luxury, a heavy green mist clung to the air. A staff member approached them with an eerie, forced smile. She offered to guide them to their rooms to unpack before dinner. Just then, an older man stepped forward. He clapped his hands and thanked everyone warmly. The eerie hostess then turned and gestured for the students to follow. The guide leads the group toward the rest area, pointing the way as everyone crosses a scenic bridge. This beautiful natural spot is perfect for escaping the stress of life, making the young students gasp in awe at the gorgeous lake and nearby caves. The villa is absolutely massive, but Jiang Chen stays completely silent, following behind the crowd while keeping a close eye on everything around him. Staring down, he notices both the bridge and the lake water are unnaturally pristine, but his thoughts are cut short when someone suddenly smacks him on the head. Li Ji grins, asking why he is daydreaming and warning him to hurry up before all the rooms with lake views get taken. Jiang Chen just rubs his sore head in annoyance as they head inside, and soon the scene shifts to a gorgeous golden sunset. Underneath the beautiful twilight sky, a playful voice suddenly echoes through the fresh mountain air, proposing a quick bet. Whoever skips their stone the most times gets to be the dad of the entire group. A flat stone glides gracefully across the water, followed by an incredibly smug shout of victory. Boasting that he got one more skip than Li Jie, Jiang Chen immediately pinches his cheek, muttering that he has tolerated his nonsense all day. He demands Li Ji call him dad, but Li Ji quickly protests, pointing out that Zhao Erhu has not even taken his turn yet. Nearby, a blonde classmate smiles as he watches them bicker, just as Zhao Erhu steps up and lifts a massive rock from the ground. Li Ji looks on in confusion, reminding him that this is a skipping contest, but Zhao Erhu just winds up and hurls the heavy boulder with terrifying force. The giant rock tears across the lake, literally parting the water like a speedboat as it charges toward the opposite shore. It smashes directly into the mountain base, triggering a massive explosion that leaves both Jiang Chen and Li Jie absolutely shell-shocked. Their jaws hit the floor as they stand there, frozen like statues until Zhao Erhu turns around with an awkward grin. He jokingly admits his throw skipped fewer times than Jiang Chen, calling him dad, leaving Jiang Chen completely speechless at his friend's ridiculous logic. Grinning mischievously, Jiang Chen turns his attention back to Li Ji, telling his son that it is time to pay up and call him dad. Desperate to escape the humiliation, Li Jie makes up a quick excuse claiming he drank way too much water and needs to use the bathroom. Jiang Chen yells after his retreating friend in annoyance and the scene cuts to the public restroom. Just as Li Jie is about to step inside, a series of bizarre noises stops him in his tracks. Creepy black mist starts drifting out from under the stalls, though the clueless boy completely misses the dark energy guided only by his curiosity. Pressing his ear against the door, he playfully asks if someone is having a secret hookup inside, but a sudden voice from within makes his blood run cold. He completely freezes as a voice whispers about where to hide his body after they kill him, debating whether to dump him in the lake to feed the water ghouls. Unable to handle the sheer terror for another second, Li Ji bursts out of the restroom, running for his life. He screams in absolute panic, urging himself to run faster as he bolts down the path. Spotting his two friends ahead, he desperately calls out to Zhao Erhu and Jiang Chen to get their attention. Jiang Chen jokingly asks who dared to bully his son, but a trembling Li Ji can only gasp out that something is deeply wrong with the restroom. Jiang Chen calmly prompts him to explain, and a terrified Li Jie starts babbling about the horrifying things he just heard. He explains that he heard voices plotting a murder inside, but when he peeked under the stall, there were absolutely no feet visible. The stall was not even locked, so with a trembling hand, he slowly pushed the door open to peek inside. What he saw inside made his heart stop. The entire wall was covered in chaotic messages scrawled in fresh, dripping blood. He had screamed in terror and bolted, but Zhao Erhu just burst out laughing, teasing him about seeing something supernatural. Jiang Chen casually flashes a thumbs up, completely unfazed by the terrifying story. He jokingly compliments him on summoning two ghosts at once, which only infuriates the terrified boy even more. Furious at their lack of sympathy, Li Ji screams that it is easy for them to joke when they are not the ones who almost died. Jiang Chen quickly waves his hands to placate him, telling his buddy to calm down and not take the jokes to heart. He reassures him that they are only calm because they already have a perfect solution to deal with the entities. Li Jie immediately drops to his knees in tears, begging Jiang Chen to teach him how to fight off evil spirits. He literally calls him dad, prompting Jiang Chen to flash another mischievous smile as he grabs his friend's hair. He jokingly suggests that if two ghosts are after him, he should just jump into the lake and drown himself first. That way, the ghosts will never get the satisfaction of killing him, making Li Ji realize he has been played yet again. Slapping his hand away with tears in his eyes, Li Ji curses him out, asking how a human mouth can utter such absolute garbage. Zhao Erhu steps in, telling Jiang Chen to stop messing around because malignant spirits are nothing to laugh about. He warns Li Ji that spirits prey on fear when a person's guard is down, so he simply needs to stay strong until sunrise. Li Ji asks in sheer panic if surviving the night means he'll finally be safe. Zhao Erhu can only offer his buddy a strained, awkward smile. Well, he says you could just never sleep again, but you would be haunted for life. Li Ji breaks down completely, tears and snot streaming down his face. Sobbing, he complains that if the monsters don't kill him, sheer exhaustion will. Why didn't they just say it's impossible to survive? Jiang Chen throws an arm around his trembling friend to reassure him, telling him to relax because sticking with them means he definitely won't die. The three friends stand together, watching the beautiful sunset fade as darkness slowly creeps over the deep forest. Falling leaves carry a subtle hint of danger as Jiang Chen and his companions cross an old wooden bridge. There they spot a girl sweeping the path with extreme fearful caution. Out of nowhere, Jiang Chen calls out a greeting from behind. He casually calls her beautiful, startling the poor girl completely. She flings her broom right into the lake in her panic, crying out in distress about her lost broom. Jiang Chen cheerfully reaches down to retrieve it for her, but she suddenly screams out a desperate warning. She yells for him to wait and not touch the water, terrified as she explains a woman once drowned here. Since then, several other people have fallen in and drowned just by touching the cursed water. Beneath the surface, the broom is violently dragged down by strange leaves, leaving nothing but a small whirlpool. Jiang Chen pulls out his phone and smoothly suggests they add each other so he can pay her back. Stuttering, she agrees. Looking at his screen, Jiang Chen mutters the name Sun Dai as her profile information pops up. Her profile says Sun Dai, but he immediately notices her actual name tag reads Liu Guihua. The terrified Sun Dai quickly explains that she just started working here, which is why her uniform still has a previous employee's name. Jiang Chen listens intently as she continues sharing the strange rumors she heard. Apparently, Liu Guihua and her coworkers supposedly made a massive mistake and quit, but whispers around the place say otherwise, whispering that they did not actually get fired. A terrified Li Ji immediately chimes in, asking what else it could mean. Could they actually be dead? Hearing this, Sundai grows even more terrified and visibly gulps hard. She turns to Li Jie and trembles frantically, asking how he could possibly know they died, driving his panic to a whole new level. Out of nowhere, the strict manager yells for Sundai, warning her that lazy workers will be fired on the spot. Sundai jumps in fear and quickly scurries off, leaving the manager to address the three boys. She asks them not to mind the new girl who knows nothing, while Jiang Chen casually walks away with a simple parting word, telling them to move out. Li Ji remembers the restroom demon, while Zhao Erhu begins connecting the dots. From the lake demon to the missing staff, Jiang Chen keeps tracing every clue. Every clue they find feels incredibly shady. Just how many dark secrets is this mountain villa hiding? They ponder this as they walk down the path, passing houses that are now brightly lit. Suddenly, a voice echoes from inside one. A girl is complaining to her boyfriend over the phone, telling him to stop being so ridiculously jealous all the time. She regrets dating someone from school, pointing out that their classmate invited the entire class, not just her. She paces around her room, venting her frustration while clutching her phone. She finally switches to a video call, demanding to know why he still refuses to believe her. She tells him that turning on the video should prove it, panning her phone around to show that she is completely alone in the room. Then she playfully points the camera right down at her chest, suggestively asking if his mind is actually on something else entirely. But suddenly, right on the phone screen, a bizarre, curious eye appears right next to her. It is absolutely grotesque. Her boyfriend panics from the other end, shouting to ask what on earth is behind her. Startled, she spins around only to find the room completely empty. Cold sweat dripping, she turns back to her boyfriend. She snaps that nothing is there, threatening to break up if he keeps teasing her, but then she looks at the screen. The call has already been abruptly disconnected. Annoyed, she curses him out for hanging up on her. How dare he do that? It is 7:13 p.m. when a sudden strange noise makes her jump. Shaken, she pokes her head out of the doorway. She spots an old woman carrying garbage bags with her back turned, letting out a sigh of relief that it is just the cleaning lady. She laughs off the false alarm, but a chilling realization suddenly hits her. The old woman stops dead in her tracks, revealing a massive, horrific gash split across her neck as terror strikes the girl once more. The old lady's neck twists around with a hideous grin, asking if the girl needs any service. But when she turns around, the monster sees absolutely nothing. The girl has already quickly run away. She fled but could not lock the door in time. The monster casually strolls inside, silently twisting her neck. "I am coming in then," she mutters. The terrified girl cowers behind a desk while the old demon shuffles past, chuckling creepily. Right then, Jiang Chen's squad arrives at the door. Three curious heads pop in to closely inspect. Li Jie whispers that this janitor is totally unprofessional, barging into private rooms like she owns the place. Erhu panics, muttering that she is cleaning out human lives instead. Suddenly, Li Ji realizes he is standing on his back. Confused, he asks where Jiang Chen went. Meanwhile, the old monster keeps up her creepy chuckle, walking further inside. She flashes a hideous grin, her red eyes glowing as she leans down behind the girl. "So this is where the trash is hiding," she whispers. Honestly, anyone's heart would completely stop out of pure terror. Watching this at midnight is a massive mistake. The old monster opens a plastic bag and loudly says the girl won't fit inside. "I will just have to chop you into smaller pieces," she says, raising her filthy, razor-sharp claws. Suddenly, Jiang Chen pops up right next to her and yells "beautiful" right into her ear, startling the monster. She jumps in shock. The system chimes in, showing that she is terrified, adding 150 ghost energy. Once she recovers, she angrily demands him to lower his voice and questions his manners. Jiang Chen just smiles back. He drapes an arm over the girl's shoulder, asking the monster if she snuck in here to peek at them. "Is it because you are jealous of our classmate's beauty?" he asks as the system chimes in again. The old lady is absolutely furious, giving him 30 more ghost energy, but Jiang Chen just keeps teasing her. "Stop dreaming," he says. "If you want to look prettier than our classmate, you will need a head transplant." The short-haired girl gets annoyed and tells Jiang Chen to take this seriously. The old monster is left completely stunned. She grits her teeth, asking if he is absolutely sure about swapping heads before snapping her own neck. Her goal is probably just to threaten Jiang Chen, but she has absolutely no idea who she is dealing with. He does not flinch, cheerfully grabbing her head and ripping it completely off while calmly replying to her question. To her absolute horror, he says he is completely sure. He tosses the head up and kicks it out the window. The disembodied head screams in absolute terror. From the outside, we can see a streak of blue light shooting far away. It blasts through the window with massive force. Back inside, the old monster's headless body slowly collapses onto the floor. The short-haired girl screeches in panic, crying about how terrifying this is. Jiang Chen immediately plays the hero, wrapping his arms around her and telling her not to worry since he is here. At that very moment, her head splashes straight into a lake, the hideous face bobbing up and down. Floating on the surface, she screams for that brat to wait until she returns. But suddenly, her head gets tightly bound. by glowing yellow ropes, as if some invisible force is dragging her hideous face deep down into the dark water. Only boiling bubbles are left on the surface of the river. Back in the room, her headless corpse still continues to move, raising its claws to attack them. Just as the sharp nails are about to swipe down on the girl, it suddenly freezes and falls flat on the floor. Jiang Chen chuckles, amused by the sight. He thought she could put on a show. The system notifies him that she is dead, granting 99 ghost energy. Not bad at all. A normal demon just secured him over 300 ghost energy, he thinks happily while checking his stats. The short-haired girl buries her face into Jiang Chen's chest, sobbing about how terrified she is. Spotting his two friends standing at the door, he casually asks when they even arrived. Erhu praises him with pure admiration, calling Jiang Chen a complete genius for his exorcism skills. Meanwhile, Li Jia's face turns bright red as he takes notes, clearly talking about his impressive flirting skills. Jiang Chen calmly replies that it was nothing. Meanwhile, a massive crowd is gathered outside in the main hall. It is incredibly loud and chaotic. Jiang Chen walks out to inspect the commotion and asks what is happening. He asks why it is so loud. An old man wearing round glasses speaks up with deep worry. He explains that Zhao Qian has completely vanished, wondering how a living person could just disappear like that. A girl nearby recalls that they were just taking a walk when they spotted a gardener trimming some branches. He looks over and flashes a flirtatious smile, leaving Zhao Qian completely flustered, her face flushing red at the young man's charm. She walks right up to strike up a conversation. Zhao Qian says she wants to look around a bit more, so the other girls head off chatting happily. She pretended to be super into gardening, but obviously she just wanted to stare at the handsome guy. Yet half an hour later, Zhao Qian was nowhere to be found. The gardener was gone too. They tried calling her phone over and over, but nobody picked up. As the girl explains the situation, the old man wearing round glasses starts breaking out into a cold sweat. What are they supposed to do now? This is a massive mess. They ask the manager if they can locate that gardener. The manager panics. She claims they do not even employ a gardener. The girl in the blue shirt gasps in utter shock. How is that even possible? Beside her, the girl in the orange shirt chimes in, trembling with fear. Could the person they saw actually be a ghost? The bystanders immediately shut that down, telling them to stop talking nonsense. The girls insist they saw him with their own eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is completely focused, trying to calculate his next move. Seeing him frozen in place, Li Ji calls out, asking his son what he is doing. A bit later, Jiang Chen slips out of the building alone. Inside a nearby glowing greenhouse, a hand covered in flowers stretches out from the bushes. It is the missing Zhao Qian. She has been horribly transformed, mutated into a twisted flower plant standing inside a large pot. Flowers bloom all over her body as hideous blue veins bulge across her face. She trembles, begging for someone to save her. The gardener just stands there in silence. Then slowly he raises a single finger to his lips to quiet her down. Making a soft shushing sound, he clutches a pair of sharp pliers and whispers that everyone else is already asleep. He warns her not to make a scene. Right in front of him rests a human skeleton with a massive flower blooming from it. With a sharp snip of his shears, he slices the stem. Thick drops of blood begin to ooze from the fresh cut. The blood drips slowly onto the skeleton below. Suddenly, a series of muffled whimpers catches his attention from across the room. There's a person with their mouth sewn shut, bound to a plant like a grotesque lump of flesh. The gardener leans in close to Zhao Qian. He calls her a naughty girl, teasing that she has already woken up his precious creation. Humming a tune, he strolls over to the other plant person, with his shears bending down to inspect their hand with morbid curiosity. He mutters about an extra branch sticking out. Suddenly, he raises his shears and snips off the protruding finger without hesitation. As the finger drops, he flashes a chilling grin, while the poor victim can only weep in agonizing pain. He gently wipes away their tears, whispering that they finally look like a proper staff member now, the most beautiful one in the entire villa. He licks his finger and turns to Zhao Qian, purring that she is next. He steps forward, touching her legs while complaining that they are far too distracting and ruin the overall aesthetic. Without another word, he pulls out a saw and brutally cuts through both of her legs, completely unfazed by her suffering. He wraps copper wire around her body to hold her in place, pruning away anything he deems unnecessary. This guy is easily the most twisted freak in this story. Once he finishes his masterpiece, he wipes the sweat from his brow. Poor Zhao Qian is left horribly mutilated, her body tightly bound by thick copper wire. With her arms pinned above her head, she weeps in sheer agony, while the psychopath stands back and claps with glee, declaring that she looks much more beautiful now. He grins. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is searching the grounds alone. He has searched the entire property. Where could they possibly be hiding? Suddenly, his feet stumble over something invisible. It feels like some kind of strange magic, throwing him right back to his starting point. He grunts in confusion. He wonders if some ghost is trying to lead him astray. Realizing he has no choice, he weaves a quick spell over his eyes. His enhanced vision catches something in the distance, a bizarre glowing light shining right behind a nearby tree. Guided by the glow, he steps through the hidden barrier and arrives at the greenhouse, highly impressed by the trick. It was hidden right here under their noses, but peering inside the greenhouse reveals something truly horrifying. The grotesque sight sends a chill down his spine. He mutters, questioning what kind of living creature could have such twisted taste. Right in front of him is a severed human head with a vibrant flower blooming directly from the skull. Stepping closer, he realizes it is Jiao Qian. A flower sprouts from one of her eyes while the other weeps in terror. Seeing Jiang Chen enter, she desperately tries to cry out. Startled by the sudden noise, the psychopath spins around. He only spots a dry skeleton wearing a wig of brown hair and leaves standing right next to a fern-like plant. He walks over to inspect the fern plant, looking down only to realize that the heavy pot has been shifted aside. He reaches out, slides the pot back to its original spot, and warns it to stay put and stop squirming. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound startles him as a fresh system notification flashes right before his eyes. The gardener senses something strange as his demonic energy rises by 15 points, making him gasp about what that racket is. He spots a bizarre flower blooming in the strangest place, realizing Jiang Chen has already shifted his position. The boy is bending over with his two hands planted in one pot and both feet in another, sporting a tiny yellow flower on top. The gardener is completely baffled, wondering how this specific pot mutated when he meticulously trimmed every single one of them. He stares directly at the flower growing from Jiang Chen navel, complaining that it looks incredibly ugly. He figures the boy's stomach is stuffed with nasty roots and cutting them wrong will cause a major headache. Jiang Chen is struggling hard to maintain this painful posture, and hearing those chilling words makes him shudder with pure rage. Curse words fly through his mind as the gardener raises a massive pair of shears, ready to snip the flower right off. Panicking, Jiang Chen quickly pulls out his special envoy card, knowing his guts will literally be ripped out if he does not act right now. With a sharp snap, the shears sever the flower, forcing Jiang Chen to quickly leap back to safety. He stares in disbelief as a sinister blood-red aura suddenly erupts and swirls all around Jiang Chen's body. Panic sets in for the gardener, and a new system prompt shows his goosebumps, rising alongside 50 points of added demonic energy. Terrified, he stammers out, asking what kind of monster this is as something begins to emerge from Jiang Chen's navel. A sharp horn suddenly pushes out of his stomach first, followed by the terrifying head of a massive bull with two curved horns bursting into existence. Channeling his full power, Jiang Chen leaps to his feet and activates his special envoy demon transformation, sprouting sharp horns from his head. Deadly spikes grow from his knuckles as the system announces he has unlocked the random skill, the 800-mile demon fist. Realizing he is in deep trouble, the gardener gasps just as Jiang Chen's powered-up fist comes flying straight toward his face. He barely raises his arms to block the blow but gets sent flying back, crashing hard into his own precious human flower pots. The gardener glances behind himself in absolute horror before scrambling back up to his feet as fast as he can. He screams in agony, crying out for his beloved jade dew plant and his incredibly rare dragon blood wood on the floor. Mourning his ruined garden, the gardener glares at Jiang Chen with pure malice while holding his giant shears. He tightly grips the handles, snarling that Jiang Chen destroyed his absolute treasures and will pay for it bit by bit. A bright green energy wraps around his shears as he threatens to shred Jiang Chen into pieces to use as fertilizer. The shears swell into giant scissors, but Jiang Chen just sneers, raising his spikes and mocking how terrifying those big blades are to see. The gardener struts forward, snapping his blades and mocking that it is far too late to start begging for mercy. The peaceful greenhouse suddenly erupts with a massive explosion, sending shattered glass flying in every single direction. Talk about an explosive turn of events. The gardener is blown backward, realizing he made a huge mistake underestimating his opponent. As the gardener struggles to stand, Jiang Chen steps through the shattered glass, reaching out with a twisted smile on his face. He playfully tells his foe to wait up as he advances, silently glad he took the fight outside the room. Fighting indoors might have put Jiao Qian in serious danger, so he flashes a confident grin and winds up his fist. Unleashing the 800-mile demon fist, he sends a devastating punch straight toward the gardener. The gardener barely manages to raise his oversized scissors to block the strike, letting out a nasty, wicked laugh. Strange pulsing vines suddenly sprout from the blades, catching Jiang Chen off guard for a split second. Green tendrils wrap tightly around his fists, prompting him to snap at them to get lost while the gardener seizes his chance. He delivers a swift kick that sends Jiang Chen back, who quickly shakes off the clinging vines while letting out a sigh. He is incredibly relieved the roots did not pierce his skin, though his smug opponent quickly boasts about his ultimate technique. The gardener sneers that his 10,000 arrows of life is not something that can be blocked bare-handed. He charges forward with his scissors, warning that a single touch means instant death, forcing Jiang Chen to move. Jiang Chen swiftly dives behind a dead tree, but the gardener effortlessly snips the thick trunk in half. Sprouting buds instantly shoot out from the freshly cut wood, leaving Jiang Chen wide-eyed at the bizarre sight. He marvels at how a single cut causes immediate sprouting, realizing the demons he runs into keep getting weirder. Crossing his arms, he channels raw demon energy into his hands and unleashes a lightning-fast flurry of punches that leave blinding after images. But the demon gardener matches him blow for blow, swinging his giant scissors with terrifying speed and precision. Matching his opponent's speed, the enemy blocks every one of Jiang Chen's strikes as the two clash relentlessly. Wild energy erupts all around them, each violent collision triggering massive roaring explosions that shake the battlefield. Their weapons clash once more. Spotting eerie green sprouts creeping out from the giant shears, Jiang Chen speaks up. There is absolutely no opening here. So Jiang Chen drives his knee straight up into the monster's chin. The gardener demon stumbles back. Jiang Chen unleashes a triple burst strike, watching the beast calmly wipe its face. Shock washes over Jiang Chen. He used his full strength. That kick should have sent the monster flying. The gardener smugly tells him to look down. Jiang Chen glances down only to see thick roots. The roots sprout from the monster's feet, anchoring him deep into the soil. He laughs, mocking Jiang Chen's weak efforts. Did you really think such pathetic power could knock me back? He roars, telling Jiang Chen not to underestimate him. Suddenly, two massive tree branches erupt from the ground as the demon summons his supreme root technique. The wooden pillars grow at a terrifying speed, instantly thickening and slamming directly into Jiang Chen's body. The impact launches him high into the air. Smashed back toward the greenhouse, Jiang Chen realizes he was too careless. A massive cloud of white dust rises as Jiang Chen slides to a halt, blood dripping from his mouth into a dark pool. Jiang Chen curses, frustrated that he got pushed right back inside the greenhouse. He quickly turns to his side. He knows he must take this fight outside. Instantly, the giant blades strike. Glowing with a sinister green aura, they slide toward him. Jiang Chen dodges backward, but the gardener drives the shears down. Trying to snip Jiang Chen in half, the monster is stopped as Jiang Chen catches the hot blades with flaming hands. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Chen gathers every ounce of his power, lets out a roar, and snaps the metal blades. He turns and bolts for the exit, but strangely, the gardener demon does not give chase, only wearing a wicked smile. Suddenly, massive roots surge from all directions. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Chen is instantly wrapped up tight. The vines constrict around his body, tightening their grip right around his throat as Jiang Chen struggles to break free. Ripping through the wooden binds, he swings his fist and unleashes the explosive 800-mile dragon punch. Exhaustion is fully written across Jiang Chen's face. His vision begins to blur, and every breath feels like a struggle. Just when you think he might catch a brief break, two more plant demons leap directly into the fray. The plant monsters wrap their vines tightly around Jiang Chen's body, leaving him trapped and cursing his bad luck. He realizes they are using a hostage to restrain him. The gardener walks over, laughing and asking why he stopped struggling. Holding Zhao Qian, the demon sneers and mocks Jiang Chen, asking if he kept trying to run outside because he was afraid of hurting these precious little plants. Jiang Chen curses in anger. Suddenly, Zhao Qian hops down from her pot on one leg, moving closer to him. Jiang Chen calls out her name, but Zhao Qian unexpectedly swings her arm and strikes him hard in the shoulder. He gasps in pain and coughs up blood while the gardener reaches out to grab and pull Zhao Qian back. The demon mocks him, asking why he is not fighting back anymore. Cold sweat drips down Jiang Chen's face. Blood leaks from his lips as he coughs helplessly. Suddenly, the gardener leans in close to inspect his face. The demon points out his wounds, mocking how pitiful he looks before gently brushing the hair away from his forehead, telling him it will all be over soon. The parted hair reveals an empty, terrifying eye socket with no eyeball. Instead, a strange blue gas filled with tiny black dots begins to swirl and escape from the hollow eye socket. The monster promises to turn him into a beautiful treasure, sending the mysterious spores directly toward Jiang Chen's body. He looks on in horror as fresh green sprouts immediately begin to break through the skin of his own body. Strangely, a smirk spreads across Jiang Chen's face. The gardener grows confused, asking what he could possibly be laughing at. Is becoming his puppet really that joyful? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's horns erupt with a blazing sun-like orange aura. Radiating intense heat, Jiang Chen whispers that he is only laughing because the perfect opportunity has finally arrived. High in the sky, a massive sphere of pure fire appears completely, replacing the cool glow of the silver moon. This is the moment to wipe every single one of you out, he says, as cosmic fire engulfs the moon. Jiang Chen roars his ultimate purification spell, and a massive pillar of absolute fire rains down from the stars. It crashes onto Earth, filling the monster with absolute dread. He looks up in terror as a system notification pops up, confirming his doom with 45 demon energy points. A massive pillar of fire crashes onto the Earth, triggering a giant explosion as waves of heat surge outward and turn the area into a literal oven. The flames clear, leaving behind nothing but a heap of ashes and smoking ruins with thick white smoke rising. Jiang Chen cancels his transformation and smirks. He remarks that it only took a little moonlight purification to turn the guy into this messy state. He stomps right on the demon gardener's face, crushing it down like a soggy piece of cake as he speaks. He remarks the guy is just full of filth. Right then a system alert confirms the gardener is dead, awarding 99 points of ghost energy as a young couple suddenly emerges from the thick green mist, completely naked. They scream in horror. "Where are my clothes?" Unlike the panicked girl, the guy sighs in relief, muttering that he honestly thought they were both dead meat. Over in a room surrounded by shattered glass, Jiang Chen lies on the floor with vines wrapping around her. Wood branches and thick vines sprout from her legs, her stomach, and even her eyes, tightly binding her entire body. Slowly, the wooden branches melt away, healing her wounds, but the real miracle happens right at her leg. Her amputated limb miraculously regenerates, and even her missing fingers start growing back like a three-dimensional projection. Moments later, Zhao Qian stares blankly at her thin hands with wide eyes, her slender fingers trembling, just like her racing heart. Two fingers on her right hand still bear bloody cracks as she mutters in a shaky voice that she still cannot move them. Right then, Jiang Chen quietly appears behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her as he asks what is wrong with her hand. He holds her delicate hand in his, and instantly the deep cracks on her fingers begin to close up and heal completely. Seeing her fully restored fingers move again, Zhao Qian cries out in absolute joy. They are actually working. She bursts into tears, grabbing his shirt tightly to sob out her gratitude while pressing herself firmly against his chest. Feeling the intense pressure, a very awkward Jiang Chen sighs and tells her they should head back since everyone is looking for her. He guides Zhao Qian back to the group, and immediately one of their classmates shouts out to the others. A classmate yells that Zhao Qian is back, and their teacher quickly rushes over to ask what happened. Shaking with lingering fear, the girl stammers that she ran into a complete psycho killer. The entire crowd gasps in sheer shock, repeating the words "psycho killer" in absolute horror as cold sweat breaks out. One goofy male student clutches his face in terror, muttering that if it had been him, his innocence would have been totally ruined. But honestly, we all know the only person who should be scared is that unfortunate killer. Another student is completely blown away that Jiang Chen actually managed to fight off a literal murderer. The girls whisper among themselves, totally swooning over how insanely brave Jiang Chen is. Their teacher checks on Zhao Qian once more, asking if she is okay or if they need to rush her to a hospital. She leans her head onto Jiang Chen's shoulder, murmuring that she is just exhausted, but Jiang Chen immediately shuts her down. He bluntly tells her to stop hugging him as she is fine, making her blush deeply and quickly back away before the teacher gathers everyone. He instructs everyone to do a head count just to make sure nobody else is missing from the group. Suddenly, a student shouts out that Yang Ji and another classmate seem to have vanished. Jiang Chen rolls his eyes instantly, recognizing the names of those two annoying troublemakers. They are just useless lackeys who always cause trouble, and frankly, he has absolutely zero desire to go out and save them. He pats the teacher's shoulder, telling him not to worry and offering to head back out to look for them. When a classmate asks if he will be fine on his own, Jiang Chen just gives a calm smile. He reassures his friend to stay behind and protect the group while a nearby resort waitress spots him and asks why he is out so late. Jiang Chen points to the dark woods, explaining that two of his classmates have gone missing. Hearing this, the waitress freezes as sheer terror washes over her face and her eyes go completely wide. She trembles and mutters under her breath about how another two people have vanished. Jiang Chen gets serious and directly asks her what has really been going on around this resort. His eyes glow with a strange blue light as he casts a hypnosis spell to force the truth out of her. Shaking with fear under his gaze, she stammers that she barely knows anything since she was only transferred here 2 months ago. But Jiang Chen refuses to let her off the hook, pressing her to spill whatever details she does know. Sweat drips down her pale face as her lips tremble, finally breaking under the pressure to reveal the dark history. She explains that right when she first arrived, a night security guard went out on patrol and ran into something terrifying. Terrified by the murder, the uncle fled immediately, screaming bloody murder at the top of his lungs. Hilariously, the security guard watching the cameras thought he was just jogging and completely ignored him. Confusing a panicked, desperate run with a casual jog, talk about a ridiculously dumb mistake. And that cost a life. The girl continues her tale. The very next day, things got worse. He was murdered inside the restroom, but since he was a lonely old man, they covered it up. Jiang Chen figures that restroom incident points directly to the two ghosts Li Ji encountered. He asks her once more, "Is there anything else?" The gloomy girl mentions hearing rumors about this villa before she arrived. A gardener was drowned here, along with 2 wanted criminals. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes return to normal. He wonders how she still has the courage to stay. The female employee simply raises her hand. She admits the Zhang family promised her a massive monthly salary of 500,000 yuan. Jiang Chen just smiles. Under the eerie night sky, Jiang Chen asks if she is worried about not surviving to spend that cash. Spotting faint red energy trails drifting in the air, Jiang Chen decides to follow them to a nearby house. He gasps, standing right before the door, as a heavy metallic stench hits his nose. The smell of blood is incredibly strong, Jiang Chen mutters, turning on his phone flashlight to scan the room. What kind of cheap haunted house keeps all the lights off? He complains, stepping into the massive room. Looking around, his eyes suddenly freeze as his boot splashes into a thick, dark pool of fresh blood. Staring at the corpse in the puddle, Jiang Chen calmly notes another casualty before squatting down for a closer look. It turns out to be a pretty well-endowed woman. Jiang Chen carefully reaches out to examine the blood near her lips. The blood is still wet, meaning she died recently. Flicking his fingers, he recalls what Li Ji told him earlier. Those two sneaky ghosts usually dispose of the corpses immediately, so Jiang Chen turns around and leaves the body behind. Since they did not hide the body yet, the ghosts must still be nearby. He slips his hands into his pockets. He strolls up the creaky stairs, hoping to locate those two annoying lackeys before he runs into the actual monsters. He shouts out, asking if Yang Ji and Zhao Xiaodong are still alive, telling them to bark if they can hear him. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodong sits in a corner, desperately tapping his dead phone and cursing the lack of a cellular signal. He realizes that sitting around is just waiting for death, so he decides to go out and try his luck. Suddenly, a cold blade is pressed against his neck, making him scream in absolute terror at the sudden ambush. But then Jiang Chen sneaks up behind the spirit, holding a blade to its throat and making it shriek too. Zhao Xiaodong just keeps screaming blindly as Jiang Chen delivers a lightning-fast blow to the startled ghost. The system notification pops up. The ghost was so terrified by the ambush that it disintegrated instantly, granting 15 ghost energy points. Jiang Chen jokingly says it is a pity the guy is still alive, making Xiaodong sob and hug him tightly. He cries with sheer joy. But Jiang Chen ruthlessly kicks him away for ruining his clean clothes right now. Zhao Xiaodong literally begs on his knees to be escorted out of this haunted hellhole. Jiang Chen finally questions him, asking if he actually fought the ghost directly. The trembling coward nods and starts telling the whole crazy story. The monster chased him straight out of the restroom, slashing wildly, forcing him to run all the way here. He keeps whining about how he almost died, prompting Jiang Chen to smack him on the head to shut him up. Ordering him to turn around, Jiang Chen inspects the brutal slash on his back. He notes the guy is incredibly lucky to be alive. Meanwhile, remembering how Li Jie managed to escape completely unharmed, Jiang Chen realizes that Kid might actually be pretty impressive. Escaping without a single scratch is no easy feat. Walking beside Zhao Xiaodong, Jiang Chen suddenly stops to ask where Yang Ji went. Having searched everywhere until he was completely exhausted, the terrified companion explains that he has absolutely no clue. Yang Ji was supposed to wait outside the restroom, but he vanished by the time the door opened. Jiang Chen sighing in annoyance. Now he has to go rescue another idiot, grumbling about how they only bring him endless trouble. Suddenly, Xiaodong clings to him. The guy is trembling violently against his shoulder, making Jiang Chen highly uncomfortable. But when he looks at his friend, the dude has turned completely red, looking incredibly bashful, while making some really weird high-pitched groaning sounds. Jiang Chen delivers a brutal lightning-fast kick directly to his face, shouting at him to get the hell away. Why is a massive grown man acting like a frightened little girl anyway? He snaps. Zhao Xiaodong burst into tears, cradling his face to soothe the pain after taking a brutal kick from Jiang Chen. Missing a tooth, Xiaodong wailed about how terrifying that creature was, but Jiang Chen just looked on and calmly replied. Then do not go inside. His casual words left Xiaodong completely dumbfounded with his eyes wide and mouth agape. With that, Jiang Chen quickly headed in, forcing a frantic Xiaodong to scramble after him, begging brother Jiang not to leave him behind. Inside the gloomy and freezing restroom, Jiang Chen and Zhao Xiaodong were sitting right on top of the toilet bowl. As they waited, a confused Xiaodong asked what they were doing, to which Jiang Chen crossed his legs and simply replied, waiting. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoed near his ears as thick clouds of green smoke began drifting through the outer hallway. Floating in midair like a chilling breeze, the green mist immediately triggered Jiang Chen's sharp instincts, sensing an ominous presence. He muttered that they were finally here just as two mysterious ghosts appeared, the bald one laughing gleefully at their presence. The bald ghost sneered, asking if they came to die, while his blonde companion declared they would show no mercy. Suddenly, a casual chatting voice echoed from inside, asking Xiaodong if he had heard the latest rumors as the ghosts lurked. Peeking right through the restroom doorway, the two spirits listened intently to Jiang Chen's story about a second-year student at their school. He passionately described her wielding a legendary dragon blade, just as the system announced the school drama had hooked the scheming ghost. Ghost energy plus 16, while a shocked Xiaodong blurted out how insane that was. Xiaodong's loud reaction only fueled the ghost's curiosity, making them press their ears flat against the wall. They listened closely as Jiang Chen continued explaining how that female student was directly cornered by him. Totally engrossed in the gossip, one of the ghosts grew highly irritated, wondering what on earth he was saying. He wished the guy would speak louder as the system notified that the scheming ghost was burning with impatience. Jiang Chen slowly continued, claiming he unexpectedly discovered that the girl actually belonged to him all along. His teasing tone drove them crazy with curiosity, making one ghost break a sweat, wondering why the volume dropped at the climax. Why did the volume have to drop? The ghost grumbled, while Jiang Chen kept farming ghost energy, gaining 40 points twice. Playing along perfectly, Xiao Dong asked how he could possibly tolerate that, prompting Jiang Chen to reply with a brilliant, cheerful grin. He couldn't stand it and wanted to kill them, leaving a terrified Xiao Dong to ask if he had a plan while sweating bullets. He prayed the two monsters outside wouldn't suddenly burst in during their chat, while Jiang Chen merely flashed a sinister smile. Completely confident, he declared that no plan was needed. One slash per ghost would end them without any messy consequences. The blonde ghost snickered at his words, mocking Jiang Chen for being a brainless brute who wanted to fight without a plan. But as the arrogant spirit continued talking, a massive blade suddenly came flying right toward him from the darkness. Before he could finish saying they die quickly, the flying blade slammed straight into his open mouth. The impact sent his body flying backward, leaving his partner absolutely paralyzed with shock and dripping with cold sweat. His jaw literally dropped as the system announced that they were not just chatting, adding 60 points of ghost energy. The blonde ghost lay dead on the floor to his partner's horror, while the system identified him as scheming ghost Zhang Guojian. The evil ghost was officially dead, earning 99 ghost energy as the bald spirit frantically yelled at his partner to wake up. But before he could process the loss, a hand reached out and Jiang Chen placed his palm firmly on his head. Shocked, the ghost brushed him off and cursed, but Jiang Chen grabbed his arm just as a sharp blade sprouted from his elbow. The weapon acted as a biological shield to protect him in danger, but Jiang Chen simply squeezed his arm with overwhelming force. Staring down at the shield, he mocked the sneak attack right as the system declared the ambush had failed. Terrified, the ghost yielded 3 points of energy before Jiang Chen released him, leaving him screaming about his hand. Frustrated by only getting 3 measly points, Jiang Chen immediately launched a brutal straight punch right into his face. He followed up with a savage barrage, shouting that twisting his arm off couldn't squeeze out any decent energy. Calling him absolute trash, Jiang Chen's eyes glowed green with madness as he screamed for the monster to die. His final explosive strike caused a massive shockwave, sending the heavily battered ghost tumbling down into the lower level. The creature groaned as thick green smoke filled the room, but Jiang Chen's sharp senses detected something highly unusual. Looking down at the shattered floor and the hole it made, he muttered that the bastard had escaped incredibly fast. In reality, the demon was clinging to the ceiling, panting heavily as he glared down at his formidable foe. With razor-sharp claws sprouting from his fingers, he growled about being pushed into such a pathetic corner. "Today I have to take your head," he mutters, slowly creeping down from the ceiling. He launches a silent ambush from behind, but Jiang Chen spots him instantly with his demon eyes and casts hypnosis. The spell completely knocks the monster out, leaving it completely brain-dead as Jiang Chen grabs it by the head. He slams him face first into the floor, leaving him bloody and bruised. The demon is shocked because he was surely hidden. "How is this possible?" the demon gasps. Jiang Chen simply smirks, his eyes glowing with a cold, sinister light. "Did you really think my demon eyes were just for show?" He immediately summons Zhao Xiaodong, who appears in an instant. Holding a massive blade, Zhao Xiaodong bows to his master. Jiang Chen takes the weapon to finish off the grounded monster. "I am sending you to reunite with your brother," he says cleanly, slicing right through the demon's brain stem. The blade splits the monster in two. Instantly, the system chimes to confirm that the scheming demon Zhang Guojian is dead. He gains 99 points of demon energy. Jiang Chen smiles, satisfied that the job is finally done. "Let us go," he says. Zhao Xiaodong quickly follows. But as they walk, a strange shadow suddenly peeks out from a nearby wall. "Wait, is that Yang Ji?" He stumbles out from behind the corner, his head horribly bent backward. Zhao Xiaodong rushes over to his friend, asking if he is okay and saying they had been looking everywhere. Sensing danger, Jiang Chen holds Zhao Xiaodong back and warns him to wait. And his gut feeling is absolutely correct. Yang Ji is no longer human. His eyes are blank, his face pale, and terrifying green veins bulge across his skin. Zhao Xiaodong begs in panic, asking brother Jiang to use his incredible powers and somehow save their friend. Jiang Chen closely watches Yang Ji, who has fully turned into a zombie corpse, and suddenly bolts away, shrieking wildly. As Yang Ji vanishes, Zhao Xiaodong yells out in worry while Jiang Chen immediately dashes forward to give chase. They pursue him down the corridor. Jiang Chen presses himself flat against the wall, moving with absolute careful precision. But a bad teammate is always worse than a strong enemy. Zhao Xiaodong mindlessly crashes right into Jiang Chen back. Jiang Chen gets knocked flat on his face. Zhao Xiaodong quickly apologizes, claiming he just could not brake in time. Up ahead, Yang Ji stops and looks back. He blankly scratches his head, completely lost in this strange, empty room. He runs around frantically as if searching for something, muttering that it must be over here as they shout for him to stop. Zhao Xiaodong has absolutely no idea what his friend is chasing, wondering why he cannot see whatever Yang Ji is running after. Drenched in sweat, Jiang Chen realizes that their friend has definitely fallen under the curse of some supernatural rules. He might just keep running and running blindly until his body completely gives out and he dies of exhaustion. Jiang Chen tosses his blade over to Zhao Xiaodong for self-defense, then dashes off while shouting a quick warning to his partner. "Just stay right here and do not wander off," he orders. Zhao Xiaodong catches the weapon, looking completely clueless. Zhao Xiaodong obediently waits in place, sweating and trembling with fear, as his strange, heavy footsteps echo through the darkness. Panicking, he asks, who is there, as a staggered silhouette limps into view, dragging its feet heavily. It is just Yang Ji. His face is still covered in bulging veins, sweating profusely and panting with heavy exhaustion. The zombie collapses to the ground, wheezing. Zhao Xiaodong rushes over, asking his friend what is wrong. Sweating nervously, Zhao Xiaodong slowly inches closer to inspect the groaning figure on the cold floor. "You look absolutely terrifying like this. Even if we are on duty, we should take a quick break." Suddenly, a bearded demon whispers directly into his ear. "How can we rest?" The guard monster growls, eyes glowing with fury. "How will we catch the killer if we rest? You should join us, kid." Zhao Xiaodong falls backward in sheer terror. Staring at the beast, he screams for it to stay back and hurls the knife Jiang Chen gave him earlier. Zhao Xiaodong trembles violently, his eyes wide with horror, as he realizes the guard demon is completely unharmed by the blade. Instead, the demon sneers at how weak his throw was just as another blade suddenly flies in from the dark. Because using too much force makes it harder to control, Jiang Chen remarks, cleanly slicing the monster in half. "You are that security guard who was killed, right? Why not just stay dead instead of turning into a monster and trying to harm others?" The guard demon only chuckles ominously. Oddly, Jiang Chen's system screen shows absolutely nothing. Jiang Chen wonders why he didn't receive any demon points. Meanwhile, the wounded guard demon begins to shriek uncontrollably. Its neck suddenly bulges out like it swallowed a massive egg, and then the head snaps completely off. The detached head morphs, sprouting a brand new miniature body with full limbs. The freakish creature then leaps straight toward Yang Ji. The monster grabs Yang Ji from behind and yanks his head back, laughing wickedly and daring him to strike again. It mocks him to go ahead if he does not care about his friend, but a beam of light instantly pierces the guardian ghost's face. The bleeding guardian ghost collapses, crying out that Jiang Chen has no conscience, while Jiang Chen simply blows the smoke off his weapon. He calmly asks where the ghost got that fake intel because nobody ever said they were friends. Just then, the system chimes in. The demon miscalculated, earning Jiang Chen 99 ghost energy points. Yang Ji snaps back to normal, but the intense blast has torn his ear. Yang Ji screams in agony. His ear is torn and Zhao Xiaodong stands behind him, looking deeply worried. He asks if Yang Ji is okay, and seeing him cry so miserably, Jiang Chen smiles. The guy is saved. Zhao Xiaodong supports the trembling boy and panics, begging Jiang Chen to come over and check what is wrong with Yang Ji. Jiang Chen dryly asks if Yang Ji lacks a mouth of his own. Meanwhile, Yang Ji clutches his bloody torn ear. Sobbing, he begs Jiang Chen to save him, promising to serve him faithfully like a loyal servant forever. Jiang Chen touches the boy's ear and says he is lucky he is in a good mood today. Yang Ji whimpers in pain. He begs him to be gentle, but Jiang Chen notes that a minor ear injury shouldn't hurt this badly. Looking closely at the bloody ear, Jiang Chen notices dark swirling energy clinging to it. The ghost curse is active. Suddenly, the pain vanishes. Yang Ji is amazed by how incredibly skilled Jiang Chen really is. Somewhere else, the rapid clicking of shoes echoes through the dark as a terrified girl runs for her life. Panic fills her eyes. She just found one person only to lose two more. She needs to warn everyone to leave this mountain villa. But as she runs, her shoe steps right into a patch of glowing green slime on the floor. With a wet squelch, strange slimy vines erupt from the ground and tightly wrap around her leg. The green vines quickly swarm her entire body. She tries to scream for help, but the thick moss completely muffs her voice. She curses her terrible luck, thinking about how she just got promoted and has not even received her first paycheck yet. She is about to die before even touching her 500,000 salary when suddenly a strong hand grabs her arm. Zhao Erhu pulls her out of the slime, muttering that he knew the ghost energy near the bridge felt unusually heavy. Pulling her to safety, Zhao Erhu smiles and asks if she is all right, but the terrified girl just screams for him to run. She flees while screaming about monsters. Zhao Erhu watches her run, deeply disappointed that she did not even say thank you. He sighs at her rudeness, but the slimy vines have already targeted him, rapidly creeping up to bind his legs. Staring at the closing trap, Zhao Erhu realizes there is no time to complain about bad manners anymore. Zhao Erhu unleashes a powerful spiritual attack, rapidly forming sacred Buddhist hand seals while chanting his ultimate samadhi cleansing mantras. Demanding the monster reveal its true form, he releases a massive wave of energy that burns a glowing seal into the vines. Triggering the exorcism seal, Zhao Erhu leaps high into the air, wondering if he is causing a bit too much commotion. Beneath the shredded vines, a figure emerges, summoning a massive ring of torrential water. Zhao Erhu sighs, admitting he is terrible with female ghosts. The water ghost Sun Mailing appears, standing proudly atop a surging wave while Zhao Erhu lands on the water with a heavy splash. Zhao Erhu charges forward and Sun Mailing meets him head-on as the two clash in a spectacular flurry of high-speed moves. Sweating from the intense fight, he warns her that the sea of suffering is endless, urging her to turn back now. But the watery demon ignores his plea, leaping high into the air to launch a fierce kick at him. She snaps that she has no intention of ever returning to land, but Zhao Erhu predicts her move and grabs her leg. In that case, Zhao Erhu yells that he will drag her back to shore, pulling her down as Sun Mailing screams in fury. She screams for the filthy man to die, whipping her hair of sharp moss at him. Zhao Erhu barely dodges the deadly strands. Deadly tendrils keep flying at him, and though Zhao Erhu dodges and weaves gracefully, the moss is growing way too fast. Unfortunately, the vines completely trap him. Screaming in panic that he is finished, Zhao Erhu quickly pulls out his secret weapon. It is a loudspeaker with the word Buddha written on it. Without some technology, he would definitely die here today. He quickly switches it on, and loud Buddhist chanting immediately blares out, forcing the creeping moss to retreat. Sun Mailing screams in horror at the sound. Zhao Erhu proudly yells back that this machine was blessed by 108 holy abbots. He asks if she thought it was a toy, but suddenly the audio starts fading and the speaker goes dead. Zhao Erhu runs for his life, deeply regretting that he forgot to bring spare batteries while the furious Sun Mailing closes in. She unleashes a swarm of vines directly at him, screaming that he cannot escape as the deadly tendrils rapidly close the distance. Erhu clicked his tongue in frustration. Not again. Channeling his light energy, he quickly activated his sacred mudras to build a defense. A glowing shield materialized, allowing him to bounce off the force and launch himself straight back up toward the shore. The furious water ghost, Sun Mailing, screamed for him to return as the waves crashed violently. Suddenly, a newcomer stepped in. He advised him that keeping classmates safe was enough, no need to fight. Erhu looked over in surprise. Zhang Xiaoming emerged with a smug smile, mocking their supposedly useless classmates. He admitted Erhu was actually quite a special opponent, then casually pointed to his companion and introduced him as his personal butler. Sizing them up, Erhu made a choice. He launched himself directly at Zhang Xiaoming. It was a cheap shot, but saving his classmates meant he had to end this fast. Taking Zhang Xiaoming hostage was his only play. Seeing him charge, the panicked teen shrieked for his butler to step in. Instantly, Butler Zhang vanished, reappearing right in front of Erhu. Blocking the blow, Erhu groaned at the sheer, insane impact. How did Zhang Xiaoming even recruit an expert of this caliber? The two clashed in a fierce flurry of blows. Vicious strikes rained down, severely bruising Erhu's hands as dark ghostly energy began to seep from his dangerous opponent. Recognizing the ghost-refining sect, Erhu called him out, earning a sinister smirk from the elder Zhang Xianhai. Stunned, Erhu demanded to know if he feared retribution from the alliances, but Zhang Xianhai just laughed wildly while clutching a strange gem. Oozing a foul liquid, he mocked that dead men tell no tales. Inside that gem sat a hideous creature. The screeching beast was a ghost slave. Butler Zhang grinned as a dark mission notification flashed on his phone. Taking down a Zhao family disciple would net him a sweet 500 points on the black market. Unleashing the beast, the butler declared it was dinner time, while Erhu barely managed to dodge its explosive first strike. As the monster relentlessly pursued him, Erhu quickly began weaving powerful hand signs to invoke his sacred spell. With a powerful burst of energy, he blasted the screeching demon back, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. That was too close. Frustrated by the failure, Butler Zhang glared at him, seething with rage. He realized Erhu was near C rank despite his youth, making his bounty worth at least 1,000 points. The butler initiated another ritual, sacrificing 10,000 souls as purple mist erupted from the demon's maw. With glowing eyes, the monster suddenly swelled to 3 times its original size, but Erhu simply scoffed and gripped his shirt. Tearing off his shirt, brilliant glowing tattoos flared across his skin. He was ready. Blessed by the dragon elephant golden light, a blinding aura erupted from him, catching Jiang Chen eye from afar. Recognizing that legendary aura, Jiang Chen recalled what Chen Shui had told him about the elite factions. Among the top 6 powers ruling the Taoist alliance, the Dragon Elephant Temple was legendary for its elite disciples. This golden light was their signature technique. It quickly became clear that Erhu's background was far more impressive than anyone realized. The monster lunged. Erhu met it head-on with a devastating punch, easily shattering its massive form. After sorting this beast out, he fully intended to teach its master a lesson next. Zhang Xiaoming began to panic, but Butler Zhang's expression darkened with greedy excitement upon identifying his target. A Zhao clan member who was also a temple disciple, killing him would make Zhang's bounty absolutely legendary. Flicking his blood onto the demon, he unleashed the blood soul sacrifice, urging the beast to show him its true terrifying power. Armed with primal chaotic power, the mutated beast threw a massive punch, its face twisted in pure rage. From across the bridge, Jiang Chen shouted a warning just as Sun Meiling rose silently from the dark waters. Eru yelled back to ignore him and secure the dorms. Jiang Chen nodded, signaling his understanding before taking off. Jiang Chen leaped straight off the bridge. Water splashes absolutely everywhere, leaving both Zhao Erhu and Li Jie completely baffled by his extremely bizarre and sudden underwater plunge. The water ghost, Sun Meiling, charges at him. Calmly smiling, Jiang Chen notes that he has successfully reeled her in. He brandishes his sea-dominating dragon card. A majestic giant fish emerges, and Jiang Chen's body immediately begins to mutate and transform deep below the ocean's surface. Gills form on his neck. His teeth grow razor-sharp as the system issues an alert. He randomly draws the water-splitting divine ability. Jiang Chen flashes a terrifying smile, exposing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Swirling water gathers in his palm, and he playfully tells the ghost to embrace him. She screams in horror. Jiang Chen locks her in a tight grip, leaving the system to announce her utter shock. Ghost energy increases by 30 points. Jiang Chen keeps teasing her about her fresh look before suddenly biting her hair. Jiang Chen says seaweed is his favorite. With her hair completely torn, the furious water ghost screams for him to let her go. Jiang Chen keeps both arms clamped around her. She screams for freedom while he just chews on her seaweed hair. Full and satisfied, Jiang Chen tosses her away, telling her to get lost. She crashes into the lake, leaving Zhao Erhu completely speechless. Did he just launch a water ghost straight out of the lake? No one expected Jiang Chen to be this strong. But in that split second of distraction, Zhao Erhu fails to notice the ghost servant sneaking up and gets violently blasted away. Coughing up blood, Zhao Erhu realizes his chest was almost pierced. How on earth did this monster get so much stronger? The servant charges with eerie screeches. Meanwhile, back with Jiang Chen, dark twisted tendrils are silently creeping up right behind his back. Dark tendrils wrap tightly around him. Despite the sudden surprise attack, Jiang Chen does not flinch and glares back. Still trying, are we? As the black tendrils drag him under, Jiang Chen just smirks. Getting dragged under is fine by him since he won't scare bystanders. Meanwhile, the water ghost reaches a whole new tier. Watching him sink, the water ghost lets out a sinister laugh as her own face begins to crack open. Did you really think you could escape, little guy? Bubbles erupt as those dark strands reveal themselves to be massive octopus tentacles. The massive tentacle wraps around his neck, but he just smiles, calmly mocking her for having a transformation of her own. Well, then he won't hold back either. His face turns demonic as the system announces the activation of his sea dragon state. His body surges with power as his hands mutate. To beat a monster, he has to become one. Physical form shifting completely, he turns into a monstrous sea dragon. Glowing eyes burning, he lets out a savage roar and charges. Trust me, you are not ready for this fight. Down in the deep water, he has absolutely no fear. Massive tentacles lash out, but he slices them to pieces in seconds. The water ghost sneers, asking if he can truly cut them all. Suddenly, a massive tentacle whips straight across his face. Gritting his teeth, he blocks the incoming strike with his bare arms and charges right back at her. He holds back the crushing weight, but quickly realizes he is completely surrounded by tentacles in every single direction. Blocking is useless. Thinking fast, he dives deep, dragging the fight to the bottom. He lures her into tangling her own limbs together. Right then, the system pops up, unlocking his devastating ultimate skill. The Sea Dragon state will expire 2 seconds after activation. Without hesitating, Jiang Chen hits the confirmation button. He excitedly goads her to wrap him even tighter. The water ghost glares back at him with pure hatred. She asks if he has any last words before she crushes him. Jiang Chen just grins and tells her one thing. Warning her to brace herself, he unleashes a devastating wave of energy to blast her away. Blasted backward, she feels absolute despair. Those precious death tendrils took her so much agonizing effort to evolve. She screams in agony. The system alerts that Sun Meiling is utterly devastated, granting him 99 ghost energy. Reverting to his human form, he realizes she survived the blast. He needs to bind her before she recovers. There is no telling what other tricks she has up her sleeve. He casts the 5-finger water prison. Vibrant blue light constricts around her. As the binding tightens, her entire face suddenly flushes bright red. The system chimes in. She is highly embarrassed, giving him 50 ghost energy. Jiang Chen chuckles. This sight is definitely not for kids. He makes a quick hand sign. With a simple wave of his hand, her limbs are pulled apart. He decides to make things even more highly inappropriate for the audience. She screams in pure agony while he laughs with absolute glee, telling her to go ahead and scream. No one is coming to save her. Gasping for air, she croaks out that helping a murderer will ruin him. He will never find peace. Confused, Jiang Chen asks what on earth she is talking about with this murderer stuff. She shrieks for Zhang Xiaoming accomplice to stop acting innocent. Jiang Chen scoffs at the mention of the name. While the lake glows under the dark night, Zhao Erhu is back on shore, desperately trading blows with the ghost servant. The monster matches him blow for blow, occasionally slamming its massive fists right down on the spot he stands. Fortunately, Zhao Erhu barely manages to leap out of the way. Covered in wounds, he wipes the blood from his mouth. This servant's power seems completely limitless. Dark energy continues to pour directly from the hands of Butler Jiang. He is pushing his energy to the absolute limit. His face turns pale as the servant's aura begins to weaken. Exhausted but wearing a triumphant smirk, he mocks the Longxiang Temple disciple for being so incredibly weak. Zhao Erhu is sweating bullets, veins pulsing on his forehead. He has to end this quickly, or the blood soul sacrifice will consume them both. Otherwise, he is dead. Butler Zhang shrieks out, ordering the ghost servant to slaughter Zhao Erhu, who reaches behind his shirt. It seems there is no easy way out of this today. Gripping his weapon, Zhao Erhu really hates using this life-shortening tool. He absolutely loathes sacrificing his own lifespan. Suddenly, Zhao Erhu's eyes glow as a blast of water knocks the ghost servant back. Xiaoming can only watch in utter confusion. Standing high on a massive wave with one hand in his pocket, Jiang Chen holds a swirling water ball and grins at Zhao Erhu. Should they kill the ghost first or the person? Zhao Erhu is ecstatic. He tells Jiang Chen his timing is perfect, proposing they split the targets. Riding the wave, Jiang Chen easily agrees. Fired up with newfound courage, Zhao Erhu launches a fierce charge. Without the blood soul sacrifice backing it up, a minor ghost servant is nothing to fear. Zhao Erhu dashes forward, slicing through the air with incredible speed. The ghost servant simply cannot keep up with his movements, completely failing to react in time. He delivers a brutal blow that sends the beast flying. The giant entity begins to shrink rapidly until Zhao Erhu stomps down, completely shattering it to pieces. Butler Zhang is completely exhausted. Gasping for breath, he curses himself for wasting too much blood earlier. His body is completely drained and he feels like fainting after just 2 steps. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is hot on his heels. In absolute terror, the old butler flees, desperately screaming for Master Zhang Xiaoming to help him. But he freezes. The space in front of him is completely empty. That young master has already run off. Jiang Chen casually waves his hand, sending a blast of energy directly into Butler Zhang's back. Wincing in pain, the butler looks at his torn clothing. Jiang Chen jumps down gracefully from the wave. Raising his hand to show a bloody seal, the butler warns him that he cannot be killed because of his Dark League mark. Zhao Erhu quickly warns Jiang Chen to just capture him or else the blood seal will trigger. But on the butler's arm, something happens. Another ghost servant emerges from the old man's arm, laughing maniacally. He gloats that he still had one more monster hidden away. Though surprised by this sudden appearance, Jiang Chen coldly strikes, chopping the creature down. The monster crashes to the floor with a heavy thud, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. As Butler Zhang collapses, Jiang Chen looks at his bloody hands and grins. Looks like he overdid it. On the ground, the butler's arm begins to erupt in hideous bubbling blisters, just like the ghost servant. Red mist erupts from the corpse, prompting Jiang Chen to quickly leap back to avoid the sinister energy. But a crimson seal still appears on his hand. Jiang Chen wonders what this creepy thing is, while Zhao Erhu offers some advice. He tells Jiang Chen not to waste his energy as the blood seal cannot be wiped off. Jiang Chen simply sighs. Whatever. He figures it is just like the curse from the hospital. Meanwhile, the system keeps giving him notifications. Ghost energy increases by 99 points twice. Suddenly, another ghost servant materializes and charges right at them. Jiang Chen steps in front, but Zhao Erhu tells him to move. Holding his weapon, Zhao Erhu knows this will cost him a year of his life. He thanks his friend but jumps into the fray anyway. The ghost servant spews a torrent of foul liquid at him. He mocks its spitting ability before conjuring a massive water vortex. The ghost servant freezes in pure shock. Sweating profusely, the creature stares as a majestic water dragon rises behind Jiang Chen, radiating pure power. Did this tiny monster really think it could match the entire lake behind him? Jiang Chen unleashes his ultimate strike. The water dragon burial hits, completely obliterating the ghost servant and dispersing the lingering red mist. The system confirms a half-wrathful ghost infant has been slain, rewarding him 99 ghost energy. Jiang Chen finally breathes easy. Transforming into a demon twice in one single day is exhausting. He checks his total ghost energy, which has reached 2720. He is thrilled. Turning 2 one-star cards into over 2,000 points is a massive profit. Zhao Erhu walks up behind him amazed. Zhao Erhu praises his hidden strength, but Jiang Chen just shrugs it off. Still, Zhao Erhu remains quite worried. Killing that butler means offending the ghost refining sect, which spells major trouble. Jiang Chen asks if he knows anything about the Dark League. Zhao Erhu knows a bit but has not dug too deep. He explains that the Dark League is filled with dangerous eccentrics. They have ghost tamers, ghost refiners, and even lunatics who turn themselves into monsters just to satisfy their dark desires. These freaks abuse their supernatural powers to cause chaos. The blood seal is a tracking mark issued by the Dark League headquarters itself. Killing someone with it puts you on their global hit list. With someone as strong as Jiang Chen, they will not let it slide. His bounty will probably reach 30,000 points, equal to a B-tier powerhouse. Zhao Erhu urges him to seek protection from his family. Jiang Chen just smiles, secretly amused as he thinks to himself about the situation. Jiang Chen smirks, thinking about how he has no prestigious family backing him, especially since old Jiang who raised him disappeared years ago. He glances at his glowing red system interface, thinking that he has a much better cheat code anyway. He figures this system is 100 times better than any elite bloodline. He reviews his options. A 1-star card can slaughter basic evil spirits, while a 2-star card can wipe out fierce ghosts. The stars flash in his mind, proving that more stars mean he can easily take down even deadlier threats. He deduces that a 3-star card should easily shred even a red-clothed calamity, a red-clothed specter completely. He praises his own genius, knowing a B-rank expert is equivalent to only half of that threat. Once he pulls a 3-star card, he won't have to fear anyone. Jiang Chen lets out a pretty creepy smirk as he fantasizes about his overpowered future, leaving Zhao Erhu utterly baffled by his reaction. Zhao Erhu can only watch in silence, wondering how someone targeted by the deadly An Ming can still laugh like a maniac. He wonders if the kid was literally scared out of his mind. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoes from the glowing blue pool, churning the water into a violent, thrashing whirlpool. A terrifying female demon with pale green hair, sharp fangs, and sickly green skin thrashes wildly, screaming at the top of her lungs. She demands to be let go. Jiang Chen finally snaps out of his daydream, dropping to one knee as he looks down at her. He mutters that he almost completely forgot about her, which suddenly reminds Zhao Erhu of the captive spirit thrashing right in front of them. With a desperate burst of strength, the scaly-legged green specter leaps upward, trying to shatter the fluid prison holding her down. Groaning in agony, her sheer physical thrashing is so violent that Jiang Chen binding water chains begin to crack and fade. As the magic seal unravels, Jiang Chen grows visibly pale, desperately straining to channel his energy to maintain the hold. This is bad, he thinks, realizing his exhausted body cannot maintain this spell for much longer as the demon fights back. The green monster contorts in a bizarre, desperate posture, gritting her teeth to snap the remaining liquid binds. The water ropes completely shatter into mist, rendering his restraint technique entirely useless as Jiang Chen slumps backward in exhaustion. Before the green demon can lunge forward, Zhao Erhu rushes in, standing firmly in front of Jiang Chen with a confident smirk. He grins, telling him to step back and let a real expert handle this. He quickly raises his hands to prepare a spell. He unleashes a mid-tier sealing spell, pinching his index finger and thumb together. A brilliant burst of golden light suddenly erupts from the center of his palm. Swiftly crossing his hands, he presses his ring finger flat into his open palm, setting up the foundation for the secondary containment array. He barks out the activation word bind as his hands interlock, releasing an even brighter, blinding flash of energy. Oblivious to the trap laid out right in front of her, the green fiend charges straight toward them, screaming like a wild animal. She shrieks that she wants to butcher Jiang Xiaoming lapdogs, completely unaware of the golden beams of light converging on her. The light beams lock together, forming a massive cross-shaped array that pins her down right at the center of the intersection. The green specter looks around in utter confusion, unable to understand why her limbs are frozen solid. Zhao Erhu sighs in relief, saying that was too close, but luckily his sealing array held her back in time. Jiang Chen watches from behind in awe as the arrays settle. Once she is completely secured, Zhao Erhu lets out a heavy sigh. He mutters that she is just another tragic soul, prompting an incredibly confused look from Jiang Chen. He asks why he would say that, prompting Zhao Erhu to turn back with a grim, serious expression. Did Jiang Chen miss the thick aura of resentment clinging to Jiang Xiaoming, likely left behind by her? Those 2 green handprints on his back prove that this vengeful spirit was murdered by him when she was still alive. That is why the young master is so desperate to cover his tracks. He hired a butler from the An Ming sect to use their forbidden arts to permanently erase her lingering grudge. A brief image flashes of an An Ming member bleeding heavily from a forbidden ritual. Jiang Chen finally puts the pieces together. He knew the guy was arrogant, but he never expected him to actually commit cold-blooded murder. Zhao Erhu sighs, noting that human cruelty always exceeds whatever limits one can possibly imagine. Turning back to the thrashing green specter who is still screaming for her freedom, Jiang Chen contemplates her fate. He asks if they should put her down now or let her exact her revenge, first shocking Zhao Erhu with his cold pragmatism. Zhao Erhu admits he was worried the kid would be too soft and release her, but Jiang Chen's expression turns completely cold. Coldly baring her teeth, she terrifyingly asks if he'll release her, mockingly claiming that human depravity always exceeds his wildest imagination. Yet deep down inside, he's actually thinking that letting her go means losing a perfect source of ghost energy. Jiang Chen knows it isn't time to eliminate this green water ghost just yet, so he tells Zhao Erhu that if they're unsure what to do with her right now, they should handle that Jiang Xiaoming kid first. Zhao Erhu readily agrees and says they should head out immediately. Zhao Erhu then, instantly uses his magic to lift the massive cross-shaped seal binding the green water ghost high into the air. Zhao Erhu and Jiang Chen rocket high into the sky with the tightly bound green water ghost dragging right along behind them. The bound green ghost screams herself hoarse, demanding they release her. Meanwhile, in a dead silent parking lot, a solitary bus sits waiting. Its windows and doors are completely covered with countless glowing yellow paper talismans. These bright sheets, crowding around the vehicle, are powerful protective talismans. Inside the bus, Zheng Xiaoming is sweating bullets and trembling in sheer terror. He peers outside with wide, terrified eyes, whispering to butler Zhang that things look terribly wrong and that damn Jiang Chen has completely ruined his plans. Above them, a thin crescent moon hangs in a dark, heavily clouded sky. A bloody storm feels like it's brewing as Jiang Chen casually peels one of the protective talismans off the bus. He stares at the yellow paper with utter contempt, mockingly comparing the messy scribbles to a child's drawing. Feeling like he's holding garbage, he tosses it away and wonders what kind of trash they used to cover the vehicle. Zhao Erhu hears this and immediately steps in to explain the truth behind the bizarre scene. He tells him that this is Butler Zhang's scapegoat magic designed to shield Zhang Xiaoming from his sins. When the kid brutally murdered that girl, she must have felt an unimaginable, overwhelming level of pure hatred. She glared at him with her final bloody breath, her trembling hands filled with absolute rage and resentment. Zhao Erhu explains that in her final moments she unleashed a devastating, agonizing curse directly upon him. Two phantom hands clamp onto Zhang Xiaoming back, anchoring the painful curse deep within his very soul. Zhang Xiaoming shrieks in absolute agony, clutching his sweat-drenched shoulder. Intrigued, Jiang Chen asks how this spell actually works. Zhao Erhu explains that the technique uses a massive wave of protective talismans to completely mask his life signature. It suppresses Zhang Xiaoming's presence, essentially turning him into a hidden, lifeless puppet. While he sits safely behind a barrier of talismans, they trick the ghost into slaughtering innocent people nearby instead. With every life taken, the ghost's curse on him slowly weakens. As the green ghost brutally decapitates everyone around him, Zhao Erhu calmly details the dark theory. By sacrificing innocent lives to the ghost, the spirit's burning rage is slowly exhausted, allowing the curse to fade. Jiang Chen gasps in sudden realization, finally understanding the sick logic. He immediately recalls seeing Zhang Xiaoming in the crowd. No wonder that bastard kept his hands hidden behind his back. The physical curse marks were fading. Realizing the scumbag had sacrificed countless innocent lives, Jiang Chen smiles wickedly, and trust me, things are about to get incredibly satisfying. "Hey, beautiful, let me bother you for a second," he whispers. Seeing his creepy, highly suspicious grin, the ghost shrieks in terror, desperately demanding to know what he wants. Instead of backing off, Jiang Chen presses his face right up to hers. He rubs against her face with a sinister gaze, softly asking if she still deeply hates Zhang Xiaoming. Squeezing her eyes shut, she desperately stammers, asking what he wants. Jiang Chen simply laughs and gives her a devilish smile. He tells her they simply cannot let that bastard off the hook too easily. Saying this, he slowly unties the heavy ropes. As the magical restraints completely dissolve, Jiang Chen politely swings the bus door open and gestures for her to go inside. "After you, my lady," he says smoothly. Hiding beneath the seats, Zhang Xiaoming notices the door slowly creaking open. He cautiously pokes his head out, calling for Butler Zhang, but is instantly greeted by strands of thick, slimy seaweed hair. The wet algae strands wave in the air, multiplying rapidly as they creep closer and closer toward him. Zhang Xiaoming freezes in absolute silence. His quiet, terrified whimpers quickly escalate into a full-blown, blood-curdling scream. "Who the hell is out there?" he shrieks. In response to his cries, the green ghost slowly reveals her stunning yet terrifying face. She smiles with a mixture of deep sorrow and spite, asking if he forgot her already. Zhang Xiaoming stands frozen, completely speechless. He stammers, trying to ask who she is. Seaweed floods the interior as the wet ghost squelches her way toward him. A sharp strand of hair pierces directly through his mouth. Baring her jagged teeth, she launches her final attack. She tears into him mercilessly, leaving Zhang Xiaoming choking on his own blood as it gushes from his mouth. The bus suddenly bounces up with a violent crash. Witnessing this crazy scene, Zhao Erhu and Jiang Chen both freeze up and shout in unison. With a fight this intense, how deep is their grudge? From the cracks of the bus door, liquid leaks out. Thick tomato sauce pours out. Then the doors swing open, letting a massive wave of fluid flow from the inside. It gushes out like a disgusting pool of chili oil. Jiang Chen and his buddy step forward, looking closely at the scene. They walk in and cannot help but gasp. Holy crap, she got torn to absolute shreds. It is a literal pool of strawberry sauce with a severed hand sticking straight up. Suddenly, the ghost sneaks up behind them, letting out a low, creepy grunt. Jiang Chen casually asks his buddy if they should do this. Zhao Erhu does not hesitate, replying absolutely before they both calmly raise their hands to activate their spell, the 800-mile golden light incantation. The ghost panics instantly, letting out a startled gasp as the system notification screen pops up. Sneak attack failed and got suppressed instead, leading to pure frustration. Ghost energy plus 78. Hit by their two palms. The ghost now lies battered on the ground, weeping bitterly. Moments later, the two walk back outside. Jiang Chen drags the ghost by her leg, asking his friend if he has any use for her. If not, let me have her. Zhao Erhu replies, I think her humanity is not fully gone, so let us call the underworld officers to handle this. Outside the gate, everyone stares in awe as the duo emerges, whispering praises. Jiang Chen is back, and is he actually dragging a ghost with him? I cannot believe they can catch ghosts too, that is so awesome. Suddenly, the ghost is thrown hard onto the ground, whimpering in pain. Li Ji points down at the shivering ghost, asking Zhao Erhu if he caught her. Zhao Erhu proudly smiles and sets things straight. He says Jiang Chen caught her. Jiang Chen grins, grabbing the ghost by the hair as he jokingly asks his friend, I see you are pretty desperate. Want me to release her so you two can have a quick date? Li Jie frantically waves his hands. No way, definitely not. Just then, Sun Dai pops out of the crowd. Seeing them, she quickly waves and calls out to the master. She says she has something to report. Jiang Chen steps closer, asking if she is the sweeping girl from the bridge. He asks what is wrong. Sun Dai tremblingly points at the female ghost, stammering that she actually knows her. The ghost looks up, gasping in recognition. Jiang Chen is quite surprised, asking if she really knows this female spirit. She explains that her name is Sun Meiling, her close friend who left their village to work in the city with her. Originally, they both applied to be servers at the Zheng Corporation, but Meiling was sent to work at their private holiday resort. Within 2 days, Meiling told her that young Master Zheng had taken a serious liking to her. He was pursuing her like crazy, and she was happily sharing all the details over the phone. She was enjoying the luxurious resort life. But as Sun Dai finishes her story, her voice turns incredibly heavy and sorrowful. Soon after, she completely vanished. Sun Dai only came to this resort to search for her. Hearing this, the ghost finally recognizes her old friend, tremblingly whispering her name. This leaves Sun Dai absolutely frozen in pure disbelief. Tears stream down the ghost's face as she cries out for Sun Dai, who weeps in response. Jiang Chen watches on, feeling utterly disgusted. That absolute scumbag Zheng Xiaoming did not just play with her heart, he ruined her life and tore these two friends apart. They were so close, and now they are separated by life and death. Zhao Erhu leans in close, whispering into his ear, do not destroy this spirit. She is actually quite special, and the underworld officers could really use her. Jiang Chen is quite surprised to hear that. Cut to the dark night sky right outside the resort. Under the crescent moon, a helicopter suddenly swoops in. Talk about perfect timing, because the underworld officers just arrived. A woman slides open the helicopter door and directly flips down into a freefall without any hesitation. It is a stunning landing, but her impact completely shatters the concrete beneath her hand. Her gaze narrows immediately. Moments later, her squad jumps down right behind her. She confidently leads the way while her men follow. Walking up to a solid wall, they phase straight through it without breaking a sweat. As soon as they step inside, they find themselves face to face with Jiang Chen. A voice introduces her as the class underworld captain. Her name is Xu Lei. She immediately turns to her subordinates, ordering 2 of them to handle the onlookers. They quickly nod in agreement. Suddenly, Li Ji spots bizarre misty trails and panics, thinking they are ghosts. That creepy green mist drifts closer and closer. In absolute panic, he screams for Jiang Chen and Zhao Erhu to come save him. Suddenly, another hand grabs Li Jie. The underworld officer tells him to stay calm, as he is only here to help him forget today's bad memories. A strange spell flows from the officer's hand, binding itself to Li Ji. Right after, a tiny mysterious creature slowly begins to emerge. Clinging to his arm with its jagged, messy teeth, Li Jie shrieks in terror to stay back, but the tiny monster keeps crawling up. Then it suddenly stretches its extra large mouth wide and takes a massive bite right out of Li Ji's head. As if completely hypnotized by the creature, he stops resisting entirely and lets out a bizarre, joyful cry. He laughs out that it feels absolutely amazing, while Erhu watches in shock, noting those underworld nightmare ghosts are specifically used to wipe clean a person's memories. Erhu then turns to Xu Lei and explains this is the female ghost they captured, while Sun Meiling stands behind them, baring her teeth menacingly. He hopes she still has a sliver of humanity left, but before he can finish, a massive hand bursts from the floor right next to Xu Lei's feet. That hand then shoots directly past Erhu, forcing him to throw his body backward to dodge as a wave of pure terror floods his mind. A Class C expert, Jiang Chen, realizes in shock, sensing another presence lurking deep within her shadow. Before Sun Meiling can react, the colossal hand squeezes her neck and lifts her effortlessly off the ground. Gripped with absolute ease, strange glowing vessels begin sprouting out from that massive hand. They slide right into Sun Meiling's mouth, and the blood-colored probe confirms a tiny fragment of humanity remains. Sealing this ghost inside a vessel could boost their success rate by 40%, Xu Lei calculates silently. Nearby, the ordinary citizens are still getting their heads bitten by nightmare monsters to wipe their memories as an agent walks over. He reports to the captain that the job is finished and the people's minds have been successfully cleared. The day's victims just stand there laughing foolishly while Xu Lei casually raises her hand. She points forward and commands the remaining cleanup to be handled by the logistics team before walking right past Jiang Chen. Her massive chest accidentally brushes against him, leaving Jiang Chen completely stunned as he blurts out how incredibly huge they are. Suddenly, a massive eye rises from the ground, glaring at him as the system screen pops up, adding 500 ghost energy points. Erhu spots his friend's smug, grinning face and whispers in utter shock, asking Jiang Chen if he has lost his mind. He actually dared to flirt with an underworld agent. Jiang Chen might look foolish, but his mind is racing with calculations. Risking his life to slay dangerous ghosts barely earned him 2,000 points, but teasing an agent instantly gets him 500. He flashes a sly grin. It seems he needs to get much closer to these agents. Meanwhile, Xu Lei vanishes in a flash, likely hiding her growing anger. No matter how terrifying the night, the morning sun always rises, casting its warm, bright rays across the city. The sunlight hits a city bus rolling down the street carrying Jiang Chen group inside as Erfu turns to Li Jie with a sigh. Good times always fly by and it feels like the trip ended in a blink. Li Ji replies quickly while staring at his phone. Yeah, they did not even take any photos. Nearby, Jiang Chen lets out a soft sigh while checking his own screen. The screen displays a notification confirming his reward of 3,100 system points. This instantly boosts his mood, making him chuckle, because now he actually has the confidence to go on the mission with Chen Sue. Back on his sofa, Jiang Chen inspects the gacha panel, looking over 2 one-star cards and 1 2-star card. Mumbling to himself, he taps the draw button as the virtual lottery machine appears on screen. Why is it another card draw? He grumbles, telling the machine to just give him his rewards already. Annoyed by how incredibly talkative this machine is, he waits as the prize list finally starts to materialize. The system rewards pop up, showing a 1-star White Zhao Erhu Vanguard, a 1-star Running Fish Monster, and a 2-star Wood Spirit card. Jiang Chen eyes linger on the ugly fish monster, and just imagining himself turning into that thing makes him disassemble with disappointment. Seriously, who would ever want to look like that? Suddenly, his phone on the sofa starts buzzing loudly. It is an incoming call, and as soon as he answers, a voice asks if he is ready for tomorrow's group mission. Jiang Chen lifts his tiny sword with a serious expression and replies that he is mostly prepared. But since this is his very first group activity, he has one minor concern. He asks if bringing just a tiny dagger makes him look too cheap, prompting a soft chuckle from Chen Sui on the other end. She agrees it might look a bit poor, offering to take him shopping tomorrow. The next day at Jiangbei University, Chen Shui sits inside a flashy car, dialing his number to let him know she has arrived and telling him to come out. Her ride is a blindingly bright yellow luxury car, causing all the nearby guys to gossip about the rich, gorgeous beauty behind the wheel. One asks if he even stands a chance with her just as Jiang Chen walks straight up to the passenger door. Leaving the crowd in complete shock, the jealous onlookers curse loudly at Jiang Chen, calling him the ultimate enemy of all men. They declare they cannot share the same sky with him. Once he gets inside, Chen Sui curiously asks if those guys are his classmates. They seem pretty furious, but he casually shrugs it off, let them cry about it. As their car speeds away, the angry guys are still screaming from behind, warning him not to show his face tomorrow. They want to tie him up and burn him alive while their sleek yellow sports car smoothly cruises down the open road. They pull into an old street with tangled power lines overhead as Jiang Chen peers out the window and asks, "Where are we even going?" he asks. Chen Shu quickly replies they are heading to the black market, a private hub for elites. It is designed to dodge the underworld Dao Alliance, opening once every 7 days to trade all sorts of incredibly bizarre and supernatural items. Intrigued, he wonders if such a place really exists, immediately planning to make this his new regular hangout spot. Chen Shui sighs and shuts down his fantasy. You cannot just stroll in without an insider. Regular people cannot even find the entrance, prompting Jiang Chen to quickly turn on the charm and beg Sister Chen to guide him. Their car glides down a deserted stretch of road, and before long, the flashy yellow sports car pulls up. It quickly slides into a parking spot surrounded by plenty of other clean, expensive-looking rides. Stepping out of the vehicle, the two make their way down a quiet, incredibly eerie and deserted path. A stray insect buzzes right past Jiang Chen, giving him a brief scare before it suddenly explodes into dust. Stunned, he watches the empty air as his playful expression instantly sharpens into pure seriousness. Right in front of him stands a massive barrier painted with bizarre sigils, leaving him absolutely speechless. Turns out a hidden array is masking the area. Chen Sui steps up, telling him to back off before clasping her hands. She gathers a heavy surge of energy between her palms, shoving her hands straight into the barrier as it begins to warp and split. With a violent tear, she rips the barrier wide open, leaving Jiang Chen completely astounded by her raw power. He gazes at the opening, asking in shock if they are dealing with an entirely different dimension. Chen Shui grins, confirming his suspicion, and just like that, a massive, mysterious market unfolds right before their eyes. Taking it all in, Jiang Chen cannot help but gasp at how lively this place is. Suddenly, Chen Shui tosses him an object he catches it mid-air, thoroughly confused as she quickly starts to explain. Put the mask on, she tells him, unless you want these black market thugs tracking you down outside. Strapping it on, Jiang Chen asks why she is not wearing one. She simply replies she has a different trick. She points directly to a sleek armband on her wrist just as two nearby masked figures turn to lock eyes with them. Whispering in hushed tones, they recognize her family crest and quickly warn each other to steer clear. We definitely cannot mess with them, and honestly, having a powerhouse like her as backup is an absolute cheat code. Stopping by a strange shop, he finds a shirtless merchant wearing a massive imposing bull mask over his head. The owner welcomes him warmly, telling him to browse around while Jiang Chen picks up a sleek little dagger to inspect. Noticing his keen interest, the merchant praises his eye for quality, quoting a steep price of 3,000 netherworld points. Guaranteeing it is a complete steal, Chen Shui peers over his shoulder, instantly spotting the weapon in his hand. As she asks if he likes it, the merchant's eyes widen in absolute terror upon noticing the band on her wrist. Resting her hand on her sword, she gives him a cold glare, forcing the panicked merchant to scream it is all a misunderstanding. Before he can hide it, Chen Shui tears a hidden talisman off the blade, releasing a strange smoky mist around it. Once the magic fading away reveals a rusted, completely useless piece of metal, Chen Shui breaks down the scam. This is the most common scam in the market. He slapped a cheap yin fire talisman onto the weapon. It mimics high-grade fire attributes temporarily, but once you take it home, it reverts to a completely worthless pile of scrap. Tossing the junk weapon aside, she guides him toward a far more reputable vendor, stopping right in front of a giant bustling gateway. Beyond the gateway, a massive crowd is gathered, prompting a highly amazed Jiang Chen to look closer. He is stunned to find such a luxurious pavilion tucked away here, which she reveals is their main destination. Chen Shui explains the details, leaving him to wonder how she knew this was the main event. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the chatter, announcing that the elite Qin family has finally arrived. They must have premium items today. A spectator points toward a smugly smiling figure in the center. Jiang Chen asks if that smiling guy is the one, and Chen Sui confirms his identity as Qin Zi. He is actually the leader of tomorrow's major group mission, and right now, the smiling Qin Zi is walking straight toward them. Qin Zi greets Chen Shui like she is a goddess, and she politely acknowledges him. She waves back, greeting young Master Qin Zi, while Jiang Chen peeks around from behind her, instantly catching Qin Zi's eye. The guy's eyes narrow into a pretty sleazy, creepily twisted squint, which immediately gets on Jiang Chen nerves. "What the hell are you glaring at, you freak?" he thinks, just as a loud voice suddenly calls out. Everyone turns their attention to the back, where a graceful, stunning girl slowly steps out from the shadows. Jiang Chen is instantly blown away, wondering where this beauty came from, especially with that long hair draping over one eye. She steps up and asks if everyone has enough points ready because the good stuff is finally hitting the stage. The crowd eagerly shouts back they have finally waited long enough for Master Liu to show off her wares. They wonder what rare treasures she will show off today as Chen Shui leans in to whisper an explanation to Jiang Chen. Master Liu is a disciple of the Lin Bao sect and easily one of the most famous blacksmithing masters in Jiangbak City. The scene cuts to a room glowing with a strange blue light where Master Liu sits quietly preparing her next move. With a tiny stream of water swirling over her hand, she says, "Let us begin," and rises to her feet. She releases the water, watching it expand into a massive wave that slowly reveals a pretty large wooden chest hidden inside. She tells everyone to feast their eyes, opening the lid as a brilliant, blinding blue light erupts from within the chest. The crowd instantly starts whispering, wondering what it is, since Master Liu always manages to forge the most unique and incredibly rare artifacts. Not keeping them waiting, she lifts the item out of the chest to proudly introduce her very latest masterpiece. A high-tier mid-grade artifact called the Demon Sound Drum, which suddenly sprouts a single creepy eye peeking at the crowd. Explaining that even a light tap on its surface generates a bizarre frequency, she gently strikes the drum with her finger. Ringing outward with every tap, a massive wave of energy spreads, prompting a man in red to ask what happens if she beats it. Giving a pretty mysterious smile, she asks if they want to hear it, warning them to guard their minds first. She issues a clear warning, telling anyone with high perception stats to step back quite a bit. Every eye in the room locks onto her, get ready because she is about to play the artifact. It is a pretty rare demonstration indeed, and as she strikes the drum again, a heavy sound wave erupts, instantly dazing Chen Shui while overwhelming Qin Zi with pure pressure, leaving Jiang Chen looking completely shocked by the sheer force. The crushing sound waves are so violent that they literally shatter the masks of several onlookers. Paralyzed under this massive suffocating pressure, no one can move a single muscle while the sound continues. The echo lingers for several agonizing moments before finally fading, leaving everyone gasping for air in absolute horror. Someone whose eyes have rolled back in near unconsciousness gasps out asking what happened, thinking they had literally just died. Calling the artifact absolutely insane, Chen Shui also trembles in fear once she finally breaks free from the overwhelming pressure. She frantically asks if Jiang Chen is okay, crying that it was terrifying while he merely gives a forced laugh. While it was terrifying, the drumbeat did not actually harm him. In fact, it did the exact opposite. It actually resonated with the dormant power inside his body, meaning this is an incredibly valuable treasure. Jiang Chen quietly plots a way to claim it right as Master Liu finishes her impressive demonstration. She tells everyone to start bidding with the opening price set at 10,000 points. Closing the lid, the bidding war erupts instantly with offers flying from 12,000 to 15,700. Jiang Chen breaks his sweat realizing he only has 4,800 points when Qin Zi casually raises 3 fingers. He bids 30,000 points, completely shocking the entire crowd with his massive offer. Master Liu claps happily, asking if anyone can beat 30,000 before congratulating the Qin Zi family on their win. Qin Zi confidently orders Qin Feiyang to grab the drum just as a sudden streak of blinding light flashes. It moves at an insane speed, wrapping right behind Master Liu and heading straight for the chest. The light instantly shoots back, carrying the chest away, while Master Liu frantically looks around, demanding to know who did it. Moving faster than the naked eye can track, the light fades to reveal a man clutching the chest tightly. Standing right before Qin Zi, he proudly says he got the drum, prompting his young master to casually turn away. Ordering them to head back, he leaves Jiang Chen sighing, wondering why a rich young heir would even visit. It turns out the guy's bodyguards were just hiding in the shadows, leaving him to sigh about how great it is to be wealthy. Otherwise, he would not even have enough to buy basic gear. Jiang Chen turns to Chen Shui. Anyway, thanks for opening my eyes today, Miss Tran. Let me treat you to dinner to show my appreciation. Hearing this, Chen Shui points away and declines, saying there is no need for that. If nothing else is left, he says he will head out first to buy some talismans, promising to see her tomorrow. They wave goodbye and head their separate ways as she calls back that she will pick him up tonight. On his phone screen, the Underworld app displays a new interface showing the threat level of the mission. It is a D+ rank group quest with a reward of 180 points each, leaving Jiang Chen deep in thought. Flashback to 5 years ago on a dark night at a large building where 4 girls stand on the rooftop. The purple-haired girl trembles and screams that she has nothing to do with this and did not do it. The green-haired girl yells back in anger, asking why she is still lying when she saw her burning paper. She accuses her of cursing Xiao Ai, while the red-haired girl demands to know what kind of black magic she used. Crying bitter tears, the purple-haired girl defends herself, sobbing and asking why everyone is constantly targeting her like this. The bully brandishes a small, dangerous object, snapping that she needs to be taught a lesson to finally admit it. Since she refuses to admit it, the purple-haired girl desperately argues that Xiao Ai getting appendicitis has nothing to do with her. Suddenly, a massive needle plunges straight into her stomach, causing her to scream out in absolute agony. The 3 bullies grin like literal demons, brandishing giant needles and chanting to stab her to death. Giant needles pierce her arms as she begs them to stop, but the bullies keep chanting to stab this crazy girl to death. Backed up against the rooftop railing, she still tries to claim her innocence when suddenly the metal railing snaps. It really was not me, she screams in utter despair, thrashing wildly as she plunges toward the ground. A pool of blood forms. Ever since her tragic death, a chilling rumor has constantly echoed throughout the school campus. The ghostly warning says they will all return, while his phone screen flashes with 3 strict school rules to avoid. First, never mention her name. Second, never step foot on any rooftop in this entire school. Third, do not break any school rules, and honestly, things are getting creepier by the second for Jiang Chen, a student falling to her death and turning into a vengeful spirit with absolute rules. This is getting pretty interesting. Suddenly, a car horn blares downstairs. He peers out the window and spots a familiar vehicle parking below. It is that flashy yellow sports car. Miss Tran is incredibly punctual. Once he climbs inside, she immediately asks him a question. She asks if he has read the mission files yet. He confirms he did, prompting her to explain their next collective D+ assignment. Led by Qin Zi, they only need to clear out the minor grunts and leave the main boss to the elites. Jiang Chen turns away with a bored scoff, which immediately catches Chen Sui's eye and annoys her. She throws a quick punch right at his face, yelling at him for having such a bad attitude. She warns him to just listen because crossing those guys will only bring trouble, leaving Jiang Chen with a painfully swollen cheek. Rubbing his sore face, he quickly agrees to fall in line, and their flashy yellow sports car speeds off down the road. Their car soon arrives at a messy, unfinished construction site where an on-site worker steps out to meet them. He warns them that this is an active construction zone, telling them they cannot park here and must leave immediately. Jiang Chen politely asks to just take a quick look inside the school, but the worker firmly refuses and shoos them off. The abandoned school is scheduled for demolition soon, so they must leave. Realizing polite talk will not work, Jiang Chen shifts tactics. He flashes his official credential card stating they are on active duty and absolutely must enter the premises. The worker instantly panics, realizing they are police officers, but Jiang Chen quickly puts a finger to his lips to quiet him. Telling him to keep quiet, the two finally head inside while Chen Shui playfully teases him. She laughs that he is picking up bad habits, but he jokes it is only because she is such an excellent teacher. After walking a while, they run into another three-person squad in front of a building, a sharp blue light flashing. Before them stands a mysterious group of hunters, all completely enveloped in a strange, heavy energy. None of these guys are ordinary, possessing immense combat strength as Jiang Chen silently evaluates their power. Their spiked yellow-haired leader named Liu Kai steps forward, demanding to know why they took so long to arrive. Chen Sui politely apologizes for the delay, explaining she had to pick up Jiang Chen while he secretly fumes beside her. Sister Sun, a short-haired girl, cheerfully chimes in asking why he has such an attitude when Qinzi has not even arrived yet. No worries, we just got here ourselves, Zhang Si says happily while taking a puff of his cigarette. He asks Jiang Chen what his rank is since he is new, and Jiang Chen happily replies that he is just D rank. Zhang Si pulls the cigarette from his mouth and mumbles, "Not bad. We are all D rank too," he adds, while Jiang Chen humbly chuckles that they flatter him. Liu Kai arrogantly cuts in, bragging that he is actually D+ rank and definitely not on their level. Annoyed by his bragging, Jiang Chen fumes with rage, clutching a card in his hand while cursing the guy internally. D+ is still just D rank, he grumbles, so what is he showing off for? Jiang Chen wonders if he should just transform and teach him a lesson, but suddenly someone apologizes for being late. Both men turn around in surprise as Qinzi makes his grand entrance with that signature smirk plastered on his face. Behind him are two cold-faced companions, and seeing them arrive, Liu Kai instantly beams with pure joy. He immediately sucks up to young master Qinzi while Jiang Chen rolls his eyes at this shameless kiss-ass. Smiling as always, Qinzi raises his hand and introduces the two men following behind him as his close brothers. The muscular bald guy is Qin Hai, a D+ rank, and the younger one wearing a mask is Qin Feiyang, a D rank fighter. Jiang Chen locks his eyes on Qin Feiyang, realizing he is the bodyguard who took that box back then. After wrapping up his introductions, Qinzi looks around as if searching for someone and asks where Yang Chen is. Hearing that name makes Jiang Chen wonder, but suddenly a heavy weapon comes flying straight toward him out of nowhere. The weapon slams right where he was standing, but luckily he leaps back just in time, gasping in absolute shock. What in the world is this staff? Just then a girl lands right on top of it, shouting out in excitement. She yells that she has arrived, but then stops dead in her tracks, recognizing Jiang Chen as he awkwardly whistles and looks away. Pretending he does not know her, Jiang Chen stares elsewhere while Qinzi claps his hands to gather everyone's attention. Before they head in, Qinzi breaks down the crucial mission intel they received from the underworld application. There are 3 dangerous ghosts to watch out for, tied to 3 strict taboos. First, never say their names. Second, do not go up to any rooftops. And third, do not break a single rule of the school. Going to the roof triggers the stabbing ghost, which suddenly appears with a creepy smile and twin buns on its head. Violating any rule summons the rule ghost, a bald creature with eyes that glow brightly like car headlights. Qinzi's eyes narrow dangerously as he warns that speaking the name is the ultimate taboo. Flashing another friendly smile, he says his brothers will take on the rule and name-drop ghosts. He points directly toward Liu Kai's Zhang Si and Sister Sun, ordering them to head to the rooftop for the stabbing ghost. Liu Kai immediately agrees to the plan without hesitation, fully trusting Qinzi and his leadership. Turning his attention to Jiang Chen, Chen Shui, and Yang Chen, Qinzi gives them their orders. They are tasked with clearing out the minor ghosts nearby so the main group can work in peace, all while he maintains that fake smile. Asking if they are okay with this, Liu Kai blindly praises him for taking on the most dangerous tasks. He claims they have absolutely no complaints, prompting Qinzi to instruct everyone to put on their communicators and get ready. Warning them to call for help if they hit trouble, the two groups immediately leap into action. They vanish into the night, leaving only Jiang Chen team behind as Yang Chen suddenly turns around. She glares intensely right at Jiang Chen, startling him before she angrily begins to yell directly into his face. She snaps that she never expected him to be an awakened user, while Jiang Chen quickly looks to Chen Sui for help. He frantically explains that Sister Tran only brought him along for a casual stroll. Yang Chen leans in close, telling him to drop the humble act because a weak D-rank like him could never deserve Lin Yue. Flashing a mysterious smile, Jiang Chen suddenly closes the distance, making her flustered as she tries to back away in confusion. She calls him a pervert for getting so close, but Jiang Chen just taps her shoulder and mutters about her flat chest. Fuming with rage, she tells him to get his hand off her, but he continues mentioning her giant weapon. He reminds her she is still a girl before reaching behind to grab her staff, his expression turning sharp as he speaks. He might be a poor D-rank she looks down on, but he is still dangerous. Jiang Chen points out that at the end of the day, he is still a man. So even if Lin Yue has no other choice, she would never like a guy like you anyway. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen has already wrapped his arms right around Yang Chan. She stares up at him, blushing and totally dazed while he continues to tease her, asking if he hit a nerve. Right on Yang Chan's face, we can see sweat pouring down. She suddenly grabs her weapon, thrusts it forward, and snaps back, asking what kind of nonsense he is babbling about. "I'm not a lesbian," she yells while aggressively jabbing her weapon straight into Jiang Chen's head. She keeps bashing him, yelling at him not to spread rumors. Soon, Jiang Chen, painful cries echo through the building, begging Yang Chan to stop for the mission. But Yang Chan is still furious, eyes red as she stomps ahead with her staff. Behind her, Chen Xue follows Jiang Chen, who is cradling his terribly bruised head. Yang Chan huffs, reminding them she is D+ rank. That means she is stronger than both of them, so they better follow her lead once things get started. The trio ventures deeper into the unfinished construction site. Suddenly, some strange black debris drops down from above. Chen Xue wipes herself off and asks what it is, while Jiang Chen picks up a piece to examine it closely. It is rubber crumbs from the track. Yang Chan asks in confusion why they are flying all over the place. Who could run so fast to cause this? Jiang Chen growls, realizing there must be a ghost waiting on the sports field. As the trio makes their way over, an eerie green fog begins to rise from the field right ahead of them. On the running track, a thick cloud of dust swirls around to the sound of loud rhythmic thudding. Chen Xue quickly pulls up her phone, checking the files they have on this place. The files show this ghost was forced by his teacher to run 10 laps until he collapsed and died of a stroke. Now anyone who steps onto this track gets possessed by the spirit, forced to run alongside him until they drop dead. She looks over at Yang Chan with pure dread, asking how they are supposed to handle a death trap like this. Yang Chan calmly holds up 2 fingers, telling her every ghost has a weakness. They just need to wait for her signal. Suddenly, another hand reaches out and gently taps her fingers, startling her as he starts pushing them down. He pushes her fingers right back down, leaving her completely stunned. Before she can react, Jiang Chen leaps forward. He dashes off, shouting back that he got her signal loud and clear. Yang Chan desperately screams for him to stop. Out on the track, a terrifying specter with glowing red eyes is sprinting at a breakneck pace, panting heavily. He is moving so incredibly fast that his body is practically a blur to the naked eye. He kicks up massive clouds of dust behind him. Suddenly, Jiang Chen joins the sprint and flashes the ghost a cheeky grin. He greets his new running buddy, startling the ghost completely. Just then, a system notification pops up. The running ghost is highly annoyed that someone is invading his turf. Ghost energy +30. Jiang Chen easily pulls ahead, turning around to mock the spirit for running slower than a turtle. The ghost stares at him in utter disbelief. Suddenly, tiny sparks of electricity begin to crackle under Jiang Chen's feet. It is like he has a rocket strapped to him as he zooms ahead, leaving the spirit eating his dust. The system announces that the running ghost feels deeply humiliated. Ghost energy +66. Hold on, Yang Chan literally can't believe her eyes, asking how on earth he can run so insanely fast. Chen Xue smugly replies that he is much stronger than she thinks. Meanwhile, the ghost is starting to gasp for air. Sweating profusely, the spirit grits his teeth as a dark green aura surges violently around his entire body. Fueled by this sinister energy, he lets out a mad scream and suddenly shoots forward, catching up in a flash. Pulling right up behind him, Jiang Chen looks back and casually notes that he actually caught up. Jiang Chen suddenly skids to a halt, telling him he will wait up while the ghost struggles to keep moving. Jiang Chen steps aside, letting the ghost charge past him, only for the spirit to suddenly trip and faceplant. Jiang Chen hops over, looking down with absolute disdain to mock him for not even knowing how to brake. Before the ghost can even stand, Jiang Chen stops him, asking him to hold on and answer a quick question. He promises that if the ghost answers, he will let him do whatever he wants, making a throat-slitting gesture. The red-eyed ghost leaps up and cackles, boasting that he knows absolutely everything there is to know about this school. Jiang Chen remains completely unfazed by his wild confidence, casually bringing up the rumors regarding Director Long. He was the ruthless, rule-abiding director who forced him to run until his heart finally gave out. However, in that department he seemed completely lacking. Wait, could this actually be true? According to his own words, his action was pretty hard to explain, which instantly caused the ghost to freeze in place, his glowing eyes fading into a completely blank white. The ghost covered his mouth with a very devious snicker. Heh, of course, where do you think that nickname, the Bao Dragon, actually came from? Jiang Chen let out a pretty crooked grin at that. Ha ha ha, Bao Dragon. How did you even find out about that? Don't tell me you saw it yourself. Did you actually make up that nickname? No wonder he made you run on the track until you died. Ha ha ha. He laughed hysterically, but suddenly by the window of a nearby room a creepy silhouette emerged. While Jiang Chen was laughing his head off, the jogger ghost suddenly spotted something absolutely terrifying and shrieked. Right in front of them was that exact ghastly silhouette cast on the window earlier, radiating a sinister red aura. Right on cue, the system panel popped up once more. Jogger ghost, terrified by distant killer intent, ghost energy +172. Jiang Chen casually yelled out, "Bowed dragon." Unlike someone who pulls down his pants just to apply lipstick, the panicked jogger ghost quickly whispered a warning. "Keep it down, do not let the supervisor hear you." But Jiang Chen completely ignored him and kept shouting, "Bowed dragon," hated by all. Putting on eyeliner and colored lenses for filtered social media photos. The terrified ghost jumped, pleading, "Stop, please stop." "Do you not hear that?" Thick veins bulged violently on the ghost's leg as he leaped up and launched a devastating kick, shredding his shoe, shouting, "I told you to shut up." Jiang Chen agilely dodged to the side with a cheeky chuckle. Facing those massive veiny legs, he calmly said, "I only shouted that loudly, specifically to mask their footsteps as they sneaked up right behind you." And behind the jogger ghost, two ominous shadows had already appeared, their bright glowing eyes locked dead onto him. The ghost instantly panicked, gasping out in sheer shock. "When did they even get here?" Chen Shui quickly pulled out a talisman, ignited it instantly, and flung it forward, calling upon the profound heavenly source. Meanwhile, Yang Chen narrowed her eyes and tightly gripped her staff. Without a second thought, she swung her weapon right at the jogger ghost, channeling her spiritual power. The two girls leaped high into the air, launching a coordinated strike. Within seconds, they sprang back, leaving the jogger ghost leaning back as raw energy violently erupted from his body. The ghost boasted with absolute arrogance before my explosive kick. "You two are absolutely nothing." Yang Chen raised her blood-stained staff with a cold, mocking smile. "Oh, really? We are nothing. Why don't you look down?" The jogger ghost frantically looked down and screamed in sheer agony, "Ah, my leg." One of his legs was completely gone, leaving only a messy, jagged wound. Jiang Chen popped his head out from behind him, teasing, "Can't stand anymore, right? Let me help you up." The ghost panicked completely as a blade suddenly pierced straight through his chest from behind. He wheezed out a question to Jiang Chen. "Is this what you call helping?" Right then, the system notified him, "Jogger ghost assassinated, ghost energy plus 20. Gripping the hilt, he calmly replied, "I meant helping you to the afterlife." With a swift motion, he sliced his blade upward, slicing the ghost clean in half. The jogger ghost coughed up dark blood and collapsed to the floor, still muttering about how he had zero martial ethics. The system chimed in, "Evil jogger ghost has died. Ghost energy plus 99. Chen Shui cheered happily. "Jiang Chen, you are seriously amazing. Taking down a high-tier ghost so effortlessly." Yang Chen watched in surprise, realizing she had totally underestimated this poor kid. The ghost's body quickly dissolved into dust. As the three gathered, Chen Shui asked, "So where are we heading next?" Jiang Chen glanced at the girl beside him, teasing, "Shouldn't we just follow the orders of our great Commander Yang?" Yang Chen could only grit her teeth in anger, glaring before shouting back, "It was just one low-level ghost, stop mocking me." Suddenly, Yang Chen froze as if spotting something strange and gasped, "Wait, what is this barrier?" Resting the staff on her shoulder, she looked up. As the old saying goes, never wander into a widow's room. There must be something highly unusual inside this lonely tool shed. Jiang Chen kept up his teasing, indeed as expected of Commander Yang, always so profound. Yang Chen furiously pointed her staff at him. "Jiang Chen, are you begging for a beating?" Then she got serious. "Listen to my command from now on." But Jiang Chen ignored her, completely turning to Chen Shui's sister. "Chen, work with me here." Being completely ignored left Yang Chen speechless, her face darkening as she thought he completely took over the lead. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen patted a nearby pillar, commenting, "Well, this is thick and long enough." A vibrant blue spiritual energy erupted from his palm as he activated the power of the delusion emissary. Jiang Chen bends down, gripping the massive pillar with both hands as he prepares to exert all his strength to pry it loose. With the pillar finally lifted off the ground, Jiang Chen pulls it up completely, hoists the heavy thing onto his shoulder, and calls out. He yells to ask if anyone is inside because he is about to shove it in, frowning deeply. He rams the freshly uprooted pillar straight into the room ahead, unleashing a surge of brilliant golden energy from the other end. He then slices the pole upward, instantly splitting the entire wall right down the middle. Job done. Jiang Chen turns to Chen Shui and tells Sister Chen that it is her turn. Chen Shui holds a glowing paper crane in her hand, excitedly declaring that she will let the Qing Hui light shine. She bids all evil to banish and releases the crane, which flies up, trailing an incredibly magical, shimmering aura of power. The crane hovers over the building, casting its brilliant magical light directly onto the ruins below. Jiang Chen peers through the fresh gap, only to find some boring gym equipment and absolutely nothing else. What a buzzkill. A total waste of energy. But suddenly Yang Chen breaks into a cold sweat. She gasps as she realizes something, grabbing Jiang Chen by the sleeve to quickly warn him of danger. She whispers for him to listen closely to a strange rustling noise as an old woman sits nearby, burning, offering papers and muttering. The old woman keeps bowing and pleading, her voice coming from behind the room as the three of them sneak a peek. Peeking from behind a tree, they watch her burn joss paper while desperately begging some unseen entity for mercy. Embers crackle. Ashes drift past them, prompting Jiang Chen to make a quick deduction. It seems like she is repenting, and Jiang Chen shares what she knows about burning paper rules. The files say a girl died here after violating school rules by burning paper. Could this be connected to this creepy demon, a red-eyed old woman whose mouth is completely sewn shut with a thick red thread? She wears glasses on her hooked nose, leaving Jiang Chen worried that this opponent will be extremely tough to handle. Chen Xue suddenly wonders where Jiang Chen went, only to find him standing right in front of the basin. He drops his pants to pee right on the fire. Yes, you heard that right, shocking Chen Xue completely. The long-tongued door manager demon stares blankly at the stream of holy water dousing her fire. She is utterly stunned. That is 30 free demon points, and he casually pulls his pants back up. He looks at her and asks why she is burning things here, since that is a clear violation of school rules. The long-tongued demon quickly puts a finger to her lips, telling him to keep his voice down. Jiang Chen realizes that the local ghosts seem terrified of school rules, and a devious plan forms in his mind. Bending down, he offers a deal: he will stay quiet if she does a little favor for him. She trembles and tells him to speak, prompting him to grin and ask about the girls living in her female dorm building. He asks for an introduction, and the demon happily claps her hands in agreement, asking which girl he wants to get to know. Jiang Chen replies instantly he wants to meet the girl who jumped off the building. The demon is so shocked her glasses fall off, earning him 66 demon energy points twice in a row. Her face darkens as she towers over him furiously, demanding to know if he is trying to get her killed. Completely unfazed, Jiang Chen boldly asks why she is so riled up, questioning if she was actually involved in that girl's tragic death. The nervous demon stammers that she has spent years repenting here, completely thrown off by his direct accusation. As she opens her mouth, her stitches begin to snap, and she desperately cries out to him. She screams, asking what they want from her before transforming into a far more monstrous, terrifying shape. But thick demonic energy floods the air as her long tongue extends, leaving even Jiang Chen slightly taken aback. Sensing the overwhelming power of this top-tier demon, he braces himself as she leaps down to strike. He pulls out a card, knowing he must transform to defeat her before crushing it and activating his demon form. His hands quickly morph into razor-sharp claws as he crosses his arms to channel his power. A massive surge of energy erupts, and a chilling blue mist begins to leak from his mouth. His two eyes turn pitch black with tiny glowing pupils as sharp fangs sprout, forcing the panicked demon to leap backward in sheer terror. She wonders what is happening as Jiang Chen stands atop frozen spikes in his white Zhao Erhu vanguard form. The furious demon whips her incredibly long tongue forward, attempting to strike Jiang Chen from a safe distance. Jiang Chen gasps in surprise as that massive, terrifying tongue whips forward, sending him flying straight up into the air. Landing with a heavily bruised face, he wipes the blood away and grumbles about wanting to show off first. She really has no respect for a grand entrance. Suddenly, that disgusting tongue comes whipping right back at him. Jiang Chen reaches out to grab it, yelling to get lost, but the thing is too slippery and completely evades his grip. But Jiang Chen gets a brilliant idea, smirking as he asks how she likes a taste of this instead. He slams his hand hard onto the giant tongue. The ghost gasps in utter shock as she realizes her weapon is now frozen solid to the freezing ground. With her tongue stuck, Jiang Chen seizes the opening, balling his fist and leaping forward to strike. Since she cannot move, she might as well die. But the desperate ghost pulls back with everything she has. With a massive screech, she manages to yank her tongue free, bringing a giant chunk of earth with it. She swings that heavy block of earth to strike Jiang Chen from behind. He senses the danger, but it is too late. The massive rock slams heavily into the back of his neck, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. The heavy rock pins his face down as the ghost walks closer, using her tongue to grind it even harder into him. She laughs triumphantly, saying he is the one who should lie down and die. Jiang Chen struggles hard to push himself up, thoroughly enraged now as he channels his powerful ice prison spell. Razor-sharp ice pillars erupt, trapping the ghost inside a frozen cage while Jiang Chen slowly gets back to his feet. He approaches the ice to inspect it, muttering why the system has not given him a kill notification yet. Suddenly, his eyes widen. The frozen pillars are sliced clean in half from the inside, forcing him to leap backward. A round, grotesque figure emerges from the shattered ice, her long tongue flickering through a creepy green mist. Letting out a terrifying howling screech, she glares with her glowing red eyes and scoffs at his pathetic ice pillars. Asking if he really thought that would stop her, she opens her massive jaw and fires her tongue again. It blasts toward Jiang Chen, but he quickly leaps aside. However, she redirects her tongue in a split second. The strike hits his chest with blinding speed, forcing him to spit out blood. He grabs the tongue, coughing up blood, and unleashes his frozen mirror spell as ice rapidly spreads. The demon tries to step forward, but the ice is far too slick, causing her to lose her footing. With her feet slipping, she crashes flat onto the ground, and Jiang Chen immediately seizes his chance. He lunges forward to deliver a deadly and decisive blow, but the clever ghost reacts instantly. She whips her long tongue right at his face, forcing a startled Jiang Chen to lean backward to dodge the strike. That was too close, he thinks, backing away as she begins spinning her massive tongue like a shield. She spins it around her smugly, asking if he really thought a little ice could stop her. It is actually so smooth that she can spin effortlessly. Now she declares he is dead meat. Turning into a dangerous human tornado, she charges forward. Her speed is insane, leaving Jiang Chen struggling to defend against her. He thinks he is done for, but suddenly everything goes dead quiet, leaving him confused. Chen Shui and Yang Chan suddenly jump in front of him, weapons drawn to shield him. Blocking the ghost, Yang Chan strains as she suggests they distract her and find a weak spot. Chen Shui, already prepping her next spell, gives a cheerful smile and agrees to the plan. Jiang Chen wipes his mouth, a smirk forming as he cheers that it is time to start their show. He leaps back into the fight while the two brave girls continue to hold off the raging tongue ghost. Yang Chen strikes the massive tongue casually, asking why on earth the ghost has such a long tongue. Slapping down talismans, Chen Shui jokes that she must have loved spreading nasty gossip in her past life. Jiang Chen joins the banter, suggesting this ghost probably drove that poor schoolgirl to jump off the building. Hearing this, the ghost goes completely ballistic, spinning even faster as she screams at them to shut up. Jiang Chen grows concerned, realizing that even after looking from every possible angle there are no openings. Chen Sui anxiously asks what their next move is, but then Jiang Chen spots something in the sky. He looks up at a passing drone and gets a crazy idea, quickly turning to Yang Chan. He tells Yang Chan to launch him into the air while the rest of them keep the ghost distracted. Trying to spin her in place, he steps on Yang Chan's staff. She grabs the tip, utterly confused. She lets out a gasp, turns and warns him to stand firm, having no clue what he is planning. But she has to take a gamble now, swinging her staff like a baseball bat. Jiang Chen is launched straight into the sky as planned, while the demon's tongue lashes out at Yang Chen. She struggles to hold her ground, but high above the clouds, Jiang Chen has already broken through the sky. Pressing his hands together over a small stone, he notes that in all 4 directions and 8 paths there is no way to hit her. He will drop this massive growing boulder for a fatal blow. Once it grows big enough, he lifts the massive rock and hurls it straight down without a single second of hesitation. The sharp stone drills down, smashing into the spinning tongues of the long-tongued demon amid clouds of dust. As the smoke clears, the demon is pinned to the sharp rock, half of her face completely sliced off. Even as she dies, she gasps out that she only spread rumors. How is that such a terrible crime? Her face rots away as the system notifies him that the long-tongued dorm warden is dead, granting 99 ghost energy. Chen Shu rushes over to ask if Jiang Chen is okay. He simply nods, saying he is fine. Yang Chan watches him in silence, secretly annoyed that he would recklessly charge at a monster like that. He is so reckless. Suddenly, static buzzes in their earpieces, making everyone reach for their ears. A voice screams through, begging for urgent backup, warning that there is more than one top-tier demon out there. They are surrounded and under attack. Their frantic screams send a wave of panic through the team. Yang Chan grips her staff tight, shouting in panic that something terrible has happened to the other team. She demands they move to help, but Chen Shui quickly warns her not to act rashly. Something feels off about this, she says. Yang Chan pauses as Jiang Chen begins to analyze the situation. He agrees, noting that Qin Zhe had bad intentions from the start when he split the teams up. Passing a warning sign on the wall, he asks if they remember the rule about not breaking school regulations. The girls' dorm is strictly off-limits to men, yet Qin Zhe deliberately sent Liu Kai team over there. Wasn't that just sending the 2 men straight to their deaths? Yang Chan, however, is still skeptical. She points out that Liu Kai group are experienced D-rank hunters who should have noticed this trap. Jiang Chen ruthlessly counters, saying that having personal combat experience does not mean their teamwork is any good. Their blind obedience to Qin Zhe's commands makes it very clear how they operate as a unit. Liu Kai is blindly following orders. Meanwhile, frantic voices keep screaming for urgent backup through the comms. Zhang Xi is completely reckless, and Sun is simply too simple-minded to realize what is happening. Inside an abandoned classroom, a massive monster lies defeated on the floor, bleeding from a huge wound. With blood pooling around them, they cannot hold out any longer, desperately screaming for help once more. Ignoring the frantic pleas of his allies, Qin Zhe wears a fake smile while slowly wiping blood off his hands. Qin Feiyang asks if they are going to help, and Qin Zhe casually replies that of course they are. He tosses the bloody cloth aside, adding that they must first learn the name of the taboo demon. Qin Feiyang asks if they will make it in time, clearly worried about their dying teammates. Things seem incredibly bad right now. Suddenly, Qin Hai steps forward and coldly warns him to shut up. He tells him to do what Qin Zhe says and stop talking nonsense. The 3 then leave the room. Meanwhile, the defeated monster on the floor emits a strange aura. From outside the dark building, several windows glow with an eerie red light. Jiang Chen and his group arrive at the entrance and look up. Jiang Chen mutters, anxiously wondering what is happening inside. The scene shifts to 30 minutes prior. The 3 members of Liu Kai team are walking down a quiet hallway when he turns and speaks. He laughs about always wanting to sneak into the girls' dorm just as a strange figure appears. A green gas-emitting demon stands behind them with a bowed head. All three of them quickly spin around. They draw their weapons and demand to know who it is. The big-nosed demon points at Liu Kai. It accuses him of being a male student entering the girls' dorm, then points at Jiang Chen, repeating the charge. Finally, he points directly at Sun, who is holding a hammer, accusing her of carrying restricted items. Three rule breakers instantly dragged into a bizarre dimension to face their harsh punishment. Glowing marks flash on the back of their necks, with a big number 10 appearing right on Liu Kai. He curses in frustration as Jiang Chen touches his own number 10, realizing King Zi deliberately kept them in the dark. Turns out breaking rules has a massive cost, and a sweating Sun panics as she realizes her physical strength has just been cut right in half. Before they can even recover, the round-nosed ghost steps forward to declare that bad behavior demands immediate execution. Liu Kai crushes two small jars in his hands, telling his allies to hold their ground, because 3 against 1 are still decent odds. They flank him, splitting up to strike from all three sides. Charging together, they launch a massive coordinated strike, but the round-nosed monster easily catches Liu Kai's hand as it suddenly turns bright red. Straining to push back, he mocks the beast, but a strange energy suddenly surges from the monster's grip. A weird green gas erupts as his hand starts changing color, yet a completely clueless Liu Kai remains incredibly arrogant. He laughs, boasting that his specialized blood will dissolve the beast to dust, but the monster moves faster. Without warning, a sharp object pierces straight through Liu Kai's chest. Absolute terror. Resisting only makes it worse. And get this, the weapon is actually the monster's elongated nose. The nose stretches out in a grotesque, terrifying display, completely draining Liu Kai of his breath, while Jiang Chen rushes in to help. He leaps forward, shouting that he is coming to save him, but the long-nosed monster swings his weapon. The razor-sharp nose slices Liu Kai completely in half. It is brutal. Jiang Chen barely reacts in time, whipping out his own weapon to block the incoming lethal thrust of that nose. He yells for Sun to strike while he pins the beast down with his dark fire claws. Sun quickly swings her heavy axe at the beast, shouting for it to take this hit. Her blade strikes his head with a loud metallic clang but fails to leave a scratch, chipping her axe instead. Drenched in sweat, she realizes the strict school rules have nerfed her physical damage output far too much. The long-nosed freak leaps to retaliate against Sun, even as Jiang Chen desperately clings onto the stretched nose. A brutal punch sends Sun crashing back, her weapon flying away, while Jiang Chen struggles to maintain his grip. Barely hanging on, Jiang Chen marvels at the insane power behind those fists, quickly trying to formulate a backup plan. He figures that as long as he pins that nose, he can easily predict any other incoming strikes. Suddenly, the monster retracts his elongated nose, leaving Jiang Chen completely shocked and off-balance by the abrupt movement. The nose shrinks back into its original round shape. The monster sneers, mocking him for missing his target. He launches it right back, piercing cleanly through Jiang Xi's body in a flash of pure brutality. The weapon even drives through the concrete wall behind him, sending a defeated Jiang Chen crashing to the floor. He never expected a nose to shoot out. Seriously, this system gets weirder by the second as a strange three-horned creature emerges from the wall. Sprouting 4 legs on its other end, the bizarre beast bounces wildly around the room before flying straight towards Sun's position. Sun gasps in shock as she spots the creature crawling rapidly across the floor like a giant insect. The long-nosed monster charges in, forcing Sun to frantically radio her team, screaming that they are completely surrounded. She desperately begs for emergency backup before leaping high into the air to dodge a deadly strike. The strange creature pursues her into the air, launching lightning-fast aerial strikes that force her to constantly move to survive. Emerging from the thick smoke with cuts covering her face, she finally drops back down to the ground. She runs for her life, with both the long-nosed ghost and the beast chasing close behind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen team waits outside the door, the 2 girls on high alert with weapons raised. Jiang Chen calmly keeps his hands in his pockets, questioning their path, while a worried Yang Chen complains about the darkness. It is pitch black. Suddenly, a terrified face emerges from the deep shadows. Failing to recognize her own ally in the dark, Yang Chen swings her weapon straight at Sun's head. She screams out in fear, just as the long-nosed monster and the strange beast catch up. Jiang Chen tells her to calm down, pointing out there is zero ghostly aura on this person. Chen Sui gasps, realizing it is their ally, right as the strange creature transforms back. It jumps right onto the face of the long-nosed demon. The creature turns away, throwing back a warning that if they violate the school rules again, they will not be so lucky. Yang Chen feels incredibly guilty about the whole situation. She rubs her head and apologizes to Sister Sunday. She nurses a growing bump on her head, whimpering in pain. Sister Sun looks down in deep sorrow, admitting that tagging along on a D+ ranked team quest is never easy. They were set up by Qin Zhe, and one of their teammates was brutally beaten by the ghost right in front of them. He is currently missing, his fate unknown, she says, wiping away tears that flow down her face. Pointing to himself, Jiang Chen offers some comfort, promising they will head inside and rescue the missing teammate for her. Suddenly, Chen Shui reaches out to stop him, leaving him confused until she quickly reminds him of the danger. She asks if he forgot his own warning since any male student entering the girls' dormitory violates school rules and faces certain death. Jiang Chen looks around frantically, trying to figure out a plan, wondering what they should do next when his eyes land on a mannequin. The mannequin is standing right under the stairs, sporting a long wig. Jiang Chen reaches out and snatches the hairpiece. Asking to borrow it for a bit, he pops the wig onto his head and cheerfully announces they are ready to roll. The two girls can only stare in utter disbelief at their teammate. Together, they step into the dim hallway where flickering lights barely pierce the eerie darkness. Rubbing his chin, Jiang Chen notices only Liu Kai is lying here. He wonders where Jiang Si is looking down at the gruesome scene before him. Liu Kai has been sliced completely in half, lying helplessly on the cold floor in a pool of blood his sister Sun's size. She admits she has no idea since she was running for her life and could not pay attention. Since the dormitory is massive, searching it together would take forever, so Jiang Chen suggests they split up to cover more ground. Chen Shui immediately worries if splitting up is too dangerous, but Yang Chan speaks up with total confidence to reassure her. She tells her to stick close, promising that as the only D+ rank fighter in their group, she has more than enough power to protect her. Chen Shui points out that the guy torn to pieces on the floor was also D+ rank, totally silencing Yang Chan with the brutal truth. With Yang Chan left speechless, Jiang Chen steps in to soothe her fears, promising he will rush to her side the moment trouble starts. Still worried, Chen Shui reluctantly agrees. The group divides into two teams heading down separate paths. Before they part, Jiang Chen leaves them with a final warning. He tells them to call for help immediately if anything happens. Chen Shui nods as Jiang Chen partners up with Sister Sunday. Walking in single file, they keep their guard up. Jiang Chen breaks the silence, asking Sister Sun what happened before they broke the rules. He asks if she can share the exact details of that moment. Sister Sun begins to recount their steps. She explains that they entered without any issues, though one strange detail stands out when she looks back on it. Shortly after stepping inside, some kind of paper seemed to be stuck to the backs of Liu Kai and his partner. It vanished almost instantly, making her think her eyes were just playing tricks. Hearing this, Jiang Chen freezes in shock. He points with wide eyes at a strange paper talisman currently stuck directly to Sister Sun's back. He asks if it looks just like that one. Sister Sun quickly reaches behind herself, panic instantly taking over. She begs him to rip it off immediately. Jiang Chen summons a burst of magic into his hand and tears the paper away. Looking back, she shivers, saying it felt like the thing was trying to burrow deep inside her body. Jiang Chen inspects the paper, muttering that it is a good thing he spotted it early, so she should be safe now. He warns her that ghosts are definitely watching them, urging her to stay alert as he tosses the paper aside. Sister Sun tenses up. And get this, as the paper flutters down, a pair of pink hands suddenly snatches it. It belongs to a creepy teddy bear sporting a massive hollow hole torn right through its stomach. The toy waddles over to stand beside a mysterious figure who mutters in annoyance that Jiang Chen already saw through the trick. The figure grumbles about wanting to play with the blonde kid, only for the disciplined master to ruin the fun. She picks up the teddy bear, puffing on a cigarette, grips one of its plastic eyes, and violently squeezes it. She rips the eye right out of the plush. The red-haired demon snarls, declaring she is not done playing yet. She promises to make their lives a living hell this time. Meanwhile, the duo has reached the third floor. Jiang Chen looks around, disappointed that the third floor is empty, while Sister Sun finds it strange since Jiang Si was badly hurt. She points out he could not have crawled very far. Jiang Chen agrees, wondering if Yang Chen and her partner found him instead. Suddenly, they spot a body with a massive hole gouged out of its chest. Sister Sun gasps, recognizing him immediately. Jiang Si's corpse is still holding a cigarette as Sister Sun cries out his name in sheer panic. Sister Sun asks Jiang Si if he is all right. His head looks gruesome, like it was severed and crudely stitched back on, as he replies mechanically that he is fine. Sister Sun fails to notice anything weird, happily saying that as long as he is okay, everything is fine. Jiang Chen stands speechless behind them with a distorted expression, wondering if Sister Sun has completely lost her mind. The guy has clearly been modified into a monster, yet she still believes Jiang Si is actually alive. He seriously considers the situation, realizing that simply defeating this puppet version of Jiang Si will not solve their real problem. They must capture the master puppeteer pulling the strings. Meanwhile, the Jiang Si puppet repeats that he is fine. Sister Sun reaches out to support him, asking if he is badly injured and offering to help him stand up. Suddenly, another pair of hands reaches out and tightly grabs the puppet's hands, with Jiang Chen stepping in to warmly greet him. He greets Brother Si with a big smile, secretly plotting to harvest some of that sweet ghost energy first. Mentioning that he heard Jiang Si is a pole dancer, Jiang Chen grabs a broom and breaks off the head bare-handed. He slams the wooden pole into the ground, suggesting they dance together as the game system pops up a notification. He earns 40 ghost energy points with a hilarious system message complaining about him starting a dance-off in this fight. The red-haired demon controlling the puppet is not amused, claiming that a simple dance won't trouble her at all. Her two fingers twitch rapidly to manipulate the invisible strings, forcing the Jiang puppet to dance even harder. He executes incredibly smooth, skilled moves on the makeshift pole. Jiang Chen is so impressed he cannot help but join in. Cheering and dancing along, Jiang Chen raises his hands and excitedly yells to fly high before suddenly calling for a stop. At this point, Jiang Si is completely dizzy with his tongue hanging out as his hands slip right off the wooden pole. A little extra push from Jiang Chen sends the puppet flying straight into the wall, prompting Sister Sun to yell in panic. As she calls out for Jiang Si, Jiang Chen walks over, gives the puppet a thumbs up, and compliments him. He praises the puppet for that spectacular high-energy finish while internally plotting his next move to annoy the manipulator. Planning to completely throw off the puppet's controller, Jiang Chen strikes a dramatic pose, raising his hands and lifting one leg like a pop superstar. He suggests performing a cute anime dance routine next, and by this point he has already prepared a truly hilarious look. He ties his hair into two ridiculous pigtails, chanting funny nonsense words over and over as he bounces around and begins his goofy dance routine. The puppet struggles desperately to mimic these silly moves while Sister Sun watches this bizarre and comical spectacle in utter disbelief. What is even going on as he throws finger hearts for the big grand finale? Jiang Chen goes all out with his routine, making the puppet sweat bullets and pant heavily for breath, while he flashes a highly mischievous grin. Do demons even sweat? It looks like the puppeteer hiding behind the scenes is quickly running out of patience. The puppet continues to gasp deeply for air, and through its hollow eyes we catch a direct glimpse of the exhausted red-haired demon. She is just as exhausted as her puppet, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily from all the rapid movements. Furious, she curses at him, complaining that her hands are completely sore as the system screen flashes once more. She questions why she is even forcing her puppet to do anime dances, netting him 200 ghost energy points. Jiang Chen finally stops with one hand on his hip, asking the puppet if he wants to keep going. The puppet is completely worn out, but Jiang Chen has no intention of stopping and suddenly grabs him from behind. He cheerfully suggests doing a wild striptease next, and before anyone can react, clothes start flying everywhere high up into the air. He tosses the last piece of clothing away with a sly grin, hoping to force the puppeteer to finally reveal its true ugly face. Jiang Chen comments that this body is surprisingly unique, teasing that he never knew Brother Se secretly had a passion for furry things. Crude stitches run across Jiang Si, elbows, thighs, and neck, holding his stitched-up body together. The rest of the body is dressed in a bright pink outfit, and hearing his words, the red-haired demon snaps back in anger. She demands to know what is wrong with furries, pressing her hands together to channel a deadly spell. Anyone who mocks them must die, she declares as the corpse of Jiang Si begins to swell up. The corpse distorts violently as if about to explode, with his regular hands and feet completely disappearing during the bizarre transformation. They are replaced by 4 stubby cotton limbs on a massive bloated body that is completely covered in gross round lumps, concentrated heavily around his neck and chest. Those swollen lumps look absolutely repulsive, and with a cigarette still hanging from its mouth, a giant teddy bear stands before them. The massive plush monster looms, but Jiang Chen walks closer, satisfied that the real threat has finally shown its face. Sister Sun grins, muttering about it actually turning into a demon as she readies a binding string around herself. She wraps both ends of the thread tightly around her hands and thrusts them forward. Now she can finally strike without holding back. Leaping high, Sun lands a massive punch right onto the giant doll's head, but her fist only sinks into a deep hollow dent. It leaves her completely startled. The target feels light as silk and soft as cotton, entirely unaffected by her blow. Suddenly, the giant stuffed toy swings its massive arm to strike, but Sun barely dodges before swinging her own fists right back. Ready to crush its skull, she sends it crashing to the ground, but only for a moment as the beast slowly stands right back up. Staring at its shredded face, Sun struggles to believe her eyes, wondering how on earth this thing can still stand after taking such a beating. Watching silently from behind, Jiang Chen studies the situation before quietly activating his abilities. His eyes glow a bright shade of green, revealing a bizarre, sinister aura swirling all around the massive puppet. Something is controlling it from the shadows, and watch this, his system screen flashes with Zhao Erhu General Combat Mode. Confronting the giant puppet, sharp claws sprout from Jiang Chen's hands just as the beast raises its foot to stomp on Sunday. The heavy blow knocks her backward. She struggles to defend herself, panicking as she cries out that they are doomed. Suddenly, a thick, strange smoke pours from the puppet's hand directly onto Sun, forcing her to quickly leap backward to escape. Jiang Chen covers his nose to avoid inhaling the toxic fumes, while the red-haired demon controlling the doll from afar starts to panic. Terrified that he has completely seen through her trick, she presses 2 fingers to her eyes, preparing to unleash her ultimate full-power strike. Vowing to kill them all, she triggers the puppet's eyes to pop open and morph into an incredibly bizarre shape. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen lunges forward without hesitation, tearing into the puppet with his razor-sharp claws. He repeatedly slashes at its face before leaping behind it, leaving the giant puppet trembling. Suddenly, a dense pink mist envelops the puppet before it crashes to the ground, and a blinding energy erupts from its eyes. The massive blast of energy shoots straight up, completely shattering the ceiling of the building. It tears right through the upper floor, narrowly missing Yang Chen and Chen Shui as it rockets violently into the sky. A spectacular pink and purple light paints the night sky, and Jiang Chen's system flashes with a new notification. He has successfully destroyed Zhu Ling's favorite toy, earning 99 points of ghost energy, revealing the red-haired demon's true name. Furious that her precious toy is ruined, she screams in rage, how dare he break her favorite things. She vows to turn him into a toy, but Jiang Chen just smiles. Finally, the real boss has shown her face. Pink threads shoot out to bind him, but he catches them mid-air and violently yanks them forward with incredible force. He drags Zhu Ling right out of her hiding spot, teasingly asking why she is so shy and inviting her over for a hug. Grabbing her hand, he makes her let out a startled squeak as he pulls her closer. Zhu Ling's face flushes red in panic as he stares down at her and asks his question. He asks if she was the one controlling that giant doll before playfully sticking out his tongue. Gently licking her hand, he asks if those skilled fingers of hers want to help him do something fun. A playful offer to spare her is made, but then his system screen flashes. Zhu Ling remains completely calm, resulting in 0 ghost energy, leaving Jiang Chen thoroughly baffled by the system message. "Oh, you are not going to like this." Zhu Ling turns to him with a creepy grin, telling him to look at her other hand. Her free hand was secretly directing the pink threads to launch a surprise attack on Sunday. The sharp threads weave together like a massive net, wrapping tightly around Sun and locking her inside a deadly cage. Trap complete, Zhu Ling smirks and warns him that if he dares to touch her again, his friend is history. She threatens to shred her into pieces, but Jiang Chen doesn't flinch. He tightly squeezes her arm and shrugs it off. He casually replies that she isn't even his friend, squeezing harder until Zhu Ling cries out in pain and utter confusion. She gasps, asking how that's possible since they arrived together, but Jiang Chen only offers a mocking smirk. He laughs and asks if she is stupid. Just because they travel together doesn't mean they are friends. His cold words leave Zhu Ling utterly stunned, triggering a deeply buried painful memory as the system screen flashes again. Ghost energy spikes by 300 points as her tragic past resurfaces back to when 3 girls force a purple-haired girl over the edge. The young red-haired Zhu Ling had looked down in terror, trembling as she cried out about what they should do now. She was terrified of going to prison, but her classmates quickly stepped in to calm her down. They maliciously tell her to stay quiet, claiming they can just lie and say she fell on her own. Telling herself she just fell on her own would make everything fine. Just sticking to that lie was safe. Zhu Ling practically hypnotized herself into believing it, whispering that sticking to the story was all she needed. But by the second day, 2 police officers carted her away while she screamed in absolute despair. She demanded to know how they could betray a friend like this and make her take the fall alone. Facing her classmate with the twin hair buns, the girl just sneered, asking if hanging out made them friends. The green-haired girl scoffed mockingly, pointing out that nobody would ever believe her clumsy cover story. They forced her to take the blame. As police escorted her away, the sunny afternoon felt mockingly beautiful. Inside the police cruiser driving down the highway, one of the officers glanced over at the other. He pointed at a small stuffed animal, asking if his daughter gave it to him, earning a proud nod. His little girl wanted to keep her dad company. Hearing this sweet exchange made Zhu Ling break inside. Hanging her head, she wished with all her heart that she could go back and do things differently. She would rather have befriended a simple doll instead. Too distracted to notice the truck barreling toward her window, she was done trusting people. Suddenly, the oncoming vehicle slammed right into her side, launching her through the glass. Shattered glass tore through her flesh. Bleeding out on the asphalt, she stared at the nearby doll with envy. At least toys never betray you. She reached out trembling, trying to touch it, and the dark memory fades. Back in reality, the ghostly Zhu Ling cackles, wildly baring her jagged, terrifying teeth at a very confused Jiang Chen. She agrees with him, tightening her ghostly grip as her supernatural threads squeeze tighter around Sister Sunday. Sister Sun gasps as the bindings constrict. The ghost sneers that if they are not truly friends, she will gladly execute her first. But while the ghost is thrilled, Jiang Chen panics. Wait, is she really going to do it? Sister Sun shivers, staring down at the tight threads. She slips a free hand into her pocket, pulling out a vial of dark red liquid and quickly shatters it. The liquid splashes onto the supernatural threads, instantly melting them away. The ghost gasps. Zhu Ling shrieks, demanding to know what that stuff is, while Sister Sun steps free with a smug grin. She proudly boasts that it is black dog blood borrowed from Liu Kai, finally coming in handy. Zhu Ling cannot retract her energy fast enough. The blood flows right up the lines, sparking pure panic. How is this blood traveling through her energy? The mixture infects her hand, raising bulging red veins. It looks absolutely grotesque. She wails in agony as Jiang Chen steps up and grabs her head. Holding her skull tightly, he mockingly asks if it hurts, offering to end her suffering once and for all. With a brutal twist, he rips her head clean off. Top-tier demon eliminated, yielding plus 199 energy. Absolutely wild, he tosses the head aside, pulling off his first high-level kill without transforming. Jiang Chen scratches his chin in thought. Sister Sun calmly wipes her face, breaking the silence. She agrees they are not friends. Had she died there, it would have just been her own weakness. Jiang Chen tries to stammer an apology, but Sun turns away, adjusting her earpiece with a sudden gasp. Static crackles through the speaker, urging Jiang Chen to hurry to the 5th floor before they drown. Sun sprints off, calling for him to follow. Jiang Chen looks up at the ceiling, analyzing the layout. He spots the hole blasted by the rag doll, deciding to leap straight through to save precious time. He lands, splashes in a deep puddle, wondering how an abandoned school could suddenly flood like this. Stepping in ghost-made water is incredibly risky, forcing him to think fast on his feet. To counter supernatural water, he selects the Benboriba card, initiating a bizarre transformation. Thick white smoke erupts around him as he roars the transformation call, a bizarre cloud forming behind him. Claws erupt. Nails grow razor-sharp, twisting like a true demon. His hair spikes straight up as his eyes flare. They glow stark white. A notification pops. He unlocked the demon rain technique. But he just stares in horror, wondering why he looks so ridiculous. Meanwhile, up on the 5th floor, Yang Chan and Chen Sui are trapped inside a massive, suffocating water sphere. The weapon pierces right through the water bubble, creating a visible tear on its surface, but as soon as she pulls it out, the tear instantly seals back up as if nothing happened. She grits her teeth in frustration. She realizes her attacks cannot break this water sphere, dreading that her glorious life might actually end like a drowned ghost. She desperately wonders if Jiang Chen received her distress call, yet hoping he arrives before she completely runs out of time. Trapped right beside Yang Chan, Chen Shui gasps heavily for air in the suffocating bubble as her strength rapidly fades. But then Yang Chan spots a familiar figure approaching and cries out in pure relief he actually came for them. Jiang Chen leaps forward and shatters the water sphere into halves, casually asking the two beauties if they are all right. Yang Chan practically cries tears of joy and throws her arms around him, thrilled that he actually came to save them. Surprised but secretly enjoying the sudden hug, Jiang Chen playfully teases her, asking what happened to her usual tough attitude. Yang Chan breaks into a nervous sweat while Chen Shui quickly warns him that a dangerous female ghost controls the 5th floor. She urgently begs Jiang Chen to be extremely careful as he deals with her water magic. Jiang Chen confidently assures them he is not worried at all before boldly heading straight up to the 5th floor. He steps into a dark corridor with flickering lights, but showing absolutely zero fear, he casually calls out into the shadows. He teasingly asks the ghost where she is hiding, playfully inviting her to come out and play with some water. Suddenly, mysterious drops of water drip down from above, landing softly on his shoulder and making him look over in curiosity. A creepy head suddenly pops into view with a mocking chuckle, prompting Jiang Chen to clench his fists and look up. The entity reveals a frightening face with glowing blue eyes and matching blue hair, holding her face in her hands. She sticks out a long, hungry tongue, asking if he really wants to play with her. Before she can even react, Jiang Chen suddenly reaches up, grabs her by the head, and yanks her down instantly. He casually asks why she is so soaking wet, leaving the stunned spirit completely speechless at his incredibly calm demeanor. Without waiting for an answer, he swiftly spins her around, catching her entirely off guard with his sudden movement. Leaving the dizzy ghost in a state of panic, Jiang Chen holds her tight, sticks his tongue out, and teases her. He offers to lick her completely dry as she frantically struggles, wondering if this guy has just been single way too long. Seriously, who flirts with a ghost? And there goes 20 points of ghost chi as his tongue nears her lips. She secretly finds it thrilling, but still feigns weakness, telling him to stop licking her as Jiang Chen smugly grins. He asks if she is feeling uncomfortable before suddenly applying heavy pressure to her face with both hands. He squeezes her cheeks so hard, her face completely distorts, forcing her cheeks to puff out and her tongue to protrude. Jiang Chen decides to switch roles, pulling her tongue closer to him and telling her to lick him instead. Completely stunned by his bizarre demands, the spirit has no choice but to submissively open her mouth anyway. She cannot believe she met such a weirdo, gaining another 40 ghost chi before screaming that she cannot take this anymore. She releases a strange sphere of water and green mist, blasting a powerful stream of liquid directly into his face. Though his face is totally soaked, Jiang Chen just licks his lips with absolute delight. Having tasted her spit, he happily remarks that she has finally agreed to play in the water with him. Refusing to back down, he announces that it is his turn now, instantly summoning all his inner power. With clenched fists, he unleashes a massive torrent of water that sends her flying backward, leaving her sprawled on the floor. Since physical attacks apparently do not work on her, he prepares his combat stance, eager to test that theory out. He flashes a sinister smile, but suddenly a single drop of water falls right in front of him. The liquid droplet catches his eye before shooting straight at him, which he barely dodges as countless more rapidly manifest all around. He immediately turns and runs for it, wondering why all these projectiles are suddenly homing in on his position. As the dangerous water bullets zoom past, he raises his hand to tap and unleash a dormant surge of intense spiritual power. Feeling the energy awaken inside him, he stares intently at the ghost, realizing she is not even controlling these droplets. The water drops are attacking completely on their own, relentlessly tracking his movements as they fly through the air. He grits his teeth in annoyance, searching for the source until one drop glows with a strange purple light. Remembering the drop that hit him earlier, it all clicks, and he quickly devises a clever plan to trick her. He instantly vanishes into thin air, leaving the confused and shivering ghost looking around, wondering where he went. Out of nowhere, a coat flies down to drape over her as Jiang Chen suddenly appears right above the specter. Seeing her completely soaked and cold, he tells her to put it on. With an annoyed look, the specter suddenly realizes something. Wait, the attack point marked on her. Checking her own spell array, the specter gasps in absolute shock and confusion. How on earth did this happen? Suddenly, Jiang Chen appears right behind her with a sly, knowing grin. Gathering a surge of energy in his hand, he quickly calculates his next move to mask his presence. By blocking the tracking signal, the water attacks can no longer lock onto him as the primary target. Just in case she can control the water, he strategically hid right in her blind spot. The demon suddenly realizes his plan. Once the coat is draped over her body, the trap is set. Removing the energy barrier that blocked the signal, Jiang Chen knows she has now become the target of her very own attack. Countless water droplets rain down in a relentless assault, leaving the specter absolutely no time to react. She screams in horror as Jiang Chen covers his mouth mockingly, whispering how terrifying the attack is as the fight ends. Picking up his completely shredded coat, Jiang Chen sighs with deep regret over the high cost of this battle. His favorite coat is completely ruined, but the drowned specter is dead, earning him 400 ghost energy. With the specter defeated, the system interface pops up to congratulate the host on breaking past 5,000 ghost energy. It asks if he wants to spend 1,000 energy to upgrade, leaving Jiang Chen completely dumbfounded. 1,000 way too expensive. He asks if the upgrade comes with a luxury car, which the system flatly rejects. The upgrade will unlock a powerful new enhancement feature for his system. He initiates the process, and the system chime echoes, asking him to wait patiently while the upgrade completes. Nearby, another specter peeks out at the upgrading Jiang Chen, muttering that the kid actually has some real skill. But Jiang Chen already spotted the big-nosed demon, scoffing that the creature's massive snout gave away his hiding spot long ago. Returning to his companions, the short-haired girl asks if he already dealt with a female specter, and he confidently confirms it. She kindly asks if he is exhausted from the battle, but he just maintains his smug expression. It was a piece of cake. Suddenly, he slings his arms over Jiang Chen and the girl with smug pride. He boasts that his body could easily handle 500 more rounds of action with the two of them. Unlike some older folks who are already too weak to stand, and yeah, he is totally roasting him, Jiang Chen remarks mockingly. Watching from the shadows, the big-nosed demon sees with rage, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Speechless with fury after having his sore spot poked, the dean yields 20 more ghost energy to Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen, Yang Chen, and the girl walk off arm in arm, the massive-nosed specter suddenly blocks their path. The dean accuses them of inappropriate behavior, declaring that they are in serious violation of the strict school rules. Before finishing his sentence, the demon opens his mouth wide. Bizarre dark forces come flying right out. A golden shockwave erupts as he commands them all to die, catching the group completely off guard. Yang Chen is blasted backward with a painful scream, and the short-haired girl suffers a similarly brutal impact from the blast. Both girls lie motionless on the ground, leaving Jiang Chen surprised that the demon's overwhelming energy knocked them out instantly. Yet he remains completely unfazed by the sudden threat. He casually comments on how incredibly strict the school is. Breaking rules means death. He muses, wiping his cheek with a grin because he actually quite likes the intensity. Suddenly, the demon's nose extends to impale him, but Jiang Chen blocks the strike with his bare fist. Deflecting the blow, he swiftly dodges to the side before sliding back to create some much-needed distance. Having safely distanced himself from the beast, Jiang Chen can't help but chuckle in pure amusement at his opponent. Activating his exorcism technique, he focuses his gaze as a strange energy mark begins to form on his forehead. Suddenly, a massive horn sprouts from his forehead. Talk about a bizarre power-up as he challenges the dean to a fight. With his nose still stretched out, the startled dean screams that using violence is another serious offense. Adding to his list of crimes, an intense clash between human and specter begins. In a bizarre duel, they clash their longest assets together like swords, sparks flying with loud metal-on-metal rings. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's massive horn overpowers the square-faced demon's nose, forcing it to shrink right back. He lands a brutal kick straight to the beast's face, finally retracting his horn once the enemy is down. With his horn returned, Jiang Chen flies high into the air, completely catching the square-faced demon off guard. Hovering in place, Jiang Chen yells, asking if the demon thinks only he can shoot. Prepare for trouble. White bullets streak directly toward the demon, But just as they get close, his figure quickly flickers away. He vanishes into a cloud of white smoke and suddenly reappears behind Jiang Chen, delivering a clean sneak attack. Jiang Chen is totally flustered as the demon morphs his head into a sharp beetle-like horn. He thrusts forward, leaving Jiang Chen terrified and raising his hands in panic, realizing he completely underestimated his opponent. But as he shields his face, a bright golden figure flashes behind the beetle demon. Just like that, a short-haired girl in purple and yellow grits her teeth, cursing that this bastard creature is back again. She lands a brutal punch that flattens the beetle demon completely, but she does not even get a chance to celebrate, because right at that exact moment, the flattened beetle demon thrusts out a single razor-sharp leg. The leg impales her chest, causing blood to spray everywhere as the short-haired girl coughs up a heavy mouthful. But she refuses to fall instead, letting out an eerie laugh and whispering that it was her own mistake. She admits her carelessness but promises that no matter how weak she is, she will drag him down with her. With those words, she wraps a black cord tightly around her hand and grabs the demon's body. She unleashes wild punches, screaming if he really thought her black chicken skin exorcism band was just for show. She repeatedly beats the monster in a frenzy, but he drives his leg even deeper, making her face twist in agony. After taking a long, heavy breath, she stands panting in a massive pool of blood, the demon shredded to pieces. Her eyes close as she wobbles, coughing up blood, while Jiang Chen watches the entire brutal clash in absolute shock. He realizes this opponent is far too dangerous to play around with before turning back to face his threat. Watching the demon advance, he knows that if he fails to end this in one strike, he is dead. Right on cue, Jiang Chen's system flashes with a new notification unlocking a skill called Demon Rain Boiling Hell. Jiang Chen smirks mockingly, taunting that since the demon's main weapon is gone, there is no way he can fight now. This sends the demon into a trembling rage, growling before letting out a mad laugh as he mutates. He twists his neck, transforming into a terrifying multi-eyed red beast while laughing like a maniac. He calls Jiang Chen naive, saying losing a nose means absolutely nothing, and asks if the kid stands a chance. The demon suddenly bulges with massive shirt-ripping muscles as if injected with steroids, leaving Jiang Chen completely stunned. But instead of running, Jiang Chen just beckons with two fingers, inviting the monster to come and get destroyed. Staring at the gesture, the multi-eyed demon breaks into a cold sweat, nervously asking what kind of trick this is. He mocks the light drizzle, reaching out his hand to catch a few falling drops to prove it is harmless. With a pretty devious grin, Jiang Chen points out that the falling rain is actually 105 degrees. The demon freezes as steam sizzles off his skin, screaming in agony and asking why it suddenly got so hot. His entire body quickly breaks out in horrific, blistering burns from head to toe. He thrashes around in pure agony, screaming at the top of his lungs that he is burning to death. System notifications rapidly spam his screen, showing the burning target is generating 95 demonic key points. The notifications continue, adding 97 points as the target cries and 99 more as he nears death. Once the screaming finally stops, the rain clears, leaving the multi-eyed beast curled up in a steaming puddle. Jiang Chen sneers down at him, muttering that it is time to deliver the final blow. He bends low and drives the long horn on his forehead directly into the multi-eyed monster. Blood splatters everywhere as the system screen flashes, confirming the high-level demon chief is dead. The screen awards 199 points, and Jiang Chen safely reverts back into his normal human form. Now sporting long hair, he wipes away his sweat with a sigh and slowly pulls off his long wig. Looking at the screen, he smiles, realizing he made a massive profit as Chen Shui and Yang Chen approach. Covered in wounds, Chen Shui asks if he is alright, but Jiang Chen just sighs helplessly at their arrival. He mutters, "They woke up just in time," but Chen Shui looks around and spots Sister Sun pinned down. A sharp spike is driven right through her, forcing Chen Shui to gasp that Sister Sun is dead too. Chen Shui sighs, adding that they only tagged along for a group quest only to end up losing their lives. Yang Chen chimes in completely shocked, stating that the sheer power of these ghosts was clearly underestimated from the start. "This is definitely not a threat we can handle," Yang Tian says, falling silent. Sinking into a tense silence, Chen Shui finally asks what they should do now, prompting Jiang Chen to speak up with an old saying. Jiang Chen turns around with a wave of his hand, saying since they are already here, making Yang Tian chuckle at his casual attitude. Laughing, he agrees that since they are here, Chen Shui nods along, saying they might as well wipe out every last ghost together. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, three men stand staring down at a trembling girl who is actually a ghost with twin garlic bulb buns. With green slime oozing from her eyes and mouth, Qinzhe lets out a dark chuckle, demanding to know the female student's name one last time. The armless garlic bun ghost whimpers that speaking her name will get them all killed, but an impatient Qin Feiying instantly draws his twin blades. He threatens her, warning that she dies right now if she stays quiet, as the terrified ghost continues to leak green fluids. Left speechless and trembling, the slime-covered spirit suddenly breaks into a horrific wide grin, green fluid dripping as she begins to laugh like a maniac. Her wild cackling laughter echoes across the sky, completely shattering the peaceful silence of the dark, chilly night. Muttering insanely that they can all die together, the twisted spirit begins chanting some sort of dark incantation. Cackling wildly, she tells them to listen very closely because that terrifying girl is named. In a tense silence, she finally whispers that cursed name Bai Ling, but the moment those words leave her mouth, the ghost's head instantly snaps clean off her shoulders, her green blood rapidly turning a dull, lifeless gray. Her rolling head stops right at the feet of a hideous old hag ghost who brings a hand to her mouth and asks who called her. The hag picks up the headless corpse, taking a brutal bite straight out of her shoulder before raising her eyes. Demanding to know who called her name, she devours her own kind, a brutal display of ghost cannibalism. Terrified and breaking into a cold sweat, Qinzi realizes this monster is at least a half-specter, while a panicked Qin Hai asks what to do. Asking if they can even win, King Hai suggests retreating, noting that they still get partial compensation for abandoning a C-rank quest. Qinzi scoffs, confidently asking what there is to fear when they brought the Blood Yang pill. Qin Hai agrees, remembering that the Blood Yang pill can trigger an insane burst of raw physical strength in a short amount of time. However, this shortcut damages a martial artist's core, carrying some massive permanent side effects for the body. Clutching the pill, Qin Hai knows completing this high-tier quest will guarantee Qinzi a spot in the prestigious martial sect. The Qin family desperately needs a strong leader, and as Qin Hai swallows the pill, his eyes flare with sudden power. A massive wave of energy surges through his body, coiling tightly around his arms and torso as his strength skyrockets. Fully empowered by the pill, he wastes no time and charges straight toward the old hag ghost to launch a devastating attack. Screaming for the old hag to drop dead, his strike triggers a massive explosion that lights up the night sky, drawing Jiang Chen attention. Seeing the distant sky light up with immense energy, Jiang Chen wonders if that crazy blast belongs to Qinzi's squad. They debate whether to help, knowing that despite Qinzi being a jerk, his family background is not something to mess with. Hearing this, Chen Shui and Yang Chan immediately call him out for being way too cautious. They proudly remind him that their families are powerhouses who certainly do not fear the Qin family. Yang Chan warns Jiang Chen not to save someone who might just turn around and betray them later. Chen Sui walks over and pats his shoulder, telling Jiang Chen to relax because both she and Yang Chan have his back no matter what. Playing the humble friend, Jiang Chen insists that if lives are on the line, they still have to save them. Patting his stomach, he casually admits that fighting all those ghosts has actually left him feeling pretty hungry. The mention of food instantly wins Chen Sui over as she laughs and agrees they should grab a bite to recharge their energy first. Suddenly, Yang Chan remembers it is Crazy Thursday and offers to treat everyone to a generous meal. Meanwhile, back at the fierce battle with the old hag, Qinzi's group notices her exposed brain. Spotting this glaring vulnerability, Qin Hai channels his boosted power and aims a devastating punch directly at her exposed brain. But the moment his fist connects, he realizes it did absolutely nothing, leaving her completely unfazed by his full-force strike. Panicking, he drives a follow-up fist straight toward her heart, sending her flying into the air, but she suddenly snatches his arm mid-flight. With a terrifying grip, she creepily asks if he called her name, completely halting him in an instant. Before he can even react, she savagely twists his arm until the bones shatter, sending him screaming in pure agony. Fei Yang charges in and lands heavy direct strikes, but is she even hurt? Qin Hai asks if he used a Blood Yang pill too. Fei Yang says there was no other choice and charges right back in. Swinging his blade, he yells to taste his steel, but she calmly asks if he also just called her name a moment ago. Just as Fei Yang reaches her, she grabs his head and slams it hard into the ground. Seeing his ally down, Qin Hai leaps forward and delivers a brutal punch, knocking a chunk of her hair clean off. The monster drops Fei Yang, taking Qin Hai's punch as a chunk of her hair and scalp peels off. Qin Hai begins to pant heavily. The side effects of the Blood Yang pill are kicking in. Despite her scalp being ripped away to reveal her skull, she looks absolutely thrilled. She thanks him, saying it feels so good and that ever since her skull cracked from a fall, it had always felt in the way. Qinzi is utterly confused. Why? She is clearly just a half-wraith. How can 2 Blood Yang pills do absolutely nothing to her? Cold sweat pours down Qinzi's face as he anxiously mutters about where things went wrong while the ghost points to its exposed, writhing, meaty brain. It boasts that letting her brain get some air makes things feel much better. The brain-exposed ghost then presses a finger into its soft, mushy brain, declaring this is its true self. As its dark gray body begins to shift, the monster slowly takes on color, first with purple hair, followed by a bright red outfit. Qinzi's pupils contract in pure terror as cold sweat pours. He stammers out as he realizes her exposed brain is starting to turn red. This is no half-wraith, Fei Yang stammers in shock. Qinzi adds that she is fundamentally a. Qin Hai yells in terror that she is a full wraith. They all scream to run, turning into golden light and bolting away. Fei Yang runs for his life with all his might, but suddenly the brain-exposed ghost appears right in front of him. Letting out an eerie, distorted chuckle, the brain ghost mockingly asks if he is supposed to be the fastest before swinging its pale arm forward to strike. Grabbing Fei Yang by the neck, it lifts him like a rag doll. Its other hand plunges straight into his heart, and just like that, he is finished. Qin Hai looks over in absolute shock and rushes to save him, screaming Fei Yang's name. Qin Hai clenches his fist and punches, but the ghost easily blocks it with one hand. Desperate, Qin Hai calls out for backup. He begs Qinze to lend a hand, but Qinze calmly reaches into his pocket, telling him to just try and hold on. Qinze pulls out a bizarre greenish-blue drum. Saying he is on his way, he strikes it, releasing a strange wave. The strange green waves spread out in ripples. Qin Hai asks in panic why they are paralyzed and unable to move too. Qinze casually asks Qin Hai if he still remembers the story he told him before. Qinze ruthlessly smiles. You do not need to outrun the wolf to avoid being eaten. You just need to make sure the wolf eats the other sheep instead. Qin Hai furiously calls him an absolute beast. Weren't they on a mission together? What good does his death do for Qinze? Qinze replies, it does no good at all. But it does no harm either. Qinze walks closer, adding that if they are really talking about benefits, if Qin Hai dies, he can sleep with his wife. Chuckling, he looks down at the active drum. Seeing the green waves fade, Qinze notes that the drum's paralyzing effect has finally worn off. The bastard turns to leave, telling him to hang in there as the brain-exposed ghost shivers and starts to move again. Struggling to move its body, it opens its mouth to screech, tilting its head to look directly at Qin Hai. Letting out a mocking laugh as Qin Hai's screams echo from behind, Qinze chuckles, saying it is quite a beautiful scream. Qin Hai's desperate screams echo outside the building, startling Chen Shui and Yang Chen. Jiang Chen, mouth full of food, mumbles that he just finished eating and already has to hear this awful screaming. It is making him feel a bit nauseous. Chen Shui anxiously wonders if the three Qin brothers are actually not strong enough, suggesting they call the Underworld Bureau for backup. Jiang Chen lazily says it shouldn't be that bad. He secretly thinks that if the Underworld Bureau shows up, how is he supposed to farm ghost energy anymore? Putting his arms around Yang Chen and Chen Shui, he says they have suffered enough and they should go rescue them. Jiang Chen drags both of them into the building, telling them to let's go. Inside, it is absolutely dead silent. The atmosphere is desolate, dark, and quiet. Jiang Chen loudly yells out to ask if anyone is there. Qinze, hiding behind a wall, spots Jiang Chen and gets annoyed, wondering why these people showed up here. Qinze bends down to scoop up some dirt, smearing it on his face to fake some realistic injuries. He then fakes a panicked run and rushes out, shouting that it is so good to see everyone here. Qinze points deep inside, immediately spinning a wild lie that they arrived just in time because a fierce ghost is upstairs. Qinze claims he risked his life to heavily wound the beast. Jiang Chen steps closer, asking if such a good deal actually exists. Jiang Chen asks why Qinze did not just finish it off himself. Qinze looks away, coughing weakly and claiming his injuries are far too severe. He says he stands no chance against her, but points out that taking down this fierce ghost brings incredible rewards. They will not only gain massive points, but can even apply to join legendary hidden sects. At least that is what he claims. He calls it a total steal, asking if they will really pass up hunting Bai Ling. Qinze is too busy talking to notice the exposed brain ghost creeping up behind them, leaving Chen Shui and Yang Chen utterly terrified. They shriek out in terror as the ghost approaches, its massive dark shadow stretching ominously across the dusty floor. The brain ghost rasps out, asking who dared to speak its name. Jiang Chen breaks into a cold sweat, but then his lips curl into a smirk. Suddenly, Jiang Chen breaks into a wild, hysterical fit of laughter like a total madman. Ghost energy points of +19 start popping up all over the monster, making Jiang Chen incredibly hyped. Jiang Chen calls it the ghost of his absolute dreams, while Qinze looks at him in utter disbelief, wondering how he can still laugh. Qinze assumes the guy has simply lost his mind from fear, secretly pulling out his strange drum with a devious plan in mind. Talk about a dirty move, he plans to trap them here with the ghost and swoop in for the easy cleanup. Tapping his finger on the drum, Qinze releases eerie green sound waves that ripple through the air, washing right over the helpless trio. Chen Shui and Yang Chen freeze up in panic from the shockwaves, but Jiang Chen just blinks in confusion. He gets a strange dizzy rush, realizing the beat of the drum is actually resonating with his body once again. The system panel flashes, confirming resonance with the special handler ability, boosting his power by 5%. Qinze quietly slips away, humming to himself about his clean escape, when suddenly a heavy hand drops right onto his shoulder. It is Jiang Chen telling him to keep playing. Qinze looks down at his drum in absolute shock. He wonders how the demonic sound has zero effect on the guy, while Jiang Chen grins like a shady salesman offering a sketchy deal. Jiang Chen coaxes him to play a little more, but Qinze snaps back, asking if he has lost his mind with a deadly ghost right there. He asks if Jiang Chen wants to watch his teammates get slaughtered as the brain ghost inches closer to the two paralyzed girls. Jiang Chen agrees that makes sense, then immediately kicks Qinzi away and tells him to scram. Looking at the beast, Jiang Chen mutters that a one-star card might not cut it. Knowing he needs more firepower, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a card shining with 2 golden stars. He triggers the card, unleashing a thick surge of crimson energy to summon the deer demon form. The phantom skeleton of a deer looms over him as his internal energy pathways ignite with blinding points of light. The energy flows down to his hands before rising to his forehead, where 2 small glowing horns begin to sprout. His muscles swell with raw power, his forearms and hands shifting into a solid glowing amber shade. Golden lightning crackles around him as the system announces he has rolled a random highly potent divine ability. Granted the tyrant demon body and palm thunder, Jiang Chen marvels at the sheer power of this 2-star card. He feels strong enough to instantly vaporize that long-nosed monster as the brain ghost closes in on the 2 helpless girls. Both girls remain frozen under the paralyzing effects of the drum, unable to twitch a single muscle as the ghost looms. The ghost demands to know if they called its name, making Yang Chen stammer out a frantic denial, which only annoys the creature. It turns its hideous gaze toward Chen Zhuwei, raising a terrifying hand tipped with razor-sharp claws. Swiping downward, the ghost decides it must be her, leaving Chen Zhuwei weeping as she faces certain death. But before the claws can connect, a bright flash of lightning blocks the strike coming from Jiang Chen, hand resting on her shoulder. Brilliant golden lightning surges from his palm, crackling with thick, devastating arcs of pure energy. Jiang Chen smiles, finding this lightning trick incredibly convenient, while the ghost stares in absolute shock at having its attack blocked. The system reveals the ghost's confused thoughts, wondering if this human is made of numbing Sichuan peppercorns. It yields a massive 170 points of ghost energy. Jiang Chen asks the beast if the shock feels nice. He offers to give it an even bigger dose of juice, unleashing a violent, blinding storm of golden lightning that blasts the brain ghost clean off its feet. The creature crashes to the ground, sliding backward as it stares at its horribly scorched, smoking hands. Trembling in pain, the ghost cries out about being unfairly bullied before throwing its head back in a frustrated, agonizing shriek. Blood-red demonic energy erupts with terrifying force. Just then, the system screen flashes, showing the ghost's dark thoughts. She claims they will all end up just as miserable as she is. Demonic energy plus 500. The ghost lunges violently at Jiang Chen, but he casually raises a single hand. He locks both wrists of the exposed brain ghost. Forcing her arms high into the air, Jiang Chen uses his free hand to strike her ribs with massive force. The ghost grits her teeth, laughing eerily, but as his palm makes contact, white smoke sizzles from her burning flesh. The ghost gasps in shock as Jiang Chen smiles smugly, asking his little darling to think carefully. He asks her why she is really so angry. Is it truly because they teamed up to bully her, or is there something else? No, it is because she wanted to kill them first, forcing them to fight back. The ghost looks completely bewildered and asks, "Then why exactly is she so angry?" Jiang Chen casually pokes a finger right into her exposed pulpy brain. He tells her to use her brain and think. She mutters that it is because someone called her name. Smiling like an absolute villain, Jiang Chen says, "Ding ding, correct answer. So what does she want to do now?" The crazed ghost screams that she wants to kill whoever called her name. Meanwhile, Qinzi is watching closely. Peeking from behind a wall, he wonders if Jiang Chen has been possessed. He gloats knowing the others have already drained the ghost. They have worn down her energy quite a bit. Once she finishes them off, it will be his perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, Jiang Chen spins around. He points directly at Qinzi and shouts to the brain-exposed ghost, "Look, the guy who called your name is right over there. Go get him." Qinzi jumps in pure terror and swears. He bolts, cursing Jiang Chen for literally teaming up with a monster just to screw him over. What a total backstabber. He yells back threats, warning them that the power of the Qin family will crush them once he gets home. But mid-sentence, a shadow leaps right over his head. It is the brain-exposed ghost. She lands right in his path. Panicking, Qinzi tries his old trick again and pulls out his warding drum, but nothing happens. Sweat dripping from his palms, he beats the drum frantically, wondering why the magic has died. Where is the spiritual power when he needs it? The ghost cackles darkly as Qinzi screams for her to back off. She reaches out and pats his head, asking if he was the one who called her name. Her grip slowly tightens on his skull. In desperation, Qinzi whips out a 6-shooter, aims straight at her head, and screams for her to die. He bolts again, laughing that a smart man always has a backup plan, but the ghost simply catches the bullet with 2 fingers. She complains that it actually stung. Qinzi watches in horror, stammering that those cost 10,000 system points a shot. He leaps out of the building and dives into the bushes, aiming to find the guards first before planning his next move. Sprinting frantically, he makes it into a dense patch of woods, finally feeling a slight sense of safety. He stops to catch his breath, scanning the area. But to his absolute horror, the ghost is already there. Hiding behind a bush, he covers his mouth to stay silent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes nearby, making him scream. Jiang Chen sits up in a tree, calling down that he was trying to snipe the ghost but missed. The ghost spots him, immediately mocking him for hiding in the dirt. Qinzi scrambles away, still shouting back at Jiang Chen. He yells that Jiang Chen is clearly trying to get him killed by the ghost on purpose. Chasing close behind, Jiang Chen tells him not to worry. Qinzi looks back in absolute terror, dreading what is next. Jiang Chen promises to help him finish her off, sending a lightning bolt crashing right behind Qinzi, forcing him to leap. A second bolt blasts down, but he barely dodges it. Qinzi screams back, calling him a liar. He accuses Jiang Chen of targeting him instead. Jiang Chen calmly suggests he stop complaining and look at what is right ahead. Qinzi looks forward only to find a massive cliff blocking his path. He halts in sheer disbelief. Realizing he is cornered, he curses and quickly pivots to run towards the right. He notices a small slope nearby and figures he can climb it to lose the ghost. But Jiang Chen drops down right in front of him, completely cutting off his last remaining escape route. Qinzi curses him. Instantly switching to a cowardly smile, Qinzi begs him to talk things out and spare his life. He promises that the Qin family will reward him generously, making them practically brothers. Hearing this, Jiang Chen just smirks. He asks why Qinzi is talking about rewards. After all, they are close friends and he came to help. He claims he would gladly do it for free. Furious at the blatant mockery, Qinzi loads his gun again. Raising his weapon, Qinzi threatens to take him down first. But suddenly, a flash of red light streaks past. Qinzi's hand holding the gun gets cleanly sliced off. He stares blankly, completely lost, looking down at his severed hand and screaming. He groans about his hand, but a bony, terrifyingly strong grip immediately clamps down on his throat. Choking on his own breath, Qinzi is hoisted into the air by the brain-exposed demon who calls them absolute trash. Always talking about brotherhood and friendship, yet turning on each other in an instant. Jiang Chen puts on a hilariously fake performance, begging the demon to release his dear friend, and she actually buys it. She turns to him laughing, asking why he wants to save a guy who just tried to kill him. Jiang Chen is speechless, wondering how a demon this strong can be so incredibly dense and oblivious to obvious sarcasm. Grinning, he decides to play along and mess with her head, turning up the fake drama even more. Sure, he tried to betray me, but young Master Qin is still our beloved leader and dearest companion. He warns her that if she dares to end him, he won't play nice anymore. Qinzi begs him to shut up, but the triggered demon swings her arm, shrieking that she is going to end him right now. She dares Jiang Chen to stop her while Qinzi curses in terror as his head is slammed violently against the cliff. She continuously bashes his skull against the rocks, screaming in pure rage. As Qinzi is brutally pummeled, Jiang Chen casually remarks on how incredibly angry she is. Finally, she lifts Qinzi's bloody face, mockingly reminding Jiang Chen of his threat. She challenges him to show his worst, but Jiang Chen just smirks, pointing out that the guy is still barely breathing. As the system registers her regret for not finishing the job, Jiang Chen instantly gains 90 bonus points of demon energy. Enraged, she vows to end him once and for all to see what Jiang Chen will do. She unleashes a blast of greenish-gray energy, instantly disintegrating Qinzi's flesh right before their eyes. Leaving behind only a skeleton, his mystical drum clatters to the ground near Jiang Chen. He lets out another ridiculously fake sob for his fallen comrade before suddenly charging forward. Now he has a perfect excuse to kill her, calling her Bai Ling, which absolutely infuriates her. She spits out a wave of dark energy, but Jiang Chen dodges effortlessly, reappearing right at her side to unleash a heavy punch. He lands a solid blow to her face before targeting the exposed brain tissue on top of her head. His fist collides with her brain, but it makes a heavy metallic thud, feeling completely rock hard. Jiang Chen pulls back, nursing his knuckles, while she charges at him like a high-speed battering ram. He easily sidesteps her attacks, sending her crashing into the environment until a sudden move catches him completely off guard. She bursts from below, launching him into the air, which only annoys Jiang Chen enough to challenge her to a headbutt contest. The system activates his tyrant demon body, and glowing lightning-like veins spread across Jiang Chen's face. He slams his head directly into hers, their skulls colliding with an incredibly heavy solid thud. The demon staggers back, rubbing her aching head, utterly shocked by how incredibly hard his skull has become. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen pins Bai Ling down, letting out an absolutely maniacal laugh as he grabs her. Mocking her terrible balance, he places a hand over her exposed brain with the most sarcastic look of concern you could imagine. Suggesting her brain might be broken, he offers to repair it before literally ripping the entire organ out of her skull. Staring at the squishy, slimy mass in his hands, he wonders aloud how he is supposed to fix this thing. Admitting he has no clue, he kicks her away while she curses him with everything she has left. He tosses the brain aside, impressed that she is still alive, while back at the building, Chen Shui grows increasingly anxious. She senses that the chaotic battle has drifted deep into the nearby forest, and Yang Chen agrees. They rush out to investigate, only to spot a military helicopter hovering directly over the trees. Two figures leap down, but one completely misses his footing on a branch, muttering about his clumsy landing. A massive purple hand catches Sule mid-air, gently tilting to let him slide safely onto the forest floor. Xu Lei demands to know the demon's location and Yang Chen points deep into the dense woods. Xu Lei orders everyone to move out, but as they head in Qin, Xu Wei can't help but notice his battered appearance and numerous fresh wounds. She worries that this team must have barely survived a brutal battle before arriving to deal with yet another threat. Wondering if they can even survive another round, the group pushes forward until Xu Lei suddenly spots something ahead. Jiang Chen stands over the demon, collapsed at his feet as Xu Lei shouts that they found them, making Chen Xue let out a sigh of relief. She wonders if it is already taken care of and realizes she worried for nothing, but as Xu Lei approaches, Jiang Chen glares in annoyance. He accuses her of trying to steal his kill before immediately swinging his hand to blast a bolt of lightning straight into the demon's chest. He mutters that he needs to finish her off quickly, and the system instantly alerts him that Spectre Bai Ling is dead, awarding 444 ghost energy. Stunned by the sight, Xu Lei asks why it is always him and demands to know who he really is to take down a specter. Jiang Chen casually fires back that his identity is none of the Underworld Bureau's business. The agent beside Xu Lei snaps in anger but is instantly silenced when Xu Lei raises her hand, forcing the guy to choke back his words with a weird squeak. Xu Lei coldly tells him there is nothing for him here and orders him to inspect the scene. He must find the cause of death and return the bodies to their clans, prompting the agent to huff in annoyance before finally walking away. But as the agent passes Jiang Chen, he intentionally bumps shoulders and his body briefly splatters like liquid, leaving Jiang Chen thoroughly annoyed. He mutters about the childish behavior of bumping shoulders when suddenly that strange black goo begins to move. Jiang Chen blinks in confusion as the dark liquid morphs right before his eyes, taking the shape of a female ghost. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she gets roasted when Jiang Chen jokes about her flat chest, instantly triggering her rage. The system alerts him that a piggyback ghost has appeared, earning him 80 ghost energy. Infuriated, the ghost blows up into a massive bloated blob of mud, demanding to know if she still looks flat to him now. Jiang Chen warns her to get off him immediately, telling her she will have to face the consequences if she refuses. Xu Lei steps in and tells her subordinate to stop fooling around, making the ghost dissolve as she quickly apologizes. She claims her team is just exhausted from a long mission before suddenly placing her fingers right under Jiang Chen's chin. Commenting on how their dark energy is running wild, Jiang Chen just smirks and boldly licks her fingers right then and there. He teases her by asking to taste her dark energy, joking that a beautiful lady like her must taste like fresh strawberries. Xu Lei yanks her hand back in shock, shaking off the moisture while telling him she is not there to pick a fight. She wants to get down to business, explaining that their collective mission resulted in 6 casualties from their team. She pulls out a dark red finger bone, stating she must question everyone now as a matter of standard protocol. Chen Xue and Yang Chen gasp upon recognizing the bone of a liar ghost, while Jiang Chen pretends to act completely clueless. He acts confused, but an irritated Yang Chen snaps at him, explaining that the liar ghost is actually a dangerous Scarlet-class specter. Its severed finger acts as a perfect lie detector, leaving Jiang Chen shocked to hear about a Scarlet class. Realizing it must be at least B rank, Yang Chen confirms it is indeed a powerful entity that is highly feared. She shares that the Underworld Bureau had to deploy their elite 5th squad, suffering over 50% casualties just to take it down. They only managed to secure 10 of those fingers, so Xu Lei warns them to answer honestly since they know what the bone does. She tosses the finger bone forward to avoid any unnecessary trouble, and the creepy relic floats over to point directly at Chen Xue. With the crimson bone aimed right at her forehead, Xu Lei orders her to recount the mission. Chen Xue confidently explains how everything went down, detailing every single event they experienced while out in the field. After listening, Xu Lei notes that even though Qin Zi is dead, betraying comrades remains an unforgivable crime. She promises to hold the Qin family accountable before making the floating finger bone turn and point at Yang Chen. Addressing the young lady of the Yang clan, she demands to know what they were doing when Qin Zi was attacked. Compelled by the bone, Yang Chen immediately blurts out that they were starving and went to grab fast food. Xu Lei muses that eating to recover stamina makes sense, while Jiang Chen watches the interrogation with growing tension. Realizing he is next on the chopping block, he prepares himself for the bone to point his way. He quietly readies a bizarre drum behind his back, keeping his eyes wide open as the bone flies toward him. Just as it is about to touch his forehead, he lightly taps the drum, sending out a soft green sound wave. Wearing a massive grin, he listens as Xu Lei asks why he failed to save his teammate Qin Zi. Jiang Chen immediately puts on a show of deep sorrow, claiming he tried his absolute best to reason with him. Shedding crocodile tears, he laments that he tried to make his comrade turn back. But Qin Zi was simply too stubborn and the enemy was too strong, leaving Xu Lei completely shocked by his words. She quietly admires his righteous heart despite his playful look before pulling back the bone and wrapping up her investigation. He tells everyone to head home for rewards later, and with that, the figure of Xu Lei completely vanishes. Meanwhile, a loud crashing noise echoes from the top floor of the apartment building. Jiang Chen is fast asleep in bed when the racket makes him frown, forcing him to sit up in annoyance. He storms out angrily, muttering about whether that door-knocking ghost from last time is somehow still alive, clutching his transformation card. Opening the door, he curses to smash the monster but stops when he sees Sister Hong, utterly surprised. Leaning against the frame, he asks what she needs, but she suddenly bursts into tears as her eyes well up. She buries her face in his chest, sobbing for him to help her, and soon they are sitting quietly in the living room. Sister Hong clutches a warm glass of water with both hands to calm her racing heart before starting her story. It all began with her family 15 years ago when her father tried to force her into an arranged marriage. She rebelled to chase her own happiness and refused the match, even raising her middle finger to show her absolute defiance back then. Because that marriage alliance fell through, her family's fortunes supposedly declined and her father blamed her for the whole disaster. He kicked her out, but her mother, fearing she would end up on the streets, stepped in to help her out. She bought her half of this entire apartment building, leaving Jiang Chen completely stunned at what she considered a ruined family background. Seriously, what kind of wealthy heiress is she actually to throw money around like that? She reveals her real name is Gu Hongya, asking if he has ever heard of the wealthy Gu family, which shocks him. The legendary Gu family that dominates Jiangbei business. Jiang Chen suddenly feels incredibly tiny and wonders why she is sharing this now. He asks what happened, and Gu Hongya explains that her mother called her yesterday about some strange occurrences in the household. Apparently, her brother and sister-in-law have been experiencing bizarre things lately, which immediately sparks Jiang Chen professional curiosity. He asks for details, but she says her mother was vague, only mentioning that something unclean is lurking in their home. So her father hired a Taoist priest in a yellow robe to wave a wooden sword and perform an exorcism ritual. The priest danced around with talismans before suddenly dropping dead, but his efforts had absolutely no effect on the entity at all. Things only grew far worse as her grandfather became completely bedridden, and the stress soon caused her father to fall gravely ill too. Setting her glass down, she says the situation is so desperate that her father has made a major family announcement. Whoever can resolve this haunting will inherit his entire massive business empire, which instantly makes both of Jiang Chen's eyes light up with greed. Later that afternoon, their car cruises down a quiet road while Jiang Chen rests his head comfortably back in his hands. He imagines himself taking over her father's position, dressed in a sharp suit and smoking an expensive cigar with supreme confidence, domineeringly ordering his staff to bring him that $500 million contract. The mere thought makes him drool with joy. Snapping out of his beautiful daydream, he hears Gu Hongya anxiously ask if he is truly up for the job. Jiang Chen scoffs, acting like a measly little ghost is absolutely nothing to worry about, but she remains uneasy. She mentions remembering a few other details, making Jiang Chen look out the window and wonder what she is playing at. Did she trick him onto this ride just to drop the real bombshell? Now he wonders, right as her voice suddenly cuts back in. She explains that the Gu family was once highly influential, but their three leaders eventually split into two separate factions. Her grandfather's branch split off entirely, she adds, just as they pull up to a large private property signpost. It marks the entrance to the family's massive private estate, while her quiet voice continues to explain their complicated history. Surprisingly, the main branch went completely bankrupt, while her father became the wealthiest man in all of Jiangbei. Sitting in the passenger seat and listening closely, he speaks up to confirm if he understood her right. He asks if that bankrupt main branch wanted to crawl back and steal a piece of her family's wealth. Shaking her head as she drives, she denies it and begins to clarify the real issue to Jiang Chen. Her father actually wanted her grandfather to be buried at the ancestral home, shaking hands with the main branch. Everyone from the main house seemed absolutely thrilled and readily agreed to the arrangement back then. However, she remembers that on the actual day of the burial, the thick incense smoke at the ancestral grave kept rising ominously, and her father looked completely terrified. He blindly fled the burial site in absolute terror, running down the mountain completely alone through the dead of night. He left the ancestral home behind, she explains, her hands tightening on the steering wheel. She softly adds that ever since that fateful night, terrible and unexplainable things have plagued their home. She starts listing all the grim details. She knows first that poor cleaner was slashed to death from massive blood loss. The entire body lay in a pool of blood from a deep chest slash, followed by the security guard. His body was half buried headfirst, straight into the dirt with both legs pointing right up into the air, she explains. Trembling and clutching her head as she loses her mind, she adds that her cousin went completely insane too. Then Gu Hongye remembers another horrific detail, a body sliced clean in half, still slumped over in a massive pool of blood with its upper half completely missing, before mentioning the other guests, bringing Jiang Chen right back to reality. Listening to her grim tale, he scratches his head with a deadly serious face and mutters that this sounds pretty tough. Under an orange sunset, the two drive along the mountain pass while he sits in the car completely lost in his own thoughts. Even for a scenic tourist spot, this place is incredibly desolate, making him realize that such intense dark energy is highly dangerous. It is the perfect playground for ghosts, and a second later his expression turns even more strained. Forcing a fake smile, he panics internally. What if that blood-clothed wraith is here, and would his special card even work? Could his 2-star card actually hold it off? Snapping back to reality, he looks ahead at the road and asks a sudden question. Wait, is this not her family's private property? Before he can even finish, things suddenly blur. A strange figure shoots right past them, and they clearly see a ghost speeding in a vehicle staring directly at them. Gu Hongya screams in utter terror, asking why a literal hearse from the underworld is driving out here. He frantically turns to Gu Hongya and shouts for her to stop the car immediately because something is terribly wrong. Gripping the steering wheel, she completely panics, stammering out in confusion about what is actually happening. The ghostly coffin car suddenly swerves, completely blocking their path. The specter smiles right at them, making him realize they are clean out of time. Instantly, the system alerts him that his special Imperial Envoy ability is active, prompting him to leap out of the car. He dashes to the front, using his bare hands to halt the vehicle as veins bulge across his face from the immense strain. Unleashing a massive roar of pure power, Jiang Chen successfully deflects the ghost car, barely avoiding a fatal crash. He yells a warning to not drive any further forward, and their car finally screeches to a halt as he stands there panting. A shattered guardrail lies right behind him, a deadly drop into the abyss. Catching his breath while dripping with cold sweat, he mutters that they almost plummeted right over the edge of the cliff. Gu Hongya finally snaps out of her shock, poking her head out to ask Jiang Chen what on earth just happened. Seeing her look out, he quickly spins around and warns her to stay inside the car no matter what. Standing right before him is that creepy coffin hearse with the ghost driver still grinning maniacally at them. He stares directly at the bizarre vehicle, confirming to Gu Hongya that the thing is definitely driven by a real ghost. Terrified, she covers her face and stammers out in absolute horror, while he calmly steps closer to confront the specter. He demands to know if the creature even has a driving license, prompting the ghost to casually release the steering wheel. As he gets closer, a pale hand suddenly reaches out from inside the coffin, making him look down in surprise. Covered in strange talismans, the ghostly hand trembles as it desperately begs him for help. Unimpressed, Jiang Chen casually kicks the hand back into the coffin, sharply warning the spirit to pull its arm inside. Hanging a limb out like that is a massive traffic violation, and right on cue, his system chimes in. The system notes the ghost is outraged about having to follow human traffic laws, boosting his dark energy points by 50. Sensing the spirit's annoyance, Jiang Chen puts his hands on his hips and glares at it with steam practically blowing from his ears. Seeing him so furious, the ghost breaks into a cold sweat as Jiang Chen's face darkens with sheer irritation. He yells at the red-faced demon for nearly causing them to drive off the cliff, reminding him how incredibly dangerous that was. He demands a compensation of $5,000, threatening that the ghost will not be leaving until he pays up. His system chimes in. He has totally turned the tables. Yielding 50 more points of dark energy, the defeated accident ghost awkwardly removes its hat and pulls out a single note of underworld currency. Handing the bill over with a wide grin, the ghost proudly explains that it is worth $100 billion. Jiang Chen instantly brightens up happily, snatching the cash before curiously asking the specter another question. He jokes about which province this massive GDP belongs to, while the specter grins widely with its hollow, decayed eyes to confirm the transaction. It is yours, of course. But suddenly the car, marked with a strange talisman, splits open to reveal a massive gaping mouth. Sharp, drooling teeth line its maw. The coffin car demon screeches out a wild warning. You must stay alive to actually claim it. Jiang Chen looks up at the toothy open lid of the coffin. Seeing it charge eagerly, he draws his weapon. He bends low, ready for the impact. Grinning, he taunts the monster. It is perfect timing to test his new skill as the toothy mouth lunges. The coffin demon lunges right at him. Quickly, Jiang Chen taps his weapon, causing it to glow with a brilliant blue light. The sudden flash dazes the creature. It sways on its wheels. Capitalizing on the opening, Jiang Chen swings. He swings his weapon confidently, laughing as he shouts for its death. But a giant hand suddenly shoots out. Emerging from the coffin mouth, it catches his blade. Stunned by the block, Jiang Chen frowns. He knows that hand. It is the exact same creepy limb he saw hiding inside the casket earlier. Suddenly, the hand clenches hard. Before Jiang Chen can react, his glowing blue blade is crushed and cracked. The weapon completely shatters to dust inside the giant grip. Shocked by the sudden loss, Jiang Chen scrambles back. My blade. He screams out in panic as the monster's claw reveals sharp nails and sweeps forward at him. The sudden strike hits hard. The impact violently knocks his hand away, stripping his broken hilt. His shattered weapon flies away. With zero mercy, the monster launches a relentless fury of rapid attacks. Strikes rain down from every single direction. Jiang Chen dodges frantically, barely surviving inside that relentless storm of blows. Those strikes are incredibly sharp. If the dazed accident demon wakes up now, he will be hopelessly outnumbered in this fight. A 2-on-1 fight will definitely end in disaster. He glances quickly at the unconscious driver, then pivots his entire body to dodge the deadly sweeping claw. Got it, he shouts in his mind. Right after the long-armed entity sweeps toward him once more, the arm strikes fast. Jiang Chen matches its speed, darting away to lead the limb on a chase. Meanwhile, the coffin driver finally shakes its head and opens its eyes. It blinks in complete confusion, wondering why it was so groggy. Looking down at its arm, it sees the limb has stretched out like a hard strip of iron. It eagerly asks Yingling Ji if the human is dead, completely unaware that Jiang Chen is already standing right behind its back. Jiang Chen whispers darkly that he was almost killed. Hearing that voice, the demon freezes in horror. The driver's face turns completely black with terror. Sitting right behind it on the hearse, Jiang Chen points forward and calmly shares his theory. Your hearse can only move forward. I bet the thing inside the coffin cannot strike backwards. The coffin demon glares back at him, completely speechless. But before it can react, Jiang Chen makes his move. Without hesitation, he wraps his arms tightly around the driver's waist, locking it in place. Let's play a game, he whispers, leaning close with a cold, mocking grin on his face. He calmly starts his bizarre riddle, asking the demon who its father's father is. Trapped in that tight grip, the demon cannot resist. Its face turns dark with dread. Jiang Chen slowly drags the demon's body right out of the hearse. Its flesh begins to tear and stretch, but he calmly continues his riddle. He whispers the next lines about mothers and grandmothers, his expression turning pitch black as he grins directly into its ear. The coffin demon screams in pure agony as its lower body is violently ripped and separated from the carriage. With one final decisive hoist, he tears the driver completely away from the hearse. The dying monster curses him in rage, but the words are immediately cut short by blood. Thick dark blood sprays violently from its mouth and severed lower half as the creature takes its very last breath. The coffin itself begins to cough up blood, dying along with its master. The job is done. The system immediately chimes to announce that the top-tier demon is dead, awarding him 199 points of evil energy. Holding the severed head in one hand while touching the bleeding hearse with his other, he notes that they shared a strict, life-linking symbiotic bond. Once the host died, the thing inside cannot survive. Suddenly, a desperate voice echoes from the carriage. "Save me," it begs. The desperate voice continues to plead for him to help it. Slithering green tentacles begin to creep out of the lid, leaving Jiang Chen standing there in utter confusion. Keeping his composure, he slowly pulls out his smartphone to scan the bizarre, writhing entity with his trusted underworld app. While the tentacles squirm below, the screen captures the image and immediately begins to display the detailed system information. The system displays the Flesh Spirit Phantom. It is a mature tier demon worth 80,000 points and currently out of stock. It spawns in areas with high concentrations of corpses. Pretty creepy. It can shapeshift but requires daily nourishment from yin energy or ghostly aura to recognize its master. The misshapen creature appears before him. With a single eye in the center and tentacles wriggling around it, the system info is clear. Jiang Chen cannot help but shout in pure disbelief. Holy crap. Then he starts laughing. He grins ear to ear, realizing it costs 80,000 points to redeem. That is twice as expensive as the anti-sound magic. He adds that since it is already out of stock, this thing must be an incredibly rare and lucky find. Reaching his hand toward the slimy pile of tentacles inside that cramped coffin, he mutters to himself in curiosity. Since there is no ghost aura, he decides to use monster energy to touch it. Suddenly, the creature's eye snaps open and stares. Its tentacles wiggle wildly as he grabs the beast and yanks it up easily, snapping the slimy limbs clinging to the inside of the coffin. Jiang Chen summons his small blade, mockingly asking if it knows it just broke his weapon. He tells the creature that it is quite sensible, holding the blade with a rather mischievous and sinister grin. Looking down with a wild expression, he mutters that this looks like a pretty sweet item. After making his judgment, he looks at the slimy creature in his hand, which stares right back at him. Jiang Chen orders the creature to shift into another form for him, and it instantly clings to his umbrella. It transforms into a bright purple robe, casting a rather pitiful and pleading look right back at him. Seeing this, Jiang Chen yells in frustration, raising his hand as if he is about to strike. He threatens to fry it with lightning, causing the creature to quickly morph into a belt with an eye right in the middle. It glances up at him, and Jiang Chen looks down with a dark smirk, offering a bit of praise. He says this is acceptable. After dealing with the two demons, Jiang Chen dusts off his hands and turns around. He heads toward the red car, calling out to Sister Hongjia that they should leave, but something feels off. There's absolutely no response from inside. Looking closer, he sees Gu Hongjia trembling in deep terror, sobbing and shaking all over. Crying softly, her terrified eyes lock onto the rearview mirror. Right in front of her, a terrifying green glare flashes from the glass, staring directly at Gu Hongjia. The air around her suddenly turns a dark, eerie green. Shaking, she weakly tries to call out for Jiang Chen from inside the car. Staring into the mirror, Gu Hongjia spots a girl with bright red hair staring right back at her. She screams in pure panic, realizing there's actually a ghost trapped right inside the car. Jiang Chen quickly rushes over, peering inside the car as his eyes land on the glowing glass. He wonders in complete confusion how this thing snuck in without him sensing even a trace of its aura. Suddenly, the ghost hangs its head and begins to weep, tears streaming down miserably. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen watches in utter confusion as actual ghost tears begin to drip down directly from the glass. He wonders why she is crying, leaning closer to ask the spirit what exactly happened to her. To Gu Hongye, he just looks like he is whispering to a rearview mirror. It is terrifying. She nervously asks him what he is doing and begs him to stop scaring her, but he remains completely focused. He stays completely focused on the ghost, sad story, and once it finishes, he nods in quiet understanding. He murmurs that he understands. Gu Hongye watches him with deep concern, her face tense with worry as she speaks. She asks if he is okay, and seeing her leaning so close, he is slightly startled and forces a quick laugh. He assures her he is fine. After pulling the car over to the side, Jiang Chen asks Gu Hongye to confirm if she really has a cousin who went crazy. She nods and confirms that is true while the evening sky grows darker, streetlights casting a dim glow over their car. Hearing her quick confirmation, he does not hesitate to deliver some rather serious and grim news to Gu Hongye. He tells her she is already dead, leaving Gu Hongye in absolute shock as she covers her mouth in pure disbelief. She gasps out in shock, asking if she is really dead. To prove his point, Jiang Chen gestures toward the dark mirror. He calmly explains to Gu Hongye that her deceased cousin is actually trapped inside that very mirror right now. She told him she has something important to say to her sister, which leaves Gu Hongye looking completely terrified. Jiang Chen touches the glass and the surface ripples like water as he looks back to confirm with Gu Hongye. All she needs to do is get close to the rearview mirror to talk to her. Hearing this, Gu Hongye does not hesitate to step forward. She leans forward and touches the glass. Instantly, ripples spread across the mirror like water as Gu Hongye calls out to her. She calls out to her little sister, asking if she can hear her. Right where her finger meets the mirror, it warps. The reflection quickly fades away, and a gateway slowly opens up into a pitch-black, endless void. She stares in sheer shock before her entire body is suddenly pulled straight into that empty space inside the mirror. Panic sets in as she looks up. There stands her deceased cousin. Gu Hongye looks around in terror, trembling. She asks where on earth they are, and her cousin replies with a chilling voice explaining this is her world now. The girl hangs her head, hiding her face before looking up with absolute sorrow as her tiny body trembles. She whispers in fear about how dark and cold it is, crying about her intense and agonizing loneliness. She rushes forward, throwing herself into Gu Hongye's arms, sobbing and begging her sister to stay here with her forever. Being all alone here is just too painful. Gu Hongye stands frozen in utter shock, completely unable to process the girl clinging to her. Gently pulling herself together, Gu Hongye softly pats her cousin's head, trying to soothe her with a warm, comforting smile. She tells her not to cry because they are finally together. But suddenly, blood begins pouring heavily from Gu Hongye's head. Staring at the fresh, warm blood staining her palm, she shrieks out loud in absolute and petrified confusion. But her cousin's sweet voice and eerie smile quickly warp her mind, whispering a hypnotic urge directly into her head. She urges her to just drive the car straight off the cliff with her head bleeding like this. The ghost girl reassures her, promising they can finally be together. Gu Hongye's vision starts to go completely blank. Completely under the spell, she smiles warmly despite her bleeding head and whispers that she will make sure her cousin is never lonely again. Upon hearing those comforting words, the ghostly spirit of her cousin immediately squeals with absolute delight. She rejoices that they will finally be together, but suddenly an urgent shout cuts through the illusion. Gu Hongye is completely dazed as the glass cracks around her with blood still flowing down her face. Her vision blurs as she spots a faint figure, her heavy eyelids sliding shut. But suddenly, she snaps her eyes wide open as a familiar, desperate voice echoes in her ears. The voice screams for Sister Hong to wake up. The mirror shatters to pieces, pulling her back to reality with a sharp gasp. Jiang Chen sits right beside her, utterly terrified. The windshield in front of them is completely shattered. Jiang Chen looks ahead and screams in sheer panic, asking if she is all right as she finally blinks awake. Looking ahead, in absolute shock, they realize their car has smashed through the guardrail and is now plummeting down the steep cliff. Jiang Chen frantically screams for Sister Hong to hit the brakes. Hearing this, Gu Hongye desperately scrambles to find the pedal. She grabs the steering wheel and looks down at her feet, her face completely blank with confusion. Oh, things are going downhill fast. She lets out a confused gasp as the car hurtles off the cliff, screaming. Wondering when she even drove off the road, Gu Hongye sits there completely dazed while Jiang Chen quickly flings his door wide open. He slams his foot onto the rocky ground to slow down the falling vehicle, gritting his teeth in intense focus. As dirt and rocks fly everywhere, Jiang Chen realizes with dread that they are falling far too quickly. The brakes are completely useless at this speed. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen kicks the car roof open and leaps outward. He roars out his 800-mile demon fist just as the car slams violently against a massive rock ledge. Grabbing Gu Hongye, Jiang Chen struggles to leap clear of the wreckage, gritting his teeth under the heavy pressure. He realizes they must ditch this ride to survive. Gu Hongya clings to him completely disoriented. Jiang Chen uses the falling car as a springboard to launch themselves upward, while the vehicle plummets like a stone. The car explodes in a massive fireball below as the two of them barely manage to land on a ledge. He sprints along the rocky path, cradling the terrified Gu Hongya tightly in his arms. Suddenly, a creepy blue spirit flashes right above their heads. Jiang Chen looks up instantly, analyzing its dark aura. That dark demonic energy is the exact same presence from the rearview mirror. Brushing the ghost aside for now, he focuses on his companion. Gu Hongya is unconscious in his arms. Jiang Chen narrows his eyes with worry, leaning down to check on her. He asks if she is all right, but she remains completely unresponsive. He gently pats her cheek, trying to wake her up. She groans, her brow furrowing slightly as he calls her name once more, ready to take full advantage of the situation. She cradled her face in her hands, pouting at Jiang Chen as she desperately tried to make up an excuse for her actions. It looked like ghostly energy possessed her. He needed to transfer some vital yang energy. But before their lips could meet, Gu Hongya groggily opened her eyes, frowned at him, and slapped him right across the face. The blow shattered Jiang Chen's romantic dream, sending him howling in pain while Gu Hongya suddenly broke down. Tears poured down her face as she buried her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably just like a scared little child. She choked out that she had just seen her deceased sister, who was trying to drag her to the grave too. Once the two of them reached the main road, Jiang Chen stared into the distance deep in thought. Two ghosts already, and they had not even reached the estate yet. Gu Hongya collapsed, weeping. While she sobbed, Jiang Chen was entirely focused on the profit potential of this trip, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He knew he was about to make a fortune here. Once they both finally calmed down, they continued on. The pair walked through the dark night toward their destination. Jiang Chen kept his hands in his pockets, glancing over at her. He casually suggested that they should just walk and enjoy the beautiful scenery, and she softly agreed since they had no other choice. With no cars running, they walked. Soon they reached a place marked by a grand sign. It was the Gu family villa, their final destination. A figure stood in the driveway waiting for them under the dim lights. Lights were on inside. They slowly walked over. The man standing there greeted them warmly, surprised to see that the young mistress had finally returned home. Sister Hong greeted him as Uncle Zhao, noting it had been a long time. The old man flashed a very stiff, awkward smile. He asked if she wanted to see her father immediately or rest in a room first, and she chose her father. He pointed down a dark path. He offered to lead her to where her father was resting. They walked through a massive courtyard surrounded by dense, overgrown greenery. Right then, Jiang Chen activated his special eyes. His eyes glowed bright blue. Spotting the supernatural phenomena ahead, a wide, mischievous grin spread across his face. An absolute goldmine. The entire house was wrapped in an ominous, swirling green mist. Once they stepped inside a room, the heavy door clicked shut behind them. Uncle Zhao politely told them to wait inside. He promised to inform her father. Left alone, Jiang Chen immediately sprinted over to the large, luxurious couch. He flopped down with a sigh, marveling at how incredibly soft it was before sitting up to hum a quick tune. Sister Hong sat quietly beside him, lost in her thoughts, until Jiang Chen turned to ask if she still remembered these old servants. She explained that Uncle Zhao had worked for her father since she was very young. He used to be their driver but now worked as a guard, and she remembered him as a very kind soul. Jiang Chen scratched his head in confusion, asking why a kind man would lock them inside their room like prisoners. Locked from the outside, a heavy metal chain was wrapped securely around the doorknob, making Sister Hong gasp in shock. She rushed to the heavy door, banging wildly and demanding that Uncle Zhao open it immediately, while Jiang Chen offered a grim theory. Now this is where things get truly creepy. Could the dead guard she mentioned actually be Uncle Zhao? She shuddered, realizing she might have just had a casual chat with a literal ghost. Outside, a dark shadow loomed. Jiang Chen quickly put a finger to his lips to quiet her, urging her to listen closely to the hallway. Loud thuds echoed. Sister Hong stared at the door, her heart hammering with fear. He pointed down the hall, casually explaining that some ghost was probably just knocking things around in the dark. Panicking, she asked what they should do next. Jiang Chen simply grinned, completely unbothered by the spectral threat. He casually suggested they should just go out and tell it to stop before leading the way into the corridor. He urged her to follow him to investigate, while she nervously begged him to slow down. Nearby stood a locked wooden cabinet. Heavy banging rattled from deep inside the chain cabinet. Jiang Chen approached it, looking thoroughly amused by the situation. Quite a style, huh? The entity inside grew increasingly frantic. The heavy wooden frame shook violently under the pressure until the doors cracked open, releasing a strange glowing purple light. Sister Hong flinched and quickly turned away, while a single glowing eye peered out from the dark gap. Trembling from head to toe, she warned Jiang Chen that the entity was about to break free. The terrifying eye glared at them, hissing as dark energy swirled and a pale hand began to creep out. Sharp claws suddenly sprout from the hand, and a muffled voice starts echoing from inside the dark cabinet. It screams that it is suffocating in there, telling them to come inside and feel its pain while reaching out. Sister Hong screams in absolute terror, begging it to stop and crying out that they were not the ones who harmed it. Just as the clawed hand is about to grab her, Jiang Chen calmly steps up from behind to support the terrified girl. The thing inside keeps shouting that only it and the two of them are here, so who else could have killed it? Hearing this, he finds it completely hilarious and mocks its logic, admitting that on paper, it makes perfect sense. Since they are on the exact same team and she is the victim, they will just lock it back in for good this time without letting it out. As he speaks, he stomps his foot right onto the monster's hand, leaving the ghost confused while Jiang Chen grinds his heavy shoe against its fingers. He tells it to get back inside because those claws are way too long. He says he is too scared to even touch her claws. Then the system pops up with the ghost challenging him. The ghost vows to break out and kill him first. Ghost energy plus 80. The monster inside screams in rage. The wooden cabinet explodes, revealing a terrifying one-eyed ghost. Jiang Chen looks incredibly excited, holding a rope in his hands. He laughs and asks if it really thought escaping meant it could do whatever it wanted, leaving the ghost stunned. Without wasting a single second, Jiang Chen slips the rope around the ghost's neck with a massive wicked grin. He tells the monster they are going to play a little game, so it better behave for him. Moments later, the ghost is tied up and hung in a bizarre shape. Jiang Chen asks if it looks like a crab. Sister Han is completely speechless. Meanwhile, the bound monster screams back that he and his whole family are the real crabs. Ghost energy plus 19. Jiang Chen is not satisfied with this tiny amount and decides he needs to get serious. He pulls out his mysterious one-eyed tool, telling the ghost that he will definitely have to use some real force on her now. He turns it into a long whip, excitedly telling the flesh Lingji not to let him down today. He immediately whips the ghost without any mercy, and system notification chimes start ringing out one after another. Ghost energy plus 99, ghost energy plus 99, and ghost energy plus 99. Jiang Chen whips even harder, demanding more energy. By now, the ghost is crying red tears from the sheer pain. It cannot believe that a simple, tiny rope is actually capable of hurting its powerful body like this. Jiang Chen looks down at the fleshling Z, teasing it for being insulted as nothing more than a tiny little rope by the enemy. He asks if it can really tolerate being looked down upon, ordering it to increase the power immediately. He transforms the fleshling Z into a massive whip, delivering a devastating strike directly to the howling ghost. Screaming in pure agony, the ghost is thrashed by the giant whip, begging him to stop the painful torture. It breaks the ropes into pieces and falls, only to be caught immediately by Jiang Chen with a sinister look. He tells the monster to get back inside the cabinet, promising that he will definitely nail it shut completely tight for her this time. He hammers a sharp nail directly into the ghost's head, and sheer panic flashes in its single eye behind the wood. Blood spurts out as the nail pierces deep, making the crying monster scream out in absolute agony. It screams about its head, and the system pops up to show that the cabinet ghost is in pain. Ghost energy plus 120. Overcome with pain and rage, the monster breaks right through the wooden boards. It calls him a complete bastard as a strange, eerie green mist starts erupting from its jagged mouth. The toxic green mist carries a warning that nobody can lock it up again, leaving Sister Han deeply worried. Hiding behind Jiang Chen, she anxiously asks if it is some kind of poison gas, and he quickly steps up to shield her. He tells her to stay behind him, then waves his hand to disperse the dangerous mist in an instant. He tells Sister Hong to go find a safe place to hide. Suddenly, a foot with sharp claws steps forward. The ghost steps out of the shadows, swearing that absolutely no one will ever seal it away again. Jiang Chen calmly claps and congratulates the ghost on escaping, promising to reward her with a free ticket to the afterlife. Saying this, he charges forward and throws a powerful punch, hitting the ghost squarely in the face and stunning it. Dazed but furious, the ghost knocks him away, and before he can recover, it swings a vicious fist right back. It aims a punch directly at his groin, arrogantly shouting that he is about to experience a living hell. The system activates the Tyrant Demon Body skill, making the ghost's punch feel like hitting a solid rock. The impact bends her wrist completely backward. For a split second, she gasps in pure confusion before sheer terror takes over. Clutching her shattered wrist, she screams in agony about her broken hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stands protected by a glowing shield right over his crotch. With hands on his hips, he looks down at the writhing demon and smirks, mocking her lack of actual skill. He warns her not to play dirty. Slipping into a combat stance, he lunges forward, yelling for her to taste his ultimate groin kick. Jiang Chen delivers a devastating kick straight to her crotch, successfully splitting the demon completely in half. Staring down at her ragged, gaping wound, she gasps in absolute shock, wondering how a mere human could be this strong. The system screen pops up. "You pervert, kicking my crotch. I am a girl." Ghost energy plus 101. With that, her upper half loses balance and crashes down. She lies there trembling, gasping for breath in a growing pool of her own blood. The dark puddle is so massive it spills right under the door, stopping at someone's boot. Out in the hallway, Uncle Zhao waits. Flashing a sinister grin, he mutters that today was fast and it is already time to clean up the bodies. He opens the door. Watching the old man's silhouette through the glass, Jiang Chen sneers. The moment Uncle Zhao steps inside, Jiang Chen feels nothing but disgust. He just finished off the monster and this old geezer is already sliding in to steal the credit. But then, a wicked idea pops into his head. He grins deviously, whispering that it is time to show the old man who the real hunter is. Uncle Zhao strolls in with absolute confidence, completely blind to the trap waiting for him. But the second he spots the massive pool of blood, he gasps in horror, calling out Xiao Ping's name. He demands to know why she is the one lying there disemboweled and looking absolutely horrific. With a weak groan, she tries to raise a finger and point. Terrified and confused by her gesture, Uncle Zhao immediately asks what she means. Her trembling finger points directly behind the old man, gasping out that the boy is right behind him. And sure enough, a dark silhouette is already towering right behind Uncle Zhao, silent as a ghost. Jiang Chen leans in close, whispering that she warned him to watch his back. Cold sweat instantly drenches the old man. He tries to glance back, but before he can react, Jiang Chen brings a heavy sword crashing straight down on him. The system screen flashes, trying to ambush me from behind. Ghost energy plus 99. But then Jiang Chen suddenly freezes. He curses under his breath as his sword literally melts away while Uncle Zhao's split head instantly fuses back together. With his sword shrunk to a tiny knife, Jiang Chen grumbles, annoyed that even a direct blow could not slice this freak. Seizing the moment of distraction, Uncle Zhao delivers a brutal punch directly to Jiang Chen's stomach. The force sends him flying backward, crashing hard onto the floor. Grinning savagely, the old man rushes in to finish the job. He swings another heavy fist, roaring for him to die, but Jiang Chen is already back on his feet. With a quick leap, he slices the old man's hand clean off. Instantly, dark energy wraps around the severed limb, blistering it. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Zhao ignores the pain and lunges forward, clamping his remaining hand tightly over Jiang Chen's face. He sneers, demanding to know where this country brat came from, trespassing into the villa, promising immediate execution. But then, Jiang Chen's eyes flash a brilliant green as the system activates his divine ability, the Zhao Hu Roar. A thunderous growl erupts from deep within him, unleashing a blinding wave of golden energy. The arm clamping his face begins to melt away, leaving Uncle Zhao completely frozen in utter disbelief. Without a second of delay, Jiang Chen's golden fire erupts completely, swallowing the old man's head. The system screen flashes half-specter guardian ghost eliminated. Ghost energy plus 195, totaling 988. Checking his score, Jiang Chen sighs, noting he is just a tiny bit away from 10,000 points. He wonders what would happen if he finishes off the other ghost. With a swift, decisive move, he slashes his blade clean through Xiao Ping's neck before she can even blink. Her eyes fill with sheer terror as she fades away, and the system instantly updates. His total is now 9,999. Jiang Chen snaps, yelling that this game is trying to trigger his OCD. Jiang Chen calls out to Sister Hong, telling her that the coast is clear and she can come out now. But looking around, he realizes she is nowhere to be found. Where did she run off to? Muttering to himself, he walks out the front door and glances down, only to spot Gu Hongye. She is waving her arms around frantically, forcing a surprised gasp out of him as he rushes down. Reaching her side, he watches her perform more bizarre movements and asks what on earth is wrong with her. Activating his glowing green eye again, he wraps her in protective energy. A moment later, she points in a new direction. Jiang Chen finally figures out what's happening. On this side, a dancing ghost is clutching his stomach with one hand. He holds his stomach and waves his other hand in a bizarre gesture, while Gu Hongye's life force is linked directly to him. Jiang Chen spots the dancing ghost and scowls at his bizarre moves. What on earth is that weird dance? He actually likes it. He grins with pure excitement and immediately starts mimicking those ridiculous moves. He copies the steps with pure joy. Gu Hongye glances back, spots him, and gasps in absolute shock. "Oh no, Jiang Chen, did you get cursed too? You look way worse than me," she asks, in a panic, sweating bullets. His eyes roll back, his tongue hangs out like a madman, and his fingers scribble wildly in the empty air. He and Gu Hongye dance right up to the chicken-faced ghost, leaving the creature completely baffled and stuttering. "Wait, I only controlled one person." The system screen flashes, surprised that he found his soulmate in this place. His excitement skyrockets as the system registers Demon Chi plus 96. He waves them closer, whispering a tempting invitation. "Come closer, let me get a better look at you." The dancing ghost grins at them both. He cackles wildly, muttering that the climax of the dance is about to begin. His face darkens as he concentrates. Forced by his magic, her hands rise up to her own throat. She panics, terrified of what comes next. Her own fingers strangle her neck, squeezing hard. Her lips turn dark and veins bulge across her skin from lack of air. "Please don't," she gasps out. But the dancing ghost has no limits, and his madness only intensifies. His entire head turns bright red as he waves his hands wildly, screaming to squeeze harder and choke her out. Before the monster can celebrate, Jiang Chen suddenly appears right behind him, locking his hands onto the creature's neck. He squeezes with brutal force. Honestly, you can practically hear the monster's neck bones snapping. The system warns his brain is about to squeeze out. Demon Chi plus 80. Jiang Chen releases the monster's neck. He steps right in front of him. Terrified and furious, the ghost barks out, "What do you think you're doing?" Jiang Chen holds up his hands with a completely goofy grin, asking if he didn't just say to squeeze hard. The ghost literally coughs up blood in pure frustration, clutching his chest and screaming to choke your own damn neck. He even wraps his hands around his own throat to demonstrate. Jiang Chen looks at him mockingly, asking if that's how. Trolling him relentlessly, Jiang Chen lunges forward and chokes him again. The system screen flashes in disbelief seriously again. What kind of total idiot is this guy? Demon T plus 99. The gasping ghost turns completely purple, trembling all over. Suddenly, he clenches his fist and starts flailing wildly, punching Jiang Chen over and over in a desperate rage. "Your arms aren't even long enough to choke me. I'll smash your head." Jiang Chen simply tilts his head back. He looks down with a smirk, noting it's a good thing he hadn't deactivated his tyrant demon body yet. Sparks crackle across his face. Jiang Chen digs both of his thumbs deep into the dancing ghost's neck, squeezing as if to rip it wide open. He offers a friendly smile, telling the creature that today was fun and they should dance again in the next life. With a sudden brutal squeeze and "yeah, you knew this was coming," the dancing ghost's head completely explodes. Standard demon defeated. Demon Chi plus 99. Jiang Chen looks down at the slimy mess on the floor in utter disappointment. He sighs, complaining that the harvestable demon Chi is getting scarcer by the day. Behind him, Gu Hongya watches in absolute silence. Her eyes sparkle with pure joy as her heart swells with deep admiration. Jiang Chen is incredible, she thinks, realizing her family might actually survive this nightmare. Moments later, Jiang Chen urges her forward, promising to wipe out every single ghost lurking in her house. Suddenly, a sinister trail of crimson energy drifts in from a distance. Jiang Chen studies it closely before speaking up. The scent of fresh human blood is incredibly strong, both male and female. There is also a hanged corpse nearby, he warns grimly. Gu Hongya stares in complete awe, amazed that he can smell all that. His senses are truly on another level. Jiang Chen touches his nose casually, pointing out that smell has nothing to do with it. Gu Hongya is utterly flabbergasted. Her mouth hangs open in pure confusion before he nonchalantly adds that he actually just saw it. He points his finger upward to show her a hanging corpse. It has shoulder-length hair and is dressed in a yellow shirt. It has clearly been dead for quite some time, judging by the flies buzzing around it. But suddenly, the dead face twists into a menacing grin. Jiang Chen stares up in deep thought while Gu Hongya hides fearfully behind his back. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen casually squeezes his own neck, sticking his tongue out to analyze the curse. Hanging victims usually slump downward, but his posture is totally unnatural, which means he might be about to transform into a corpse demon. The hanging corpse suddenly flashes an eerie smile. Then its pale fingers twitch, sending a cold jolt of panic straight through Jiang Chen. Gu Hongya freezes in sheer terror. Jiang Chen tries to keep his cool, urging her to move. Seeing her completely paralyzed, he snaps, yelling at her to run, and she finally bolts. But she runs so fast, she vanishes instantly. Confused, Jiang Chen quickly chases after her, grumbling in annoyance. "Why are you heading outside?" he demands. "I told you to lock the door." Gu Hongya stammers back, asking what he plans to do. Jiang Chen just lets out a creepy chuckle. Unable to take it, she smacks his head, asking if the ghost scared him completely out of his mind. If this is a trap, she warns they are both dead. Without waiting, she grabs his collar and drags him away as Jiang Chen tries to recover. He finally snaps to his senses, realizing she is absolutely right, he was way too reckless. Suddenly, a head peeks out from the stairs. An elderly woman hobbles down with a panicked expression, calling out to ask who is down there making all that noise. She trembles as she steps down, asking who is running around the house. Meanwhile, the two of them quickly dive out of sight. Hiding right under the staircase, Gu Hongya suddenly recognizes the old woman. She gasps, "Is Aunt Liu, her oldest brother's loyal housekeeper?" Realizing they have wandered into her brother's villa, she clings to Jiang Chen in pure panic, whispering to ask if the woman is a monster. He assures her she is human. Relieved, Gu Hongya finally steps out from the shadows and calls out to the old lady, telling her it is only her. The sudden voice scares the poor woman half to death. But once she recognizes Gu Hongya, tears of pure relief flood her eyes as she welcomes her home. Aunt Liu breaks down, sobbing, incredibly grateful her young mistress is safe. After catching her breath, she starts leading them upstairs. She urges them to follow her quickly because it is far too dangerous out there. But Gu Hongya hesitates, pointing back down toward the lobby. She frantically asks about the horrific scene downstairs, who was that hanging corpse, and what on earth happened to this place. Aunt Liu keeps moving, explaining that chaos broke out recently. The master ordered everyone to lock themselves inside and never open the doors. The nightmare truly began last night right after her brother stepped out. He left with a final warning for everyone to keep things secured. He told them he had to step out, demanding they lock every single door behind him. Shortly after, a servant named Xiao Li screamed bloody murder. Terror-stricken, Aunt Liu rushed toward the source of the noise with the others. They found a terrified worker covering his face, shrieking that there was a ghost in the house. But the real horror was only just starting. By the time they reached the living room, Xiao Li was completely unrecognizable. He stood there, trembling, staring back with vacant, terrifying eyes. Dark, bizarre veins pulsed across his skin. Another worker stepped forward, asking if he was okay, but his concern was met with pure brutality. Without warning, Xiao Li sinks his teeth deep into the man's neck. Black veins immediately erupt from the wound, crawling rapidly across the victim's face. With a horrific tear, Xiao Li rips a massive chunk of flesh straight from the poor man's neck. Blood sprays everywhere. Aunt Liu flees in a panic, desperately screaming at the red-haired girl next to her to run. In all that chaotic madness, she ended up separated from the master's young daughter, Miss Nan. They barely managed to bind Xiao Li with ropes and hang him up. Aunt Liu pleads with Gu Hongjia to take action. She begs her to find the master and the exorcists he hired. This makes Jiang Chen grind his teeth in annoyance as he chops liver to her. Exorcists? Seriously, he is right here. Meanwhile, Gu Hongjia frantically pulls out her phone. Deeply worried about young Xiao Nan, she decides to call her immediately to see if she is still alive. The line rings out, echoing in the quiet hallway. Suddenly, she gasps as she hears a faint sound nearby. She hears a familiar ringtone echoing from upstairs. She looks up, realizing her call is going through right above them. Even though she is not picking up, her phone is definitely up there. She urges them to head upstairs right away. She bolts up the stairs before Jiang Chen can even react. Meanwhile, back in the lobby, the hanging corpse begins to shift. Its pale hands suddenly twist, sprouting razor-sharp, hideous claws. Up on the second floor, Gu Hongjia keeps moving. She calls out for Xiao Nan as they navigate the dark corridor. Behind her, Aunt Liu whispers for her to remain extremely cautious, but she suddenly freezes upon spotting two pale, sick-looking men convulsing on the floor. One of them groans in agony from a massive bite on his neck. The other suffers from the exact same fatal wound. Gu Hongjia gasps and covers her mouth in horror. Suddenly, Aunt Liu leans in close behind her, her eyes flashing with a strange look. "They are infected servants," she whispers. "As long as you stay completely silent, they won't target you." They begin to creep past the groaning bodies, holding their breath. But then Jiang Chen casually steps right in front of one. He looks down at the infected victim, wondering if silence is really enough to save them, then raises a devious smirk. He flips his middle finger at her, a highly insulting test. The zombie stands there completely baffled as a system notification suddenly pops up. Talk about lacking any class. Ghost Chi increases by 9 as Gu Hongjia anxiously rushes ahead. Aunt Liu struggles to keep up, calling for her to slow down when Jiang Chen suddenly spots something terrible. He notices a fresh bite mark on Aunt Liu's leg while she keeps shouting for Gu Hongjia to wait up. She claims her legs are giving out, unaware that inside a nearby bedroom a figure huddles on the floor. It is a terrified red-haired girl trembling in the corner who gasps as a shadow looms over the doorway. She recoils in sheer terror as she notices the shadow, her shirt torn completely to shreds around her collarbone. Tears streaming down her face, she begs them to stay back, but Gu Hongjia quickly approaches to comfort her. Telling Xiao Nan not to worry, she is suddenly interrupted when the girl points a trembling finger behind her. Screaming a warning to look behind her, Gu Hongjia spins around to find Aunt Liu bearing two incredibly sharp fangs. Glowing eyes stare down at her with a sinister hiss, making Gu Hongjia panic and wonder if Jiang Chen lied about Aunt Liu. Jiang Chen helplessly scratches his cheek, admitting that while she was fine a moment ago, she is definitely a monster now. To be precise, that bite mark on her leg has fully turned her into a bloodthirsty zombie. Disgusting things are pulsing right under her skin. He moves in with absolutely zero hesitation. He sinks his own teeth right into her shoulder, jokingly asking if biting her back would somehow cure her, which leaves the old woman completely horrified. She drops to the ground to dodge his teeth, glaring up to demand what the hell he is doing. Even the system is utterly roasted, asking if he was born in the year of the dog as Ghost Chi spikes. She desperately asks if biting a zombie is safe, and he instantly assures her that he is totally fine. But then he freezes instantly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Gu Hongjia watches him with pure panic. His body begins to shake violently. Creepy green streaks start to spread rapidly across his hands and face. Veins bulge along his neck as his eyes roll back, wheezing out that something is seriously wrong with him. He groans that he is about to mutate just as the green color fully takes over his entire face. His mouth morphs into a bizarre round barrel shape, triggering a system alert that his zombie nemesis form is complete. And honestly, you cannot make this up, he literally transforms into a hilarious pea-shooter plant to launch his next attack. He screams out his long-range Tiger Roar skill, unleashing a massive high-speed projectile. The bullet tears straight through Aunt Liu's shoulder, blasting a massive hole right through her flesh before she can even react. She stands frozen in shock as Jiang Chen immediately chambers another round into his mouth, looking deeply impressed. Noting how surprisingly tough the old lady's body actually is, he decides to instantly unleash his rapid-fire Tiger Roar Gatling technique instead. He fires a relentless barrage of projectiles directly at her, leaving Aunt Liu completely wide-eyed with pure terror. Watching from the sidelines with Xiao Nam, Gu Hongya is amazed by just how incredibly powerful he is. She worries if the elderly woman can survive this, especially as Aunt Liu is shot full of holes. Her body is covered in horrific ragged wounds, forcing a loud, agonizing scream from her throat. Unable to take any more damage, she collapses onto the floor as Jiang Chen shifts back to his normal self. He jokes that it would be pretty embarrassing if she actually managed to survive his ultimate attack. Staring at the terrified Xiao Nam, he suddenly leans in and plays a cruel joke, shouting that he is a zombie. The poor girl shrieks in absolute terror before immediately ducking behind Gu Hongya's back for safety. Gu Hongya gently reassures her that Master Jiang is here to protect them, prompting the girl to peek out timidly. She nervously asks if he is a real ghost hunter, and he proudly confirms his professional credentials. He promises not to hurt her unless she turns into a monster, but his speech is cut short. Spinning around at a strange noise, he realizes the loud commotion has drawn more undead to their location. The two fallen zombies twitch and crawl back up, joined by a bizarre new face. A creepy grinning zombie lines up with them, prompting Jiang Chen to curse that even the hanged ghost showed up. Regretting using his Gatling skill so early, he frowns at the realization that they were being ambushed. He leaps straight into the horde, deciding to save his mana and beat them down with physical attacks. Still holding on to some of his power, Jiang Chen uses his raw strength to rip a zombie's head clean off its body. The creature gapes in sheer pain and panic, but Jiang Chen does not stop, immediately launching an attack on the second monster. He easily kicks its head right off with a single strike, but suddenly a hanging ghost with a rope leaps at him. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen finds a loop rope slipping around his neck as the ghastly hanging ghost pulls it tight. The monster closes in to tighten the noose around Jiang Chen's neck, then opens its mouth wide to sink its teeth into him. The hanging ghost sinks its sharp teeth straight into Jiang Chen's arm, but surprisingly, not a single drop of blood flows. But looking down at his arm through those razor-sharp teeth, he notices his defensive barrier is already beginning to crack. Jiang Chen thinks fast. Luckily, it cannot bite through yet, but this is still a tough spot. If he makes a careless move now, he might get injured. Even with his demon tyrant body, getting bitten would cause serious trouble. Any minor tear would be a major pain, especially while this ghost is still putting everything into shattering his defense. Jiang Chen mentally kicks himself for letting his guard down. He was just bragging about dealing with physical attacks after all. Seems he underestimated them. Channeling his lightning palm, he slams his hand directly onto the hanging ghost's head, shattering its skull. Its green hair flies as its jaw splinters in half, sending the top of its head rolling across the dirty ground. Jiang Chen lets out a breath, turns around, and tells them it is time to go, noticing how terrified the girls are. Seeing them tremble, he takes their hands to reassure them, saying they must learn to grow strong in this dangerous world. Only those who dare to look their absolute worst nightmares in the eye will have any hope. Only then is there a sliver of survival. Inspired by his words, Gu Hongya nods and agrees to stay strong. Yes, we have to learn to be brave. Xiao Nan stammers, trying to grasp what it means to survive. She does not fully understand it, but it sounds incredibly cool, especially seeing Jiang Chen pose with hands on his hips. Hearing his proud laugh makes Xiao Nan feel completely safe, realizing he is genuinely reliable just as the system screen flashes open again. Jiang Chen stands there, laughing, thrilled to have gained several hundred more ghost energy points before turning to ask where Xiao Nan's father is. Why would he head out when it is clearly so dangerous, he asks as she sadly explains the situation. The exorcist master her uncle invited went missing around dusk, so the adults went to gather and figure out a plan. So does that mean the entire Gu family is currently gathering over at her grandfather's place? Jiang Chen asks. He turns to leave, telling her it is time to move, leaving a very confused Xiao Nan to ask where they are going. Jiang Chen points over his shoulder, smiling as he says they are going to find her family's old master to investigate. He is confident they can handle whatever comes up, leading the way, while the girls follow closely until a sudden weird sound stops him. Jiang Chen pauses, spots a decently large rock on the ground, and hurls it straight into the thick bushes ahead. He demands to know who is hiding back there as a rustling sound echoes from the dense leaves. A figure is lying flat on the dirt, groaning softly, and Xiao Nan gasps as she recognizes the face. She asks if this is the missing exorcist, wondering if Jiang Chen just killed him, but he tells her to look closer. He explains her injuries definitely did not come from his rock, pointing out another figure lying further in the grass. They were likely attacked by whatever is looming nearby, a massive dark-skinned man wearing nothing but some ragged shorts. The brute is holding a rusted shovel, prompting Jiang Chen to whisper to the girls to back off while he investigates. Turns out this creature is a creepy pit ghost sporting pitch-black eyes and jagged teeth as it hums a disturbing tune. It mutters about digging a grave, completely unaware of Jiang Chen silently slipping up right behind it. The beast jumps in shock as Jiang Chen looks down at the two holes in the dirt. He asks why it needs two graves when there is only one body, causing the monster's glowing eyes to flare with malice. It grins widely, lets out a creepy laugh, and swings its shovel directly at his head. The ghost snarls that the second hole is for him, but Jiang Chen is already moving to block the heavy blow. Raising his glowing arm to block the incoming shovel, Jiang Chen chuckles, noting the monster is surprisingly sharp for noticing him. He has impressed the creature, sense his presence as a bright crimson energy begins wrapping around his fist. Clenching his fist, he fires a massive punch right into the monster's chest, shouting that things are starting to get exciting. But right as his blow lands, the pit ghost's massive body suddenly dissolves into thin air like mist. Jiang Chen looks around in utter confusion, demanding to know what kind of trick this is. Suddenly, teleporting the girl with two blue hair buns sits straight up and calls out, catching Jiang Chen completely off guard. The girl screams a warning to look up, where the digging demon stands high above holding its shovel. It slams the shovel down, mocking him that an old lady is faster, leaving Jiang Chen no choice but to draw his blade. Unable to dodge in time, he commands his flesh Lingji to teach this monster some actual respect. Jiang Chen thrusts straight forward, but the blade passes right through as the creature instantly begins to dissolve. It melts away with a mocking chuckle, leaving Jiang Chen breaking out in a cold sweat as he gasps. Did it escape again? What kind of illusion is this? He immediately activates his glowing blue pupils. His demon eyes pierce the dark, unleashing pure power. The intense light beams strike the dissolving beast directly, making it writhe in agony as the power totally engulfs it. It screams about the burning heat, but suddenly the single monster begins to split apart. Now there are two demons, both grinning mockingly and teasing him that they were only pretending to be hurt. They laugh in unison, leaving Jiang Chen staring in absolute shock as he wonders how his demon eyes could possibly fail. He locks his gaze onto the two clones, deciding that overthinking this is completely useless anyway. Suddenly, a loud shout from behind forces him to turn just as he prepares to strike. The girl with the blue hair buns stands up, calling for him to stop and quickly offering a warning. Rushing in blindly will only cause the creature to keep multiplying over and over again, she explains. She explains that a whole swarm of clones had completely exhausted her earlier, making Jiang Chen ask what she meant in utter disbelief. He asks if they can really keep multiplying, and she confirms it while the word bug flashes in his mind. Clasping his hands as his mouth literally waters, he realizes this infinite split is actually the perfect way to farm points. Eager to exploit this loop, he charges straight at the demons with his knife raised high, shouting with pure excitement. He calls them his infinite treasure while slashing wildly, but the demons just keep grinning, completely unaware of their impending doom. They have no idea what horror is coming as Jiang Chen only grows more crazed with every single swing. He attacks relentlessly, eagerly demanding that they split into even more clones for him to slice right now. Licking his lips like a starving beast, he repeatedly mutters his hunger for their delicious demonic energy. The system screen flashes a mocking alert, granting him a meager +9 demonic ki for his hectic efforts. This tiny reward drives him absolutely crazy, and he yells about working himself to the bone for only 9 points. The demon grins, noting that while his plan is unclear, Jiang Chen obviously wants him to keep multiplying on purpose. It guesses he wants to trap them, so the clones suddenly merge back together into one massive hulking figure. The giant smugly declares he won't let things go his way, causing a very frustrated Jiang Chen to look back. He glares at the blue-bun girl, furiously shouting that she totally lied to him about the endless splitting trick. She can only stammer in pure confusion, while Jiang Chen practically weeps with pure rage at being totally deceived. Claiming his feelings were completely played with, he covers his face in absolute rage, vowing to end this demon now. The system screen flashes. Activating his Palm Thunder ability, he grips his Flesh Lingji weapon. He channels the devastating power directly into his weapon, forcing the Flesh Lingji to expand rapidly. Still unsatisfied, he commands it to grow even larger. The system screen flashes another alert. His skill instantly upgrades to Purgatory Thunderbreak, morphing his weapon into a colossal pitch-black blade. Gripping the giant black sword, Jiang Chen furiously commands his upgraded weapon to completely annihilate the beast right now. With a terrifyingly vicious look, he leaps high into the air, bringing the blazing black sword crashing down. The demon mocks him, raising its shovel in defense, though its eyes betray sudden panic at the incoming strike. It desperately braces the sturdy handle of its shovel to block Jiang Chen's devastating sword. The sheer weight of the impact forces the demon to its knees as the heavy dark blade presses down harder. Cracks begin to spread across its stone-like body, and suddenly a completely different figure is exposed deep inside. It's the panicked face of the red-headed demon, prompting Jiang Chen to roar in fury that it's her again. As he slashes down, the illusory red head detaches and flies away, completely terrified by his overwhelming power. She gasps that her illusion was shattered in a single blow, but Jiang Chen gives her absolutely no room to breathe. The attack throws her into a panic once more as the Flesh Lingji sword slashes straight down toward the wretched demon. She scrambles to escape, but Jiang Chen grits his teeth and swings. "You tried to pull one on me twice, and now you want to run." Blood pours heavily from the demon now. Grabbing a stone, she glares back at him, her face twisted in a deep frown. Do you really think wielding that massive blade makes you tough? She snarls inside my illusion space. You are absolutely nothing. With a quick squeeze, she crushes the brick in her hand, causing the demon's body to suddenly sink right into the ground. Only a single hand remains raised above the dirt, but Jiang Chen swings his flesh Lingji and lets out a roar. System notifications start flashing. Illusion space activated. If you have the guts, try and drag me inside that realm. Ghost T plus 39. The demon's head pops back up as the system realizes he is just farming points off her. Did you really think you could keep farming infinite energy? Ghost Chi plus 49. Jiang Chen slashes repeatedly, shouting at her, trying to bury me. The system quickly claims it is a misunderstanding, gaining him another 59 Ghost Chi. The demon is completely battered by now, missing limbs and covered in blood, looking like an absolute wreck. Looking absolutely pathetic, she begs him to stop the beating, but Jiang Chen shows zero mercy and keeps raising his blade. Who told you to go and hurt my sister Hong? He snaps, driving the sword straight down without a second of hesitation. He strikes the demon dead on the spot. The system announces the pit-digging ghost is slain, granting 500 Ghost Chi. Nothing is left but a terrifying pile of white bones, yet Jiang Chen is still absolutely boiling with rage. He kicks the bones into dust, yelling at them to scram before looking down with a deep, annoyed scowl. Fighting all that time and not even getting 1,000 points is so frustrating, he grumbles, finally sheathing his sword. The blue-haired girl with double buns watches in awe, saying he must be at least a class powerhouse, while Jiang Chen comforts his sword. Good job, buddy, he whispers, and the flesh Lingji flashes an okay sign back before he whirls around to yell at the girl. Who even are you? He demands, making her panic as she quickly stammers that she is a fellow adept too. He pulls out his phone to run a quick search, saying he needs to verify her identity first. The screen displays the double-bun girl's profile, naming her Han Yue, a rogue adept ranked D+. Looking over her profile, Jiang Chen notes the lack of detail, deciding he needs to perform a physical check. Flashing a highly mischievous grin, he raises both hands and steps dangerously close to Han Yue. He suddenly grabs her chest with both hands and squeezes, making Han Yue gasp in pain and shock, begging him to stop. His hands quickly slide down to her waist, soon drifting even lower toward her skirt, where her white stockings show. Stop touching me like that, she screams, but Jiang Chen merely mutters to himself as he finishes. No trace of Ghost Chi, so she should be clean, he notes. While the system accuses him of pure groping, he gains some extra points for his perverted stunt before casually asking her if she has any complaints about his inspection method. Red with anger, Han Yue covers her chest with both arms, yet she still manages to reply. No, thank you, she stammers, while Jiang Chen quickly sits cross-legged on the ground, letting out a relieved sigh. He rests for a brief moment, then looks up to ask Han Yue what she knows about this villa. At his question, a violent shiver runs through her entire body and she clutches her chest to try and calm her nerves. She whispers that this place feels exactly like a sheep pen and everyone inside is just waiting for the slaughter. Jiang Chen scratches his cheek in confusion, asking who exactly is slaughtering them, but she is too terrified to speak clearly. Inside this very villa lurks a top-tier vicious ghost, she stammers as a truly horrific entity is revealed. It has purple hair, a massive pregnant belly, and a face crawling with maggots next to a sick man on a bed. This red-haired man lies unconscious while three of his red-haired relatives, 2 men and a woman, watch over him anxiously. The eldest brother wears glasses, the second has tiny squinting eyes, and the remaining woman is the third sibling of the family. The eldest brother notes that the exorcist they hired went missing over 2 hours ago, prompting the sister to worry. She suggests calling the Underworld Bureau again, but the second brother quickly points out that they already came by. They can protect us for an hour, but not for a lifetime, he warns as the third sister steps closer to the bed. She glares at the sick man, snapping that it is all because their father dug up that ancestral tomb, ruining lives. My daughter was still so young, she cries as an image flashes of a young girl crashing through bloody glass. The second brother snaps back, telling her to stop blaming their father for her daughter's tragic end. Maybe you did too many bad things against your conscience, so now karma is finally catching up to you. This immediately made the third sister explode with rage. Say that again if you dare. Before they could throw blows, the eldest brother quickly stepped in, telling them to stop since now was not the time to argue. The second brother sighed, pulling out his phone while half asleep. All right, he muttered. I actually know a few people who might be able to help us. How about I call them over to see what they can do? The third sister snorted coldly, instantly seeing right through his little scheme. You just want to find partners to scam Dad out of his money, don't you? Infuriated, the second brother jumped up and shook his fist, completely speechless. The eldest brother quickly patted his shoulder to calm him down. All right, second brother, the third sister is probably just terrified out of her mind. But this time you really need to find some reliable people. Don't worry, brother, this isn't about Dad's money anymore. I need to save my own skin too. I'll step outside to make the call. With that, the second brother headed out to the hallway. Hello, it's me, young Master Gu. But as he spoke, a dark, terrifying figure began creeping up on him from behind. Completely unaware of the danger, he kept chatting casually. Hey, doesn't your side have that white-haired guy who practices those dark arts? Let me borrow him for 2 days. Yeah, some family stuff, stop asking questions. Suddenly, a grotesque hand slowly reached out. It grabbed his shoulder. Annoyed, the second brother shrugged it off and snapped, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see I'm busy talking business? But the moment he turned around and saw what was standing behind him, he froze completely, unable to utter a single sound. Right there stood the terrifying corpse specter, slowly raising her pale hand. Terrified, the second brother fell backward into the room, screaming in panic. The third sister immediately scolded him for being so clumsy. What if you scare Dad? But the second brother's arrogant attitude was completely gone, replaced by absolute paralyzing horror. His face trembled as he gasped out, She's back. She's back again. Quick, grab some chairs. With his face twisted in pure dread, he frantically pointed at the entrance and yelled, Block the door, hurry up. Panicking, the third sister quickly grabbed a chair, crying out that they were completely doomed this time. The father, who had been lying motionless on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes and began trembling uncontrollably. The corpse specter stood right in front of him, making eerie clicking noises from her throat. The red-haired man shrieked in terror. Tears streamed down his face, but he was completely paralyzed and couldn't run. Screaming in sheer panic, the red-haired man bolted upright. Unable to believe this nightmare, he shook and wailed, What kind of sin did I commit? The ghost raised her sharp claws to strike. Gathering a dark, ominous energy in her palms, she prepared to unleash a devastating blow. She unleashed a massive blast, completely shattering the concrete wall right in front of them. Debris exploded into the hospital room in dangerous shards. As the heavy dust finally cleared, the corpse specter emerged, ominously cradling her pregnant belly. All three siblings shivered in absolute dread. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Gu Hongya were approaching the scene. Alongside Xiao Nan, they stared in shock at a nearby building. The group now stood right before a house shrouded in darkness. It was heavily wrapped in a bizarre, sinister energy, prompting Jiang Chen to speak up. Looks like we have got a big one inside. Standing beside him, Han Yue chimed in with a serious look. That female ghost is easily a top-tier vengeful spirit. Jiang Chen looked over in surprise, crackling his knuckles. With an excited grin, he said, That is perfect. Let's charge right in. Han Yue quickly jumped in front of him to block his path, telling him to calm down. You are strong, but you are only C rank at best. We should retreat and wait for reinforcements from the Underworld Bureau. Jiang Chen looked down at her, totally unconvinced. We are already at the doorstep, he replied. My strong sense of justice won't let me back down now. Han Yue sighed helplessly as she watched him walk away, muttering that his excuse for seeking death was incredibly casual. Jiang Chen scoffed to himself. If those underworld guys show up, how on earth am I supposed to harvest any ghost energy? With that in mind, he pulled the flesh Lingji from his pocket and transformed it into a glowing sword with a grin. Let us go, flesh Lingji. Holding his weapon, he stood proudly in front of the haunted building. Suddenly, he caught a strange noise and looked up just as the upstairs wall shattered into a shower of debris. To his utter shock, an entire hospital bed surrounded by flying concrete rubble came hurtling right toward him. Clinging to the bed were the three siblings and their father, all screaming at the top of their lungs as they fell. He quickly leaped aside to dodge the incoming crash, completely bewildered by the ridiculous sight unfolding right before his eyes. Slightly annoyed, he scoffed, Using your own dad as a landing pad is quite the choice. Wiping sweat from his cracked glasses, the eldest brother panted. Hey, at least we managed to get out of there alive. Faced with a monster like that, what could they even do? The third sister is struggling big time right now. She thought they were goners, but luckily the second brother managed to come up with a plan. Shoving the hospital bed, they fling the window open to jump out when suddenly eerie weeping echoes from above the room. A mournful cry rings out, and the three siblings frantically wheel their father's bed away in sheer terror. Screaming to run faster, they flee while Jiang Chen watches utterly speechless, scoffing at how useless they are. He leaps high into the air, but the moment he clears the upper balcony, he comes face to face with a corpse specter. Jiang Chen scowls at the sight of the hideous creature as the corpse specter continues to wail. Listening to her cries, Jiang Chen blushes with weird excitement and remarks that she actually fits his tastes perfectly. The corpse specter weeps even louder, lunging forward with her hands out to rip him apart. Jiang Chen grabs the demonic drum on his hip, calculating that if this is a top-tier vengeful spirit, then using 3 fingers is his safest bet, and he immediately strikes the drum with 3 of his fingers. Sound waves blast from the drum, forcing the corpse specter to leap backward to avoid Jiang Chen. He casually appears right in front of her, leaning in close to inspect her worm-covered face, mockingly telling her to bring it on and strike him. If she's not going to make a move, then it is his turn, he says, drawing his black sword. He slashes his blade directly at her bloated belly, adding that he will gladly slice her wide open. Stunned, he realizes his blade did not cut through, noticing her belly only oozes green fluid from the shallow wound. The monster is completely unharmed despite the green liquid oozing from her stomach, and she immediately starts crying her eyes out again. Startled, Jiang Chen points awkwardly at his sword and tells her that the sword did it, not him. Even Ru Lingji cannot believe her ears as she stares at her master. Shocked by his shameless excuse, she looks over, but the corpse specter suddenly attacks with immense fury. A powerful palm strike hits Jiang Chen, forcing him to drop his sword as he is blown backward with a painful grunt. Jiang Chen slams hard into a wall, coughing up blood while a strange fluid leaks from a deep dent in his chest. The corpse specter presses her advantage, rushing forward to strike again as Jiang Chen grows worried. He wonders if his tyrant demon body can withstand this blow, but before he can raise his hands, a flash of light streaks across, revealing Han Yue, who is also heavily injured. Bleeding, she still turns back to anxiously check on Jiang Chen, asking if he's okay. He assures her he is fine, but Han Yue warns that even Class C experts were killed in one hit. Her strength easily exceeds a standard vengeful ghost, and the corpse specter suddenly speaks, accusing them of ruining her plans. Plucking a worm from her face, she holds it out, mocking them for having so little power, yet daring to meddle in her business before flicking the insect directly at them with blinding speed. The worm hits Han Yue, knocking her backward as she gasps at how unbelievably fast it was. Jiang Chen cannot react in time, watching in shock as Han Yue collapses helpless onto the cold ground. Pointing at him, the ghoul declares he is decent enough to be her next meal, making Jiang Chen feel deeply insulted. Feeling completely disrespected, he yells out in anger as his facial features begin to twist and distort. His face warps into a terrifying expression, and suddenly heavy thumping sounds echo from deep inside the monster's belly. It feels like something is violently thrashing around inside her, causing grotesque lumps to bulge out of her stomach. The terrifying sight sends her into a panic, and a system notification instantly flashes in front of him. The specter is terrified, yielding 350 ghost energy, as she quickly clutches her stomach in alarm. Wondering how he managed to affect her, she decides she must kill him quickly to avoid any more trouble. The specter pulls another worm from her face, squeezing it in her hand until the insect inflates like a gross balloon. She hurls the bloated creature, screaming out her corpse bomb attack as the round insect flies straight toward him. Facing the deadly attack, Jiang Chen just smiles excitedly. Man, this guy lives for the thrill as his 2-star card meets a worthy foe. Pulling out a fresh card, he triggers his demon transformation, and a massive demonic beast appears behind him. Standing before a giant bizarre monster, strange twisting vines creep forward and begin wrapping themselves tightly around Jiang Chen's body. The vines bind him completely, and right before our eyes, his hands and feet transform entirely into sturdy wooden limbs. Thick vines sprout from the earth, wrapping around Jiang Chen's legs as he drops into a combat stance. 2 massive wooden arms form around him. Enveloped in a strange new power, he locks his eyes forward with absolute focus. She needs to kill him fast using this random ability she just rolled. Activating his wood control art, he raises one hand. His fingers instantly morph into a cluster of writhing vines. The vines shoot out to catch the incoming flying worm, wrapping around it securely. Without hesitation, he crushes the parasite from the inside out. With the threat dealt with, Jiang Chen retracts his hand. He gives the corpse fiend a mocking grin. Is that really all you got? Don't get cocky, she snaps back. She lunges forward, slashing at Jiang Chen with razor-sharp claws. He quickly crosses his arms to block the incoming strike. Gritting his teeth against her raw power, he still gets slashed. Looking down at his arm, Jiang Chen laughs. Well, this wooden armor is actually pretty tough. My turn now, he says. With a smirk, he begins channeling a massive surge of energy into his fist. He clenches his fist as sprouts burst forth, channeling the powerful blessing of the forest. Brimming with excitement, he drives a massive giant wooden punch straight toward the corpse fiend. Frozen in place, she is completely swallowed by a sea of green right before the blow lands. That giant heavy fist slams down. She struggles desperately to hold it back, completely terrified by its sheer weight. How are these vines spinning? She gasps. Before she can react, the massive punch sends her flying. The strike carries insane force. You can practically feel the impact from here. Her body smashes straight through the dense forest before she finally stops. Coughing up blood, she pulls herself up against a shattered tree, panic rising deep in her chest. How did he get so strong, she wonders. Suddenly, Jiang Chen appears. She raises both hands, revealing 2 tiny pink worms, but that is only going to boost her power slightly. Don't celebrate too soon, she warns. One of the worms in her palm begins expanding into a lumpy wooden club. It is covered in grotesque nodules, and her other hand quickly transforms the exact same way. Brandishing both fleshy, mutated weapons, she swings them wildly toward her target. Die, Jiang Chen, she screams. Jiang Chen calmly watches the incoming barrage. Well, he says, you are pretty fast. But what good is speed? Her weapon suddenly freezes right in front of his forehead. Confused, she gasps in disbelief. Right through the center of her chest, sharp vines have impaled her from behind. She hangs frozen in midair, weapons still raised as the thick bundle of vines keeps her pinned. A system notification pops up, Ghost Chi plus 930. Jiang Chen smirks. How dare a low-level demon try to match the power of Mother Nature, he mocks. Trembling in agony, she screams, "Honestly, this scene is about to get way too creepy. I can't control it anymore," she groans in agony is coming out. From the crude stitches on her stomach, a bizarre light leaks out alongside pulsing, expanding lumps. Something is clawing out. A creepy eye peers through the tearing stitches. Moments later, a flood of foul, glowing fluid erupts from her ruptured abdomen. The disgusting slime pours right over Jiang Chen, head and body, catching him completely off guard. He gasps. Every single tree touched by this vile slime instantly withers and dies. The thing inside her is a Hanba demon. Clutched against her belly, she tries to soothe it. "Be good, just wait a little longer," she whispers to the twitching eye. "Once you are fully grown, you can come out." The eye glares back but slowly retreats. Yet a dark, heavy mist leaks from her. If Hanba escapes, it will trigger an absolute disaster. He must kill that thing in the womb. But to protect it, she retreats. The crawling worms on her skin begin retreating back into the shadows. From her pitch-black, decaying face, she grins. "I will do whatever it takes to save my child," she sneers. Grotesque green liquid drips from her mouth. The toxic fluid splatters onto the vines, skewering her chest, causing the wood to instantly melt away. It vanishes right out of her chest. Han Yue, nursing a heavily bruised cheek, scrambles to her feet, only to gasp in absolute horror at what unfolds next. The real garment is gone. But she isn't finished yet. Suddenly erupts in a sinister red aura. With that wicked grin still plastered on her face, even Jiang Chen starts to feel uneasy. Something is definitely different this time. Without a second thought, Gui Shimei springs forward, launching herself straight at him. Jiang Chen's eyes shift as he analyzes the trajectory. She is incredibly fast, but his demon eyes can still just barely track her. Crossing his arms in a defensive guard, he roars as thick, rigid vines suddenly erupt from the ground right in front of him. They weave together to form a solid wooden barrier, but it seems this defense means absolutely nothing to the incoming Gui Shimei. She blasts straight through the barricade in a crimson flash, aiming a deadly strike directly at Jiang Chen's chest. The impact forces a painful grunt from him, but suddenly she gasps in pure confusion as her hand hits something solid. Her strike is completely halted, much to her shock. How is this even possible? Right in front of his chest, a magical shield had formed just in time to absorb the blow. Jiang Chen grits his teeth, slipping back to dodge her next move. Refusing to let him go, Gui Shimei relentlessly pursues him, instantly teleporting right in his path to unleash another strike. He blocks her fury. He's looking for a split second to counter. He drives a powerful kick straight into her stomach, sending her flying, though he internally notes her body feels like solid rock. He brings his hands together to invoke his signature wood mastery technique, and instantly massive roots begin to stir. Giant aggressive vines sprout from the ground, ballooning in size as they swarm directly toward Gui Shimei. The sharp wooden tips pierce straight through her back. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen raises his hand, targeting his airborne foe. As she freefalls, he clenches his fist to channel his raw energy, weaving together strands of pure magical force. He commands her to turn into fertilizer for his forest as a massive wave of energy erupts from his hands. A colossal sphere of spiritual energy blasts outward, hurtling directly toward the suspended Gui Shimei. She crosses her twin blades in a panic, her mouth wide open in sheer terror as she struggles to deflect the devastating blast. Gasping heavily for air, she mockingly challenges him to show what he is really made of, when suddenly, a sharp wooden vine impales her right through the chest, forcing a painful shriek from her lips, while Jiang Chen watches from below. Looking up with absolute contempt, he mocks her, laughing that her pregnancy brain must have ruined her thinking. He fell her twice with the exact same trick, but this time he warns her it will not be so gentle. He commands his wood magic to detonate, spreading his fingers wide to trigger the explosive trap. The vines shatter into a violent blast, vaporizing her body. Han Yue watches in awe, amazed he defeated a half-blood garment. Jiang Chen is utterly exhausted and panting for breath. Peeking from the bushes, Xiao Nan nervously asks if it is finally over. Gu Hongye agrees, shivering from the terrifying booming explosions that nearly scared them to death. Seeing their terror, Han Yue tries to reassure them, laughing that Master Jiang easily handled the danger and won. Wait for it, a chilling voice suddenly asks a simple question from behind, sending absolute panic through Han Yue. Before her lies a grotesque pile of slime topped with familiar red hair as Gui Shimei speaks once more. She asks if destroying her blood clone is truly worth celebrating, her face now crawling with worms and her body completely deformed. Jiang Chen groans. Is she serious? He quickly turns to warn Han Yue. He urges her to run with the others, but she frantically asks how he can possibly keep going. Facing down the monster, he refuses to back down despite having zero energy left. He tells them to just focus on escaping while she completely regenerates back into human form, wearing a creepy grin. She sneers that if they leave, no one will be left to bury his corpse. Just then, the system interface flashes open. To his shock, a notification chiming in announces that the system upgrade is complete, rewarding him with a potent spirit-warming pill. It restores stamina by 150%. He swallows it instantly. Confused by his sudden outburst, she mocks him, asking if he wants her to devour him instead. Laughing arrogantly, she leaps forward to finish him off, but Jiang Chen stands his ground without flinching. Instead, he delivers a ferocious punch that makes her spit up blood, sending her flying backward once again. Now brimming with a monstrous aura after successfully consuming the pill, a massive wave of power surges through him. Jiang Chen raises a confident fist, completely refreshed and ready to end this battle once and for all. The power returns to her. The corpse demoness recovers her footing, completely baffled as she asks him how on earth he suddenly became this strong. Jiang Chen crosses both arms over his chest and shouts out, "Ultimate wood control magic, appear forest giant." Instantly, a massive earthen giant materializes right in front of the corpse demoness, making her look absolutely tiny in comparison. The forest giant stands tall, towering way over the mountains, with its head practically brushing against the high heavens. The corpse demoness completely panics before this massive titan. A system notification pops up: "If we fight, we fight. Do not go calling in backup, ghost energy plus 920. Jiang Chen stands atop the titan's head and makes a suggestion. "Hey, why don't you just end yourself?" By now, she is so utterly terrified that the wriggling worms on her face have retreated inside. What Jiang Chen continues, "Otherwise, you are going to get a massive beating, trust me." The forest giant raises its hands, and next we only see two massive hands hovering menacingly above the ground. Jiang Chen excitedly yells, "Woodman piledriver!" Following his command, a massive barrage of punches slams straight down into the earth. Watching from the side, Xiao Nan gasps, "Is not this a bit too brutal?" Gu Hongjia turns pale as well, adding, "Yeah, suddenly I feel a bit sorry for this female ghost." Then Jiang Chen spreads both arms wide. "Finally accept the blessing of the green forest." Right then, from the giant's eyes, blinding beams of pure light shoot out. That powerful energy shines straight down below. Meanwhile, the four red-haired family members are watching this terrifying scene from atop a rocky cliff. One of the kids speaks up, "Dad, maybe we should move." The system notifies, "Half-blood garment corpse demoness has died, ghost energy plus 999. The defeated corpse demoness lies dying on the ground, surrounded by plumes of rising smoke. Jiang Chen leaps down, looks at her, and sighs, "Whew, that should be done now, right?" Suddenly, a blood-red eye in the demoness's belly opens, staring straight at him. Out of nowhere, a hand reaches up, trying to grab Jiang Chen's hand. He flinches in sudden shock. He immediately leaps back. Something sinister starts erupting from inside the demoness's belly, and suddenly her swollen stomach tears completely open. A massive geyser of blood spurts out like a fountain. Even though he is standing far away, Jiang Chen still gets splashed. He nervously gasps, "Ah, it really came out the hamba." And yep, a chubby one-eyed creature emerges from the demoness's mangled corpse. Its eye glares straight ahead. Jiang Chen grits his teeth and mutters, "In the end, it still came out." Right after, he orders the forest giant to crush it. Jiang Chen and the hamba now stand facing each other. Behind him, the forest giant reaches out its massive hand. Standing right before its colossal foot, the hamba looks like nothing more than a tiny speck of dust. The giant launches its strike, and the hamba immediately unleashes its own counterattack to block the strike. Its raw power is so immense that the forest giant actually begins to melt upon contact. Jiang Chen looks at the damage, completely horrified. He gasps, "Oh, it withered." He frantically thinks to himself, "What do I do now? My demon transformation is countered. This kid has definitely reached the blood garment rank. Looks like I have to rely on a sneak attack." The hamba just stands there glaring at him. "Looking over here, am I busted?" Jiang Chen grabs his knife and leaps aside. It turns its head to follow him. Then the hamba lunges forward to attack, forcing Jiang Chen to gasp so incredibly fast. He desperately yells at the system, "Hurry, let me draw a 3-star card right now." The system presents the wheel, saying in a sassy voice, "Oh, what is the rush? Here it is." The wheel starts spinning. Before the hamba can land its hit, a protective shield materializes right in front of Jiang Chen, blocking its attack. The hamba closes its eyes and winces as it slams into the barrier. Jiang Chen finally breathes a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, there's an automatic shield during card draws. Behind him, a fierce battle bear emerges with vicious fangs and incredibly razor-sharp claws. Jiang Chen cheers in absolute excitement. "Woo, I can finally relax now. You little beast, let us keep this going, shall we?" He holds out his card and activates it. The hamba begins to tremble in sheer panic. The system screen flashes. "Injured young hamba sealed, feeling terrified, ghost energy plus 9,600. Jiang Chen raises the card, shouting, "Demon transformation, bear." But the hamba has already spun right around and bolted. Watching it leap away, Jiang Chen cannot help but comment on it. "Pretty fast runner, huh?" The hamba dashes through the bushes, leaps over a pool, and races across the estate. Jiang Chen watches it go, letting the card fade from his hand. Chasing it down is way too dangerous. "If I do not, it is letting the tiger back to the mountain." Best to call the underworld to handle this mess. He makes a call. A sharp beep suddenly echoes from the underworld communication device, instantly catching the attention of the girl on duty. Over on his end, Jiang Chen seriously reports that a drought demon has appeared and they need to send backup immediately. She panics and demands the exact location, but Jiang Chen just grumbles back that it is pretty hard to explain. He tells them to track his GPS and hurry over, warning that this monster was born at the blood robe rank. As the demon flees in sheer panic, the underworld officer breaks into a cold sweat and gasps out, "Did he say blood robe? Can he really back up those claims?" Jiang Chen seriously replies that he absolutely can. Warning alarms suddenly blare. Monitors across the room flash bright red. Absolute shock. They stare at the screens, wondering if a genuine blood robe has actually emerged. No time to waste. The operator broadcasts a high-priority alert to all active units. A new blood robe threat has appeared in Jiang Chen. She warns right as a shadow rises from the floor behind her, and Yang Chuan materializes. Startled, she turns and welcomes Chief Yang, who immediately scowls and asks if she just said that the demon was born at that rank. Back on his end, Jiang Chen impatiently stomps his foot and snaps at them to stop wasting time with so many questions. Are they coming or not? If this thing reaches a crowd, the consequences will be disastrous. Yang Chuan immediately spins around. Meanwhile, the operator reminds Jiang Chen to keep his tracker active. "We are on the way," she promises as Yang Chuan orders the special action team to mobilize. They must stop this blood robe from entering the urban area, and he declares he is going ahead first. He vanishes into thin air. Jiang Chen hangs up, staring thoughtfully at his phone. His mischievous trap succeeds, but just wait, because things are about to go completely sideways for him. Wait, where did it go? He leaps high, chasing the beast straight into the building. Jiang Chen scans the area from above. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. A family gathers peacefully inside. Behind the glass, Jiang Chen curses his own luck. While he is out here fighting for his life, these people are casually hosting a family reunion, prompting him to drop right in front of their door. Gu Hongye turns around to see who it is, immediately brightening up as she introduces Jiang Chen to her father as their savior. Her father looks over in confusion before quickly clasping his hands together to express his deepest gratitude to the young master. He thanks Master Jiang for saving them, but Jiang Chen just grins and rubs his fingers together, hinting that gratitude is best shown in cash. Any secrets to share? Boss Gu just sweats, completely unable to find his words. Boss Gu quickly turns to his children, telling them to leave the room so he can speak with the master in private. Alone at last, they sit. Boss Gu addresses the master with a heavy heart. He explains it is not that he wants to hide things, but everyone who knows the truth ends up hit by a curse. A curse they cannot escape. But Jiang Chen just calmly displays his death brand. Pointing to the number 18 marked on his neck, he chuckles that curses are his specialty, especially the blood talisman from the underworld's 7th court. Boss Gu sighs and reveals that their ancestors were not actually expelled from the family tree because of some terrible wrongdoing. Instead, the chosen calamity bearer of that generation was forced to leave just to keep the entire clan safe. A calamity bearer, Boss Gu explains that humans are always vulnerable to sudden fatal accidents. One wrong move can easily cost someone their life, which suddenly makes Jiang Chen realize the truth with a shock. He asks if Hongye is also one of these bearers, and the father nods, having already consulted a master about her. Only by keeping her away from the family did she have a chance to live, making Jiang Chen ask about their ancestral tomb. The question makes Boss Gu tremble. He slowly begins to recount the dark history. 2 clan elders from the village had demanded that Hongye enter the ancestral tomb to fulfill her doom, warning that the entire family would otherwise perish. Refusing to let his daughter suffer such a fate, he had gathered a group of men and headed up the mountain to dig up the tomb. He wanted to investigate the tomb, but stepping inside revealed a truly horrifying sight. Scattered across the dusty floor was a massive pile of human bones lying in complete disarray. In the center of the skeletal remains sat a female corpse bound by 4 heavy chains, her face sealed with a yellow talisman. It was the terrifying phantom corpse, and Boss Gu had immediately grabbed a shovel, realizing this monster was the source of their family curse. Vowing to crush her skull to end the curse, he swung his shovel high in the air to smash the chain monster to pieces. The moment the shovel strikes the corpse specter, the heavy nail and the sealing talisman taped to her face fall straight off. Right underneath, writhing white maggots squirm across her skin as the nail and paper talisman land on the floor right before her. She lets out a low, terrifying groan, freezing Boss Gu in absolute horror as he stands paralyzed with his shovel, screaming out in terror. The hollow bug-infested face of the corpse specter lets out a sickening hiss before she unleashes her full strength. She thrashes violently, cracking the iron chains. Back in reality, Boss Gu is still shaking, clutching his chest to try and calm down. He says just thinking about it sends shivers down his spine, prompting Jiang Chen to give a cold, angry scoff. "So you were the one who freed her?" Jiang Chen asks, and Boss Gu tightly clasps his hands, guiltily crying out that he only wanted to save Xiao Ye. He begs Master Jiang to take a look, pulling out a torn, battered notebook alongside a strangely glowing red nail. He explains these are the relics he took from the tomb, making Jiang Chen stare down at them with a sigh, wondering what this junk is. He instantly calls upon his system to identify the items, and the system quickly responds, labeling the red needle as a bone-binding stake. The damaged stake needs 30,000 ghost energy to fix, while the secret puppet art book is also in bad shape. Repairing the manual costs only 100 energy, making Jiang Chen grab it while muttering that 30,000 is way too crazy. He decides to fix the cheap one first, leaving Boss Gu standing off to the side, completely confused, asking if something is wrong. Startled, Jiang Chen quickly lies that everything is fine and tells him to let him examine it first as a mysterious energy begins gathering in his hand. A surge of spiritual power flows into the worn notebook, completely restoring it until a pristine, brand-new manual is sitting right in his hand. The cover now clearly reads, Secret Puppet Arts, leaving Boss Gu with his jaw completely dropped as he gasps out that this is a total miracle. Jiang Chen eagerly flips the pages to see what is inside, and the glowing text inside reveals some very specific instructions. It says only those carrying the Gu family bloodline can learn this, causing Jiang Chen to slam the book shut in absolute rage. He curses in his head, furious that he cannot even use it and just wasted 100 ghost energy points for nothing. But then a sly smile creeps across his face as he realizes this might actually be the perfect chance to make some easy money. With a grin, Jiang Chen hands the book back, declaring that he has successfully restored the Gu family's secret manual. Boss Gu accepts the pristine book with sheer joy, eagerly asking how he could possibly repay him for such an incredible deed. Jiang Chen scratches his cheek with a knowing look, telling him to decide, prompting Boss Gu to make a very generous offer. He offers to transfer the entire corporation as promised, but a startled Jiang Chen frantically waves his hands and declines the massive offer. Laughing that it is too much, Boss Gu raises 3 fingers, instead offering to hand over 1/3 of the company's shares to the master. Jiang Chen flashes a highly satisfied smile at this, and the two men quickly shake hands on the massive deal. They cheerfully agree it is a pleasure doing business, while Jiang Chen celebrates his newfound financial freedom in his head. Meanwhile, Boss Gu knows trading 1/3 of his shares is a steal to secure his family peace and reclaim their ancestral manual. It is a win-win for both of them, and once settled, Jiang Chen picks up the red nail, looking over to address Boss Gu. He asks about keeping the nail, and Boss Gu quickly admits that the cursed object is nothing but bad luck. Since it was pinned on that female ghost, he has no idea how to dispose of it, gladly offering it if the master wants it. Delighted by the easy deal, Jiang Chen quickly hides the nail behind his back with a cheerful grin. Laughing that he will take it, he leaves Boss Gu staring in utter confusion, wondering where on earth he is going to store it. Outside the house, 5 mysterious black cars are now parked near the garden as Jiang Chen steps out to investigate. He finds a crowd waiting for him, leaving him completely speechless as he wonders why the underworld members always make such a dramatic entrance. Standing directly in front of him is Yang Chuan, whose face is dead serious and dark as he waits in silence. Yang Chuan gives a brief introduction, stating he is from the underworld, while Jiang Chen cheerfully replies with his exact apartment address. This completely catches Yang Chuan off guard, triggering a sudden notification screen from his system right in front of him. The system displays a huge gain of 420 ghost energy points as Yang Chuan regains his composure, asking how he is so sure it was a blood-clad ghost. Jiang Chen stays silent, inwardly cursing the guy for interrogating him instead of going out to catch the actual ghost. But he keeps his cool, calmly explaining that the entity possessed enough sheer power to easily kill him in a single strike. His voice grows heavier, and alongside his tone, an incredible wave of hidden energy suddenly erupts from his body. This pressure directly clashes with Yang Chuan's aura, easily scattering the agent's power and leaving him cold and sweating in sheer panic. He cannot believe the ghost sealed inside his own body is actually trembling in fear, forcing him to scowl in frustration. He suddenly lunges forward with a strike towards Jiang Chen, apologizing briefly as a creepy wave of spectral energy flares up. Yang Chuan's energy flares all around Jiang Chen, his hand pressed directly against Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen grits his teeth, looks down with a teask, and roars for everything to disperse immediately. Yang Chuan's ghostly energy vanishes in an instant, leaving him utterly terrified as he realizes a single shout blew his power away. With his hand still frozen on Jiang Chen's chest, Yang Chuan's cheeks turn a bright shade of red. Jiang Chen flashes a sweet smile and asks if keeping his hand on another guy's chest is really appropriate. He quickly puts on glasses, his face shifting into a hilariously sleazy grin. With his hair blowing back, he tells Yang Chuan to visit his massive, beautiful house later if he wants a feel. Yang Chuan panics instantly when Jiang Chen suddenly locks down hard on his wrist. Behind them, Yang Chuan's 2 subordinates stare with their eyes wide open, completely dumbfounded by the sight. Yang Chuan desperately tries to yank his hand back, begging Jiang Chen to let him go, while Jiang Chen holds tight. A system notification pops up. Yang Chuan is screaming inside that he is straight. Gaining 999 ghost points, Jiang Chen keeps teasing, pointing out that Yang Chuan is blushing. As Yang Chuan struggles to break free, his subordinates standing behind them can only watch in absolute disbelief. They whisper about how this kid is playing Captain Yang like a toy, wondering what kind of background he actually has. Embarrassed and red-faced, Yang Chuan barks at his men to stop standing around and staring. He orders them to wipe everyone's memory and clean the area, sending them scrambling. Yang Chuan then glares back at Jiang Chen, demanding to know why he is still holding on. Jiang Chen grins deviously, saying he will let go only if his request is granted. Yang Chuan quickly agrees to get it over with, and Jiang Chen points toward Boss Gu and his daughter. He only asks to spare their memories, making Yang Chuan assume he means the girl. Gu Hongye is deeply touched, realizing she must mean a whole lot to Jiang Chen for him to protect her. But Jiang Chen quickly ruins the moment, pointing past her at the old man instead. That old guy owes him hundreds of millions, and if his memory gets wiped, that contract is gone forever. His brutal honesty leaves everyone speechless, prompting him to snap and ask what on earth they are staring at. He asks if they have never seen a rich man before, while a system prompt registers their absolute disbelief. Gaining another 220 points, the scene shifts to the nightmare demon biting a man's head, leaving him giggling. Another girl gets the same treatment, laughing stupidly as the memory-wiping demon does its job. Gu Hongye watches the terrifying creature approach her, trembling before it takes a quick bite out of her memory. She squeals in pain, prompting an incredibly annoyed Jiang Chen to punch the demon for getting too carried away. Telling Sister Hong it is time to leave, they get into a sleek red car and hit the open road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen sighs that having a wealthy dad must be nice. One snap and a brand new ride appears, though Gu Hongye mutters she had no other choice. After all, her previous car got shoved down a mountain by ghosts, which Jiang Chen admits is a fair point. Suddenly, his face twists in pure panic as he realizes her memories were never actually wiped by the demon. His loud exclamation echoes outside the car, but Gu Hongye calmly replies that she is fine. It turns out the secret manual her father gave her shielded her mind, which Jiang Chen finds incredibly impressive. Suddenly, she slams on the brakes excitedly, asking if she can also become strong like him. The abrupt stop catches Jiang Chen completely off guard, sending him flying forward through the front windshield. Glass shatters everywhere, but he lands perfectly on the asphalt, somehow still standing. Wiping his face in utter defeat, he mutters that her driving skills are definitely stronger than him. Leaning out the window, she playfully reminds him to wear a seatbelt next time before the scene shifts. In a quiet corner, a street food vendor is busy preparing a dish for a waiting customer. The chef keeps tossing a horrifying blood-red mixture inside his pan, before sliding the finished dish directly over to him. The hooded customer grins hungrily at the bizarre meal, offering a polite word of thanks to him. He picks up his chopsticks, takes a bite, and happily comments on how incredibly tender it is. Just then, their red car finished driving right past the roadside food stall. Looking out, Jiang Chen casually remarks on how amazing the barbecue smells, but a nearby customer suddenly freezes. He spots the blood talisman resting on Jiang Chen, hand on the windowsill. Staring closely, he gasps, wipes his mouth, and smiles slyly. Chuckling to himself, he mutters that it was effortless to find, tells the vendor he is leaving, and walks off. Behind him, the vendor collapses dead. His chest is completely hollowed out. Cut to a massive apartment complex standing tall under the dark night sky. Only a few windows are still lit. Inside his room, Jiang Chen taps his glowing system screen to check his current inventory. The interface pops up, showing host Jiang Chen current stats. His ghost energy has reached 31,899 points. He has a 3-star demon card, the demonic fist skill, a damaged bone nail, and anti-demonic sound items, plus some high-grade flesh ganoderma and premium ghost energy. Seeing this, Jiang Chen starts planning. He decides to draw a few more demon cards just in case, aiming for 2-star beasts. First up is Great Immortal Yang Li, a 2-star card showing a massive 6-horned mountain goat. Next is the Yellow Lion Spirit, a winged lion, followed by a powerful 3-star card, the 9-headed beast. Images of horned serpents flicker into view. Holding the 3 cards, Jiang Chen flashes a very satisfied grin. Chuckling, he notes that these look way stronger than his 1-star cards, then brings his pet out to cuddle. He spends a moment spoiling his favorite flesh ganoderma, excitedly raising his newly acquired items with absolute pride. He laughs aloud, boasting that he is basically invincible now. Meanwhile, the mysterious man arrives at the gates, surprising the guard. The guard yells out, asking what he wants and warning that non-residents are strictly forbidden from entering. The hatted man uses his hypnotic supernatural gaze, telling the guard to take a much closer look at him. Instantly, the guard's eyes turn blood red under the hypnotic spell, while creepy, dark energy swirls violently around both sides of his mouth. His knees buckle under the dark force. He bows deeply, chanting a hollow welcome home master to the stranger. The man casually strolls inside as if he owns the place, heading straight to the security monitoring room. Once inside, the intruder commands the dazed guard to play back the security camera footage from earlier this afternoon. Spotting his target, he quickly orders the guard to freeze the screen, pointing directly at Jiang Chen waiting for the elevator. He demands to know which unit the brat lives in, ordering the guard to hand over the spare key immediately. Moments later, his heavy footsteps echo ominously down the quiet, dimly lit apartment hallway. Stopping in front of Jiang Chen apartment, the man nonchalantly slides the key right into the lock. Stepping inside, he finds Jiang Chen fast asleep, blowing a big snot bubble. The intruder sneers, looking down at his target. Noticing the sigil on the boy's hand, he wonders which useless trash from the Dark Alliance managed to die to a mere kid. Deciding to rip out his heart as usual, he reaches down to plunge his hand straight into the boy's chest. Suddenly, Jiang Chen flashes a creepy smile as dark energy erupts around him. The assassin tries to pull his hand back, but he is too slow. The flesh Ganoderma instantly materializes, wrapping tightly around the intruder's arm. The man panics completely. He thrashes his arm wildly, trying desperately to shake off the creature while cursing in frustration. But Jiang Chen has already weaponized it. He transforms the flesh Ganoderma into a sharp sword, gripping it with a fierce, threatening glare. Mocking the attacker, Jiang Chen asks if he is surprised. The man looks at him in utter disbelief. He demands to know when the kid noticed him, and Jiang Chen smugly replies that he spotted him back at the barbecue stall. Your scent is identical to Zhang Xianhai of the Dark Alliance, and I am not nearly as easy to deal with. The assassin proudly raises his hand, looking down on the boy with absolute arrogance, but Jiang Chen just scoffs right back with supreme confidence. He remarks that he is far more dangerous now, instantly swinging his weapon forward with incredible force. Knocked backward by the heavy impact, the assassin quickly recovers his footing, sneering that Jiang Chen merely has a pretty decent blade. Just when it looks like he is preparing a counterattack, he suddenly leaps backward, crashing straight through the glass window in an explosion of shards. Jiang Chen yells after him, warning that the Netherworld investigators will be here soon, and there is absolutely no escape. He leaps through the shattered window, chasing the assassin, who is frantically trying to make his getaway. Looking back, the assassin sneers, asking if he is really running, casually taking off his hat as he speaks. He boasts that the boy's room was simply too small to properly unleash his true lethal weapon. He reaches deep inside his hat, preparing to pull out something sinister from its bottomless depths. It turns out to be a pile of disgusting, slimy sludge. Yet the old man flashes a creepy smile. He genuinely enjoys that nasty filth. Disgusted, Jiang Chen snaps at his pet. Hey Ru Lingji, is that your long-lost sibling? Suddenly, that nasty pile begins to shift into a weapon. It takes the shape of a massive blender blade. The old man aims it directly at Jiang Chen and sneers. Die, he screams. Jiang Chen quickly leaps aside to dodge the blast. Whoa, way too close. But the flying weapon is attached to a cable. What kind of trick is this? Just in time, Ru Lingji flies right past his face, taking the blow for him. Ru Lingji slices the red orb clean in half. But suddenly, right behind Jiang Chen, a mouthful of jagged teeth appears. The old man rests his weapon on his shoulder and laughs wickedly. At this close range, he says, "You better hope you can dodge this." The giant maw opens wide, aiming to bite Jiang Chen head off in one clean chomp. Sweating bullets, he just chuckles. That warning applies to your crotch too. The flesh pet suddenly reshapes into a deadly spike, aiming right for the old man's sensitive lower half, and thrusts upward. Terrified, the old man quickly swings his weapon to block the pet. Damn it, a cheap sneak attack, he screams. Now that your pet isn't in your hands, dodge this. Instantly, countless red projectiles rain down on Jiang Chen. Just before the exploding spheres impact, Jiang Chen quickly activates his absolute defense, the tyrant demon form. A bronze armor envelops his body as the red orbs detonate in a massive blast. Jiang Chen grits his teeth through the smoke. He emerges covered in scratches. The old man bursts into a triumphant laugh. My long-range attacks completely crush you, he cackles. You cannot even get near me now. Jiang Chen is clearly battered, yet remains unfazed. But Jiang Chen calmly replies, he has no interest in getting close. Honestly, that is actually not a bad idea. He recalls Ru Lingji back to his hand. Let's do this. The companion liquefies, morphing into a massive cannon with mechanical legs. Jiang Chen stands proudly on top, calling it his flesh cannon. Let's see who wins a long-range duel. His weapon fires with a deafening blast, spitting intense sparks. The projectile flies forward, infused with Ru Lingji's raw power. Even the cannon's face looks extremely irritated. On the other side, the old man stands completely frozen in absolute shock. Too stunned to even try to dodge, he stands frozen. Such a violent impact triggers a massive explosion, sending waves of fierce flames and shockwaves in every single direction. Jiang Chen slowly emerges from the thick smoke, coughing heavily. He calls out, asking if the old man is still breathing. Insane. The enemy stands with half his upper body completely blown away. Next time we meet, you are dead, the enemy spits. Jiang Chen mockingly asks how he expects a next time in that state. But the puppet master just smirks. The skin on the old man's face begins to peel away as his body dissolves into thin air, leaving the poor security guard groaning on the floor. Staring in confusion at the falling man, the young man realizes it is just the local security guard. He scowls, realizing the puppet master has absolutely zero regard for innocent human lives. Right then, a helicopter chops overhead. Shulei leaps down from the aircraft, landing right behind him. She immediately demands to know where the Shadow Alliance member went, while Jiang Chen quietly puts Ru Lingji away. He sighs. By the time her squad arrives, the target is gone. Hearing this, Shulei immediately taps her communicator earpiece, ordering her team to stay in the helicopter for now. Instead, she commands them to lock down the area and search for suspects. Jiang Chen can only scoff in utter frustration. It is always the same routine. Did it even work when Hamba slipped away last time? What are you guys actually good for? He asks. Annoyed, Shulei turns away, stating she is done talking to him. Jiang Chen shouts after her, warning that the opponent is an incredibly powerful puppet master. He puts his hands on his hips, muttering about how they only know how to put on a show. If that sloppy attitude actually catches a criminal, he promises to do a handstand. Meanwhile, Shulei has already leaped away into the distance while her agents disperse to search the area. After patrolling for a while, the report comes in that the southern exit is completely clear. But then, out of nowhere, a manhole cover right by his feet pops open and quickly slams shut. Through a broken window, the dim moonlight reveals a ragged Jiang Chen. He looks utterly exhausted, staring up and sighing that this crazy job is killing him. It is going to be another long night. Drained of every ounce of energy, he drifts off. Within minutes, the sound of steady, peaceful breathing fills the room, but his peaceful sleep is cut short. Suddenly, his phone begins to vibrate with an incoming call. The screen displays the name Zhao Erhu. Cut to Jiangbei University, where Jiang Chen is sitting in class, completely passed out on his desk. He is sleeping so deeply, a snot bubble expands from his nose, drool spilling as he mutters something in his sleep. He mutters in his sleep about harvesting ghost energy. Suddenly, a stray finger reaches out and pops his nose bubble. He wakes up with a massive jolt. The morning light reveals his completely drained face and heavy dark eyelids. Those dark circles are massive. He groggily listens to Zhao Erhu excitedly ask why he didn't pick up his phone this morning. Jiang Chen just mumbles back, half asleep, prompting his friend to look at him with concern. He asks what Jiang Chen did last night to look so weak, but Jiang Chen just snaps back, annoyed by the interruption. He tells him to mind his own business. A bit apologetic, Zhao Erhu explains he just has some big news to share. He feels like he is about to break through to C rank. Jiang Chen rubs his face, admitting that is pretty fast. Zhao Erhu proudly notes that being born at Longsheng Temple naturally gives him a slight head start over normal people. Hearing him boast like that, Jiang Chen just chuckles to himself. He was just being polite after all. Little does Erhu know Jiang Chen is already capable of taking on blood-clad spirits. Erhu then invites him to join a C+ rank group mission, asking if he wants in on the action. Jiang Chen asks who is leading and if they are reliable. Erhu replies that the leader is from the martial sect. Plus, it is a massive operation. Intrigued, Jiang Chen turns to ask just how big this mission actually is. Erhu patiently explains that the target area is huge, which is typical for these large-scale operations. These missions usually require clearing out entire zones like a ghost village, a haunted town, or a twisted paranormal domain. This actually piqued Jiang Chen's interest, and he quickly agrees, noting that it sounds pretty exciting. Standing up to leave, he turns back to tell Zhao Erhu to save a spot for him. Erhu happily agrees, promising to send the details directly to his phone. Meanwhile, just outside the school gates, two students are walking home from class, casually chatting about a bizarre stream that is supposedly back online. One asks what it even is, complaining that the title alone sounds like bad luck. As they chat, a luxurious high-end limousine suddenly screeches toward them, nearly running them down. They yell in shock, jumping back with racing hearts as they stare at the vehicle in sheer terror. They stammer, wondering what the driver is doing, when Jiang Chen appears behind them, calmly asking them to move aside. Startled completely out of their minds, they can only stutter as Jiang Chen casually strolls right past them. The luxury door swings open to welcome him inside, where Boss Gu sits on a premium leather sofa, waving a polite greeting. He welcomes Master Jiang inside. The entire interior of the vehicle practically screams extreme wealth. Jiang Chen smiles, asking why he is showing off for a contract worth only a few $100 million. Boss Gu takes the matter seriously, pulling out the official contract so they can both review the details. He points to the bottom line, instructing Jiang Chen to place his official thumbprint right there. With a sigh of relief, he declares that 1/3 of the Gu Corporation's shares now officially belong to Master Jiang. The document lists Jiang Chen as the recipient, complete with his bright red thumbprint. Internally, he breathes a sigh of relief. He commends the man for keeping his word. Boss Gu laughs, claps, and mentions there is one more favor he needs. Jiang Chen's face immediately darkens. He knew this massive pile of money was not going to be that easy to secure. Boss Gu switches on a projector, displaying a complex land development map for Jiang Chen, who looks on in absolute surprise. He is amazed there is a projector inside a car. Boss Gu points to a massive plot of land to explain. He has bought up every single piece of real estate in the entire Jade Garden district. He moved his entire family there. Jiang Chen eyes go wide as he asks why on earth he bought the whole place. Boss Gu pats his chest confidently, stating that living right next to Master Jiang is the only way to feel safe. For peace of mind, obviously. Hearing Boss Gu say this, Jiang Chen face twitches like a fish caught on a hook. Holding the contract he has to accept 1/3 of the shares is just to have him act as a bodyguard, right? Reluctantly, he agrees, promising they will be partners in a mutually beneficial community from now on. With their agreement reached and both excited for the new project, Boss Gu bursts into a loud laugh. Haha, sounds good. Meanwhile, inside a dark rundown apartment building, an old man is rushing back home. He steps inside with a happy chuckle. Waiting for him is his beautiful young wife cooking dinner in her apron. Seeing him happy, his lovely young wife tells him to wash his hands and eat dinner. Skipping dinner for now, he wants to brag about his lucky day, stepping closer to tell his wife all about it. Honey, I got lucky today, he says, but his wife just rolls her eyes with zero excitement. Mocking him, she asks what good luck could find him as he pulls 3 red envelopes from his wallet. Look, I found these on the street, he brags, and his wife instantly snatches them away to inspect them. Her eyes light up. Feeling their weight, she guesses these 3 envelopes hold a decent amount of cash. Looking closely at the double happiness symbol and 2 doves, she notes they are all wedding red envelopes. His young wife reminds him that picking up so many envelopes means he should at least offer some congratulations. Realizing she is right, he nods, pulls out his phone to snap a photo and posts it on social media. You are totally right, he says, uploading the photo with a caption celebrating whoever is getting married today. Wishing them congratulations on their big day, but right after posting, some strange comments start showing up. One says they did not hear about anyone getting married nearby, and another asks where this wedding is even happening. With no wedding noises anywhere, the man reads the comments, his face turning pale as sweat pours. No wedding, then where did these come from? Suddenly, he gets a mysterious voice message. Curious, he taps on the audio from the stranger, who leaves a very short and simple question. They ask what the envelopes look like, begging him to send over a quick photo. He snaps a quick picture and sends it, wondering if the stranger wants to find some himself. Seeing the image, the stranger warns him to look closely at the symbol, because it is no wedding invite. It is clearly an attempt on his life. Terrified by the message, the man collapses into his chair. Trembling, he stares at the text, questioning who would believe in such crazy superstitions nowadays. Trying to calm himself down, he reads on as the stranger explains unmarried girls under 16 cannot reincarnate. Clutching the red envelope, a sudden cold shiver runs down his spine as he continues reading. Sweat keeps pouring. The stranger explains that if those deceased girls want to move on, they must perform a ritual, and before the stranger finishes, the man realizes it means a ghost marriage, marrying the dead. To complete this, they must stuff hair into the packet, then drop it on the street for someone to find, prompting the man to check his envelopes. And there it is, he pulls out a clump of black hair. Panic-stricken, he calls out to his wife. But before he can even finish, his wife transforms into a horrifying demon and turns to grin at him. Blood pours from her 7 orifices as her lifeless eyes stare back, asking what is wrong, honey. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the apartment complex as the man suddenly wakes up drenched in. Still shaken by the nightmare, he sits for a moment before wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Just a dream, he sighs, realizing he does not even have a wife. But then he looks at the table. Their 3 bright red envelopes sit neatly arranged. His pupils instantly shrink in pure horror. Cold sweat pours again. How are they still here, he mutters. Suddenly, long strands of black hair begin crawling out of the red packets like writhing worms. The hair squirms outward. Trembling, he picks one up, utterly confused about what is happening. As he examines it in sheer disbelief, a chilling voice suddenly whispers in his ear. Why not look up, it whispers. Looking at the ceiling, he lets out a terrified, blood-curdling scream. A bloody double happiness symbol is painted above, slowly dripping down to the floor. Terrified, the uncle collapses onto the bed and clutches his head as an eerie voice echoes through the room. It is soft but absolutely chilling. The voice whispers that at the midnight hour we shall wed. He suddenly realizes it is not midnight yet. Jumping up, he bolts for the exit. There is still half an hour left to escape. Running like crazy toward the exit, he hears that terrifying voice ring out again, repeating its creepy demand that they must marry at midnight. Shut up, he screams, but as he reaches the door, his hands shake so violently he cannot open it. Then suddenly, a red wedding flower erupts from the door like a monster, stretching out fabric tentacles to block his only escape route. Trapped inside, he screams in absolute terror, begging to know why his door is turning into a living nightmare. Desperate, he grabs a pair of scissors to cut the cloth straps. He squeezes with all his strength, but the moment the blades touch the fabric, the metal blades completely shatter. It is totally useless. Overwhelmed by panic, the poor guy collapses onto the floor. What is he supposed to do now? Spotting the red envelope, he snatches it up with a sudden realization. This cursed red envelope is behind everything. He hastily throws it out the open window, desperately hoping that he is finally safe now. But right after tossing it out, a loud voice starts yelling from the street down below. "Who is throwing things from up there? Show some respect." The uncle pokes his head out desperately, screaming for them to throw it away. The passerby laughs happily, holding the envelope and shouting that he is a good citizen and will bring it right back up to return it. The uncle screams not to come up, but seconds later the helpful stranger is already knocking, announcing he is here to return the item. He bangs violently on the door while the uncle stands inside, dripping with cold sweat from pure terror. How did he get up here so fast? The pounding grows even more aggressive. "Open the door right now." The heavy shaking rips the red wedding ribbons right off the door. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The ghost straps are failing. Ghost energy increases by 39 points as the uncle trembles in fear. What kind of helper knocks like that? Hearing no response, the wild stranger outside simply kicks the entire door right off its hinges with a loud crash. The remaining red straps snap as thick dust fills the room, leaving the uncle coughing hysterically in the haze. Through the thick smoke, a dark figure steps forward and calls out to him, and yes, this is our main character, Jiang Chen. He casually hands over the envelope, which instantly scares the living daylights out of the poor uncle. "Get rid of it," the uncle screams. "That thing brings ghosts." Smiling, Jiang Chen summons a bright flame in his palm to burn the envelope to ashes. "I know," Jiang Chen chuckles, "I only came because of the ghost." He kicks the flower cluster away and keeps talking. He knew there would be a great show tonight the moment he saw the uncle pick up that envelope. Talk about perfect timing for our hero. "Do you actually know how to exorcise ghosts?" Jiang Chen steps forward with a playful grin, claiming he knows a little bit. "Just follow my instructions and you will be completely fine." And right on cue, the clock strikes exactly midnight. A ghost wearing a red veil suddenly materializes, calling out in a sweet voice that midnight has finally arrived. Standing at the entrance, she looks around in confusion, wondering where the front door went, but she walks inside anyway. Inside, she spots a bizarre offering table containing a single bun with 3 lit cigarettes, a sweet yogurt drink, and a bag of spicy snacks. Even the game system is left speechless by this strange menu. Ghost energy instantly shoots up by 144 points. The red-veiled ghost stands frozen before the bizarre offering, deeply contemplating what is going on here. Is this a ritual to trap me? While she is lost in thought, Jiang Chen casually steps forward and rings a bell. The sudden sharp sound startles her completely. Jumping backward to cover her face, she angrily shrieks, demanding to know who he is. Jiang Chen is now fully dressed as an eerie exorcist, ringing his bell with a pale face and a creepy, distorted grin. He calls out her name, Li Han. The system reveals her shocked thoughts. How could he possibly know her name? Her rising panic earns him a massive 650 points of ghost energy. Our hero is absolutely thrilled with these easy points. He lets out a laugh and chants a mock Buddhist blessing before suddenly pulling out his powerful flesh Lingji weapon. It transforms into a demonic sword while his eyes glow fiercely with a chilling smile of a death god. He mockingly tells her that he is going to purify her soul, leaving the hiding uncle completely dumbfounded by his behavior. The uncle wonders if this kid is a Taoist priest or a monk. Meanwhile, the ghost laughs maniacally, lifting her red veil. Revealing her monstrous face, she warns him that cheap parlor tricks will not work on a powerful ghost like her. Demanding he marry her instead, she bares her razor-sharp teeth and unleashes a devastating palm strike directly at him. A glowing marriage symbol appears on her palm as she slams her hand into Jiang Chen, blasting him with a massive wave of red demonic energy. No resistance. He stands perfectly still, letting the furious ghost strike his body. Having landed her heavy blow, the ghost flashes a bizarre, creepy grin, her 2 eyes glowing a deep crimson red. She mockingly asks if he has learned his lesson. Bleeding from his nose, Jiang Chen shamelessly replies that he has. He claims she is making him way too excited. It turns out the blood is from pure thrill as he eagerly grabs her 2 hands now. And wait, he actually scoops the ghost up with absolute joy, muttering about how he thought he would remain single forever. He exclaims that he finally has a wife. Blushing red, the flustered ghost tries to push him away, but his grip holds. This only makes him more playful. Pouting his lips, he begs for a sweet kiss as the embarrassed ghost squirms desperately in his powerful grasp. Dodge. She tries to back away, shouting that she never wanted to marry him. Tears and snot start flowing as he puts on a grand act, sobbing loudly about her not truly loving him. Playing his part perfectly, he leans right up to her cheek with an aggrieved face to whisper one final parting word to her now. Before she can react, he unleashes a Jiao Erhu roar. The massive blast of spiritual energy slams her down. Trembling on the ground, she feels as though her ear is completely shattered, leaving her too weak to stand. She screams in absolute fury, cursing at him and questioning what kind of weird spell that was. Jiang Chen tells her to finally get real. He mocks her, asking if she is finally awake now. Seeing Jiang Chen treat her like a literal puppet, the ghost refuses to just take it. She stands up to counterattack as if he is the only one who knows how to pull off mind tricks. The female ghost glides toward the middle-aged uncle, hiding under the cabinet. She begins chanting a dark rhythmic spell. The creepy curse slowly hypnotizes the poor man, forcing him to stand up like a mindless zombie under her absolute command. His eyes roll back completely lifeless as he mumbles for his wife. The ghost keeps chanting, locking her grip on his mind. Now fully under her control, she sends him straight after Jiang Chen. The brainwashed uncle lets out a wild scream for his wife. He grabs a kitchen knife and lunges forward, screaming that he is coming to save her. Step by step, he creeps up. Standing right behind Jiang Chen, he swings the blade directly at his head. Luckily, Jiang Chen ducks just in time to avoid the blow. The uncle keeps swinging wildly, screaming at him to stay away from his wife. Jiang Chen dodges another swing. Annoyed, Jiang Chen mutters a quick curse about almost slipping up. He spins around instantly to handle the situation. He throws a heavy punch straight to the man's jaw, telling him to go to sleep. The uncle takes the hit and rolls over. He is knocked out, cold face, swollen and bleeding. Honestly, the poor guy got hit so hard his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Jiang Chen casually slips off his heavy exorcist robe. He glares at the ghost with a cold smile, calling her trick pretty interesting. So she wants to play with sound waves, does she? Jiang Chen pulls out the demon drum from his hip, mocking her right back. Time for round 2. Jiang Chen strikes the drum with massive force, letting the sound echo. A powerful shockwave ripples out, making the ghost shake violently. Her face turns pale white as she stands there completely frozen. Jiang Chen walks over with a smug grin, whispering right into her ear. He taunts her to keep singing, but she is too terrified to move. Seeing her frozen, he casually reaches out to touch her chest, joking that since she cannot move, he will not hold back anymore. Energy condenses in his hand, forming a sharp flesh lingji that drives straight through her. It kills her instantly. A system notification chimes in, confirming the ghost is dead and rewarding him 999 points. Jiang Chen pulls his hand back, covered in dark blood. He stares at the gaping hole left in her chest. He smirks, thinking it is finally over. But his smile fades when he notices her body is not dissolving at all. As usual, Jiang Chen gasps in surprise. He reaches out to touch the female ghost's face, only to find a strange object hidden right behind her hair. Wait, what is this in her hair? Jiang Chen slides a strange card out from behind her head. Is this paper slip her true form? The moment Jiang Chen slips the card out, the ghost's body instantly dissolves. It melts into a foul-smelling pinkish-purple slime. Jiang Chen carefully studies the mysterious card now resting in his palm. It features bright blood-red skulls with the words Route 444 written below. Sensing its eerie nature, Jiang Chen hesitates. Jiang Chen summons a flame to burn the card to ashes, determined to root out any lingering danger completely. Keeping an unlucky item like this only invites trouble, but strangely, the card refuses to catch fire. He gasps. It won't burn. Holding the indestructible card, Jiang Chen begins to wonder. Could this be an entry ticket to some supernatural dimension? After a brief hesitation, he pockets the card and turns to leave. Keeping it might actually come in handy down the road. With that, Jiang Chen hails a taxi and heads straight back home. Once settled in his seat, Jiang Chen opens the system to check his total ghost energy, which sits at 26,889 points. Thrilled by the massive sum, he smiles. A single ordinary fierce specter can net him over 7,000 ghost energy points. All that meticulous planning really paid off. But just as he is celebrating his harvest, the taxi suddenly slams on the brakes. Saved by the seatbelt, he grips the strap tightly and sighs with relief that was close. Thank goodness, he actually buckled up this time. Outside, a girl wrapped in a dark cloak stands directly in front of the vehicle. The annoyed driver sticks his head out to yell at her. He screams if she wants to die, walking like that in the middle of the night while she stands there trembling and begging for help. She pleads that someone is trying to kill her. Jiang Chen instantly activates his yin-yang eyes, revealing her true form as a ghost. She is definitely no ordinary human, yet he leans out with a friendly grin and tells her to hop in right away. The taxi speeds back into the quiet night, the girl sitting silently in the back seat with a dark, gloomy expression. An eerie silence fills the vehicle. Suddenly, a group of masked figures dressed in black leaps down from above, blocking their path. Their leader scans the empty area, utterly baffled as to how their target could have vanished into thin air so quickly. Turning around, the squad leader notices something suspicious trailing right behind the nearby taxi. A faint trail of ghostly energy is drifting from the cab, so she immediately commands her subordinates to give chase. 3 masked pursuers close in on the speeding taxi, but Jiang Chen spots them in his rearview mirror and easily figures out their identity. He chuckles quietly. Turns out they are just useless trash from the underworld. With a smirk, he channels a spark of spiritual energy. He surges electricity into the vehicle, mocking them that they will never catch a single spirit as long as he is around. Boosted by his magical surge, the normal cab turns into a literal lightning bolt tearing down the road. Talk about a complete failure. Their enemies are left eating dust while their leader is absolutely fuming with rage. Watching the car escape, she barks into her radio that the target is heading west, ordering backup to cut her off immediately. Up front, Jiang Chen smiles with deep satisfaction after seeing they successfully shook off those annoying underworld agents. He scoffs at their weak attempt, then turns to the backseat passenger to reassure her that she is safe now. Ready to provoke her into showing her true ghostly form, Jiang Chen boots up his masterclass acting routine. He casually mentions that he ran into a similar situation last night when a girl blocked his cab, begging for help. He asked if she knew who was trying to kill her, and she claimed she could not see the face clearly. She only knew his name was Jiang Chen. As he finishes his story, Jiang Chen bends backward to shove his wide-eyed face right in front of hers. Absolutely terrified by his sudden creepiness, she wraps her cloak tighter and cowers in the corner. Her eyes dart to the driver ID on the dashboard, Route 331 driver Zhao Zhongchang. She panics, realizing this must be the killer. The system chimes in, scaring the ghost girl has successfully earned him 300 bonus ghost energy points. Suddenly, Jiang Chen dives down and screams that their driver is a psycho killer, leaving the poor driver utterly confused by the accusation. With a face full of question marks, the driver wonders if this is some sick prank. Why on earth is he suddenly being called a murderer? Casting all shame aside, Jiang Chen leaps directly into the back seat and clings tightly to the terrified ghost girl. With Oscar-level theatrical skills, his face turns pale as he grips her tightly, while she shyly tries to push him away. She stammers to ask what he is doing, but Jiang Chen just scoops her up, kicks open the door, and yells to run. The taxi screeches to a halt with its doors wide open. It takes the baffled driver a moment to process what just happened. He screams after them to pay their fare, but Jiang Chen is already carrying the Spectre bridal style and sprinting away. He leaps across rooftops like an absolute gentleman, gently telling her to hold on tight because he is about to speed up. Without another word, he sprints across the city skylines, leaving her terrified as she screams at how fast they are moving. After a wild parkour session across the rooftops, he finally brings her down into a completely deserted alleyway. He assures her that the wicked driver will never catch them here, his eyes scanning the empty alley to confirm they are alone. Once he confirms they are entirely isolated, he reaches down to undo his belt with a smug grin. Suspecting he has some highly inappropriate intentions, she blushes bright red and stammers to ask what he is doing with his belt. But Jiang Chen just pulls out his magical fleshy herb, flashing a sneaky grin as he asks her to guess. He instantly transforms the herb into a sharp blade and lunges directly at the Spectre, declaring his true intentions. He wants to torment her for some easy ghost energy points, driving his weapon straight toward the cloaked Spectre with full force. But she catches the blade between her feet and delivers a powerful kick, sending Jiang Chen and his weapon flying back. Gritting her teeth, the raincoat ghost realizes all of Jiang Chen's earlier acts were a total scam. Damn it, that taxi murderer story and Zhao Zhongxiang were all just made-up lies to trick me, right? Even after taking a hard kick, he just flashes a punchable smirk and asks if she's finally getting smart. You must at least be a half-blood dress class, right? Enraged, she immediately rips off her dark cloak, revealing her true horrifying form, a spectral body completely wrapped in tight, creepy bandages. She spits out a threat. You knew I was a half-blood dress and still dared to mess with me. Don't assume that because I just slaughtered those underworld sector members. I'm somehow exhausted now. Seizing her momentary distraction, Jiang Chen flings his sword straight at her. Talk too much, he snaps. While the ghost is busy rambling, the blade flies directly toward her. It slices her right in half. Blood splatters as she panics, dying instantly. Jiang Chen calls back his weapon with a smug grin. Next time, talk a bit less. Still gasping, the mangled ghost spits blood and screams in absolute agony. Even on the brink of death, she silently swears to remember this. Ghost Chi plus 1 point. Jiang Chen looks down at the sliced corpse. He stands over the bloody halves, feeling a bit confused. Wait, what is actually happening right now? And here's where it gets absolutely gross. A cluster of blood-red orbs sprouts from her lower half and a monster emerges. It looks like a massive centipede with iron-hard skin and a mouth of jagged razor-sharp fangs. Jiang Chen watches in surprise. Now he gets why she didn't die. That grotesque lower half is her real body. Once the beast completes its transformation, Jiang Chen finds himself staring at a massive nightmare, a creature with human legs but a towering, monstrous upper body. Instead of running, his weird side comes out. He smiles and jokes that this actually matches his personal tastes pretty well. The monster spits a vile orb of dark energy, challenging him to catch her pure destructive love. He easily sidesteps the incoming blast and laughs out loud, mocking her highly predictable attack style. This same trick again, he groans. Can't you demons show a little creativity? But despite dodging the sphere, it doesn't actually detonate. It just hovers quietly in midair. Realizing something is off, Jiang Chen raises his guard. Why did that glowing durian just stop, he wonders. While he's distracted, the creature charges right at him and delivers a brutal kick, sending Jiang Chen flying straight into the floating energy sphere. She laughs as he falls. It was waiting for you to crash right into it. The moment he makes contact, bright sparks erupt, primed to blow. Intense blue electricity surges through him, leaving him charred black and smoking like a grilled fish on a stick. Covered in soot and coughing heavily, he looks completely vulnerable. Seeing this, the monster relentlessly pursues him, aiming her spiked head and sharp teeth directly at him with a vicious thrust. Luckily, he somehow manages to react just in time. He leaps back to dodge, causing her to slam her head hard into the concrete. Furious at the miss, she snarls, "You really have a thing for beautiful legs, don't you?" She drives both feet into his chest, launching him backward. Knocked away and helpless, Jiang Chen can't defend himself as she prepares to stomp him flat, promising to show him some special leg service. Sensing extreme danger, Jiang Chen grabs his 2-star demon card, realizing he has to transform to stand a single chance. But she charges in and kicks the card right out of his hand, leaving him staring at it in absolute despair. "No, my card." While he laments his lost power-up, the monster opens her massive toothy maw, ready to bite down. She prepares to turn him into a late-night snack, screaming for him to go die. Out of nowhere, a whip of bright fire pierces right through her head. As it retracts, chunks of flesh fly everywhere. She shrieks in absolute pain. It turns out his savior is the girl leading the Underworld Sector team. Stepping in front of him, Xu Lei says she arrived just in time. The battered Jiang Chen is silently relieved. "I guess I misjudged them," he admits. "They aren't totally useless." Xu Lei turns and asks if he can still move. She suggests teaming up to take the beast down, but looking at his absolutely ragged, half-dead state, she quickly changes her mind, deciding it is better to just handle this solo. Channeling her own dense ghost energy, she stands ready to face the creature head-on in a brutal fight to the death. Condensing her power into a massive glowing fist, she leaps high and throws a devastating punch at the monster. Fast and deadly. Jiang Chen backs off to watch, realizing he has never actually seen their combat style before. Now is the perfect chance to study them. Xu Lei suddenly unleashes her signature shadow dance slash. The clean strike cuts the monster completely in half, but a new human torso immediately begins growing from the wound. The monster's outer shell peels away, revealing a complete human form, a female ghost with a bloody face and razor-sharp teeth. She wails miserably, sobbing about her tragic life and crying that absolutely everyone wants to kill her. Crying about how incredibly miserable she is, the ghost suddenly retches, vomiting a bloody puddle right out of her mouth. The vomit begins shaping into a miniature shrine surrounded by countless sharp teeth, while the ghost raises her hand to her mouth. She bites her fingers bloody and respectfully offers up her own arm, but before she can even finish speaking, those sharp teeth inside the tiny shrine instantly reach out, tearing her arm clean off and devouring it greedily, leaving the screaming ghost to writhe in absolute agony. The ghost begins a dark ritual, casting a curse on her to suffer endless misfortune and never find peace in death. Suddenly, the countless sharp teeth inside the shrine echo her words, chanting the curse of endless misfortune and tragic death. Eerie waves of dark energy surge violently from the shrine as those razor-sharp teeth growl like ravenous, bloodthirsty beasts. Tu Lei watches the terrifying scene unfold, her brow furrowed as she wonders what kind of magic this could possibly be. Her instincts scream that this spell is highly dangerous, prompting her to quickly turn around and start running away. She knows she has to get out of there, but the ravenous entities inside that cursed shrine have no intention of letting her escape. The bizarre relic spits out a jet of black fog and blood piercing straight through Tu Lei's chest as she screams Jiang Chen's name. Watching from a distance, Jiang Chen breaks into a cold sweat, relieved he didn't charge in blindly to take that hit. Tu Lei quickly checks herself after the dark mist pierces her chest, but strangely, there is not a single wound on her skin. It feels as if she was never hit, leaving her completely bewildered and panicking at the total lack of pain. But before she can think further, the twisted-faced ghost begins to chuckle, starting with a low, creepy snicker. The laughter grows louder and more frantic as she throws her head back, cackling like a maniac and sending chills down everyone's spine. With a bone-chilling shriek, the raincoat ghost springs up, clutches the miniature shrine to her chest, and bolts into the night. Seeing her flee, Tu Lei quickly gives chase, determined not to let the monster escape. But she suddenly trips over a rock, crashing hard onto the ground as her body completely loses its balance. Struggling to her feet, Tu Lei wipes the dirt from her face, wondering if this ridiculous bad luck is the curse's doing. Suddenly, Tu Lei's eyes turn blood red and her head spins violently, her body reacting to some terrible internal force as she gasps for air. She can feel her own dark power slipping out of control, violently leaking out of her body. Sweating in sheer panic, she realizes the specter sealed within her is breaking free, just as Jiang Chen steps up to her side. He calmly tells her to focus on keeping her seal intact and leave the escaped ghost entirely to him. Turning back with absolute confidence, he prepares to move, while Tu Lei desperately shouts out a final warning. She warns him that it is a dangerous half-blood garment ghost, but Jiang Chen is already leaping onto the rooftops after it. With a cold look of determination, Jiang Chen sets his sights on that bizarre tooth-filled shrine, resolved to claim it for himself. He has to have that relic, and within moments he catches up and lands heavily right behind the fleeing ghost. As he prepares to strike, the ghost whips around with a dark, furious expression on her face. Clutching the miniature shrine, she angrily remarks that he actually managed to catch up, immediately preparing to fight back. She hurls the small shrine at him, muttering that while she could not beat Tu Lei, she can definitely crush him. Jiang Chen quickly whips out his demonic sound drum, beating it rapidly as a powerful shockwave ripples outward. The drumming releases a binding force that completely freezes the ghost and her cursed shrine in their tracks. With both the ghost and the shrine completely frozen, Jiang Chen casually draws his massive sword, flashing a highly smug grin. He raises the blade, preparing to slice her in half while mocking her to stop struggling and accept her fate. Her face flushes red with sheer rage as she grinds her teeth, desperate to break free. She activates a powerful blood escape technique to shatter his seal, unleashing a dense, suffocating wave of green mist all around her. The smog completely blocks his vision, stopping Jiang Chen from landing a clean, decisive finishing blow. Staring at the dense vapor, Jiang Chen is utterly amazed to witness a green version of the blood escape technique which quickly surrounds him. Taking advantage of the distraction, the ghost flees, leaving Jiang Chen to helplessly shout after her to stop. The ghost dashes straight into a forbidden zone meant for high-level missions, and as Jiang Chen prepares to follow her inside, Tu Lei suddenly catches up and pulls him back weakly, warning him that this building holds a dangerous C+ rank collective mission. Jiang Chen can easily feel the heavy waves of dark energy pulsing from deep within the building. No wonder there is such a powerful ghostly energy here. He stands there dazed, reflecting that he absolutely cannot just rashly charge inside. After all, he is only a C rank. Sighing helplessly, he gives up and turns to ask Tu Lei, "What exactly is the background of that female ghost you are chasing?" Tu Lei begins to explain everything. Well, it all starts with capturing and Mingliang yesterday. Jiang Chen suddenly spins around to ask her, "Oh, that puppet master was captured by you guys?" Tu Lei nods, confirming that indeed he was. She continues, explaining that to save his own skin, he leaked a terrifying plot by a fierce soul-class ghost. Hearing about a fierce soul-class ghost, Jiang Chen immediately imagines a massive, terrifying creature. An invincible monster with a bull head and iron body, far surpassing a red-clothed ghost. But then he asks her, "But what does this raincoat ghost have to do with that fierce soul?" Tu Lei patiently breaks it down for him. Because that fierce soul is searching for a cursed ghostly artifact to target the entire city of Jiangbei. Jiang Chen finally gets it, completely shocked. "Is that ghostly artifact the cursed ghost altar that just targeted you?" Tu Lei confirms it. She then details their encounter with the raincoat ghost back when her team was searching for the altar. She recalls that they originally found the mysterious ghost altar hidden deep inside a dark cave. Just as they prepared to move it, the raincoat ghost snatched it away. They chased her all the way into the city. The female ghost then stuffed the altar into her mouth and swallowed it before pretending to be a pitiful hitchhiker. Jiang Chen pieces the puzzle together. "Ah, and that was right before she crossed paths with me." Scratching his face, Jiang Chen ponders. Something about this feels way too convenient. There has to be a catch. It just feels off. Right then, the ghostly energy inside Tu Lei violently flares up, making her writhe. In pure agony, Jiang Chen rushes over, asking what is wrong. Tu Lei gasps in pain, saying the ghost inside her body is completely resisting her control. With that, she turns around, getting ready to leave. "That is enough for today," she says. Jiang Chen cheerfully waves goodbye. But as she walks away, Tu Lei turns back to warn him. "Do not say I did not warn you. That ghost inside is not your fight. Do not even think about sneaking in there to throw your life away." She glares at him with a stern warning. Jiang Chen stands frozen with a dark face. Exposed, he cannot even argue, thinking to himself, seriously, is she psychic? He wonders if she can read minds, but casually shrugs and says, yeah, I got it. I am heading home now." Watching Tu Lei fly off using her ghostly power, he waves and shouts after her, "Take care. By the way, if you cannot control that energy, you probably should stop using it." Once he is sure she is completely gone, his playful act drops. He seriously opens his system to check. He asks how many ghost points he has left, and the system reports 49,736 points. Next, he asks how many points a 4-star demon card costs. The system mockingly replies 100,000 points. Hearing that massive number, he helplessly switches to plan B and questions the system again. "If I use a 3-star card to fight this fierce soul, is it too risky?" The system calculates the odds. Factor in your own strength, and your win rate is 49%. Jiang Chen sighs at the coin flip odds. He scratches his head, mulls it over, and makes his choice. He shouts aloud to pump himself up. Though sweat drops down his face, he resolves to charge into the danger. Backing out now would be a waste. Pulling out his flesh Lingji, he looks at it and asks, "Well, what do you think? Do we go?" The mouthless creature sprouts 2 hands, frantically shaking them and waving its head in protest. But he totally ignores it. As the little creature continues its frantic protests, he pats its head and smiles warmly. "Since you are not saying anything, I will take that as a yes." The creature instantly breaks into cold sweat. Grabbing the terrified flesh Lingzi, he steps right into the danger zone and says, "Here we go." Being dragged along, the poor creature silently curses, vowing that in its next life, it will definitely reincarnate as a talking ghost. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen confidently stares at the dark haunted building. Raising his sword, he mutters that out of 100 battles they can win 49. After reassuring himself, he steps inside. He wonders if he just entered the underworld, taking only a few steps forward. But the choking dark mist all around quickly makes him start to regret his life choices. Suddenly, a weird flying object completely cuts off his vision. He panics, shouting that his vision has been sealed. After a moment of pure confusion, he finally reaches his hand out. He pulls down the object, blocking his sight, only to find a pair of white women's underwear with pink trim. Looking up, he sees a girl reaching her hand out of a window, searching around for her missing underwear. Jiang Chen looks at the searching girl, then at the garment in his hand, wondering if this is a cry for help. His eyes light up as he happily declares he can never ignore a beauty in distress, and a moment later, Jiang Chen. Charged up with sudden energy, he sprints up several flights of stairs, rushing to her room to save her. But inside, she is actually hiding behind the wall with a smug grin. She giggles that throwing a single pair of underwear was enough to lure him up. Thinking men are just so easy to trick, she pulls out a knife and licks the blade with a creepy, hungry expression. As his footsteps draw closer, she prepares for a fatal strike to ensure the meat stays perfectly fresh. But as she waits, Jiang Chen crashes right through a massive chunk of the wall, proudly bragging about his own brilliant shortcut. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The flying debris from the wall hits her hand, forcing her to accidentally stab her own throat. She dies on the spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen charges straight into the room to search, never once looking back. Searching around, Jiang Chen wonders what he just ran into and why there is a body on the floor. It is the girl dead in a pool of blood with a knife through her neck. Unaware, Jiang Chen excitedly calls out, "Beautiful, I am here." But as the door swings open, he is greeted by a gruesome pile of human bones stacked in the corner. He steps closer, wondering if she was eaten that quickly. Just then, a dark shadow standing at the doorway calls out to him. The voice demands to know who is making all that noise. Jiang Chen turns to find a bald man with a terrifying face. He casually asks if the man knows which apartment the beautiful girl calling for help is in. Clenching his chopsticks, the bald man gloomily responds. He does not know, then lifts a bloody human hand from his rice bowl and starts chewing on it greedily. Mumbling while he eats, he warns Jiang Chen not to disturb his meal. Seeing the man feast on raw human flesh, Jiang Chen immediately opens his system to see what kind of monster he is dealing with, but there are absolutely no results. He realizes there is no ghostly energy as a living human actually eating flesh. No wonder the underworld let him enter freely. Disgusted, Jiang Chen's face darkens. He realizes that even if this guy is a criminal, killing him would still be illegal. This situation is even more complicated than dealing with a ghost. But as he hesitates on what to do, watch this. A little girl suddenly runs up from the doorway, grabs his finger and pulls him away, panicking as she urges him to leave. She drags him right to a high ledge. Jiang Chen panics, braking hard and yelling that there is no path ahead. But the girl leaps forward anyway, dragging him down with her. Caught completely off guard by the sudden pull, he falls, face first onto the ground, screaming in pain while she lands perfectly safe. Startled, she quickly lets go of his hand. Hands on her hips, she scolds him, asking if he has a death wish. She points at the rundown building, warning him that everyone inside is a murderer who will eat him alive. Recovering from the impact of his rough landing, Jiang Chen stands up, rubs his head, and laughs innocently. Really, he thought they seemed pretty pure and harmless. Staring at his utterly clueless face, the girl completely freezes up, her expression falling in disbelief. She wonders where this idiot even came from. But as she sinks deep into her thoughts, a sudden noise draws close. Startled, the girl panics, realizing that the security guard is coming. Looking around frantically, she cries out that there is absolutely nowhere left to hide. Yet, in complete contrast to her sheer panic, Jiang Chen remains totally relaxed and wonders what is so scary about a security guard. Her eyes widen in terror as she frantically explains that the guards here are not like normal ones. Still acting smug and arrogant, Jiang Chen shrugs off her warning, dismissing them as just harmless security guards. But before he can even finish his sentence, a massive shadow slowly looms over them. Both freeze in absolute shock, and Jiang Chen immediately grabs her hand and shouts for them to run. Rushing inside a nearby water treatment plant, Jiang Chen spots a sewer opening and points to it, suggesting they hide down there. But as he moves to enter, the girl grabs his arm to stop him, crying out in absolute terror that they cannot go there. Ignoring her frantic protests, Jiang Chen simply scoops her up and leaps straight down into the dark drain anyway. Muttering that it is too late to be picky in an emergency, he carries her deeper into the tunnel. He covers her mouth to keep her quiet, carefully observing the outside. Before making any reckless moves, it is better to stay hidden and assess the situation. Just then, heavy echoing footsteps approach right outside. The guard has the face of a hideous devilfish, boasting a bloated body with rolls of fat. He walks along, shoving snacks into his toothy mouth, chewing loudly with a very satisfied look. He literally says he is just a guard who loves cookies, and they both wait for him to leave before finally letting out a sigh. The girl quietly watches the sewer pipe where the pitch-black opening is eerily silent as she desperately hopes for the best. She prays that whatever is inside has fallen asleep while Jiang Chen, seeing the beast outside leave, asks who that gorgeous lady was. She grimaces in disgust, asking how he could possibly call that thing gorgeous, but Jiang Chen just turns around to lecture her. He asks if she ever went to school, since those giant devilfish are always female, making her argue back in embarrassment. She snaps that being educated does not make him a genius, and if she had not told him to run, his gorgeous lady would have eaten him. Seeing her lose her temper, Jiang Chen pats her head to comfort her and laughs, thanking her before asking for her name. Pouting with puffed-out cheeks, she introduces herself as Su Ling, prompting Jiang Chen to warn her about wandering alone so late. She proudly puts her hands on her hips, saying she is fine because her sister always appears to protect her from danger. Jiang Chen asks Su Ling where her sister is since he cannot see her, when suddenly a strange noise echoes from deep within the pipe. A half-flesh, half-bone demon wearing a bright pink bikini stands there panting heavily. Jiang Chen just stares. He points at the hideous creature with a disgusted face, asking Su Ling if that is her sister, but she is too terrified to reply. Her eyes widen in pure terror as she screams that they woke her up, urging him to run before turning around to bolt. The well ghost instantly uses her demonic energy to block the exit, trapping them inside and preventing any escape. Su Ling turns to yell at Jiang Chen to run, but by the time she reaches the entrance, the demon has completely blocked her path. Shaking with fear, she presses her back against the stone wall, cold sweat pouring down as she realizes they are doomed. But when she looks around, Jiang Chen is gone. He is actually flirting with the horrific demon. He gently lifts the monster's chin, acting like a total playboy, which actually makes the scary, ghost act all shy and flustered. And now get this, while Jiang Chen casually flirts with the monster, Su Lin stands frozen in utter speechless shock. "Hello, are you Su Lin's older sister? Your skin is absolutely gorgeous." Flattered by the compliment, the blushing well ghost grins bashfully, showing off her jagged teeth. He gently caresses her face with sweet words, driving the specter so wild with joy that she completely forgets to attack them. The ghost blushes, thinking that of course her skin is great since she stays out of the sun. System alert, ghost energy plus 310 points. Su Ling snaps. Seeing this bizarre sight, she screams that the idiot is not her sister. Hearing this, Jiang Chen instantly pulls a complete 180. He turns around and lands a brutal, furious punch right to the monster's face. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" he yells. Punched square in the face, the demon rages about how unfair this is. "You were the one who came over to flirt first." With a screech of anger, she slashes wildly at Jiang Chen. He effortlessly dodges. Infuriated, the female ghost attacks with even more aggression. "You cheap bastard," she spits. Dodging her strikes, Jiang Chen decides it's time to summon backup. He summons the flesh Lingji with a smug grin, immediately barking out a direct order to his loyal minion. "Grow bigger and longer for me." He smugly prepares to deliver the final blow to finish the monster once and for all. The sewer is too narrow. When the flesh Lingji sword expands, it jams right into the concrete ceiling. With his weapon stuck, Jiang Chen freezes in confusion. Seeing an opening, the monster instantly lunges to slash him. Luckily, he dodges just in time. Grimacing, he realizes he needs to practice more in these tight quarters. Swords are useless here. Realizing this, Jiang Chen decides to switch to his magical spells. He acts fast. Activating his water control technique, he sends a pressurized stream directly toward the well demoness. The water drops accelerate. They hit her flesh like a relentless barrage of heavy machine gun fire. Caught off guard, the demoness screams. She realizes this kid is actually incredibly strong. Wounds smoke as she groans in pain. Seeing her suffer, Jiang Chen decides to taunt her even further. He pulls an annoying face. Sticking out his tongue, he flips her off. "Keep it coming." Humiliated rage fills her head as veins pop on her face. She screams, "You really think keeping your distance makes you safe?" Pushed past her limit, she unleashes a deadly skill, launching jagged bone projectiles from her hands. The bone projectile flies fast and strong. It acts like a miniature missile, locking directly onto Jiang Chen. But get this, our guy actually grins. He was waiting for this exact moment to unleash his counter. Jiang Chen stretches his arms casually, almost like he is doing morning exercises, and shoves the massive bone straight toward the manhole cover where Su Ling is hiding. Hiding behind the barrier, she sees the bone rushing at her and screams in sheer terror. She screams, asking why it is coming toward her as she dives out of the way, her pale face completely drained of color. Seeing the ghost's bone smash through the barrier, Jiang Chen grabs Su Ling and drags her straight out of the sewer. Jiang Chen holds Su Ling tight as they burst outside, channeling his spiritual energy to stand firmly in midair. The ghost chases them right to the edge, but hesitates, not daring to step outside. Finally, they are safe. Holding the flesh Lingji sword, Jiang Chen remarks that it was too tight to fight in there before issuing an order to his weapon. He tells the flesh Lingji to blow her cave to pieces, and the weapon immediately grows into a massive sword. It plunges into the drain and shatters the well ghost into tiny bloody pieces, triggering a sudden system notification. The half-blood well ghost is dead, earning him 999 points of ghost energy, though Jiang Chen sighs at how easily she broke. He complains about the poor quality as the ghost's shattered remains float in blood before he reaches down to pick up its leftover bone. Calling it a pretty decent bone bullet relic, Jiang Chen decides to keep it for himself. He holds the bone, planning to shove it into the flesh Lingji's mouth to force a fusion, offering it as a tasty treat. Telling it not to be shy, he forcibly jams the bone directly into the creature's body. The flesh Lingji's eyes bulge so hard they almost pop out furiously, screaming internally that it does not even have a mouth. Watching Jiang Chen's shockingly brutal methods from behind, Su Ling trembles in absolute terror, quietly whimpering to herself. Jiang Chen completely ignores her and keeps stuffing the bone and leaving Su Ling with a dark, speechless expression. She wonders how he defeated a half-blood ghost in a single blow as Jiang Chen notices her pale face and finally takes pity on her. He asks if she is scared and offers to walk her home since it is late as they finally leave the sewers behind. Walking down the main road, he asks where she lives and Su Ling quickly points toward a nearby direction. Jiang Chen looks in the direction she is pointing and stands frozen, staring at a dilapidated old apartment building completely shrouded in thick, rising plumes of demonic energy. The dark energy is so intense it blots out the sky, making him realize only high-tier ghosts could occupy such a towering place. Wondering about her true identity, he follows Su Ling as she leads him down a long, dimly lit corridor. The air is thick, silent, and incredibly eerie, sending shivers down their spines as they walk past one of the apartments. He pauses to peer inside a room with a flickering dim light, but Su Ling quickly grabs his hand and tugs him along. She warns him not to look, explaining that the woman inside recently lost her husband and daughter. Lately, she tries to summon their spirits every single day, prompting Jiang Chen to activate his yin-yang eyes to see what is really inside. Thick demonic energy is swirling heavily throughout the entire room, confirming his suspicions. Realizing the dark energy is leaking outside, he grabs Su Ling and confidently marches straight toward the door. He steps inside, proudly declaring that they live in a modern era and should not tolerate silly superstitions, urging her to help him expose it. Su Ling, terrified that he is rushing straight to his death, screams and asks if he has completely lost his mind. Ignoring her entirely, he loudly knocks on the door, while inside a creepy woman is busy slitting a chicken's throat. She slices the chicken's neck clean, leaving the poor bird to twitch for just a moment before it goes completely still. She catches a bowl of hot, fresh chicken blood and carefully places the offering right in front of the ashes of her husband and daughter. Bowing her head with a gloomy, pale face, she desperately prays for her husband and daughter to return to her. Her face is horribly thin, with deep, hollow eyes as she mutters that today is the 7th day, and they must return. Right as she is chanting her prayers, Jiang Chen and Su Ling casually stroll straight through the front door. Wearing a deeply mocking smirk, he scares her by cheerfully announcing that they have finally returned. The woman jumps in absolute shock, nearly falling backward as her mind spins with confusion. She frantically wonders who they are, earning him 160 ghost points while Jiang Chen casually plays along, claiming he is her husband and Su Ling is her daughter. Su Ling is utterly speechless and sweating, while the woman quickly realizes the lie and screams in pure anger. She yells that her family looks nothing like them, but Jiang Chen finds her reaction hilarious and decides to keep teasing her. He sits at the table, resting his chin on his hand, and jokingly asks if a glow-up after returning from the dead is not a good thing. He spots the offering food left on the altar and walks over, thanking her for preparing a meal because he is actually starving. He pulls up a chair, grabs the bowl of rice, and starts eating while casually demanding that she bring out a few more dishes. "How could you treat your own husband and child like that?" The witch giggles and raises 2 fingers. "2 dishes are plenty, Jiang Chen." Shoving rice into his mouth, he snaps back, "Enough for what? I am not even full yet." She lowers her head as her messy hair covers her face, revealing a grotesque look. "No, I meant my husband and child. 2 dishes means 2 people are enough." She quickly pours the chicken blood into the 2 urns holding ashes of her family and starts summoning their souls. "Come out and eat, it is dinner time." The moment she speaks, a massive torrent of dark energy erupts and Su Ling panics. Sensing danger, she grabs Jiang Chen and tries to drag him away, yelling that she warned him not to come inside. But no matter how hard the girl pulls, Jiang Chen does not budge. He stands there, frozen, his hands trembling as he speaks. He cannot leave. A bloodthirsty smile creeps onto his face as he laughs at this dense, exciting energy. He is too excited to stand still. Suddenly, the 2 monstrous spirits finally show themselves. Standing in his way are a bald, elderly spirit and a schoolgirl ghost with a horribly aged face. Jiang Chen is absolutely thrilled and charges right into their dark aura. "Give me that energy," he demands. The hideous female spirit raises a clawed arm and glares at him. She smiles creepily, asking if he really wants her power that badly. Then, without warning, she suddenly slices into her own flesh. Blood splatters everywhere as she laughs maniacally, offering him her pain. Strangely, though she is the one slicing her own body the wounds, her slashes somehow transfer directly onto Jiang Chen, leaving a deep gash across his chest. How do you even fight that? She clearly cut herself, so why is he the one bleeding? Seeing the damage she inflicted on him, the spirit grows even more excited and starts hacking herself to pieces, screaming that the cuts need to be much deeper. Jiang Chen takes the full force of her self-harm. Gritting his teeth, he realizes she possesses a damage-transferring ability. Now the bald father ghost steps forward. Toxic drool drips from his mouth as he offers to heal his wounds. He vomits a massive wave of acidic sludge all over the place. Jiang Chen stares at the disgusting pool of poison with sheer horror. The stench is absolutely sickening. If that toxic sludge touches his open wounds, he is finished. Surrounded on all sides with no room to dodge, he has no choice but to pull out his trump card. They are forcing him to play his trump card. He quickly activates his demon transformation, invoking the power of the yellow lion spirit. A heavy suit of armor wraps around him along with 6 sharp claws on his 2 hands. Suddenly, the system alerts him. He rolls a random skill, gaining the royal fangs. Now fully transformed, Jiang Chen stands clad in heavy battle armor. He unleashes his ultimate move, Corpse Mountain Decay C, which instantly forms a solid protective barrier around him. The barrier easily blocks the toxic spit. Seeing this, the schoolgirl ghost shrieks in rage, shouting that she will slash her own body even more to hurt him. She furiously hacks at her flesh, but with Jiang Chen now clad in heavy armor, her reflected attacks do absolutely nothing. Jiang Chen laughs. It feels like a gentle massage to him. He summons a giant bone blade, asking her if she enjoys hurting herself. The monster looks on in total disbelief. She cannot comprehend why her suicide attacks are not transferring any new wounds onto his body anymore. Before she can react, his royal fangs slash forward, instantly decapitating her. As her head rolls away, he offers to end her misery. Seeing his daughter get brutally slain, the bald old ghost wants bloody revenge. He screams that he will burn Jiang Chen alive, spewing a massive torrent of deadly poison. But our main character is far too fast. He drives his royal fangs straight through the monster's skull, splitting his head clean in half with one clean strike. Holding the glowing fangs, Jiang Chen feels completely underwhelmed. He wonders if this basic weapon is actually his prize. Maybe he is just getting spoiled, but a 2-star skill feels a bit weak. Nearby, the trembling witch watches him in terror. He seems like an entirely different person now. Grinning like a maniac, Jiang Chen slowly approaches her with his blade drawn. She whimpers and begs him to stay back while secretly reaching 2 fingers behind her back to prepare a trap. She plunges her hand into the bowl of chicken blood, preparing to launch a desperate dark magic counterattack. Smearing the dark blood down her face, she begins a creepy ritual. Jiang Chen just watches her antics with a smug, mocking laugh. She is quite crafty for a red-class spirit. With absolute devotion, she begins to whisper her dark incantation. Chanting for the dead to return through her dark sacrifice, she finishes the spell and immediately undergoes a terrifying demon transformation. She becomes the 100-fanged blood wraith. Talk about a copycat, Jiang Chen is absolutely furious she is copying his style. The summoned spirits meld directly into her flesh, morphing her into a giant, grotesque nightmare of a beast. She grows rows of razor-sharp teeth and unleashes a suffocating aura which Su Ling watches in terror from her hiding spot. The heavy aura radiating from the demon makes him tremble, almost suffocating him under its sheer pressure. Jiang Chen looks right at the beast and speaks, "So you still have a trump card hidden away, huh?" In response, the 100-toothed demon opens its massive toothy maw and roars directly at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, the Flesh Lingji springs right out from Jiang Chen's belt. He asks excitedly, "What is up, Flesh Lingji? Do you have some wild idea?" In reality, the Flesh Lingji is screaming inside, "Run fast," because this monster eats absolutely everything. Right then, the Flesh Lingji shoves Jiang Chen head down just as the demon lunges to take a massive bite out of him. Talk about a close call, he ducked just in time. "You idiot!" Jiang Chen escapes by a hair pale as he mutters how that almost gave him a heart attack. Missing its target, the demon immediately flings Jiang Chen violently against the wall in sheer rage. Jiang Chen quickly summons his royal fangs and slashes at the monster, but the beast dodges easily and snaps forward to shatter his armor. Impressive, biting right through my defense like that. Seizing the moment, the demon charges again, leaving Jiang Chen unable to react. "Oh really?" Jiang Chen immediately manifests his royal fangs and slashes straight at the demon's face. "I'll slice your mouth in 2, but the second he swings, the demon chomps and shatters his royal fangs. Left completely stunned, Jiang Chen quickly leaps up to deliver another direct stab straight into the demon's skull. But the beast barely flinches. Jiang Chen looks down at the chipped and chewed up royal fangs remaining in his hand. "Can I really not slash this thing?" Determined, Jiang Chen puts all his strength into one final fatal stab at its head. "Let's see how you like more power." The demon gets a massive bump on its head, mocking him, "Wow, you really scared me there." I actually thought my head was going to break. Looking back at his weapon, Jiang Chen begins to wonder, is this really a divine ability? How can this be? Before he can think, the demon swings her arm, but Jiang Chen leaps away just in time. He keeps wondering if he just doesn't know how to use it. Seeing him completely distracted, the demon strikes again, swatting him backward. He crashes far away and gasps that was incredibly close. Realizing slashing and stabbing are completely useless, Jiang Chen shifts the power to his own mouth, thinking, since it's called royal fangs, let's see what happens if I put them in my mouth. He quickly bites down on the demon, leaving it completely stunned and wondering what on earth he is doing. The monster quickly throws a punch, flattening him right into the dirt. Crushed on the ground, he groans that his bold move had absolutely zero effect. The 100-toothed demon approaches, bearing its sharp fangs. Seeing the beast about to swallow Jiang Chen, whole Su Ling screams, "Brother, watch out." But before she can even finish her warning, the demon stuffs him right into its mouth and swallows him whole. It lets out a satisfied burp, ready to clean up the rest of the targets. It looms over Su Ling with a cruel grin, telling her she is next. But before it can finish, a blade suddenly rips through its head, straight from the inside. Before the demon can even comprehend what is happening, its life is completely cut short. Jiang Chen crawls right out of the bloody hole in its head, panting heavily. Watching this, Su Ling can only stare with her jaw dropped in pure shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen looks like an absolute mess, completely covered in filthy slime from inside the demon's stomach, having almost suffocated to death in there. The flesh Lingji glares at him with absolute fury, screaming at him for being an idiot who almost got them both killed. Seeing the flesh Lingji actually speaking, he laughs. "Oh, so you can talk now. You should be thanking me, you know." Thinking back to the belly of the beast, he had accidentally let his royal fangs brush against the flesh Lingji. Only then did he realize the royal fangs was not an offensive weapon but a support skill that triggers upon fusion. He had ordered the flesh Lingji to quickly pierce the monster, or else the two of them would have been digested. And that is how he pierced his way right out. Just as he recovers, the system screen flashes a notification. Demonization time has expired. The self-mutilation demon is dead, yielding 999 demon energy points. The vomiting demon is dead, granting another 999 points, and the soul demon yields 1999 points. With the battle finally over, he sighs in relief while holding the flesh Lingji, muttering how incredibly close that was. Seeing the flesh Lingji return to its normal state, Jiang Chen shakes it and asks why it went quiet again. "Say something, what is wrong with you?" Annoyed, the flesh Lingji can only fume, since losing the power of royal fangs means it no longer has a mouth to talk. It silently curses, telling him to check his skills first. Su Ling just stands there watching him talk to his silent plant, cornering the poor thing and demanding it speak. Looking at his sketchy appearance, the little girl highly doubts if this guy is actually reliable. She just can't see it. Meanwhile, a massive wave of dark energy is erupting from the rooftop of a nearby building, centered around a creepy demonic altar. Placed on a pile of skulls, the altar absorbs the surrounding ghostly energy to rapidly boost its power. The ghost with empty eye sockets is the raincoat ghost. She laughs savagely. The dark energy of the entire area is gathering here. A mysterious old man suddenly appears and tells her she is too slow, offering to manipulate the nearby spirits to sacrifice themselves to the altar. The female ghost is totally shocked. Wait, did the underworld court not capture him already? The old man just sneers. Suddenly, an exact double of him steps out to explain the situation. He chuckles, reminding her that he is a master puppeteer. Looking closely, his body is covered in bizarre wooden joints. Escaping using a puppet clone is as easy as flipping a hand. Looking at the altar, the raincoat ghost immediately agrees. She tells him to hurry up and summon the nearby spirits because they cannot keep the Great Lord waiting. Leading Su Ling along, Jiang Chen immediately senses something is off. He spots streams of eerie blue energy. The dark mist is flowing straight toward a rooftop nearby. Suddenly, a wandering spirit bumps right into Jiang Chen. It hits his shoulder and knocks into Su Ling's head. Jiang Chen draws his weapon. When did this thing get behind him? But the ghost just walks right past, leaving a very confused young man and a little girl rubbing her head. "Wait, is it ignoring us?" Su Ling panics, pointing to the side as she yells, "Brother, look over there." A massive parade of monsters is marching in a single line towards the same spot. Jiang Chen suddenly realizes what is happening. It looks like someone is holding a birthday ritual for the Demon King. Suddenly, a giant catfish demon twice his size passes right by them. Jiang Chen is alarmed. This is a high-tier calamity-level ghost, they have to stop it. But out of nowhere, a weird barking dolphin dashes out from some random corner. It slams hard into Jiang Chen, sending him flying. The crying dolphin desperately asks if they have seen its master anywhere, letting out some incredibly loud dog barks. Jiang Chen stares at it. Since it is not controlled by the ritual, its power tier must be pretty high. The dog dolphin begs for help, crying that its master left it behind and ran off, so they must help find him. Jiang Chen answers bluntly, telling the creature not to worry because its master probably is not lost, just dead. That successfully enrages the beast. It barks in fury at him for cursing its master, but Jiang Chen just confidently points right back. He yells, "I said some stupid dog's master died. Did I ever say it was yours?" The dolphin fumes, screaming that it will kill him for calling it a dog. Jiang Chen snaps back, "If you are not a dog, why the hell are you barking?" Fair point. The dolphin rants and Jiang Chen fires right back even harder. Their insane screaming match is so loud that Su Ling has to cover her ears in terror. Suddenly, fangs sprout from her mouth and a horn begins growing from her head. Her eyes turn demonic and her nails grow into sharp claws. She screams for them to shut up. She is completely transforming. The system alerts that Su Xiao cannot tolerate the noise, boosting her ghostly energy by 600. Jiang Chen sweats, wondering if Su Xiao is actually Su Ling. And more importantly, why is she turning into a ghost? Su Xiao snaps, yelling that the stupid dolphin is so incredibly noisy it woke her up. The beast immediately fires right back. It bares its fangs, calling her a dog instead before barking wildly. The irony of calling someone a dog while barking is unreal. The battlefield shifts, leaving Jiang Chen completely sidelined. Honestly, he has zero idea how it even got to this. The dolphin suddenly lunges and bites down on Su Xiao's head. But she is not about to take that lying down. She bites right back on its snout, yelling that she can play this painful biting game too. Su Xiao rubs her head in pain while the dolphin whimpers, crying that it hopes it will not catch rabies from her. Su Xiao suddenly circles behind it, but the dolphin reacts instantly, swinging its tail around to block her. It mocks her sneak attack and both jump back into the brawl, trading blows like absolute beasts. The dolphin charges up and spits out a powerful energy blast, hitting Su Xiao square in the face. Talk about a dog headshot. Left bruised and scratched, Su Xiao snaps and yells out, "Check out my dog headshot plus." She slams her forehead right into its face. Despite the stinging pain, the furious dolphin tries to charge another blast. They yell at each other to keep fighting, diving into a massive chaotic brawl that is even wilder than before. Jiang Chen stands next to another random ghost, sighing over how these two do not know when to stop. Suddenly, a stray rock hits the poor ghost behind him. The system alerts that the unlucky ghost died, giving 0.3 energy. Jiang Chen looks at him with pity. Talk about bad luck falling straight from the sky. His attention snaps to something odd, a photo of a matching necklace shared by that dead demon and the dolphin dog. Jiang Chen steps in again to stop the brawl, but before he can even finish speaking, a hand shuts him up. Then the dolphin stabs his side, hard blasting him back in a cloud of dust. Both Su Xiao and the beast yell at him in absolute fury. "Why are you interfering?" they shout. Jiang Chen groans. "Wait a second before fighting, I need to talk to the dog here." He holds up the Gojo-style sliced lower half of that unlucky demon, asking the dolphin dog if it recognizes its master. Staring at the teddy bear boxers, the dolphin gasps. Those pink boxers make its eyes well up with tears immediately. Beautiful memories flood back. For this perverted master and pet duo, nothing beats those pink boxers. Master loved to throw them, and he would fetch. Back in reality, the dolphin looks at the corpse in pure disbelief. "How did master get trashed like this?" it cries. Jiang Chen hides behind a rock and explains. "Actually, it was because you threw that massive rock." But it is too late. The dolphin dog screams that it will kill him. Talk about zero communication skills, it won't listen, and now Jiang Chen's sword is literally begging to be pulled out. The dolphin's skull is impaled, but the sword keeps nagging about how gross it is. It stinks to high heaven, the sword whines while Jiang Chen struggles to pull it loose and complains. "Why do you talk so much since getting enchanted?" he grunts. "My ears still are not used to this." Jiang Chen turns back to Su Xiao, who has been standing frozen. She suddenly collapses and he rushes over to help. He asks if she is okay. Su Ling is back now, weakly asking if her sister was the one who just appeared. Jiang Chen smiles and tells Su Ling that her sister is incredible. The girl blushes deeply and stammers in embarrassment. Reassuring her, Jiang Chen pats her head and says she can tell him whenever she is ready. Meanwhile, the spirits keep marching. In the long line of souls, a catfish demon catches a delicious scent. It inhales deeply, its eyes popping wide open. The demon goes wild, screaming about who is eating its bear cookies, slamming aside every spirit blocking its path. Right then, Jiang Chen and Su Ling are happily eating candy, talking about how good it tastes. Jiang Chen says he just picked it up earlier, but then the catfish demon appears, scaring Su Ling into throwing the bag at him. The drooling monster laughs like an idiot, but as the anglerfish demon opens the bag, it realizes the inside is completely empty. Absolutely nothing is left but a few tiny crumbs. Furious, the monster crushes the empty wrapper in its fist and roars in anger. "You ate all my cookies," it screams. The light bulb on the anglerfish demon's head starts glowing with pure fiery rage. It opens its massive mouth wide, warning everyone nearby that it is officially losing its mind. Instantly, it fires a massive blast of sparks at Jiang Chen, who grabs Su Ling and barely dives out of the way. He yells a warning to the water demon below to dodge, but the creature is way too slow. The lightning blast hits the beast, instantly turning it into a giant bear cookie. The anglerfish demon walks over and scoops it up. It tosses the freshly made cookie into its mouth, complaining that demons turned into cookies are pretty hard to swallow. The monster reluctantly swallows despite its disgust, but before it can recover, Jiang Chen rushes in with a confident grin and punches it. "Sorry, I am in a bit of a hurry." Jiang Chen laughs, sending the demon's head spinning to the side. Immediately, Jiang Chen draws his sword and unleashes a full-power slash that strikes right on target. It slices right through the center of its head, splitting its hat in two. But this monster's skull is incredibly tough, it just rubs it like an itch. It looks completely unfazed, wondering if he even hit it. Leaping back in pure shock, Jiang Chen stares in utter disbelief at what just happened. How is this thing so insanely thick? He wonders, gripping his weapon tightly. Before he can think, the demon charges. It fires a massive lightning strike from its lantern, forcing him to teleport away in a desperate dodge. Refusing to back down, Jiang Chen slams a lightning palm into the ground, sending a shockwave toward the beast. The two attacks collide head-on in a massive explosion, completely canceling each other out. Still, gripping his demonic chi sword, Jiang Chen watches as the light on the anglerfish's head begins charging up another attack. The beast glares at him with pure hatred. Jiang Chen stares back, sizing up the massive creature in front of him. This guy has incredibly thick skin and a belly, just like Majin Buu. Suddenly, the monster launches another strike. Jiang Chen leaps high into the air to dodge the blast, realizing something even more terrifying. This thing is absolutely insane. Getting hit by its lightning instantly turns anyone into a bear cookie. He yells out his plan: they must find a way to slice off that glowing sphere first. Next, he looks down at his ghost weapon and asks seriously if the flesh Lingji can target it accurately. The sword wiggles to confirm, but suddenly Su Ling somehow scrambles right up to the very top of the monster. Clutching the anglerfish ghost lantern pole awkwardly, she completely freezes the monster, rendering the giant beast totally helpless under her grip. While the beast stands paralyzed, Jiang Chen notices from below, looking up to raise his flesh Lingji with a smug grin. He confidently tells his weapon that they might not even need its help anymore, staring up at the chaotic scene. On top of the anglerfish ghost's head, the little girl pulls with all her might to yank the glowing antenna right off the panicked creature. The terrified monster desperately asks what she wants, but Su Ling does not hesitate, yanking the glowing antenna with all her strength. She screams about uprooting a willow tree as blood suddenly starts gushing down from the fresh wound on its massive head. Blood flows down the anglerfish ghost's face as it clutches its head in sheer panic, growling in pain. It screams out for its precious orb as its massive body begins to swell, tearing its clothes to shreds in the process. Shifting into a highly muscular and terrifying form, its mouth starts spewing something strange before it glares directly at Jiang Chen. Roaring with pure, unbridled fury, the anglerfish ghost flexes its muscles and blasts away the remaining shredded clothes. Sensing the overwhelming ghostly energy radiating from this new hulking form, Jiang Chen can only offer a tense, awkward smile. Just looking at this thing makes him realize he has absolutely no chance of slicing through it now. Su Ling stares with her jaw dropped before turning to him with a worried suggestion to just crawl inside its stomach. She suggests doing what they did with the soul-summoning ghost, but Jiang Chen immediately chops her on the head in protest. He tells her to get real and stop suggesting such crazy things before starting to explain. "Just look at those razor-sharp, closely packed teeth inside that massive mouth," he points out, adding to his grim assessment. If he jumps in there, he will be chewed into minced meat instantly. But suddenly, the flesh Lingji begins to morph. It glances over at him while he stares back in utter confusion, asking what on earth is trying to do. Immediately after, the flesh Lingji stretches and molds itself, leaving him completely baffled as he watches the transformation. It then shapes itself into a sharp drill bit, aiming directly at the anglerfish ghost. Jiang Chen immediately catches on to its clever plan with an excited exclamation, leaving Su Ling watching them in complete shock. Slinging the drill over his shoulder, he charges forward with a smug laugh, completely forgetting he had this trick up his sleeve. The flesh Lingji stares ahead with absolute determination alongside him as his face twists into a devious grin. He gets into position and shouts to activate the deadly skill Corpse Bone Piercing Bullet Initiate. Instantly, a razor-sharp skeletal projectile shoots out from the flesh Lingji's body, zooming forward to aim directly at the massive anglerfish ghost. The pointed bone bullet speeds directly toward the monstrous foe, while the beast just stands there seemingly unfazed. Mockingly taking the hit, it looks at Jiang Chen and laughs, mocking the attack as a worthless parlor trick. It boasts that a cheap well-ghost technique could never pierce its thick hide, while Jiang Chen and his weapon look on. They stare at it with gloomy confusion as Jiang Chen scowls and complains about how ridiculously thick the monster's defense is. Clapping his hands together, he channels a powerful surge of electricity to give the attack a major boost. He tells it to pump up the voltage before throwing his hands forward. The crackling electricity surges into the spinning drill bit with a loud buzz, suddenly driving the supercharged point deep into the anglerfish ghost's tough hide. Leaving the beast completely stunned and open-mouthed, the drill continues to spin. It rapidly bores deep into its body as Jiang Chen roars out the final strike. The modified corpse bone bullet tears straight through the beast, completely piercing the massive demon's body. This leaves a giant gaping hole sizzling with his electric current right after it passes through. Spitting up blood, the monster screams in agony before a sudden electrical explosion blasts its body far away. As it flies off with a miserable wail, the system finally chimes in, kill confirmed. The half-blood-clad lantern ghost is dead, awarding 1200 ghost energy, while Flesh Lingji hugs him to celebrate. He gently pats his companion with a relieved smile, glad that the tough battle is finally over. Suddenly, Su Ling points frantically into the distance, calling out for him to look, which immediately draws his curious gaze over there. Above them, a dense swirling vortex of dark ghostly energy begins to gather right over their heads. Su Ling observes that the ghostly energy on the upper floors is growing thicker, prompting the two to move quickly. Slipping into a narrow alley, Su Ling suddenly senses something off and warily looks back. She nervously warns Jiang Chen that the silence around them is completely unnatural looking, visibly shaken. Seeing her so frightened, he gently turns to her, explaining that all the ghosts have already been lured away. Right in front of them, a violent burst of eerie green, ghostly energy erupts from the rooftop of a building. Su Ling cannot help but marvel, noting that she never expected Jiang Chunyu to possess such terrifying power. Behind her, a confused Jiang Chen asks if this Jiang Chunyu is indeed the female ghost who stole the spirit altar. He then stares up at the roof of the skyscraper and raises another question about her. He asks what she actually knows about this ghost, but before Su Ling can even formulate an answer, Jiang Chen is already imagining Jiang Chunyu as a struggling artist shivering while holding her brush over an unfinished drawing. He adds that rumor has it she was originally a manga artist who worked under tough conditions. Her specialty was drawing incredibly dark and depressing stories, and then on one rainy day, she ran to a high-rise building to search for new ideas, standing in the downpour staring at an abandoned structure. The moss-covered building was deteriorating, and under the heavy storm, the entire concrete structure suddenly collapsed on top of her. Amid the raging storm and rising dust clouds, rescuers finally found her pinned under the rubble with only her upper half showing. In his mind, he pictures her lower half crushed beneath heavy stones, while her dying body absorbed an immense amount of ghostly energy. The lingering evil energy of the entire high-rise flooded her system, and she perished right there in that pouring rain, Su Ling explains. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Chen looks away with a dark, contemplative expression as the puzzle pieces finally click into place. He mutters that it makes sense now, recalling how that female ghost looked while riding on the vehicle. That explains why she always wears a raincoat, and his mind wanders to the severed lower half of her ghostly body. He notes her true physical form is actually concentrated in that lower half before stepping forward to continue their march. He mutters that manga artists should just stay inside and work instead of wandering around calling it her own fault. Moving closer to the source of the overwhelming ghostly pressure, Jiang Chen looks up at the building and gives a heads up. He tells her they are almost there, with Su Ling following closely behind until his foot suddenly steps on something strange. Talk about a nasty surprise, he looks down in shock to find a toothy mouth emerging right from the ground. It's seized with dark energy and razor-sharp teeth, and then a creepy voice suddenly calls out Jiang Chen's name. Startled and confused, he looks around just as the voice calls out for Su Ling, making her scan the area in panic. Trying to pinpoint the source, Jiang Chen shakes his head and asks who is there when Su Ling suddenly taps his shoulder from behind. With a pale, terrified face, she leans in and warns him with a trembling voice. She whispers not to look back or their bodies will rot, while a massive, fleshy lump looms behind them. The monster coaxes them, saying he is right behind them, freezing both of them in their tracks like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Chen carefully glances back out of the corner of his eye, assessing the dire situation in his mind. If they turn, they rot, but if they do not, they get ambushed, leading him to conclude they are in deep trouble. Standing behind them is a three-eyed beast with a massive mouth splitting its torso lined with razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, remembering something, he casts a quick glance at Su Ling and asks her to wait a moment. He asks if the monster only called out their two names, and Su Ling, stiff with fear, hesitantly confirms that is correct. While the beast keeps its mouth wide open, waiting for them to turn around, Jiang Chen hears her confirmation and grins. With a smug smile, he summons his Flesh Lingji and declares that everything is going to be just fine. He immediately points the Flesh Lingji behind him, commanding it to shoot the beast down without hesitation. Receiving the order, the Flesh Lingji instantly stretches out to deliver a powerful blow toward the demon. However, the monster quickly leaps up to dodge it, crying out in shock that they still have such a trick. The three-eyed giant-mouthed beast charges toward them, asking if they honestly thought the rotting skill only triggers when called. As the Flesh Lingji swiftly retracts back to Jiang Chen's side, the terrifying creature closes the distance at blinding speed. Looming right in front of him, the monster screams that merely looking at its eyes will still cause them to rot. The beast glares in shock as Jiang Chen cuts it off, opening his eyes and staring right back like an absolute god. Jiang Chen's judgment gaze shines with a blinding light, making the panicked demon shriek in agony. The demon's three eyes turn blood red under his piercing glare, bulging as it bows its head, gasping for breath. The three-eyed big-mouthed beast's head shatters, spraying blood everywhere, while Jiang Chen stands there looking incredibly smug. With his demonic pupils fully activated, he taps his temple and mocks the monster with a cold laugh. "How dare you try to show off in front of my demonic pupils," he jeers. Up above, Li Yiwen senses something and looks down, seeing Jiang Chen, Su Ling, and the puddle of blood left by the defeated demon. She scowls in fury as she realizes the guards she stationed on the lower floors have all been wiped out. Panicked, Li Yiwen turns to the demonic altar nearby and barks a frantic order to her accomplice. "I cannot leave, so you go down and check," she demands, making him grind his teeth in silent fury. He sneers at her audacity to command him, thinking he would have killed her already if she did not control the demonic altar. "I would have ended you already," he mutters silently before instantly teleporting away. Meanwhile, the demonic altar nearby continuously spews dark, sinister energy into the air. Li Yiwen watches from above while down below Jiang Chen and Su Ling run at breakneck speed. They dash toward the rooftop, their faces deadly serious with caution. Suddenly, Jiang Chen. He stops dead in his tracks as a figure suddenly blocks their path, his eyes widening at the man. Standing before them with his hands behind his back is Li Yuan's servant, smiling as he greets them. He casually says, "Long time no see." Though slightly startled to see him, Jiang Chen does not hesitate. He flips a friendly middle finger in pure contempt, reminding the man that his sneak attack failed last time. He asks if he really dares to face him one-on-one now. Hearing this, Anming Liangzi smirks deviously. He bends down to toss out 4 mysterious pills, mockingly asking who said anything about a solo fight. He shamelessly refutes Jiang Chen, and in an instant 4 terrifying demonic beasts leap out to ambush them from all sides. Terrified, Su Ling cowers behind him, while Jiang Chen quickly raises his arm to shield her from danger. First is a hideous monster with a strange hole on its head, followed by another grotesque spirit. This one is headless with its guts spilling out, hissing wildly. Beside it stands a fat pig demon in a straw hat. It stares with a dazed, completely wasted look. Finally, there is a mutated cat with a single floating eye. Its head splits open like a giant man-eating flower lined with sharp fangs, letting out a distorted, raspy meow. Seeing this monstrous horde, Su Ling peeks out from behind Jiang Chen, her face pale with worry. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she warns him that this is extremely bad news. She warns him that the strongest demons in the district are all gathered here, leaving Jiang Chen quite puzzled. Why would the strongest entities around here take orders from a pathetic old man like him, he wonders. The demons stare back in an eerie, gloomy silence. Before Jiang Chen can even say another word, the despicable Aming Liangzi waves his hand to command them with dark energy, wondering how this brat still has no clue. Doesn't he realize he's a controller? Yet he wonders. Up on the roof, Li Yiwen regains her composure and yells. "Stop talking nonsense, go get them," she screams to the monsters, who instantly respond to her command. The beasts bare their fangs, growling fiercely as they charge at Jiang Chen. Seeing them close in, Jiang Chen urgently shouts for Su Ling to go hide. Nodding in agreement, she leaps away to find safety. With the 4 grotesque monsters charging straight at him, Jiang Chen calmly pulls out a magical talisman. He activates the 2-star charm with a loud shout, summoning the Great Yang Demon Force as power surges. Under the charm's influence, his eyes begin to shift bizarrely across his face as his hands move. A glowing magical circle appears beneath his fingers, and he quickly raises his other hand to mirror the mystical gesture. An identical magic seal forms on his other hand as he interlocks his fingers to complete the spell. The circles merge into one complete spell, and he points his index fingers straight ahead. Holding his hands in front of his face, a massive sigil of an old goat manifests above him. He chuckles with absolute confidence, telling the horde of demons that this is the real power a 2-star card should possess. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing that he has randomly unlocked a new divine ability, Hell's Eye Death Formation. Before Jiang Chen can say another word, the deformed 4-legged cat lunges like a flying blade, screeching out a loud meow. With 4 eyes on his face, Jiang Chen smirks and casually catches its razor-sharp claws, instantly shutting it down. Nearby, the cat beast with a floating eye sends another sharp claw swiping straight toward his face. But as expected, Jiang Chen simply reaches out and intercepts both claws, pinning the beast firmly in place. Realizing both its claws are caught, the demon whips its hand-shaped tail up, looking smug as it gloats. "Hey, my real killer move is right here." Meow. Jiang Chen's face darkens as he watches the tail claw close in. Squinting his 4 eyes, he lets out a mocking laugh, "As I was trying to tell you earlier." Still gripping the incoming claw, he cuts the demon off. Below their feet, a glowing 5-pointed star array flares up. Encircled by a shining ring, Jiang Chen smirks and asks if the cat is really in that much of a hurry to die. The misshapen beast stares in utter confusion. but a split second later, a massive wave of raw power strikes. The blast slams into the crazed cat demon, leaving it howling in agonizing pain as its flesh begins to rot away. Letting go of the beast, Jiang Chen narrows his eyes in disgust, stepping closer to casually probe. "Oh, you're not dead yet." The collapsed demon gasps in front of him, and suddenly dark energy begins to swell. The beast cackles wildly in his face. "Bet you didn't expect this, but I've got 9 lives." Oh, he's absolutely loving this. Jiang Chen's expression turns delightfully sinister as he mocks the foolish cat. With a simple snap of Jiang Chen fingers, the demon's body begins to distort. Instantly, a violent gale erupts from the magic circle, trapping the cat demon just as it tries to turn and flee. Gritting his teeth with a dark grin, Jiang Chen warns the beast, stepping into this array means absolute death. Trapped inside, the monster shrieks in agony, begging for someone to save it, while Jiang Chen stands behind it with an eerie smile. The cat monster's form is violently warped and dissolved, leaving its remaining essence shivering in pure terror. It desperately thrusts its claw out of the barrier, rejoicing that it finally made its escape as demonic blood pours out. Black blood gushes onto the ground, but before it can crawl away, the limb sticking out of the seal is instantly sliced clean off, rolling onto the dirt in a slimy puddle. Jiang Chen calmly steps forward. He kicks its severed head aside and coldly notes, "Too bad, your 9 lives just officially ran out." But before he can even rest, a blinding slash suddenly tears through the air, cutting his magic circle completely in half. His 4 eyes fixate on the smoking, smoldering ground left by the attack. Confused, he quietly mutters, "Did someone break my array?" Suddenly, a massive pig demon charges in, swinging its heavy blade backward to cleave Jiang Chen in two. He watches the pig's quick movements silently, noting that this beast is actually pretty clever. Reacting instantly, he raises his hands with a heavy grimace, shouting out as he catches the giant sword that's dropping right over his head. Suddenly, a bizarre butt-faced demon with sharp tentacles rises from the muddy, slimy ground. Feeling the threat creeping up from behind, Jiang Chen glances back and moves with lightning speed. He lets go of the sword and quickly carves a glowing seal on the blade, shouting out a command to redirect. As he slips away, the Straw Hat Pig demon's sword comes crashing down, unable to stop, slicing right into the butt-faced demon's head. Slicing its skull completely in half, the bleeding monster looks up in absolute frustration, whining to its pig-headed ally. "Why on earth did you hit me? Can we show some actual teamwork for once instead of this trash?" Completely unbothered, the pig demon keeps his grip on the sword and glares arrogantly at Jiang Chen. He snorts to his injured teammate, "Can't you tell I held back? Otherwise, your head would be crushed to pieces." Touching its horrific head wound with a slimy tentacle, the creature can only sigh in sheer annoyance. Talk about a terrible teammate. It slowly sinks back down, hiding itself in the muddy swamp. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen leaps backward to create some breathing room, muttering that getting surrounded would be a massive headache. But before he can even make a break for it, slimy tentacles shoot out from the mud, trapping him. The butt-faced demon's twin appendage arms wrap tightly around his torso, while its main body remains underground. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen struggles against the tight grip. The hidden demon smugly sneers up at him. "Didn't see that coming, did you? Wherever there is a shadow, I am there." Suddenly, its mouth spews blood as its form begins to fade. It collapses, letting go of Jiang Chen in utter confusion. Smiling quietly, Jiang Chen just looks back at the failing beast. The Luoho demon's body slowly dissolves, surrounded by a pool of thick, slimy black liquid. Unable to believe its eyes, the dissolving monster screams out, asking why this is happening as it continues to fade away. There was clearly no magic circle on the ground, yet hearing the demon question his own demise, Jiang Chen looks at the pig demon holding a blade. Jiang Chen gives him a quick warning, telling the pig knight to look down at his own blade. While the Luoho demon continues to dissolve the pig, Knight glances down at his weapon, just as he was told. A dark 5-pointed star seal is etched right onto the blade, making the demon gasp in complete shock, wondering how this could be. Not wanting his foe to die in total confusion, Jiang Chen explains that he placed the seal while blocking that final strike earlier. Smiling eerily, he reveals the spell carved onto the blade. Finally, understanding, the Luoho demon slowly begins to fade away. Face down in the slimy dirt, the melting demon laments that he never expected this outcome. He groans that the pig was the one who doomed him, while the Straw Hat demon frantically tries to cast a spell on his blade. He clumsily chops off the sealed part of his own weapon, causing the blade to shatter as dark blood starts dripping from his hands. Suddenly, a torrent of blood gushes uncontrollably from the broken blade, mutating the pig demon's weapon. A grotesque living eye sprouts from the metal as a hideous new blade emerges, which the pig demon proudly calls the Wujin Longbone. Jiang Chen watches the weapon pulse with heavy demonic energy, narrowing his eyes with a highly amused smile. He jokes that the pig knight has quite a few tricks up his sleeve before pulling out his own weapon, the Flesh Ling Zi. As the pig knight charges forward with the fearsome Wujin Longbone, Jiang Chen wears an incredibly smug grin and calls out to his weapon. The strange living weapon glances up, fully understanding its master's intent as it begins to warp. Sprouting a giant mouth, Jiang Chen shouts out the weapon's newest transformation. It morphs into the sovereign fangs as Jiang Chen bursts into a melodramatic laugh, the weapon extending into a massive greatsword. He blocks the pig demon's heavy strike, yelling for the weapon to activate as their blades clash. But the Wujin longbone slices right into the flesh Lingji's body, causing the living blade to scream in pain. The terrified weapon warns Jiang Chen that the enemy blade shares the exact same attributes, making it impossible to counter. As Jiang Chen pulls back, his weapon tears up and cries out, pointing out that the enemy's blade is made of solid bone. It whines that the Wujin longbone is simply way too hard for a soft flesh weapon to fight. Hearing his own sword complain about not being able to cut bone, Jiang Chen squints at it in utter annoyance. He mutters that growing a mouth only made the weapon incredibly whiny and useless in battle. Glancing back, he spots the creepy demon consisting of just a head and lungs laughing alongside Amming Liangxi. He tells Flesh Lingji to keep an eye on those two bystanders to make sure they do not try any cheap tricks. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Chen sets his plan, and the living sword quickly agrees to watch their backs. Hearing his plan, the two watching demons instantly pull disgusted faces at the sheer caution. They scream in their minds, wondering who would ever team up with that crazy pig when he might just slash his own allies. Back on the battlefield, the massive pig demon screams out in a fury while swinging his sword. Feeling completely disrespected, he charges, but Jiang Chen merely stands his ground to face the incoming assault. He unleashes his wood control art, summoning a dense shield of sturdy branches to intercept the fat pig's heavy blade. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen realizes that without his wood magic, this fight would have been incredibly difficult to survive. He spreads his arms, causing thick vines to coil together as he commands them to form a brand new wooden sword. Sprouting long vines from the wood, he smiles playfully and wonders aloud about the strength of their clash. He wants to see if the demon's bone is tougher than his enchanted wood. Armed and ready, Jiang Chen charges headfirst toward the pig demon, who quickly raises his massive blade to meet the sudden strike. The beast spins around with a smug grin, easily deflecting the strike and instantly overpowering Jiang Chen's momentum. He drives his heavy blade forward relentlessly, forcing Jiang Chen to defend with his makeshift wooden sword. Jiang Chen grunts at the demon's sheer brute force as his body is steadily pushed back. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Jiang Chen's wooden sword suddenly shatters into tiny pieces. He falls hard onto the ground with the pig demon's blade pointing right at him, making the skeletal demon grin. The creepy head and lungs monster stretches its bones forward, screaming in pure triumph that this is their perfect chance. Jiang Chen reacts instantly, roaring to summon the flesh Lingji, commanding it to block her right now. Hearing the command, the creature quickly emerges, gaping in absolute horror at the incoming bite of that bone-lung demon. Then the demon's massive jaws clamp down, biting the flesh Lingji clean in half. It screams in agonizing pain as its body is brutally severed. Sensing the danger, Jiang Chen grimaces in worry. Staring in shock at the two severed halves, he gasps, unable to believe the demon actually bit through it. Meanwhile, the smug bone-lung demon glares right back at him. Furious, Jiang Chen unleashes his power, activating his tyrant demon form. Instantly, a surge of raw power wraps around him, but the stubborn bone-lung demon charges straight in trying to bite him down. It grinds its teeth, but Jiang Chen's body has already hardened, crackling with intense bursts of electricity. He immediately throws a devastating punch straight into the demon's face, sending it flying back as he roars. 800-mile demon punch. Struck by that overwhelming punch, the floating demon is left in utter shock. Was it really sent flying by just a single punch? Even Jiang Chen can't believe it, staring at the distance. He mutters in disbelief, asking if this is really the area's strongest demon since it feels way weaker. Suddenly, the pig knight charges from below, viciously swinging its blade right at him. Jiang Chen reacts instantly. He catches on to their scheme, looking up with an annoyed shout, asking if they'll ever let him breathe. Raising his sword to block, his eyes narrow as he realizes this pig knight is going to be incredibly tough to handle. They clash in a flurry of heavy swings. Dodging the fierce blows, Jiang Chen grimaces and realizes something about his foe. The beast clearly knows he can draw magic arrays, so it isn't giving him a single second to breathe. Springing back from the pig knight's onslaught, he watches as its massive blade slams into the dirt, causing a huge shockwave. With the ground shattering beneath the impact, he quickly realizes he must find another way to take it down. Then a devious grin spreads across Jiang Chen's face. He looks down at his companion and asks a sneaky question. He asks if the flesh Lingji can still move, and the trembling creature weakly responds that it is barely hanging on. It managed to survive that terrifying bite. Quickly, it crawls toward him. It wraps itself tightly around Jiang Chen's waist. Catching his breath, he quietly whispers a crucial reminder to it. As long as you can move, that's enough. Follow my lead in a bit. Glancing warily at the giant demon, he plots. He boldly challenges the pig knight to a final decisive clash. Seeing this, the beast's red eyes gleam as it smirks. Chuckling darkly, the monster finds this perfect. It charges forward with its blade while Jiang Chen readies his weapon. Their weapons collide in a massive shockwave as the pig knight lunges forward, forcing itself close to him. Sneering in contempt, the demon mocks his attempt to match its raw strength, swinging its deadly black gold bone blade in a lethal attack. It smirks, fully expecting a quick victory, but Jiang Chen realizes this is the perfect moment to strike. Straining to block the heavy blow, he quickly whispers to the hidden flesh Lingji on his waist to beat the drum. Grabbing the small drum, the battered creature loudly complains, asking how he can expect it to play right now. He is already in such a terrible state, yet he is forced to drum. Suddenly, a pulse of dark energy erupts. The demonic chi spreads out with each beat, and the eye on the drum flies open. The flesh Lingji complains again, warning Jiang Chen not to blame it if this fails. The rhythmic beats quickly begin to penetrate the demon's mind. The sound waves freeze the pig knight in its tracks. Its eyes glow with a strange blue light as it starts trembling. And Ming Liang watches the beast in utter confusion, asking what on earth is wrong with that stupid pig right now. Even the floating bone-lung demon is incredibly annoyed, demanding to know what kind of fit it is having out of nowhere. With the flesh Lingzi still wrapped around his waist, Jiang Chen sheathes his sword and observes his frozen target. Although the drum's effective range is quite limited, it successfully freezes the beast. Sweat drips down his face in suspense. The pig knight struggles desperately as its body grows heavy, cursing under its breath. Seeing it twitch, Jiang Chen is surprised. He is thoroughly amazed, wondering how the beast can still manage to move even under such powerful suppression. Wasting no time, his body erupts with light as he charges a massive blast in his mouth, roaring for it to die. The devastating blast completely obliterates the pig knight's upper body, leaving only its legs standing. Doubled over, Jiang Chen pants heavily. The system interface suddenly flashes, warning him that his demon transformation has only 5 minutes left. Jiang Chen can only sigh. Standing beside the massive headless corpse, he turns a cold, murderous gaze toward the remaining 2 demons, stealing his resolve. Jiang Chen realizes he is running out of time. Glancing over at Amamine Ryoji, he notes that this defeated loser did not even require a demon transformation to beat. He did not even run away. Instead, the guy just glares at Jiang Chen with caution. Then Jiang Chen glances at the smoke ghost. She is literally just a head, lungs, and a spine now. Behind her lies another defeated opponent he recently sent flying with a single punch. He sneers right at him. Seeing their smug attitude, Jiang Chen confidently points his finger right back at them. With a dark expression, Jiang Chen smirks and tells them that he is in a hurry, so they should both just come at him at once. The 2 demons stare at him in silence. Suddenly, the decapitated ghost with only a head, lungs, and spine quickly lunges behind his back. Seeing this, Jiang Chen asks if she is trying to pull off a cheap sneak attack, but unexpectedly, the body of that wretched ghost behaves strangely, attaches itself directly to the mutilated remains of the pig devil. Right after, she begins to fuse her soul into the dead beast. She laughs wickedly, declaring that she will gladly accept this power. With these golden bones and raw strength, a massive surge of demonic energy explodes outward, completely surrounding Jiang Chen. Forced to block the violent shockwave with his arm, he quickly realizes her demonic energy has spiked at least 3 times over. Jiang Chen turns around with a scowl and bolts. He decides that while she is still busy fusing, he must act fast. He has to eliminate this Amamine guy first. Charging ahead without hesitation, he lunges toward the remaining demon who stands ready for battle. Waiting with an incredibly smug smirk, the demon suddenly fumbles around and awkwardly takes off his hat. He scowls, asking Jiang Chen if he seriously thinks he is still the same weak pushover from before. Instantly, he reaches inside his hat and pulls out a slimy 3-eyed monster gun while flashing a sinister smirk. He proudly boasts about his brand new Monster Gun Plus, but before the weapon can even fire, his entire body is caught off guard, is sliced clean through in absolute shock. Amamine Ryoji gasps in disbelief as Jiang Chen effortlessly dashes past his severed torso. Now standing behind him, Jiang Chen suddenly senses a massive shift in the air and glances back to evaluate the threat. Her demonic energy has quadrupled already. Shock and dread fill his eyes as he slowly turns his head around. She is here, he screams internally as a dense pitch-black cloud of demonic aura materializes right in front of him. Having successfully merged with the pig devil, the floating head and lungs quickly assemble into a fully complete body. She stands proud and tall, crackling with wild electricity as she looks down at Jiang Chen and invites him to play. Walking slowly toward him, she leaves Jiang Chen scowling in silence as cold sweat begins to drip down his face. Surrounded by crackling lightning, the demon sneers and asks if he is scared before taking another step closer. Jiang Chen secretly smirks back, widening his eyes as he mentally dares her to keep coming his way. She steps forward without any hesitation. Little does she know a magic seal is already waiting right under her feet. Her foot triggers the magic seal. Mocking it as nothing but pathetic child's play, the powerful demon violently stomps her foot down. She crushes the spell instantly, shattering the magic circle along with the ground. Her spiked hair begins to stand on end. A massive shockwave ripples out from her footsteps, sending shattered boulders flying into the air as Jiang Chen watches in shock. Watching from the sidelines, Su Ling stumbles from the violent tremors, her face filled with absolute worry. She desperately yells out, asking if he can just finish her off already, but right after Jiang Chen's body starts to buckle, is suddenly slammed flat to the ground by her overwhelming pressure. Struggling in pain, he looks up at her long legs. Casually standing right over him, she locks her glowing purple eyes onto his face with pure arrogance. Slowly pulling the sharp iron nails directly out of her own skull, she hurls them like deadly darts at Jiang Chen. Startled, Jiang Chen reacts instantly. He quickly raises his arms to block the incoming attack with his defensive spell, Bramble Barrier. A solid wooden shield quickly grows out of the earth. It easily blocks her sharp spikes, but then she immediately shoots another deadly iron projectile right from her neck. The sharp spike points directly at Jiang Chen. Laughing in triumph, the demon strikes an arrogant pose while flashing a twisted smirk. Her body flares with a green demonic aura, unleashing a flurry of sharp projectiles straight at his wooden barrier. The massive attack pierces right through, cracking the shield into pieces with nothing left to block it. Unable to move, Jiang Chen's face tenses as he helplessly watches the sharp projectile fly straight toward his chest. At the very last second, Jiang Chen conjures up another wooden barrier, successfully knocking the deadly weapon away. That was way too close, Jiang Chen mutters. Sensing a sudden shift behind his back, he spins around with absolute worry. The fused demon has already teleported directly behind him, wrapping her skeletal arms tightly around his frozen body. The sheer speed leaves him breaking out in a cold sweat. The smug demon grins triumphantly right before curving its arrow back around. The tip aims straight for Jiang Chen's throat. He struggles against his bonds, screaming in sheer frustration, "Are you seriously trying to shoot me with that?" Realizing the danger, Jiang Chen desperately triggers his ultimate wooden manipulation technique. Even as the monster's skeletal hands squeeze his ribs, a giant summoned wooden demon instantly materializes right in front of him. Stealing his resolve, Jiang Chen barks a desperate command to stop the incoming projectile. The summoned giant blocks the path, but the arrow punches straight through its chest, leaving the massive summon staring down in complete shock. Seizing his chance, Jiang Chen tears himself free from the fused demon's grip and leaps away just as the weapon streaks past. Hit by the shockwave, Jiang Chen rolls across the dirt. He sits up, shielding his eyes from the rising dust, and squints. Even his massive summon got skewered instantly. This monster is just way too overpowered. Before he can even stand, the fused demon drops from the sky. Jiang Chen barely looks up before a heavy foot comes crashing down. He can only watch as the attack blurs. Sheer panic hits as his body refuses to react to that insane speed. The demon kicks his skull with a sickening crack, laughing as Jiang Chen crashes into the dirt, smoke still rising from his skin. Pushing himself up, he stares at his opponent quickly, formulating a plan to buy himself just a little more time. Jiang Chen reaches for the drum at his waist, but the fused demon's hand clamps down on his wrist, knocking it away. With an effortless twist of her hand, she flings him backward through the air like a total ragdoll. Jiang Chen groans in pure agony. Corrosive demonic energy eats at his skin as he coughs up fresh blood, his vision blurring fast. He glares at his opponent, muttering under his breath about how this crazy monster won't give him a single second to breathe. He tries to shift his weight, but panic flares as his limbs refuse to obey his mind. "Wait, am I completely paralyzed?" He stares up in disbelief, watching the fused demon step closer. The demon drags her bare foot up his leg slowly, sliding it onto his chest as Jiang Chen shudders from the sheer cold pressure. Blood leaks from his mouth while the demon's face flushes with sick, twisted excitement. She runs her foot along his chin, pressing a sharp claw directly against his throat. Jiang Chen gnashes his teeth, glaring right back. Her twisted face warps into a hideous grin as she purrs that finding such a strong human is a rare treat indeed. If they fused, she could easily reach the rank of a calamity soul. Her foot nudges his chin up, making him stare blankly. But then look at his eyes, he spots a glowing full moon hanging just outside that shattered glass window. Shattered window. Perfect. Jiang Chen smirks, he finally has a working plan. He slowly reaches out, sliding his hand up her foot before tracing his fingers up her calf and thigh with a playful grin. The demon flinches, crying out in utter confusion, "What on earth do you think you are doing?" He keeps petting her leg. It feels incredibly smooth, and he slowly moves closer. He slides even closer, teasingly complimenting her legs. The terrifying monster actually blushes, her jaw dropping in shock. Before she can react, Jiang Chen grabs her waist, whispering that it is a shame she stepped on this dirty ground. He offers to help her wash it off, suddenly lifting her off her feet with surprising strength. Stunned, the demon can only stare as Jiang Chen forcefully drives her backward toward the opening. He shoves her right toward the shattered glass window, reassuring her that this will wash away all her filth. Into the moon. He pushes her body directly into the beam of bright light and screams a command. "Cleanse her." The moonlight seems to obey, erupting into a brilliant burning glare that engulfs the demon. Terrified and confused, she looks back as Jiang Chen whispers the name of his technique, Moon Cleansing Love. A massive pillar of golden lunar energy crashes down through the shattered window, completely engulfing her in a blinding, cleansing light. As the brilliant light fades, only a skeleton remains cradled in Jiang Chen's arms. Her dark demonic energy rapidly dissipates into nothingness as Jiang Chen playfully shakes the hollow white skull in his hands. He asks with a big grin if she is finally all cleaned up before leaning down to kiss the bony cheek. He chuckles with pure delight, teasingly whispering that it seems she was the only actual dirty thing here after all, sweetheart. Meanwhile, inside a gloomy house nearby, a demonic altar is greedily devouring a demon's corpse. A blood-red aura hangs heavily in the air. Right beside the altar, the ghost Li Yuan is gnawing on a horse demon's carcass. He feeds ravenously like a wild beast, ignoring the fresh, dark energy still dripping slowly from his severed arm. She chews on her food, smugly muttering that thanks to the demon altar, her ghost energy can finally grow. After finishing, she wipes her bloody mouth with a gore-stained hand, complaining about why Liangzi is taking so long. He took 4 elites with him, yet there is still no sign of them. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Liangzi limps along, holding his heavily injured body while grumbling about his terrible luck. Warily touching his neck, he glances around the area, trying to assess his dangerous situation. He was almost sliced in two. Then suddenly, Jiang Chen appears right behind him. Stepping out of the shadows, 4 eyes glare coldly at Liangzi as Jiang Chen delivers a chilling promise. He asks if he should just finish the job, sending the terrified coward into a complete panic. Gasping in horror at the sudden sight of him, Liangzi quickly spins around and raises his hands ready to fight for his life. The desperate old man demands to know how Jiang Chen saw through his flawless substitution technique. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he watches as Jiang Chen merely flashes a creepy, unsettling smile. He answers him with a slow explanation, telling Liangzi that his eye of hell has not yet witnessed the old man's death. Staring directly at Liangzi, he delivers a chilling confirmation about what is going to happen next. But now he sees it as a terrifying pair of eyes and a gaping mouth manifest behind them. Feeling the creepy presence, Liangzi frowns in worry as the massive shadow behind him smiles with a terrifying grin. Looking around in utter confusion, Liangzi panics. What is this? Suddenly, he notices the same creepy, smiling face emerging from the very ground he stands on, leaving him completely terrified. He shrieks about why it is under his feet too, while Jiang Chen simply stares down at him. Glaring coldly, Jiang Chen explains that this is the exact death scene his eye of hell created for him. As the creepy smiling faces surround him, Liangzi quickly regains his composure and smugly claims that even this death scene can only target his puppet. He laughs mockingly, confident that his trick will save him even as his eyes begin to fade. With slimy smiles spreading all over his body as the creepy faces close in, he gloats one last time at him. He sneers that Jiang Chen will never catch him just as the creepy faces latch onto his physical form. Even so, Liangzi continues to flee, but Jiang Chen simply steps aside, smirking. Chuckling softly, Jiang Chen asks if he really thinks he can escape this time, as the old man sprints desperately toward Li Yuan, with the faces clinging to him. Spotting him, approaching Li Yuan turns her head in sheer impatience and demands some answers. Look at her face, she asks why he took so long, but her jaw drops when she sees his utterly bizarre state. Suddenly, the creepy smiling faces begin detaching from his flesh, taking control of his body and forcing him to reach out for her. With his body completely invaded by these entities, the old man screams in absolute agony from deep within. Horrified by the sight, Li Yuan backs away and shrieks, demanding to know what on earth is clinging to him. Deep inside, the smiling faces tear through his mind, breaking his mental defenses completely. Tears and snot stream down his face as he desperately begs her to save him from this torment. Seeing him charge directly toward her with those terrifying faces in tow, she panics and screams at him to stay away. She tells him not to touch her, but he keeps reaching out, screaming miserably for someone to help. Disgusted by the situation, she clicks her tongue in anger when his parasite-covered hand finally brushes against her. Overcome with utter disgust, she finally snaps and unleashes a powerful strike, screaming with rage. She calls him a useless fool and tells him to go die, unleashing a powerful blast that forces him backward into the swarm of waiting faces. The terrifying smiling faces completely wrap around him, while Liangzi continues to scream and struggle in vain. Within moments, he is devoured, coughing up blood before dying in agony, triggering a flurry of system notifications. The system announces the demon form has ended, the cat demon and shadow ghost are dead, adding 1111 ghost chi twice. All 3 of the pig ghost, head ghost, and puppet ghost are all destroyed, yielding another massive burst of over 3,000 total ghost energy points. As the system alerts fade, the 2 eyes on his forehead disappear, and the legendary flesh Lingji finally reveals itself. Seeing it materialize, an excited Jiang Chen asks the flesh Lingji if it has finally recovered its power. He notes that this harvest has provided more than enough ghost energy, a dark, creepy smile spreading across his face. Grinning wickedly, he grips the sword-transformed flesh Lingji, eager to see what challenges await him next. Right to the main event, deep within a desolate place, a demon is absorbing dark energy, gathering with its wretched kind. As they assemble, his voice rings out with pure excitement. It is almost complete. He warns that no mistakes can be tolerated now as the surrounding demons continue to draw near. Lured by the powerful demonic energy, they swarm when suddenly the side door is violently shattered open. Jiang Chen sneers with sarcasm, "Quite a nice dream, Li Yuwen, but your mistake has arrived." Startled by the noise, Li Yuwen looks over in shock as Jiang Chen steps through the dust, holding a flesh Ganoderma. Spotting him, Li Yuwen shrieks in absolute fury, "I cannot believe it is you again." Fuming with rage, she grabs another clueless demon tightly in her hand and glares at him, screaming in pure frustration at his sudden arrival. She instantly bites down hard, tearing a chunk right out of the demon, while another multi-eyed beast feels a matching chunk vanish. Blood splatters as a nearby puppet demon roars in confusion, a chunk of meat suddenly missing from its shoulder as she feeds. Another small demon loses a piece of its head for no apparent reason, while Li Yuwen greedily devours them all. She immediately mutates into a grotesque form amidst the rising dust, her body warping hideously. She transforms into a horrifying spider with a human face, immediately driving her razor-sharp claws straight toward Jiang Chen. He raises his sword to block the strike, but another deadly threat lunges at him with blinding speed. Jiang Chen reacts in the nick of time, dodging the fierce attacks of a giant insect demon. Its spiky body thrusts forward, completely wrapping itself around Jiang Chen, trapping his entire body inside as Li Yuwen prepares her strike. She plunges her sharp claws deep into the beast, cackling in triumph that his end is near while he struggles inside. Surrounded by deadly thorns, Jiang Chen grimaces in the dark, realizing he was a bit too careless this time. Gleeful Li Yuwen sneers, warning him not to dream of breaking out from the inside as she continues stabbing with all her might. "The toxic venom of the Iron Maiden will rot your flesh to nothing," she laughs, her fused form cackling maniacally. But before she can celebrate, a sudden rip tears through the insect's body from the inside. With Jiang Chen yelling for his weapon to grow, the beast is ripped apart as blood sprays everywhere. The main demon head is heavily struck, coughing up black blood as it screams in absolute disbelief. "How is this possible?" Not letting its question go unanswered, Jiang Chen chuckles, explaining the secret of his flesh Ganoderma. "It just devoured over 5,000 of my demon energy points. Did you really think that was free?" With its lower half completely severed, the broken monster crawls desperately across the cold floor toward the soul-absorbing altar. Shivering violently, tears stream down its face as its mangled form drags itself forward. It weeps piteously, begging its master for forgiveness, but before it can finish, Jiang Chen quickly closes the distance. He refuses to let the monster utter another word, swinging his flesh Ganoderma to slash it into bloody pieces with a loud shout. "Shut your mouth and just die already," he mutters in complete disgust, watching the wretched beast spit up its final breath. As its life fades, foul blood splatters across the chamber, staining the altar. Stained by the demon blood, the ancient altar begins to rise, sprouting creepy legs from a pile of skulls. The skulls of the devoured demons begin to gather, binding together through dark energy and the freshly spilled blood. Eerie blue light flares within the empty eye sockets, and a wave of raw malice erupts. Standing beside Jiang Chen, Su Ling watches this grim scene unfold, her expression turning deeply serious as she warns him. "This is bad. It is using these bodies to resurrect itself," she warns. "The evil soul is coming soon." His face pales, staring at the bone mass taking shape, while at the same time Su Lei is busy healing. Connected to tubes, feeding her pure demonic energy directly into her body, she reads an ancient tome with complete composure. Suddenly, she stops, letting out a soft hum as if discovering something highly intriguing. She mutters to herself about the altar, realizing that a fragment of the evil soul lies hidden deep inside of it. She notes with dark excitement in her heart that once it absorbs enough energy, it will liquefy completely. Picturing the melting altar, she realizes that when this liquid fuses with the light of the 14 skulls, the soul awakes. The evil soul will finally be reborn as bone and flesh begin wrapping around the skulls to build a body. Its twisted face grins as the body reaches completion, prompting Su Lei to rise from her seat. Tendrils of dark energy follow her, still anchored to her body, as she whispers that things are getting interesting. Taking down a demon altar safely usually requires bringing along at least a B-rank grandmaster. Over on Jiang Chen's side, he watches the monster taking shape with a tense look. He grimaces and curses that this damn thing is almost fully formed before immediately throwing a heavy kick. He kicks straight into the pile of gathered skulls, sending them flying as he grits his teeth and yells in anger. "Go to hell and die," he roars, lowering his leg to look at the messy pile. He asks Su Ling if they are finally safe now, but suddenly a skull in the pile starts twitching wildly. Blood pours from its empty sockets and sharp fangs begin to sprout from its mouth. It shoots upward as an arm suddenly sprouts out, punching Jiang Chen right in the stomach and making him gasp in pain. Next, the demon's body fully takes shape with sharp horns as it growls and roars, spewing hot steam from its mouth. Fully formed, the beast screams even louder in absolute fury, demanding to know who ruined its plans of resurrection, while Jiang Chen lies beaten. Jiang Chen is knocked to the ground with his armor half shattered, groaning that it is a good thing he activated his tyrant demon body. The system then alerts him that the demon's rage has added 1,600 ghost chi points, making Jiang Chen grimace and grit his teeth. He realizes in shock that just a single roar is enough to unleash this much energy. Releasing 1,600 ghost chi is terrifying, and before they can even recover, the demon lets out another massive roar. The scream gives them absolute goosebumps as their hair flies wild, but then Jiang Chen shamelessly points directly at Su Ling and blames her. Staring at his pointing finger with a face that says he has been her brother for way too long, she screams out a loud swear. Su Ling turns and runs for her life while screaming that it was not her, while Jiang Chen just watches her go with a mischievous laugh. The massive demon winds up a kick and looks right at him, speaking in a low, chilling tone. "Let me return the favor," it says, its leg cutting through the air with a massive whoosh. Without waiting for a reply, the devastating kick comes flying, but Jiang Chen swiftly ducks to dodge the lethal blow. As he looks up, his eyes widen in shock to see a massive fist from the giant beast already hurling straight toward him. With no time to run, he crosses his arms as a shield while looking up at the demon, who is smiling smugly. He realizes he can barely block this attack even without transforming, which means his understanding of his skills has definitely improved. With his confidence boosted, Jiang Chen immediately opens his palm and calls out for his flesh Lingji weapon. Armed with the flesh Lingji, he charges forward, swinging his blade with an excited yell as he strikes. But even after the heavy strike, the demon remains completely unharmed, staring back at him with his sinister grin. It asks if he is seriously underestimating its strength, and right after speaking, its eyes fire two massive beams of energy. The powerful blast forces Jiang Chen to let go and jump down to dodge, but the moment he lands, the beast launches another heavy stomp. He has to use the flesh Lingji to leap back into the air, dodging the shockwave as he runs. Rushing toward the massive beast, he tells himself that he needs to exploit his small size and agility to win. But before he can even make a move, the giant demon reaches out and grabs him in a tight grip. Squeezing him so hard that he coughs up blood, the monster smirks at his shock. It throws him headfirst into a nearby wall with a massive crash, then immediately follows up with a brutal punch. Slamming into Jiang Chen pin body, the demon gets more excited, punching faster and faster with a cruel grin. Under the relentless beating, honestly, this looks incredibly painful. His face is swollen and completely unrecognizable. He wonders how this is possible when he already ruined the ritual, his body pressed completely flat against the brick. With no time to breathe, another heavy fist flies toward him, pinning him even deeper into the cracked wall. He is completely shocked that an incomplete demon's soul could still possess this kind of immense, terrifying physical power. Pushed to his limits, Jiang Chen finally pulls out a brilliant golden 3-star card. He slips his hand out from the giant fist as a surge of energy forces the demon to stumble backward in confusion. As the beast recoils, Jiang Chen activates his demon transformation, causing a monstrous aura to erupt around his body. He roars that he is going to risk everything on this bear demon form, his fangs and claws instantly sharpening. Something massive begins to bulge from under his shirt, threatening to tear through the tight fabric at any second. It bursts out, ripping 2 clean holes in his shirt as 2 extra beastly arms emerge from his back. The demon grits its teeth in sheer confusion at this bizarre sight as Jiang Chen prepares his counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he thrusts his 2 sharp claws forward. Immediately after, Jiang Chen kicks off the ground to pursue, his right arm fully charged. He lunges with sheer determination at the ferocious demon, who smiles smugly back. The beast raises its massive fist, gearing up as he charges in. In the next second, their 2 fists collide with equal force. The impact locks them in place, struggling to overpower one another. Suddenly, the sharp talons on his back spring into action, reaching out toward the demon. The monster stares in pure confusion at the extra arm behind Jiang Chen. And right in that split second of distraction, that sharp arm punches the beast squarely in the face. The demon freezes, utterly stunned by the blow. Losing its balance, the demon tumbles to the ground while Jiang Chen sticks a cool landing. Over in the distance, Su Ling cowers in a corner, trembling as she watches. She realizes this guy has somehow gotten even stronger, but the demon is far from done. The 2 horns on its head glow with gathered energy. Gritting its teeth, the beast glares at him as those horns manifest an attack. It unleashes a massive blast of energy straight at Jiang Chen, who quickly raises his 2 bare claws to block. Absorbing the impact, he smiles and mutters that these bare claws are seriously durable. Jiang Chen launches his counterattack, leaping up as his massive bare arms stretch out. One claw grabs the demon by its arm. His other hand pins the beast's other wrist. He then climbs right onto the monster's giant chest, pinning him down. He looks down at the pinned monster, who glares back. Jiang Chen winds up his fist. Pulling his arm back, he roars for the beast to taste the true power of a bear. As he speaks, his fist glows. Channeling massive energy, he grits his teeth and lets out a roar before slamming his fist straight into the demon's face. He unleashes a devastating punch with every bit of his power, caving the monster's face right in. The beast takes the hit, gritting its teeth, but once the shock wears off, it turns its mangled face back to him. It lets out a furious, deafening roar, screaming curses in absolute rage. Jiang Chen just stands firm on its chest, keeping it pinned. Suddenly, a glowing cross-shaped light flashes across the demon's face as it snarls in pure hatred. Immediately after, a massive cross-shaped pillar materializes out of nowhere in midair. It summons heavy clouds and intense lightning, turning the entire area into a blazing, fiery red inferno. Seeing this display of power, Jiang Chen calmly asks if the demon is finally starting to get serious. The demon leaps up, throwing a heavy fist at him. Jiang Chen looks down, ready for the strike. His bare arms quickly intercept the blow while he crosses his own hands in front of his chest. The brutal shockwave makes him grimace. But the moment the beast pulls back, Jiang Chen readies his two massive fists. He glares at the demon, shouting that he's going to return that punch tenfold. Then he strikes. He unleashes a barrage of punches, leaving the demon no room to react as it takes the beating. Gritting his teeth, he analyzes his foe. He realizes it's just a fragment of a fierce soul and an unstable one born from a failed ritual. Jiang Chen wonders how terrifying the fully completed version would be as his bare claws keep striking. His strikes shatter the ground, sending cracks and debris flying everywhere. The demon lies defeated, the cross symbol etched on its face. It groans in frustration, spitting curses before screaming out its divine punishment technique. Suddenly, a blinding light appears. The light beams down intensely from the giant cross in the sky, striking with absolute devastating force. The blast shatters the walls and ground. Over by the rubble, poor Su Ling gets caught in the shockwave. She gets sent flying, screaming in disbelief that she still got caught even after hiding so far away. Back in the center, Jiang Chen is bent over, catching his breath. His bare claws are heavily cracked. Despite the damage, he maintains a sharp, cautious gaze, staring directly through the dust at the demon. The beast rises to its knees, panting heavily as it stares back. Jiang Chen wipes his mouth with a smirk, murmuring to himself. It seems that massive attack took everything out of the beast. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen pulls out his weapon. Holding the flesh, Ganoderma, he decides to end this fight right now, dropping into a battle stance. Shedding his broken bare arms, he charges at the demon with the flesh, Ganoderma, aiming to land a decisive blow. He drives the flesh Ganoderma directly into the cross on the demon's face, making the beast howl in agony. Jiang Chen leaps onto its face, putting all his weight to push the weapon deeper, sending the monster crashing down. The system alerts him that the fierce soul's remains are destroyed, granting 50,000 demon energy points. He stands right on top of the dead demon, wiping sweat from his forehead with a sigh. Underneath him, the beast lies in a pooling mess of dark blood. Suddenly, remembering something, Jiang Chen peers through the swirling dust and smoke with a confused look on his face. Wondering where Tuo Ling went, he quickly moves the heavy rubble off her. The poor girl is completely knocked out. Extremely worried, Jiang Chen asks if she is all right, but suddenly the girl snaps her eyes open and snarls with sharp fangs. Her eyes look entirely different as she lunges straight at him, screaming in a demonic rage, trying to kill me, no way. Staring at this bizarre sight, he is completely speechless and can only watch her with a look of pure disbelief. Right then, the little girl's other hand reaches up and grabs her own lunging wrist, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. The angry spirit inside Tuo Ling screams out, demanding to know why she stopped her, since this guy is a literal demon slayer. Hearing this, Tuo Ling's own soul nervously tries to calm her sister down, insisting that everything is going to be fine. She begs her sister not to worry because he won't hurt her. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen has already hoisted the bickering girl into the air. Dangling helplessly, the girl looks around in total confusion while Jiang Chen stares at her, trying to figure her out. Having a half-human, half-demon kid around is bound to be a major headache, but he has to make a choice. If the underworld authorities catch her, she is done for. Carrying her like a sack of potatoes, he makes a quick decision. Bringing her back to his place seems best, but she kicks and screams, refusing to go quietly as he holds her. She shrieks for him to let her go, while Tuo Ling desperately tries to hold her angry sister back. Pleading with her sister to stop struggling, they cut to the underworld headquarters where two men are standing together. The man in the hat urges his partner that it is time to set off. Hearing this, Tu Jingfeng looks outside and prepares. He softly gives the order, and the entire underworld squad prepares to move out. They leap into action like a pack of wolves. Watching her brother take the lead, Tu Lei carefully analyzes the grim situation. Even though her brother is incredibly strong, facing a high-level malevolent ghost is still a very massive risk. Scratching her cheek nervously, she decides to play it safe and check if a certain helper is actually coming. Pressing her communication earpiece, she mutters to herself as she dials a number, hoping to reach Jiang Chen. The call goes straight to Jiang Chen's bedroom, where his phone rings loudly, but Tuo Ling is the one who answers. Clutching a drawing marker in her other hand, she curiously answers the phone, asking who's calling them at this hour. Recognizing the voice, Tu Lei asks if Jiang Chen is around, telling her to make him hurry over to the active mission site. Hearing the urgent request, Tu Ling can only offer a very awkward, forced smile. She glances over at the sleeping guy and informs Tu Lei that he probably will not be making it tonight. With his deep snores filling the room, Jiang Chen is indeed completely knocked out. Tuoling is busy drawing funny shapes all over his sleeping face. On the other end, Tule sighs and accepts the news. Hanging up, Tule is absolutely annoyed by his laziness, muttering to herself about his lack of reliability. He promised to help whenever they needed him, but he just went to sleep. Meanwhile, the squad lands on the ground. Tu Xingfeng warily scans the area. Before them lies a massive pile of shattered ruins, leaving one squad member completely baffled. He wonders if this is even the same neighborhood anymore. But there is no time to waste on idle talk. Tu Xingfeng immediately orders them to split up into pairs and search the ruins. The squad disperses without hesitation. They dive straight into the chaotic wreckage, with Tu Lei and Tu Xingfeng landing together in one clearing. Innumerable demon corpses lie scattered across the ground. Tu Xingfeng stares in complete shock, completely speechless at the sight. There is a green toad monster with a giant hole in it alongside a dead dolphin demon. They find a skeleton demon reduced to white bones and even mushroom demon remains as they push deeper inside. Climbing through a small window, Tule lands softly on her feet and asks her brother about this bizarre slaughter. She wonders if a powerful spirit slaughtered every local beast just to regain its strength, leaving nothing behind. Examining the dead demons scattered before them, Tu Xingfeng stands up and turns back to face his sister. He agrees that it is highly probable. Staring straight ahead, his expression turns incredibly grave. If that is indeed the case, they are in serious danger. Suddenly, a loud static noise erupts in his earpiece. At the exact same moment, the very same harsh static sound crackles through Tulei's own communication device. Reaching up to press their earpieces, they hear an urgent broadcast addressing all units. "Attention, please head to the 5 o'clock direction immediately to assemble." Hearing this, two people quickly leap toward the coordinates, while the announcer's voice continued to blare over the radio. It added that a fierce ghost corpse had been found. Shortly after, the entire team from the underworld headquarters arrived at the demon's lair. Jiang Chen had already obliterated the beast right here. Xu Xingfeng stared in absolute shock, his crew standing right behind him with wide eyes. He looked at the dead, evil ghost and demanded to know what on earth had happened. Bending down, he touched the bleeding hole pierced straight through the demon's skull to make a quick initial assessment of the situation. Judging by the clean wounds, these monsters were all taken out with a single precise thrust from a sharp weapon. It was a fatal blow from behind. Su Lei watched with growing suspicion, silently running through the facts since this mission was supposed to be classified. No one else should have known about this fierce ghost. Unless she stopped dead in her tracks as a sudden thought struck her. Shaken by her own wild theory, her eyes widened in complete disbelief as she silently questioned the seemingly impossible. Oh my god, could it really be Jiang Chen? Meanwhile, back in his city, Jiang Chen suddenly sat straight up. He let out a massive sneeze, turning completely pale before sitting up on the couch. Wiping his nose, he muttered to himself that he must have caught a cold, then quickly flipped the room's light switch. Heading into the bathroom, he stared at the ridiculous doodles drawn all over his face and cursed under his breath. Stomping back out, he glared at the culprit, Su Ling, who was still fast asleep on the chair, completely peaceful, as he grumbled in annoyance. "How dare you sleep?" Jiang Chen grabbed a marker and drew a little turtle right on her face. He muttered that he had to fill every empty spot. Satisfied with his petty revenge, he finally felt a little better. He grabbed a towel, wiped his own face clean, and walked out of the bathroom. Glancing up at the system interface, which was flashing with a strangely eerie smile, he commanded it to show his status. It immediately complied. Host Jiang Chen, Ghost Energy 196,699, 3-star, 9-headed insect card plus items. Damaged bone nails, a broken demonic sound drum flesh, Lingji, and premium Ghost Energy. Seeing these stats, he couldn't help but grin. He chuckled, thinking this trip had paid off handsomely. Next, his gaze drifted to the 3-star card of a blue-haired lion monster. It was biting down on a sword. He calmly called out its name, the blue-haired lion demon, staring at the level 4 beast. He sighed at the card, wondering why he got another lion, and silently hoped this one wouldn't have some completely useless abilities. As if responding, the system chimed in to explain its potential functions to him. Consuming 6 parts of demon energy would allow him to condense its core life essence. This was quite unusual. Jiang Chen scratched his head, offering a dry laugh as he gave the system some reluctant praise for actually being helpful this time. Next, he pulled up the summon wheel, planning to spin for 2 3-star monster cards just in case. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Let's see what kind of luck he has as the first card drops. It was Kui Mulang. He stared at the bizarre creature, its skull and spine fully exposed on the outside. The second card revealed a heavily armored skeletal rhinoceros. Jiang Chen blurted out its name, King Shi Chen. Sinking back into his chair, he calculated his options, knowing his abilities had limits and couldn't be spanned forever. He decided to spend his remaining ghost energy to repair the broken demonic sound drum. No time like the present. Jiang Chen pulled out the drum, placed it in front of the screen, and ordered the system to upgrade it. The system chimed, instantly asking if he wanted to consume 500 ghost energy to upgrade the demonic sound drum. Without a single second of hesitation, he slammed the yes button only for a flood of new alerts to pop up. Do you want to spend 1,000 ghost energy? Do you want to spend 2,000? Before it could finish, Jiang Chen stood straight up, shoved the drum right at the screen, and yelled his confirmation. Yes, to everything, just do it all. Accepting his demand, the system stopped asking questions and began the process. Upgrade complete. Congratulations on obtaining the Kui Ox drum. The frame of the drum began to shift, growing a giant eye. It suddenly snapped open and Jiang Chen eagerly grabbed the Kui Ox drum with both hands, laughing at how incredibly overpowered this was. Now check this out, he ran his finger along the drum, the eye tracking him as he muttered a quiet challenge. He was dying to give it a test strike when the sudden chime of the doorbell made him jump, dropping the drum. Fumbling to catch it, he glared at the door, catching his breath while thanking his lucky stars he hadn't accidentally hit the drum. Peeking through the door to see Gu Hongye standing outside, he opened it with a confused look, asking what brought her here. She waved warmly at him. Sensing his utter bewilderment, Gu Hongye offered a gentle smile and began to explain her visit. Gu Hongye mentions she accidentally made way too much steamed milk and asked Jiang Chen to help her eat some. Hearing this, Jiang Chen follows her, rubbing his hands together a bit awkwardly. He chuckles awkwardly, following behind as he agrees to the offer. Gu Hongye waves her hand, taking the lead to guide Jiang Chen back to her place. The two of them arrive at her apartment. Gu Hongye pulls a bowl of steamed milk from the fridge, turning back to face him as she holds it out. She smiles warmly and urges him to dig in. Jiang Chen stares down at the full bowl, happy to accept. He gladly tells Gu Hongye that he will not stand on ceremony, but just as he goes to take it, his eyes flash with a sudden strange realization. The bowl in Gu Hongye's hands looks completely shattered into pieces, yet somehow is still holding the milk together. Completely baffled, Jiang Chen mutters to himself, wondering why on earth the bowl is like this, but then he suddenly freezes. Right before their eyes, the bowl in her hands instantly breaks apart and drops. She looks down in total confusion and screams out. A loud crash echoes. Shards of the bowl and milk splatter all over the place. Gu Hongye immediately bends down to clean up the mess, apologizing to Jiang Chen that her hand must have slipped. She promises to grab him another portion, but Jiang Chen just stands there completely frozen, lost in a wave of deep suspicion. He keeps wondering why he somehow knew the bowl was going to break beforehand. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen decides to investigate. Bending down to watch her gather the sharp shards, he carefully asks if she did something to the bowl earlier. Her face darkens slightly at the question. She puts a finger to her lips, looking up to recall the details before giving him an answer. She hesitates for a moment, then begins explaining her practice session with that very bowl from the night before. She tells him she used the bowl to practice a technique from the secret manual, even reaching out to demonstrate the move. Explaining the stellar point strike, her fingers dart forward. Jiang Chen quickly dodges her sharp move, telling her to watch where she aims. He warns her not to point that dangerous technique at him. But suddenly, a picture frame on the wall behind him drops. Both of them spin around to stare at the fallen frame. Gu Hongye is completely bewildered by what just happened. She wonders aloud why the painting broke too. Intrigued, Jiang Chen turns to her and asks how long she has been practicing this technique. Looking quite puzzled, she hesitates for a second, covering her mouth as she tries to recall her training schedule. She mentions she only started practicing last night, meaning she has only been at it for a single evening. Jiang Chen is completely dumbfounded. He cannot believe she mastered a secret fate technique after just one night of training. He showers her with compliments, declaring that she has an incredibly rare god-tier talent. Right after, he points to the sky excitedly. He enthusiastically explains that she is basically a demi-superhuman now, before quickly urging her to join him on his next mission. He asks her to join him next time to help boost his attributes. Hearing this unexpected proposal from Jiang Chen, she clasps her hands together, happily agreeing and asking him when exactly this next mission is going to be. Talk about perfect timing, his phone suddenly lights up in his pocket, drawing his immediate attention. He tells her to look because a new mission just arrived. His eyes light up as he reads the details. The system displays a high alert warning of a surprise monster attack in the Jing'an district of Jiangbei City. It is an A-grade threat restricted to anyone below Grandmaster level. Realizing the danger, Jiang Chen awkwardly prepares to leave. He apologizes to Gu Hongye, explaining that this particular high-level mission might be way too dangerous for her right now. While she stands there completely stunned, Jiang Chen suddenly leaps straight out of the window, yelling a promise back to her. He promises to bring her along next time. Gu Hongye can only watch his rapidly disappearing figure in utter shock. As he speeds away, Jiang Chen is deeply confused, wondering how this is possible when he already cleared that district. Running at lightning speed, he grinds his teeth and wonders what on earth is actually happening over there. Meanwhile, in the Jing'an district, the Yin Bureau squad keeps watch when a massive object suddenly crashes down from the sky. The colossal object triggers a violent shockwave across the entire area, forcing Xu Xingfeng to immediately shout a warning to his team. Retreat now. The squad wastes no time leaping backward to dodge the impending danger. A thick, suffocating wave of ghost energy erupts from inside the object as its massive doors slowly grind open. A terrifying demonic figure steps out surrounded by a heavy shroud of dark energy that makes the air turn cold. He marches forward, unleashing an overwhelming wave of dark energy, revealing a grotesque, jagged scar stretching across his scowling face. He roars in fury, demanding to know who destroyed his precious soul fragment. Seeing him, Xu Lei cannot help but shudder. She covers her face to block the overwhelming dark pressure, recognizing him and muttering his name with pure dread. It is Anming Xu Fu. She immediately turns to warn Xu Xingfeng about the terrifying power of this threat. It was you who wanted to exploit the ghost altar and the fierce soul fragment. Ignoring her completely, Anming Zifu's eyes glowed with twin beams of energy as he threw his head back, letting out a resentful scream. He demands to know who he is while the underworld headquarters officers stare at him in sheer disbelief. Immediately after, Anming Zifu's roar blasts right past them, a devastating strike, ripping a massive hole right through two of them. The portal behind him unleashes an even more suffocating pressure, forcing the crowd back with its sheer weight. They struggle just to block it, raising their arms in desperation. Seeing this, Xi Xingfeng looks on. He warily senses the massive ghost chi, realizing this is a true fierce soul-level threat. He cannot help but gasp. His power is on a completely different level than a mere fragment. Beside him, Xi Lei can no longer hold back. She charges in with her weapon drawn, leaving Xi Xingfeng behind as he desperately yells out for her not to be reckless. But his warning comes way too late. Xi Lei is already right in front of Anming Zifu, aiming a direct strike at him. The beast just calmly stands there to take it. He taps the air, creating a swirling vortex, looking down on her with utter contempt. He sneers at the sudden pest, asking where these flies even came from. Below, Xi Xingfeng watches in panic. He screams for Xi Lei to get out of the way. Suddenly, a mysterious door manifests right in front of her attack. Her strike passes right through it, leaving her utterly baffled as she wonders where that door even came from. Suddenly realizing something, Xi Lei panics as she notices her ghost shadow has completely vanished into thin air. Before she can process it, Xi Xingfeng charges from behind his fist, wreathed in dark ghost chi as he roars his ultimate move. Unleashing his ghost ki full release, he strikes hard, turning to Xi Lei to shout a final, desperate warning. He warns her that a black hole portal has opened, struggling to hold the line while shouting for her to run. Go back and bring reinforcements. Xi Lei does not waste a second, leaping back and making a run for it. But then Anming Zifu appears right behind him. The monster casually steps out from an entirely different portal. He chuckles mockingly. Cold sweat pours down Xi Xingfeng's face as he glares back, wondering how that magical door even works. The villain points a finger at him, smiling as he mockingly notes that these underworld rookies are still way too green. Suddenly, Xi Xingfeng gets dragged toward him by an invisible force. Realizing he is trapped, he screams that he is done for. With a twisted smirk, the enemy gestures downward, slamming the helpless young man straight into the hard ground. Tiny black holes manifest around Xi Xingfeng, trapping his body in heavy ghost chi as he glares back in terror. Staring helplessly at Anming Zifu, a sudden devastating slash suddenly cuts clean through Xi Xingfeng's body. The strike literally cleaves him in half, unleashing a shockwave so powerful, it completely shatters the rocky ground beneath him. From a nearby rooftop, Jiang Chen shields his eyes, watching the explosive battle unfold before him with a heavy sigh. Muttering about the utterly insane energy, his expression quickly turns serious as he analyzes the grim situation. That is a genuine fierce soul-level threat. The underworld guys are done for. With that, Jiang Chen leaps into action. Urging himself to move faster, Jiang Chen is suddenly clipped by a stray blast that sends him crashing down. He tumbles hard onto a rocky ledge, startling a poor stray cat nearby and sending it leaping away in fright. As the dust clears, a furious Jiang Chen sits up, rubbing his sore head while shouting out in sheer frustration. Shouting in frustration at the complete lack of manners, Jiang Chen completely misses Xi Xingfeng's severed body slowly knitting back together. Lying helplessly on the jagged broken rocks, he watches Anming Zifu slowly approach, his eyes fixed on the boy's self-healing body. Mocking the boy's ability to regenerate, the monster sneers with amusement as he slowly raises his hand, grinning like a complete madman. Gazing down at Xi Xingfeng with a cruel, excited look, he calmly decides on his next brutal move. Deciding that chopping off his head next will do the trick, Anming Zifu's hand creeps closer to the boy. Xi Xingfeng glares back, gritting his teeth as he silently prays for the monster to take just one more step. Completely oblivious to the trap, Anming Zifu continues to step forward, laughing with absolute chilling confidence. He is prepared to drag this demon to hell with him, resolving to trigger a massive self-destruction at any cost. Suddenly, Xi Xingfeng grabs Anming Zifu's wrist, gritting his teeth as he screams in his mind. Knowing this is his only chance, his sudden surge of energy sends a brief flash of shock across the monster's face. But before he can detonate, Zi Xingfeng's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as a shadow suddenly blurs into view. A man arrives like a flash of lightning, grabbing both of their wrists and letting out a relieved sigh. Phew, made it just in time. Over on the Underworld forum, users are going absolutely wild with comments. The evil soul 2 is terrorizing Jiang Bei, but some skeptics on screen still cannot believe it is real. They keep asking if it is actually real, so others quickly shut them down, saying King Taishan himself went to help. That news shocks everyone and someone immediately asks, wait, is King Taishan not supposed to be guarding the Yangtze? The Yangtze River. Back at the battle, Dark 2 glares down at the hand firmly squeezing his wrist. He mutters about the mark on that hand, then raises his head to question the powerhouse who just arrived. What are you doing here, King Taishan? The mighty king just stares back at Dark 2. The king demands 2 pay with his life, but the villain casually slaps the king's hand away from him. He glares, rubbing his sore wrist with a furious grimace before letting out a cold scoff. Fine, let's do this, he sneers, pointing directly up toward the dark sky. Evil energy gathers as he laughs mockingly, telling the king to first ask the friend up above if he agrees. Following Dark 2's finger, Tu Hin Fong looks up, his eyes widening in complete shock at what is there. High above, a massive, terrifying eyeball opens, summoning a grotesque, demonic beast right before them. Both look up in sheer disbelief, but Tu Hin Fong is especially terrified and cannot help but panic. He screams in pure terror, we are doomed. When did that guy even manage to open a massive portal above us? Yet King Taishan remains perfectly calm, assuring the boy that this is just a minor issue. The king's hand, glowing with a sacred mark, begins to unleash a heavy dark energy as he speaks. He explains that massive spells like that require quite a bit of time to gather enough power. His other hand flares with a brilliant blue-white aura, and his steady, confident voice continues to echo. He claims they just need to completely crush him before that happens, and instantly flashes right in front of the enemy. Confronting Dark 2 and his gate, the king asks if he and his portal are linked as one. Caught completely off guard by the sudden question, the villain can only stare blankly, unable to react. The king slams his fists together, exposing the sacred characters as a deafening shockwave rumbles through the air. Powerful vibrations erupt from King Taishan's body as he launches himself directly toward the massive threat above. He strikes right at the portal, leaving Dark 2 absolutely frozen in terror, unable to stop the blow. As the heavy punch shatters the giant eye, the villain receives the exact same devastating damage. Blood violently spurts from his mouth as his broken body is hurled backward, forcing him to quickly retreat toward his portal while clutching his painful chest. He covers his bleeding mouth, muttering that he only came here to retrieve a simple soul fragment. He realizes he cannot afford to lose his life over a failed mission, so he instantly shuts the portal, desperate to get away. Escape is his only option. Just then, Jiang Chen finally arrives on the chaotic scene. He realizes he is too late, but before he can even process the situation, King Taishan moves. The king leaps high into the sky to chase the fleeing villain, while Jiang Chen watches the departing figure in utter awe from below. He wonders how a single blow easily defeated the monster that knocked him down earlier, deeply questioning his power. That absolute powerhouse must be at least king tier, he thinks before making a rather unfair comparison in his mind. A 3-star transformation card is basically total trash next to a monster of that caliber. Distracted by his thoughts, he fails to notice Tu Hin Fong collapsing right behind him until he finally turns around. He panics, yelling out to ask if he is dealing with a human or a ghost. Deep in the forest at the underworld base, Tu Hin Fong grimaces in pain inside a bubbling healing chamber. Outside, Jiang Chen and the medical staff monitor his recovery as a nurse holding a clipboard turns to him with a smile. She praises him for bringing the patient back in time, adding that a little later would have been fatal. He listens, but his eyes drift straight down to her chest, putting on a smooth face to claim it was just his duty. Helping an ally is the duty of every user, he proudly claims as the nurse turns around. She looks back at him with a sigh, wishing everyone in their faction was as kind as he is. She whispers that the others do not even value human life, leaving Jiang Chen standing behind her in stunned silence. He stares at her in complete confusion while her gaze drifts back to the unconscious boy currently floating inside the tank. He did not even act like an outsider, but then a loud voice suddenly called out from the hallway. We have 2 decapitated victims over here, get over here for emergency rescue. Hearing this, the nurse grabbed her chart and quickly hurried over. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood there with a dark expression, silently staring at Xu Xingfeng resting inside the chamber. Smiling bitterly, Jiang Chen dryly joked about how much money a guy could make risking his life like that. Suddenly, a man with messy green hair spoke up from behind, arguing that a sense of mission cannot be measured in money. It is not something you can just put a price tag on. Hearing this, Jiang Chen glanced over at the newcomer. He raised his hand with a bright grin, greeting him as team leader Yang and asking if he still remembered him. I am Jiang Chen from apartment 02, 12th floor building, one of the Jade Garden complex. Then the system suddenly alerted him to Yang Chuan's annoyed thoughts about him joking around, earning Jiang Chen 2,000 ghost energy points. With an annoyed look, Yang Chuan closed his eyes and grumbled that he still had to thank him for saving Xu Xingfeng. Seeing how tense his friend was, Jiang Chen casually stood with his hands on his hips waiting. Yang Chuan ordered him to follow along to write a report, which made Jiang Chen pull an incredibly annoyed face. He complained, asking if Yang Chuan bossed his own father around like this too, but Jiang Chen clearly had no intention of cooperating. Yang Chuan dryly asked if he still wanted the mission reward. The moment Jiang Chen heard the word reward, his eyes instantly lit up and he eagerly chased after him while waving his hands. "Of course I want it," he eagerly yelled quickly, following as Yang Chuan turned away in disgust. Soon, Jiang Chen was chatting away from a chair. He kept babbling about what happened while Yang Chuan sat there taking down the report. Once the details were clear, Yang Chuan typed away while confirming the details, stating that this meant Jiang Chen had successfully stopped the ritual to resurrect Xu Fu's malevolent spirit while also entirely eliminating Dihai's evil soul in the process. He then announced the payout, stating the underworld was willing to reward him with 100,000 points. But the system immediately chimed in, confirming a massive mission reward of 200,000 points instead. Yang Chuan casually pressed the button, sending Jiang Chen into absolute hysterics as he grinned from ear to ear. Laughing happily, he kicked his feet up on the control panel, looking over at Yang Chuan with a smug expression. He rested his chin on his hand, casually stating that he did not actually want the points. Yang Chuan looked up in complete disbelief, asking if he knew how many officers worked their entire lives for that amount. He asked if he was truly sure. Jiang Chen simply grinned, switching hands to lean on with a knowing look. He clarified that it was not about rejecting everything before proposing a very different kind of exchange. He wanted to trade those 200,000 points for level 2 authority within the underworld. Jiang Chen knew his strength was growing incredibly fast, leaving his official rank far behind. Even though he could easily defeat a high-rank Spectre, he was still restricted to hunting low-level ghosts, which made no sense. Level 1 was S-Class Demon Kings, Level 2 was A-Class Evil Spirits, and Level 3 was B-Class Blood Garments. Below that was Level 4 Class Ghosts. He realized he needed to clear this red tape immediately. To get higher-paying missions, he needed the right credentials, but hearing this bold demand made Yang Chuan clench his fist. He barely resisted the urge to punch Jiang Chen, flatly stating that only the director had the authority to grant Level 2 clearances. Meanwhile, the system revealed Yang Chuan's inner rage at how he only held Level 3 authority himself. The system registered a sudden boost of 744 ghost energy points, making Jiang Chen narrow his eyes. He gave him a teasing grin, suggesting they simply wait for the director to arrive. This playful attitude pushed Yang Chuan over the edge. Unleashing his spiritual pressure, he slowly marched forward, cold-faced, to give him a piece of advice. Clenching his fists, Yang Chuan let his energy flare up, whispering a dark alternative. But he suddenly cut himself off and lunged straight toward the dark corner where young Su Qiao was hiding. He aimed right for her, causing the startled little girl to shriek in sheer panic as he charged. Realizing she was caught, Jiang Chen quickly leapt in front of her to block the strike. He looked back, asking her why on earth she had followed him instead of sleeping at home. Su Qiao quickly defended herself, arguing that while Su Ling might be asleep, she herself was wide awake. With the tension finally broken, Jiang Chen shielded the girl, urgently telling Yang Chuan to wait because she was a good ghost. Hearing him say that, an angry Yang Chuan snaps at Jiang Chen. He claims he can tell good from bad himself. It is not Jiang Chen's place to judge. Suddenly, he senses something and turns his body, still shielding Su Qiao. With a sudden gleam in his eyes, Jiang Chen coldly remarks that Yang Xuan lacks the right to speak at all. Feeling deeply insulted, Yang Xuan grows furious. A powerful aura erupts around him and he yells out in rage. He demands to know if Jiang Chen wants to fight. Jiang Chen simply smirks with a slight frown and a soft chuckle. If they truly fought right now, Yang Xuan would be dead. Jiang Chen then turns and asks him a direct question. Did Yang Xuan fail to notice someone entering the room? Jiang Chen then offers another sharp, sarcastic observation. The ghostly energy here is incredibly heavy. Hearing this, a stunned Yang Xuan stands there completely speechless. Just then, a spatial vortex opens up right above them. Wait for it, as an amused voice echoes out. They look up to see a small boy with folded arms. Wearing an official hat, he smiles and praises Jiang Chen. The boy is surprised that Jiang Chen noticed his arrival. Seeing this strange newcomer, Jiang Chen shouts in shock. Yang Xuan quickly runs over to the powerful figure, calling him director in a state of utter panic. He tries to explain himself. However, the smiling director suddenly opens his eyes and shoots him a sharp warning glare. The director coldly tells him to leave. Then he floats cheerfully toward Jiang Chen, grinning from ear to ear. Squinting his eyes, he praises Jiang Chen's sharp gaze. Jiang Chen catches his drift and glances over at Su Qiao. Beside him, the director suddenly moves toward the young girl. She backs away in fear before he leans in close. Terrified and trembling, Su Qiao stammers out to ask what he wants. The old man, however, is absolutely delighted. The director inspects her with great satisfaction, noting that a ghost-type spirit body is an incredibly rare talent. Without hesitation, he tries to win her over, asking if she wants to become a disciple under a legendary Yama. Utterly confused, Su Qiao looks at the director with a blank expression, questioning what that even is. Recalling his master, the director spreads his arms wide and speaks with immense pride about the title. He proudly declares that this person is his master, specifically, the absolute strongest being in the entire world. Su Qiao quickly points at Jiang Chen, asking if this supposedly strongest person can easily beat him up. Jiang Chen watches her in utter embarrassment, his face tightening with frustration. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if she is trying to get him killed. The director simply laughs unbothered. He gently tells her that such a question is impolite, then turns his gaze back to evaluate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen might have a few tricks, but the old man notes he is still far below the strongest, silencing the room. Pointing upward with excitement, he promises Su Qiao that joining the Yamas is her path to greatness. Before long, she would easily surpass Jiang Chen. Hearing this, the young girl's eyes light up with pure excitement. Thrilled at the prospect, she begins to agree. But Jiang Chen suddenly delivers a swift chop to her head. Pulling his hand back with a forced, awkward smile, Jiang Chen tells the director he needs to consult her family. Poor Su Qiao is left totally dazed. She holds her spinning head, muttering in confusion about where she is. Jiang Chen pulls out his phone and dials Chen Shui, who answers on the other end, sounding completely half asleep. He quickly shouts into the phone that he needs her opinion on something, leaving Chen Zhui on the other end. She sleepily demands to know what kind of game he is playing, so Jiang Chen begins to explain the situation. He mentions that Su Ling is actually a rare spirit body. Hearing this, Chen Shui instantly snaps awake. She sits straight up in bed, excitedly asking if he is absolutely sure. Finding a spirit body is incredibly rare. She explains that this is a once-in-a-century cultivation genius. The Grand Master of the Shangqing sect has been searching for such a disciple to inherit his legacy. She promises to report this immediately, assuring him that he will receive a massive reward if this succeeds. Hearing this, Jiang Chen happily agrees, but on the other side, the director is growing increasingly impatient. He anxiously taps his foot, visibly annoyed by the delay, while waiting for Jiang Chen to finish his call. Tapping his arm, the old man casually asks if he is finally done, prompting Jiang Chen to quickly wrap it up. He hangs up and awkwardly explains that her mother cannot make the call and needs to ask the father. But since the father is away on a business trip, things remain undecided. Suddenly, the director begins to glow. The terrifying ghostly energy spikes as if realizing something, while Jiang Chen awkwardly raises his hand, trying to calm him down. "Hey, do not get mad, let us talk this through calmly," Jiang Chen says. But director's son stomps his foot, unleashing a wave of ghostly energy that spreads everywhere. Infuriated, he roars, "Who told you you could just walk in here? Get out." Under that intense pressure, Su Xiao collapses flat onto the ground. Jiang Chen struggles to brace himself against the force. Suddenly, out of nowhere, paper talismans begin fluttering down as a thick black aura rises right behind him. Then a casual voice echoes out from the darkness. "Why are you shouting so loud? You blew away all my talismans." Jiang Chen turns around in absolute shock, quickly raising his hand to cover his mouth and wipe the sweat off his face. He mutters, "Scared the life out of me. I thought that was aimed at me." Meanwhile, an old man, holding 2 or 3 underworld agents in his grasp, smiles and says, "Director's son, long time no see." He then introduces himself as Dao Xuan of the Shangqing sect, here for a visit, while thick black energy continuously radiates from his body. Nearby, Jiang Chen stares at Dao Xuan, who is happily holding several underworld disciples in his hands. Jiang Chen wonders in disbelief. Chen Shui just reported this, and he is already here. Jiang Chen cannot help but marvel at how insanely fast he arrived. Then Dao Xuan, holding one disciple by the head, smiles smugly and says, "Sorry, I was in a bit of a rush and accidentally hurt a few of your low-level underworld guys." He adds, "You do not mind, right?" before tossing the 2 disciples aside and assuring him, "Relax, they are still alive." Seeing this, director's son quickly snaps back in anger. "Dao Xuan, I will not," but the old man completely ignores him, stepping right past to rush towards Su Xiao, leaving director's son staring in utter confusion. Dao Xuan gasps in awe while the poor girl looks around in sheer panic. Dao Xuan immediately pinches and stretches Su Xiao's cheeks, thinking to himself that her spiritual energy is incredibly dense while she whimpers in pain. Then Dao Xuan's eyes light up with a bizarre, creepy grin. He realizes that his grand-aunt's lineage finally has a perfect successor to inherit her legacy. Meanwhile, the girl shivers in fear. Nearby, director's son flies into a rage, clenching his fists and shouting, "Hey, my friend." He tries to keep a polite face, and Dao Xuan turns around to look at him. Director's son immediately cuts him off, telling him not to ask, then proudly adds that she just agreed to become his own master's disciple. Hearing this, Dao Xuan cannot believe his ears and shrieks, "What did you say?" He instantly grabs Su Xiao's shoulders, shaking her vigorously as he asks, "Kid, you did not actually agree to that, did you?" Being shaken like a rag doll, she quickly stammers out that she forgot. Hearing that he takes Su Xiao's hand and casually leads her away smugly, saying, "Well, she forgot, and my sect has a great way to cure forgetfulness, so I will take her now." Behind them, Director's son watches this ridiculous display, his anger rising. His eyes bulge in pure fury as he roars, "Dao Xuan, are you begging for a beating?" Dao Xuan quickly adjusts the talismans hidden in his sleeves, turning around to face Director Sunday. He reminds him it has been over 10 years and nobody has dared to touch a single hair on my head. In response, Director Sun charges forward in a blind rage, shouting, "Then today is the day I do it." Dao Xuan reacts instantly, throwing out his paper talismans to form a glowing barrier that blocks Director Sun, sending him crashing backward. From behind his shield, Dao Xuan smugly asks, "Ha, you think you can stop me in your current state?" Director Sun crashes back, his official hat flying off while Dao Xuan keeps chanting. With a highly provocative smirk on his face, he stares down Director Sun and mocks him. "You expect to touch me without even breaking your seals?" Director Sun wipes his face and stands right back up. He asks Dao Xuan if he really wants to play for keeps. Then Director Sun clasps his hands and roars, "Age 15 years." His body rapidly transforms into a fully grown adult, his face hardening as his eyes widen with a terrifying surge of energy. He yells again, "Left arm, age 15 years." His left hand sprouts lethal razor-sharp claws. Director Sun's body completes its mutation, leaving one hand massively overgrown and deadly. His eyes turn pitch black with rage as he lunges forward, with his claws directly at Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan eagerly meets the attack, summoning a swarm of talismans. Their violent clash is so intense that the roof of the underworld outpost gets blown completely off. Amidst the chaos, Dao Xuan unleashes his spells, laughing hysterically in pure excitement. "Ha, this feels amazing. Keep it coming." But suddenly, from beneath the rubble, Director Sun shouts, "Wait a minute." They look around the ruined wasteland and with great effort, Chief Sun painfully asks where that little girl went. Completely ignoring their explosive battle in a corner of the mental illusion, Jiang Chen holds Su Xiao in his arms and sprints like mad toward the forest edge, deciding that fleeing is the best choice. The next morning at Jiang Chen House, the sun shines high over pink clouds as a live stream begins. A curvy streamer's voice chimes in, welcoming her beloved family to the live, with viewers already flooding the chat. Comments roll in, and among the excited viewers watching the screen is Jiang Chen himself. Glued to his phone, he taps the screen and exclaims in sheer disbelief. Who knew the underworld had such wild streams, especially with a gorgeous female ghost showing off her charms? She proudly introduces her audience to the oldest resident currently staying in the Palace of Yama. Out on a beautiful beach, she points to a white-haired man relaxing on a lounge chair and drinking. He's enjoying the ocean view, and as she introduces him as King Juanlun, he beams with a big smile. The streamer chirps, reminding everyone he's a handsome bachelor over 300 years old. She begs the chat for lots of support, but King Juanlun takes off his dark shades with a grumpy face. He complains about the complete lack of gifts, prompting the face-palming female streamer to quickly nudge him about his performance. She reminds him that he must perform a talent or else nobody is going to send him any gifts. Scratching his half-white, half-black hair with his glasses, Temple King Xuanlun awkwardly wonders what kind of act would work. Suddenly, a spark hits him, and he yells out that he's got the perfect idea, instantly stopping his scratching to stare at the water. Looking at the swirling ghost energy rising from the water, he mentions rumors of Shu Fu hiding nearby. He's supposedly seeking shelter under King Zhao, so King Juanlun makes a high-stakes deal with the live viewers. If they send him a carnival gift, he'll dive down and eliminate Shu Fu for their entertainment. The hyped-up crowd actually starts gifting, and an excited King Juanlun slides his sunglasses back on. He cheers happily as a flashy carnival firework effect explodes on his screen, with the streamer also getting excited. The female streamer looks on in sheer excitement, while back home, Jiang Chen watches the screen with growing curiosity. As the streamer begs the audience for more gifts, Jiang Chen can't help but wonder if King Zhao isn't an ultra-tier demon far above standard ghosts. The stream continues to echo with energetic pleas for more support as the hype builds up. Seeing the crowd's wild enthusiasm, King Xuanlun doesn't hesitate to raise the stakes with another bold offer. For 100 carnivals, he promises to dive down and eliminate King Zhao himself, sending the chat room into absolute chaos. The streamer happily counts up to 150 carnivals, panning her camera back to his seat. She turns to look at his chair, but King Xuanlun has vanished, leaving the streamer completely bewildered. Wondering where he went, she looks down as thick, dark energy continuously swirls and rises from the surface. King Xuanlun stands on the ocean, strolling casually on the water while adjusting his shades and scanning the area. Sensing the incredibly thick, dark energy rising from the depths, he mutters that he must be in the right spot. He points to his custom glasses, camera, and reminds his audience to keep those generous gifts coming. His high-tech shades beep to lock in the livestream camera, prompting him to raise both of his hands high toward the sky. He looks up and clasps his hands together over the water, beginning to channel his dark energy to summon a giant orb. A massive glowing sphere forms right above him as he excitedly tells the stream chat to get ready. With a sharp, deep exhale, King Juanlin suddenly thrusts his hands downward to unleash the massive attack. He commands the giant sphere to launch, and the enormous fireball hurtles downward, threatening to obliterate everything below the surface. Down in the deep, Xu Fu grits his teeth in pure annoyance and quickly begins chanting a spell. He conjures a swirling dark portal right above his head, just as that massive fireball comes crashing down toward him. Under the ocean, he commands the portal to expand to match the incoming giant attack. As the portal stretches wide enough to fit the fireball, Xu Fu clasps his hands tightly to trigger his magic. Shouting a desperate chant of teleportation, dark blood begins to spill painfully from his eyes and mouth. His eyes bulge in agony as a second portal suddenly rips open right next to an unsuspecting King Xuanlun. He blinks in utter confusion, asking why it went that way right before the massive ball crashes down into the water. The water trembles violently. Then it explodes like a ticking bomb, sending massive waves everywhere. Giant waves crash outward. A towering pillar of water shoots directly up toward Jiang Chen. He stares at his phone. His face darkens with pure confusion. Did that guy just throw a nuke? Back on stream, Aming Zifu staggers on the water. He gasps in pure agony. Nearby, Xuanlun Wang watches with a smirk, saying, "Not bad, you actually blocked my little son." Aming Zifu remains completely silent, struggling for air. Xuanlun Wang quickly closes the distance and grabs him by the shoulders. He holds him by the shoulders, smiling. "I will let you live for 5 more minutes." Suddenly, Aming Zifu rapidly gathers power in his hand. Xuanlun Wang looks down and barks a quick order. "Go call Xiao Wang for me," but a sudden powerful strike lands directly on Xuanlun Wang's face. Dai Aming Zifu screams in rage. After the heavy blow, smoke rises from Xuanlun Wang's face. His glasses shatter and completely crumble to pieces. Annoyed, he mutters that a sneak attack is incredibly cheap and cowardly. Instantly, he conjures a sharp, deadly weapon. He swings his hand with absolute blinding fury. He slashes at Anming Zifu, slamming him face first directly into the water. "You broke my glasses. How am I supposed to live stream now, you absolute bastard?" As Zifu lies defeated, coughing up blood, a mysterious figure steps out from the water towards Xuanlun Wang. "Beating up my little brother like that is not very nice." Hearing this, he glares back and questions him. So Xiao Wang finally showed up, looking highly amused. The self-proclaimed king eyes him with confidence. He declares that since he is here, the king will not be leaving alive. Hearing this, he removes his broken glasses and laughs with pure disdain. "Leave? How utterly pathetic." Without hesitation, Xuanlun Wang charges forward, screaming at Xiao Wang in fury. "If I leave, how can I face the supportive fans who gifted me all those expensive carnivals?" The water violently shakes. The chaotic clash shapes a giant sphere of water before stretching into a massive water vortex. Thunderous sounds of brutal fistfights and violent energy impacts echo all around them. Finally, a colossal aquatic explosion erupts. Fierce shockwaves from their battle ripple outward. Heavy waves crash into nearby buildings. On the shore, the female streamer is completely drenched and furious. Flame erupts from her body. She screams, warning Xuanlun Wang that he must not take his jokes too far. But the moment she finishes, a giant, severed head is tossed onto the beach, leaving her completely stunned. Xuanlun Wang stands coolly on the severed head, looking at her to ask if that was worth the carnivals. He proudly announces that he has officially brought back Xiao Wang's head for the viewers. Placing a hand on Xiao Wang's jaw, he smiles. The guy actually had 3 transformations. Fighting him was a major pain. Meanwhile, the female streamer obediently points her live camera at him. Back home, Jiang Chen stares at his phone in deep disappointment. He completely missed the actual fight, but then he summons his flesh Lingzi with a grin, feeling highly energized. Watching a stream like this really gets the blood pumping. Instantly, he makes a decision. Time to hunt some ghosts tonight for fun. Later, terrified screams echo through the city. Jiang Chen voice rings out, telling someone not to be shy. It is him and Gu Hongya. Teleporting to a high rooftop, he grabs her hand. She follows him with extreme hesitation. She stammers, "I have only trained for 2 days. Can I really do this?" Jiang Chen turns back with a smile, reminding her that after tonight it is 3 days. Gu Hongya sweats nervously, clutching her phone. This mission looks incredibly terrifying and dangerous for a beginner. Below, a dead ghost lies in a pool of blood. The system rates it a C+ threat. The base reward is 1,000 points. The deceased was an evil person despised by everyone. Both his adoptive parents and sister died mysteriously, followed by the sudden, unexplained deaths of his entire household. Finally, he committed suicide by jumping. Back in reality, Gu Hongya trembles as she reads this. Sweating in absolute terror, she mutters that a child turning into a ghost is truly a hopeless tragedy. Soon the two of them arrive in a creepy alleyway where a deeply ominous gloom hangs heavy in the air. Jiang Chen strolls along with a cheerful grin, humming a little tune, urging his companion to bravely step forward. Behind him, Gu Hongya is shivering with absolute terror, her face completely pale as she stutters his name in a panic. Her face turns completely white as she nervously whispers that she feels like dozens of creepy hidden eyes are staring right at her. Hearing her terrified warning, Jiang Chen does not show a single shred of fear. Instead, he turns around with a wide grin and playfully teases her, congratulating her for learning how to scare herself with her own imagination. He turns back to keep walking but suddenly stops dead in his tracks when the creepy silhouette of a child appears right in front of him. It is a demonic child with hundreds of twitching eyes covering its face, all staring directly at him, which leaves him utterly speechless. He yells out in sheer shock, exclaiming that there really are a ton of creepy eyes staring right at them. The little demon girl then darts through an open doorway, calling out to Jiang Chen as she runs away. She asks him to play a game, leaving both of them standing there completely baffled by her bizarre behavior. The bizarre child giggles and chatters with sheer excitement, glancing back to make sure they are following her every step. The multi-eyed creature happily skips ahead and urges them to hurry up as she leads them deeper into the unknown. Walking behind, Jiang Chen cannot help but wonder out loud if the challenge has already officially started. Behind him, Gu Hongya frowns with deep worry and confusion as they are led straight to a highly ominous abandoned building. They end up on the rooftop where a hopscotch grid is drawn and the creepy multi-eyed child eagerly turns to them. She excitedly suggests playing a game of hopscotch, pointing her tiny finger toward her bizarre face covered in twitching eyes. Her many eyes narrow with pure delight as she proposes a simple penalty: the winner gets to flick the loser's forehead. Gu Hongya immediately covers her mouth in absolute terror, realizing deep down that this is no ordinary playground game. She stares closely at the chalk-drawn grid and suddenly panics, realizing the final square sits completely off the edge of the roof. The dark reality instantly hits them, making them realize that whoever takes the final jump is guaranteed to fall to their death. Faced with this deadly invitation, both of them stand in dead silence, staring back at the creepy child who waits patiently. Without waiting another single second for their response, the hopscotch ghost takes the initiative. She suddenly extends her hand and happily suggests playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to go first. All of the demon's eyes narrow with sheer anticipation, prompting Jiang Chen to step up and extend his hand without a second thought. Standing behind him, Gu Hongya desperately yells out in fear, warning him that he absolutely cannot take the first turn. Hearing her frantic warning, the ghost's eyes gleam with malice as she celebrates her guaranteed victory in her mind. She boasts to herself that her dozens of eyes can easily read his hand gestures, keeping the entire deadly game completely under her absolute control. They both reveal their moves at the exact same moment. Jiang Chen plays paper while the devious ghost plays scissors. As Jiang Chen stares at his hand in confusion, the smug spirit grins and declares that she won, so he must jump first. Jiang Chen does not even bother to argue, casually stuffing his hands in his pockets as he steps up to the hopscotch grid. He agrees to take the first turn, while the malicious spirit watches closely, immediately taking a leap into the very first square. He lands solidly in the second square before springing forward again, while the creepy creature watches his progress with a highly confident grin. She quietly laughs to herself, telling him to get ready to fall to his death as he approaches the final edge. Even if he chooses to stop, she fully intends to shove him off the edge herself as he reaches the very brink of the rooftop. Gu Hongya points in absolute panic, screaming for him to stop, but Jiang Chen has already leapt straight off the high building. He dives downward into the empty air without showing a single trace of hesitation on his face. His feet land safely on a massive flattened flesh Lingji summon that perfectly cushions his fall, making him cheer with great excitement. The multi-eyed demon stares in complete disbelief and screams in utter confusion, demanding to know what is actually going on. Jiang Chen merely turns around with a wide smirk and asks if his successful jump means that she officially lost. Up on the roof, Gu Hongya finally lets out a sigh of relief, playfully complaining that he scared her half to death. Realizing she has been outsmarted, the multi-eyed spirit pushes her hair back and grumpily accepts the results of their game. She tells him to go ahead, muttering that a single forehead flick is no big deal. She secretly plans to destroy him in the next round, but Jiang Chen doesn't hesitate and delivers a sharp flick to her forehead. Deciding to try another move later, Jiang Chen does not hesitate as he forcefully flicks its forehead. Right after that simple flick, its brain gets blasted completely out, leaving the hopscotch ghost with eyes wide in shock as the system chimes. The little demon screams in protest, asking if he really calls that a forehead flick. The hopscotch ghost is dead, adding 600 ghost energy. Dusting off his hands with a smug grin, Jiang Chen casually explains to Sister Han that this is pretty much how you deal with ghosts. Standing right beside him, Gu Hongya stares blankly before her eyes go wide with disbelief as she tries to process the scene. "There is absolutely no way I can do that," she stammers. Suddenly, the noisy chatter of a group of kids echoes from right behind them. "Is someone playing hopscotch upstairs?" they ask. "Let us go join them." Hearing their voices, Jiang Chen turns around looking quite surprised. He looks over at them, spotting a round-headed ghost peering closely into a trash pile. There is nobody in the trash pile, it confirms. Meanwhile, another little ghost checks inside a small shack nearby to search the area. It also reports that there is no one behind the warehouse. Just then, a two-horned ghost starts looking around the area. Peering beneath the metal roof, it confirms that there is nobody hiding under the shelter either. From atop the roof, another ghost yells down that there is absolutely nobody up there as well. Finding nothing, the four ghosts gather around. The triangle-headed one stands with the others, staring down at a motionless body in absolute shock. They gasp in disbelief. Below them lies the dead board game ghost, flattened in a pool of blood, with its head completely crushed. Its eyes are still wide open. In unison, they scream that it is Xiao Wu. Witnessing this, the triangle-headed ghost panics completely. Running and shouting in confusion, it demands to know who could have possibly killed Xiao Wu before quickly coming to a realization. There is only one way out, and since nobody went downstairs, they must still be hiding up on the rooftop. The other two ghosts rush after him in a panic as system notifications keep popping up, adding 250 ghost energy. The endless notifications leave them utterly dazed. Looking around the rooftop, the small two-horned ghost mutters to itself in confusion. There is nothing on the roof, so where on earth did they go, wonders. Suddenly, one of the ghosts charges violently toward the metal awning. Jiang Chen and Gu Hongya tumble out from hiding in a state of panic as the tin roof is shattered to pieces. "Did you really think you could hide?" the little ghost screams. Landing on the ground, Jiang Chen looks quite flustered. He asks how on earth they managed to find them when they were hiding so well. The triangle-headed ghost points a finger at him in anger. "Do you take us for complete fools?" it shrieks. Jiang Chen merely shrugs it off with a casual smile, completely unfazed. Raising his hands, he admits that they got him before casually suggesting a change of pace for their little game. "Now it is your turn to hide and mine to seek," he says, but the two-horned ghost immediately charges at him without warning. Jiang Chen barely manages to dodge the sudden strike. "You actually think we are here to play games with you?" the ghost rages. The round-headed ghost quickly joins the fray, throwing a massive punch toward him while screaming for his life. "Hand over your life," it bellows, but Jiang Chen slickly dodges. Meanwhile, the square-headed ghost reaches its jagged arms toward Gu Hongja. Terrifying the poor girl, the monster sneers that she is up next, promising to grind her down into complete minced meat. Its arms swell up to a massive size as it lunges at Gu Hongya, but two hands suddenly grab its wrists midair. Jiang Chen blocks the giant fists, flashing a deeply unsettling smile at the stunned square-headed monster. "This lady does not know how to play, so let me join instead," he says, before effortlessly hurling the beast high into the air. He summons arcs of lightning that crash directly down on the remaining demons, leaving Jiang Chen looking quite exhausted from the effort. Turning to Gu Hongya, he asks her to take out one of them as she sees an opening. She nervously clasps her hands together and agrees. "I will give it a shot," she says immediately, unleashing a massive energy blast toward the approaching monsters. Sensing the terrifying power behind her attack, Jiang Chen quickly prepares to leap out of the way. "Sister Hong's skill is way too dangerous, I have to dodge," he thinks, but suddenly his foot gets caught. He trips over his own shoelaces and faceplants onto the dirt, giving the square-headed ghost a perfect opening. It rushes in ready to slice him with its razor-sharp saw arms while screaming that this is their chance to finish him off. But as its sharp teeth bite down on him, the monster cries out in shock, wondering how his head could possibly be this hard. Jiang Chen grits his teeth and bears the pressure, even though those massive jaws are hurting like absolute hell. Although his defensive shield is fully active, he still turns to glare at Gu Hongja in pure frustration. "I told you to aim at these three, not at me," he yells. Terrified, she can only stammer out an apology. Getting serious, Jiang Chen finally unleashes his true power as fierce blazing flames erupt all around him. Clenching his fists, he declares that it is time they wrap up this chaotic brawl once and for all. Time to show these punks who really runs this kindergarten, and with that, Jiang Chen begins swinging his hands. He fires off pure blasts of energy right at the square-headed demon, sending the creature into a total panic. One hit is all it takes. Jiang Chen delivers a lightning-fast slash that cleanly takes off the monster's square head. Moving on to his next target, he grabs the big-headed demon by the throat as it screams in terror, "My head, my head." Without missing a beat, he grips the neck with both hands and rips that massive head clean off. The severed head rolls away in absolute horror, prompting the last demon to scream in terror, calling Jiang Chen the real monster. This heart-faced demon watches in absolute shock as its friend's head goes tumbling across the floor. With two down, Jiang Chen turns to Gu Hongya and offers her the last one to get some practice in. Staring at the bloody mess on the ground, she stammers out that she is way too terrified of it. Furious beyond words, the remaining monster begins radiating a creepy glowing green aura. Jiang Chen starts to wonder if this thing is actually a blood-clothed tear, but then the creature's mouth suddenly distorts. It stretches into a massive gaping maw, roaring out in pure rage that it is going to murder them both. Driven by raw fury, it lunges straight at Gu Hongya, prompting her to throw her hands forward in a desperate strike. She unleashes her spell, but seeing the monster stand completely unfazed makes her cry out in utter panic. Why did that do absolutely nothing? But just then, the beast steps directly onto its fallen ally's severed head. A faint electronic beep echoes from the skull right before it detonates, blasting the monster backwards. The blast tears its newly transformed body to shreds, leaving a gruesome sight that has Gu Hongya utterly bewildered. She asks why it just blew itself up, and Jiang Chen chuckles. Turns out that kid's head was actually a landmine. Staring at the monster's gruesome remains, which is now just a head and a pile of dangling guts, she asks a question. She asks if this technically counts as her kill, leaving Jiang Chen with a helpless smile. He tells her she is a once-in-a-century genius whose ability to bring bad luck is terrifying. At his cheerful words, Gu Hongya beams with pride and clasps her hands together. Assuming the job is done, she gets quite the surprise when Jiang Chen grabs her hand to drag her further in. Confused but with no choice, she follows him. Outside, a dim light shines through the window of a nearby house. Indoors, a woman wearing an apron stands at her kitchen counter and calls out to the next room. She asks Zhang Xiaohao why his sister is not home yet, and the boy playing nearby answers. Guessing she is still playing outside, the boy plays on while Gu Hongya peers in and recognizes his name. Is that not the kid who jumped off the building in their mission files? Suddenly, a green-haired man appears. He stands behind the busy woman, offering to go search for the girl since it is getting so late. She turns around and snaps that it is fine, but her face is a horrific patchwork of stitched-together skin. Grotesque surgical scars cover her, yet the man just casually heads for the door with a weird smile. He mentions going for a stroll before dinner, but young Zhang Xiaohao suddenly shouts in protest. Looking up, a massive, ghastly chunk of the boy's head is missing, and just then Jiang Chen bursts in. He slams the door open so hard it sends the poor kid flying backward with legs in the air. He complains that he is absolutely starving to death and asks if they can stay over for dinner. He stomps right inside under the mother's bewildered gaze, who quickly places one hand on her son. She gestures toward her brother while patting her son's head, offering the intruders a highly unsettling smile of welcome. She welcomes them on behalf of her family, telling them to wait while she goes to cook. She limps off into the kitchen on her crippled leg, leaving young Zhang Xiaohao shivering in complete dread. Jiang Chen casually comments on how incredibly welcoming his mother seems, but the boy is terrified. The child covers his face, nervously glancing back toward the kitchen before whispering that she is not really his mother. Gu Hongya looks confused, prompting the kid to reveal a dark, chilling family secret. His father chopped her into pieces and dumped her in a bin filled with severed limbs. They stitch her back together into a monster, but then a voice calls from the kitchen for help. The boy runs off, and the silent uncle suddenly steps up to speak. Jiang Chen notices the guy turn around, covering his mouth to whisper for them to look at how those two are acting. He warns them not to believe a word, claiming he only stayed here by accident before things suddenly changed. Now he's treated as family and they won't let him leave, begging them for help. As he desperately begs for help, a chilling voice suddenly echoes from the kitchen, calling out that dinner is ready. This sudden chilling scream sends the green-haired man jumping in absolute panic, recognizing the voice. A curly-haired man with completely pale eyes invites everyone to join them for dinner. He carries a giant tub filled with human skulls and freshly severed limbs dripping with blood. While Gu Hongya looks down at the gruesome sight in absolute horror, Jiang Chen gets incredibly excited, marveling at how sumptuous this human meat feast looks. The entire table is piled high with stomach-churning dishes ranging from severed limbs and internal organs to bowls of fresh human blood pudding. The green-haired man leans in close behind Gu Hongya, whispering that these are all body parts. They belong to travelers who accidentally wandered in just like them, making her face turn completely pale with horror. She quickly covers her mouth to suppress her urge to vomit, trying to suggest leaving, but Jiang Chen is already drooling over the feast. He stares greedily at the food while the little boy Zhang Xiaohao picks up a severed arm. Jiang Chen immediately snatches the arm right out of the kid's hand and stuffs it into his own mouth. Chewing happily, he invites Gu Hongya to join in while she can only offer a trembling, forced smile in response. She stammers that she is not hungry and wants to rest, while little Zhang Xiaohao beside them suddenly screams in anger. The boy yells that Jiang Chen is biting his actual hand as the warm light of the window glows from the dark outside. But the light instantly goes out, plunging the room into pitch blackness, where a terrified Gu Hongya sits huddled up on her bed. Jiang Chen lies casually on the adjacent bed, completely unbothered while she nervously whispers his name. She asks what they should do next, and he simply tells her to wait with a completely relaxed expression. A sudden noise outside makes Jiang Chen open his eyes, flashing a dangerous grin as he whispers that they have finally arrived. The green-haired man slips through the door, his face dripping with sweat as he delivers some urgent news. He whispers that they are asleep and that they need to escape immediately. He turns back with a finger over his lips, urging them to keep quiet and move as fast as possible. Sneaking toward the staircase, the three of them move in a quiet single-file line, trying to remain absolutely silent. Gu Hongya suddenly whispers Jiang Chen's name, and when he glances back, she points directly at the guide leading them. She asks if he finds the green-haired man strange, pointing out that a highly putrid and disgusting smell is coming off him, but Jiang Chen remains calm. He looks ahead calmly and replies that of course he smells since he is actually a demon too. Just then, the man's feet melt into squelching piles of mud, leaving thick, dirty footprints on the floor behind him. Back in the house, the woman's voice suddenly echoes, wondering where her brother and the two newcomers have gone. Her face twists in anger as she realizes he is trying to keep the prey for himself, ordering a chase. The curly-haired man grumpily joins the pursuit while little Zhang Xiaohao stands back. Watching the two demons dash off, the creepy kid chuckles wickedly, muttering that it looks like he will have to rebuild his family once again. His expression turns completely sinister while back with our group, the mud-foot demon leaps down a steep cliff to escape. Jiang Chen and Gu Hongye remain standing at the top, watching as the demon runs ahead without looking back. He urges them to jump, promising that once they cross this stream, the others will not be able to follow them. Sensing that no one is behind him, he spins around in a panic, wondering where they went. He looks up at the pair still standing safely on the edge, asking why they did not jump. Jiang Chen turns to Gu Hongye, explaining that more powerful demons are much better at hiding their true forms. They can look almost identical to humans, blending in seamlessly without anyone ever noticing their true nature. She smiles, realizing that since even she could spot this one, it must be incredibly weak. Her teasing triggers a system notification displaying the demon's absolute outrage at being called a total noob. He gains 599 demon energy points as his muddy feet begin to bubble up into a liquid. They dissolve into a disgusting puddle, and the monster roars about how they dared insult his strength. Slime starts dripping down his face as his features begin to melt away completely. Melting like liquid mud, the demon spreads its arms wide and screams to the heavens that they will both feel the agony. He wants them trapped in the suffocating muck, and now his body has completely liquefied into a disgusting puddle of living slime. Jiang Chen calls out for Sister Hong to step up, but she is already striking back, visibly anxious. She yells that he should have warned her earlier because this creature looks absolutely hideous, right before the slime suddenly surges toward her. The muck attempts to grab Ko Hong-na, but a dry branch suddenly snaps off a nearby tree and drops straight down. It smacks the mud demon, throwing it completely off balance, which Jiang Chen finds absolutely hilarious from his spot above. The monster stands back up, rubbing its head with an evil grin, asking if they honestly thought it would be that easy to kill. Jiang Chen flashes an equally sinister smile, asking how the creature would like to get smashed in a much more painful, complicated way. To demonstrate the eerie eye of the flesh, Ling Ji manifests on his waist, and with a cold glare, Jiang Chen prepares his move. He summons the massive blade, raising it high and aiming a devastating downward strike directly at the mud demon's head. The beast only has time to gasp in horror before the powerful weapon shreds its body to absolute mush. Jiang Chen mocks the beast for not even lasting a single hit, leaving nothing but a horribly mutilated pile of flesh behind. All that remains is a twitching mouth with two lonely teeth and hollow white eyes gasping on the dirt floor. Out of nowhere, the sister demon creeps up behind Jiang Chen, crying out in utter disbelief. She screams about what happened to her little brother and accuses Jiang Chen, who quickly raises his hands in defense to explain. He tells her it is a complete misunderstanding, showing his phone screen to ask if the girl pictured is indeed her daughter. He explains her brother brutally killed the girl, so they had to step in to stop his cruelty. But the phone screen actually displays a bounty completion message with 300 points next to a picture of the curly-haired demon. Looking closely at the screen, she actually thanks him and says he is quite a nice guy, but then the other demon slaps him hard on the back, screaming that he is an idiot because that is clearly a bounty claim from the Underworld app. She points out that Jiang Chen killed both their family members, prompting Jiang Chen to chuckle and mockingly praise her for having a brain. Her face contorts into a hideous mask of pure rage as she screams at him to give her back her family. The stitches on her arms and face begin tearing open in a grotesque display, while the curly-haired demon also begins to morph. It looks like they are skipping straight to their ultimate move as countless grotesque limbs and extra heads start sprouting all over him. Heads, arms, and legs burst out in a chaotic, monstrous pile, but Jiang Chen remains entirely unbothered by the horrific sight. He simply sighs and jokes that it is his very first time witnessing such an abstract, twisted version of couples fusion. One of the newly sprouted heads spilling exposed brain barks at the other to move his brain aside so she can take control. The fused monstrosity twitches and deforms into a stomach-churning mass of flesh, letting out a series of deep, guttural groans. The hybrid beast is finally complete, spreading its multiple arms and roaring toward the sky with terrifying fury. While it rages, Jiang Chen calmly looks back and tells Sister Hong to step aside and let him handle this mess. He says he will wrap this up quickly, picking up his pace as he charges directly toward the newly formed abomination. He delivers a clean slash that cleaves its head right off, but to his surprise, the monster reaches out and catches it midair. This bizarre sight startles Jiang Chen, especially when the monster winds up like a baseball pitcher with its own severed head. It chucks the head straight at his face, only to catch it on the rebound and pop it right back onto its neck. As the beast mocks him with a jagged grin, an irritated Jiang Chen unsheathes the flesh Lingji and snaps. He commands the weapon to slice the monster in half, sending the blade charging forward to attack. But the hybrid demon suddenly sprouts 2 extra eyes on its forehead, laughing that it can see everything coming. No matter how many times the blade slices, a brand new head immediately grows back to replace the old one. One of its multiple heads suddenly shoots forward like a snake, bearing its hideous jagged teeth right in Jiang Chen's face. But Jiang Chen has already prepared a massive fist, grinning as he tells the beast he was waiting for this. He says he only wanted to lure it close before delivering a brutal punch right into the center of its face. The impact is so devastating that it blows the head apart, sending the beast reeling backward, though it suddenly swings a leg out to counterattack. The surprise strike from behind catches him off guard for a split second, but he quickly ducks to dodge the blow. He activates his tyrant demon body with a heavy frown, warning the monster that he is officially getting annoyed now. Gathering massive spiritual energy in his palm, Jiang Chen slams his hand down to summon a colossal bolt of lightning directly onto the beast. He angrily snaps at her, telling her not to kick people with those dirty, unwashed feet. A moment later, a charred male corpse is revealed. Jiang Chen walks closer, looks down, and wonders about it. Wait, it reverted to its true form, but where is the other half? Gu Hongya suddenly screams from afar, warning Jiang Chen to watch his back. Right in front of her stands a tree with very familiar stitch marks. Exposed, the monster immediately swings a thick branch to strike. Gu Hongya swings her weapon, yelling at the talkative monster. The female demon has now turned into a hollow, patched-up tree. Standing right in front of Jiang Chen, she flashes a smug grin, laughing that he never expected her to survive. Fusing with plants is quite easy, right? But before she can celebrate, she freezes in absolute panic. Wait, thick ivy vines have suddenly wrapped completely around the fused demon's body, binding her tightly. Jiang Chen stands nearby, controlling the vines with a mischievous grin, mocking her for trying to fuse with a tree. Wood manipulation happens to be his absolute specialty. The demon desperately tries to bite through her bindings, but it is entirely useless. She cries out in terror. Meanwhile, Gu Hongya is still lying on the ground, groaning in pain after being knocked down. Jiang Chen eyes flare with rage. How dare she hurt his beloved landlord? There is absolutely no forgiveness for this. He tightens the vines around the demon's wooden shell, squeezing it so hard until the trunk completely shatters into tiny pieces. A dark stream of demonic energy escapes from the dry trunk, revealing the monster's hidden face. Her face is now attached to a slithering snake-like body. She crawls away in terror, throwing out a pathetic threat. As long as the forest survives, she can always strike back. But suddenly, her face freezes in sheer horror. Right in front of her stands Jiang Chen, effortlessly holding a massive boulder with a terrifying, devious grin. Blocking her path completely, he asks where she thinks she's going before instantly throwing the gigantic rock right at her. The heavy stone crushes her head to pieces. The system screen immediately flashes, confirming the death of the head-bursting demon. 520 demon energy gained. Fused demon eliminated, adding another 890. Jiang Chen turns to check on Gu Hongya. He asks if she is alright, but she is still lying completely unconscious on the cold ground. Jiang Chen walks over to lift her up, puckering his lips and playfully offering to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Gu Hongya slowly opens her eyes only to see Jiang Chen's face zoomed in way too close for comfort. The sight is absolutely terrifying up close. Completely startled, she reflexively grabs Jiang Chen by the neck with both hands, closes her eyes, and screams at the top of her lungs. She shrieks, calling him an octopus monster. Jiang Chen gets choked so hard that his tongue literally hangs out of his mouth. After they both finally calm down, Jiang Chen rubs his sore neck, now covered in 6 distinct finger marks, and speaks. He says he is just glad she is safe, then suggests heading back to that spooky house. Hearing this, Gu Hongya stares in complete shock and confusion. Do they really have to go back for the kid with half a head? Jiang Chen immediately nods and says something like that. Soon they arrive at the front door. Walking closely behind him, Gu Hongya warns that there seems to be a much stronger presence inside. Dark, eerie energy continuously leaks out of the building, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Jiang Chen smiles, pushes the door open, and yells for Xiao Hao to come out and face his doom. But they both instantly freeze in terror. They are completely horrified by the sight before them. The young ghost is already standing there. He is waiting for them with a sinister smirk, and the hollow dent on his head has now been filled with a toy. With his eyes rolling wildly, he giggles that he knew they would come back. He boasts that he is prepared. Gu Hongya immediately leaps forward, channeling her magic to strike at the small demon. Unleashing a massive surge of energy to crush the kid, she quickly yells at Jiang Chen to get out of the way. Jiang Chen watches her impressive attack and can't help but admire her rapid progress. Just one night of training and she is already making progress. Yet compared to a blood-shirt demon, she is still far too weak. Sure enough, her pink energy blast is instantly split in two by a sudden wave of yellow light. Gu Hongya quickly raises both arms to block, but the raw power of the counterattack hits her hands directly. Looking down at her hands, she sighs, realizing the blast was neutralized and she barely feels any pain. It barely hurts at all, but suddenly she gasps in shock. On the back of each hand, a bizarre symbol has appeared. Two square and circle icons are attached to her hands. Suddenly, her arms move on their own, throwing a powerful punch. She swings directly at Jiang Chen, completely panicking as she yells out his name in sheer terror. Jiang Chen quickly raises his arms to block, groaning at the insane strength behind her sudden strike. Right after that, his hand starts growing the exact same bizarre deformity as Gu Hong's. Meanwhile, the little devil points to the block on its own head, flashing a smug grin while bragging that this is its ultimate toy block power. Any body part struck by the toy block's strange energy wave will immediately sprout its matching half. Based on the exact size of those growths, the creature can seize 50%, 100%, or even 200% of the control. Suddenly, the toy block on Jiang Chen's hand begins to move. The affected body part spawns a brand new toy block under the devil's complete command. Helpless to stop it, Jiang Chen's own arm swings forward, throwing a violent punch straight toward Gu Hongja. The little monster cackles in absolute delight at the chaotic sight, hoping they will just beat each other to death right here. Jiang Chen struggles, realizing he made a careless mistake. In this current state, he cannot even summon his flesh Lingji. As his body moves against his will, his eyes suddenly land on the demonic echo drum hanging at his waist, sparking hope. Perfect. He has his newly upgraded Kunyu drum, which has not been tested yet. Without hesitation, he taps the drumhead with 2 fingers. Instantly, the giant eye on the drum snaps wide open, sending a chill through the little devil. Panicked, the creature looks down only to realize it is standing directly on a colossal staring eye. Its face turns dark as sheer cold despair washes over its tiny body. Within a few seconds, its physical form begins to burn right on top of the eye. Suddenly, a second head sprouts from its shoulders. The new head is incredibly grotesque and twisted. Screaming in pure agony, the writhing monster vows to drag them down to hell with it. A massive pillar of energy erupts from inside the house, blasting straight through the ceiling and shattering the entire roof. Jiang Chen quickly grabs Gu Hongya, leaping clear of the blast. Clinging to his neck, she sighs in sweet relief. She gasps that they are saved, but Jiang Chen just frowns in disbelief. The main character literally just got here. The mastermind behind this entire mess, the dark silhouette of a demon still hiding in the corner watching them. Suddenly, Jiang Chen looks at Gu Hongya and flashes a sly grin. Watch this, he mischievously asks if she ever tried a bamboo copter. She blinks, asking what. Before she can react, the flesh Lingji latches onto her back, spinning around and lifting her right off the ground. Terrified, she screams to ask what he is doing while Jiang Chen calmly raises his hand to instruct his loyal pet to carry Sister Hong home safely. Suddenly, a creepy, heartless little imp appears out of nowhere. It wears a wrinkled old man mask, sporting a wild reddish-orange mane that looks exactly like a lion's hair on its head. Wandering out, the creepy kid asks if Jiang Chen has seen its heart, gesturing toward the hollow, empty hole in its chest. Jiang Chen flashes a mocking smirk, asking if the kid does not even have a heart. That makes you a total loser. The system screen pops up, noting that despite having no heart, this little imp sure knows how to strike a nerve. Ghost Chi plus 1200. The imp's face darkens as it fires back, asking if Jiang Chen even has a heart. Jiang Chen casually replies that his nickname is Heartless and Lungless, asking if the kid even has lungs. The system literally curses him to stick to the script. Ghost Chi plus 4600. The little devil retorts that he is not just heartless but a cold-blooded monster who brutally killed his entire family. Hearing this, Jiang Chen simply leans down, getting right in its face. He drops a brutal truth bomb, telling the kid that it does not have a family because it is an orphan. This immediately leaves the imp speechless, but Jiang Chen is far from done exposing its dark secrets. First, the imp used Ghost Chi to control Zhang Xiaohao's father and force him to murder the mother. Then it threw the boy off the balcony to drive the father to suicide, only to turn the demonized family of 3 into its own playhouse. Wearing a toy block, it is nothing but a twisted, sick orphan. Completely exposed and sweating profusely, the trembling little monster desperately stammers that it is definitely not an orphan. Showing absolutely no mercy, Jiang Chen relentlessly chants orphan, 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 orphan over and over again. He repeats it like a toxic mantra until the little demon snaps, clutching its head and screaming in sheer agony. Finally losing its mind, it unleashes a destructive blast of energy straight at Jiang Chen, roaring that it will kill him to join its family. But as the thick dust clears, someone stands before it. Looking down with a matching lion-like mane of hair, it is none other than Jiang Chen himself. By now, his hands have fully transformed into sharp, hairy claws, and his eyes have turned blood red as blood steadily drips down from his head. Yet his sharp fangs still flash a manic grin, glad he activated his Kui Mulang demon form just in time. Otherwise, that single blow would have finished him. Meanwhile, the little demon prepares to strike yet again. The creature unleashes another heavy strike directly at him, but Jiang Chen doesn't look worried. In fact, a wave of pure excitement washes over his face. Raising his twin claws, he wonders if there really is a blood garment this powerful. This beast is on a completely different level from those previous weaklings he fought. Meanwhile, the little demon's features distort into an even more grotesque shape. Manipulating its dark powers with both hands, the creature cackles, praising Jiang Chen for being an exceptionally strong human. Reaching a claw toward Jiang Chen, the creature demands his heart, making the young warrior scowl in disgust. It claims his heart is the only one strong enough to sustain its demonic body, forcing Jiang Chen to quickly leap aside to avoid the incoming strike. The impact is so devastating that rocks and dirt shatter into tiny pieces everywhere. The demon boasts that this will let it become human. Jiang Chen grits his teeth, cursing his current situation. Not having Ru Lingji by his side is proving to be incredibly inconvenient. He needs to wear the creature down first and strike the moment it shows any weakness. Making his move, he launches a counterattack, but the agile little demon manages to slip away easily. Panting heavily, the tired demon realizes that this human is actually far stronger than expected. It complains about wasting its precious wooden block and desperately searches for another toy to deploy. It looks down at the bizarre items scattered in its hand, which include a starfish, a bell, a pink water gun, and a strange glowing block. Unable to choose between them, the demon decides to throw all of them out at once to overwhelm its target. Guided by the demon, the entire arsenal of toys flies through the air, heading straight toward Jiang Chen. The pink toy gun fires a high-velocity magic projectile. Jiang Chen barely sidesteps it, but the sheer destructive power of the shot is absolutely terrifying. It completely demolishes the solid stone wall behind him, leaving Jiang Chen deeply impressed as he keeps dodging. Knowing these toys are highly dangerous, he decides to bypass them completely to strike the summoner directly, closing the distance between them. He swiftly circles behind it, but the demon turns immediately, launching its strange cube to block him. Jiang Chen hurriedly raises his arms to block, but the bizarre cube manages to successfully trap his wrist. He recoils in shock as the demon watches from afar. Talk about a tough opponent. With his arm locked tightly inside the cube, Jiang Chen curses in absolute frustration. Seizing the opportunity, the little demon leaps into the air and delivers a brutal double kick straight to his chest. The devastating impact slams Jiang Chen deep into the solid ground, forming a massive crater while the demon laughs and mockingly looks down at his defenseless target. It mockingly asks if he is a wolf or just a tiny flea. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen leaps away in pain. Dodging away, Jiang Chen groans, unaware a glowing star mark has appeared on his arm. The starfish targets the mark, triggering a system alert about the glowing star. A distorted spatial portal opens from the toy, trying to pull Jiang Chen inside as he shouts out in pure shock. The starfish rapidly swells to a massive size, trapping his entire body and presenting the captive directly to its master like a prized trophy. The demon gloats, claiming that running away will only bring him more pain. Seeing the massive fist closing in, Jiang Chen curses in pure panic as extreme danger looms ever closer. To make matters worse, the pink toy gun hovers right above his head. The toy begins firing a rapid barrage of energy blasts, forcing him to move at extreme speeds to survive. Dodging frantically, he quickly calculates that handling these bizarre toy attacks one by one is perfectly fine, but their coordinated assault is absolutely overwhelming to deal with. He has to keep moving to prevent their magic from locking him down, wondering if this kid is truly a blood garment. The demon watches his extreme speed, completely astonished by how fast he can move. Ringing its handbell, it commands the remaining toys to trap him before he completely slips away. The bell releases a wave of strange sound waves that distort the surrounding air. As space warps around him, Jiang Chen desperately struggles to maintain his footing against the pressure. He curses as the four toys surround him like relentless demons from above. Gritting his teeth, he finally forces his left arm to move, completely desperate to break free. Jiang Chen struggles to reach the demonic sound drum, finally managing to strike it once. The demonic sound drum suddenly awakens and opens its eyes, releasing a massive sound wave that instantly shatters the two bells belonging to the little demon. It screams in panic for its precious bells while Jiang Chen raises two fingers, gritting his teeth. He originally wanted to save his ultimate move for the main boss, but the system alerts him to use his divine ability, Swift Wolf, Gale Claw. Still surrounded by the demon's remaining toys, Jiang Chen quickly calculates his next move. He decides to prioritize destroying these cursed items first. A massive burst of power explodes outward, targeting the toy gun, the toy block, and the starfish. They all crack and shatter to pieces, and the broken items fly back toward the little demon. It gets blasted backward by the impact as well, while Jiang Chen gathers a new source of energy in his hands, shaping it into a raging tornado before blasting it straight at the little demon. Trapped in the violent vortex, the little demon spins out of control, swept backward by the relentless churning wind. As it drifts back, a strange seal appears, right around the hollow hole in its chest. Its skin turns a sickly blue as the monster cries out in utter and absolute despair. It hurts so bad it whimpers, "I worked so hard to get this human body. And now you went and ruined it. Suddenly, the demon descends into madness, screaming in pure, unbridled rage. Debris floats into the air from its screeching. Jiang Chen stands right in front of the beast, channeling a fresh wave of energy. He offers a cold smile, telling the creature to stop whining and just reincarnate as a human next time. With that, Jiang Chen fires the blast straight at the little demon. It stands frozen, unable to dodge the incoming strike. Its mask clatters to the ground. Seeing what lies underneath, Jiang Chen freezes in absolute horror as the system flashes a warning. Warning: the opponent has evolved into a primal malevolent soul. The true face of the demon is now revealed to be completely upside down, dripping with fresh, dark blood in a truly horrific and grotesque display. It touches its raw skin frantically, crying out for its lost mask, while Jiang Chen, despite being deeply shaken, still manages to mock it, joking that the kid is not only heartless, but has his head upside down. Suddenly, the monster leaps up and violently grabs Jiang Chen by the hair, catching him completely off guard before he can react. It drives its knee hard into his chin, sending him stumbling backward while whispering that he should just hand over his entire head. Talk about a brutal blow. Jiang Chen is sent flying, bouncing like a rubber ball multiple times before hitting the dirt. It evolved into a malevolent soul. Ha! It hits so fast I cannot even defend. My head is ringing. Time to go all out, he says, raising his hand to manipulate his spiritual energy. He shapes it into a massive, glowing hand, gritting his teeth as he strikes while the demon raises both hands to block. It fires back a blast, yelling to bring it on, but Jiang Chen manages to close the distance right up to its distorted face. With raw spiritual energy channeling through his fist, Jiang Chen lands a devastating blow straight to the little demon's chest. The demon refuses to back down immediately, launching a counterstrike against him as its upside-down face contorts with sheer effort. Jiang Chen struggles to balance his offense and defense against the relentless assault. Suddenly, the monster swings its hand, aiming a vicious strike right at his face. Jiang Chen panics for a split second, but swiftly catches its wrist in midair. Gritting his teeth, he tells the kid he's about to knock its head straight and exerts immense force. He slams the demon's head violently into the ground, shattering the pavement as debris flies everywhere. Now the monster's head is forced back into its normal, upright position, though still slightly crooked. Touching its face, the demon gasps in utter shock. My head is back, it cries out. What kind of madness is this where one punch fixes my neck and hairline? Immediately after, it delivers a brutal kick straight to Jiang Chen, crotch, screaming out, "You bastard!" Ouch, that is definitely a low blow. The agonizing pain brings tears to Jiang Chen's eyes, feeling completely indescribable. He collapses onto the ground, desperately clutching his groin and screaming about how the monster has absolutely no fighting etiquette. The little demon lunges forward with another punch, mocking him for talking too much while fighting too slow. Isn't that exactly what you humans always preach? Its fist is now only a few centimeters away from Jiang Chen's face, who is gritting his teeth in fury, when the demon suddenly gasps in complete confusion. Several thick vines have wrapped tightly around its legs, keeping it anchored. Jiang Chen raises his hands, ready to strike, commanding the vines to rip its legs apart, sending the little demon crashing flat onto its rear. The vines yank its two legs wide apart, and Jiang Chen shows absolutely zero hesitation. He kicks the little demon right in the crotch, yelling out with every strike, "This is for sneaking up on me, you little trash. Take that and that." He keeps yelling, "Sneak attack this, sneak attack that," with each and every word matching up perfectly to another brutal stomp from Jiang Chen. Exhausted, he stops to catch his breath. The demon's crotch is completely shattered. The damage extends all the way up to its chest, oozing a pretty disgusting foul red liquid. He stares at the mess, wondering what on earth is oozing out. It looks pretty bad. Its insides are packed with pure filth. Jiang Chen suddenly clutches his own lower half, glaring at the demon in pure rage. "Since you could not steal my heart, you wanted my family jewels. Decency doesn't exist, apparently." But then, the little demon's body melts into a massive pool of reddish-orange liquid with its ugly face still floating right in the middle of it. It glares at Jiang Chen and hisses, "You destroyed absolutely everything of mine." Jiang Chen stands there feeling pretty damn freaked out inside. Even my Ru Lingji would look normal compared to this freak. Suddenly, the strange liquid begins to vanish. Gone. Just like that. Jiang Chen looks around completely confused. Wait, is the fight already over? The demon drifts away, leaving behind one final bitter threat. "One day I will destroy everything you hold dear." Jiang Chen just grits his teeth, watching it flee. Past memories suddenly rush back. No way he lets this thing escape. Jiang Chen's eyes flash with a blinding light. Baring his teeth, he throws his head back and lets out a wild, deafening howl. His eyes glow like twin searchlights, and as his howl fades, two massive, majestic spirit wolves materialize right in front of him. Within seconds, the swift wolves catch up to the fleeing demon. One leaps forward with bared fangs, but the slippery creature shifts shape to dodge. No giving up. Both fierce wolves relentlessly snap at the shifting target. The reddish-orange liquid mass is torn apart. Under their joint assault, the demon finally starts falling at extreme speeds. Down below, Jiang Chen has already been waiting for this exact moment. He calmly watches it fall, ready to deliver a final message. Since you love human idioms so much, let me teach you one last lesson for free. You must always cut the grass at its roots. The thoroughly battered demon lies shivering on the dirt, looking like a heap of useless garbage. Jiang Chen approaches with cold eyes. Lifting his foot over the creature, he finishes the quote, "Otherwise, the spring breeze will bring it right back." He stomps down hard. With its ugly face completely crushed, the system screen flashes a notification: initial form fierce soul eliminated. Ghost energy plus 12,000 points. Jiang Chen is absolutely stunned by the massive reward. Over 10,000 points from just one kill. As the shock settles, his body finally begins reverting to normal. He can only sigh. It is his first time seeing a blood code evolve. Just thinking about it gives him chills, but pulling in over 10,000 points definitely makes the danger worth it. Suddenly, a scrap of paper floats up from the demon's dissolved remains, drifting right over to stop in front of him. Wondering what it could be, Jiang Chen grabs the paper. The header at the top reads, "Hospital. Medical Clinic Building Number 3, Case File Number 2. Diagnosis: Cognitive Impairment. Patient symptoms include." Jiang Chen incinerates the paper, wondering if there is a direct connection to that other place. He wonders if this is linked to Clinic Building Number 7. Shaking his head, he decides to head home first. Back at his apartment, the moment Jiang Chen steps through the door, he is greeted by Gu Hongga. She and Ru Lingji have been waiting outside for him. He smiles, asking if she was waiting up for him. Ru Lingji quickly slips back into its master's waistband, leaving the two of them alone as Gu Hongga looks up. She glances at him shyly, admitting that she was naturally worried sick about him. Jiang Chen blushes, instantly breaking into a nervous sweat as he gently guides her inside. Since the mood is just right, he suggests heading to the bedroom for another quick tutoring session. The bedroom door slams shut behind them. Outside, a pair of sneakers and high heels sit neatly side by side. Inside, sitting beside Gu Hongya on the sofa, Jiang Chen asks if she is absolutely sure about this. Telling her not to be shy, he coaxes her closer. She looks up only to see him raising his phone. He snaps a photo, casually mentioning that it is just a simple profile picture. Next, he uploads it directly to the Underworld app, the screen showing the progress bar. Just as he expects the reward points, his phone suddenly begins to vibrate and ring loudly. Ring ring. Gu Hongya looks over in surprise as Zhao Erhu calls. Jiang Chen picks up the phone right away to answer. The group mission is starting tomorrow, Zhao Erhu says. Jiang Chen happily tells him to just send over the address. Hanging up, Jiang Chen asks Gu Hongya if she is tired. She looks at him and asks a question in return. "Wait, we are not going to fight monsters again, are we?" Jiang Chen stands up, promising to show her a cool place. The scene cuts to the black market as they arrive. Jiang Chen quickly speaks up to reassure a nervous Gu Hongya. "Just follow close and do not be afraid," he says. Inside the crowded black market, everyone is masked. They wear all kinds of strange, colorful masks. Shopkeepers are shouting out their wares, selling bizarre magic charms and death row meal tickets. Eating them means certain death. Buyers bustle all around, and as they walk deeper, Jiang Chen spots a familiar face. He quickly calls out to Chen Sui. She turns around happily, asking if he's also here to buy some gear. Both of them have masks on now. Jiang Chen points to Gu Hongya next to him to introduce her. He explains he is showing his landlord around. Chen Sui warmly invites them along, saying they are totally safe with her around. Absolutely no one would dare to cheat them. Jiang Chen secretly laughs to himself, knowing his own level of insane power. Honestly, who below A rank would dare to mess with him? But suddenly a mysterious figure peeks out from behind a wall to watch them. The stalker holds a phone to his ear, reporting to the other side that they have finally spotted Jiang Chen. On the other end, a man with mushroom-styled hair and a single eye patch coldly replies that he already knows. He tosses his phone to a henchman, declaring that he is bored of playing and it is time to move. On the ground lies a red-haired girl, her body brutally pinned down by sharp iron spikes in an absolutely miserable state. Sweat drips down as he mumbles Qin Zi's name. A subordinate steps up from behind to present an item. Respectfully, he offers young Master Wu his coat. The one-eyed man puts it on, snarling that back then Qin Zi blinded him. "I tortured your woman to death, so we are even," he mutters. The horrifying scene of the poor girl being abused is truly heartbreaking to see. Qin Wu puts his coat on, muttering that after all, Qin Zi is still his little brother. Because of that, he will go and avenge him. With those ominous words, he storms off with a menacing gang of tough-looking henchmen. The scene shifts back to Jiang Chen. Walking through the crowded street, he cannot help but sigh in frustration. Man, finding a real treasure is way too difficult. The three of them stop in front of a completely empty house. Jiang Chen sighs, noting that Master Liu's auction is closed today. Feeling disappointed, he turns to Chen Sui for help. Since she knows this place best, he asks where they can buy some high-grade magical weapons or ghost gear. She thinks for a moment before suggesting the treasure pavilion but warns him that only prominent family heads can enter. Jiang Chen does not mind casually putting his arm around Cheng Shui. He tells her showing him the way is enough, maybe they will let him in. Cutting to the treasure pavilion, the three of them stand outside the entrance, noticing the bright lights glowing from within. Jiang Chen wonders aloud why there are no guards around. He confidently walks right up to the main gate. He reaches his hand out to cast a spell saying they should just push it open, but as he touches the barrier, a sudden violent surge of raw energy erupts. Jiang Chen recoils, breaking into a cold sweat at the shocking sight. He quickly pulls his hand back. Suddenly, a bizarre red fish with white spots on its head pokes out and asks who he is. Chen Shui politely steps forward, introducing herself as a descendant of the Chen family and requesting entry for her friends. The fish tells them he does not care who they are, extending a long tongue with a QR code for them to scan. Chen Shui turns around to leave, assuming they will not show her any respect. But Jiang Chen calmly pulls out his phone to scan it. Chen Shui anxiously warns him that unless they are from an elite family, they need at least level 3 clearance to enter. Just then, the word pass pops up on his screen. The strange red fish immediately announces the approval. Scan successful, please enter, my lord. As they step inside, Jiang Chen silently notes that the underworld really kept its word. They indeed granted him level 3 clearance. Suddenly, a mysterious figure who seems to have been waiting steps out to greet them. This individual has short hair, a masked face, and sharp, dangerous blue eyes. Seeing them arrive, he finally speaks up. Introducing himself as Han Miao, he welcomes them. Chen Shui is utterly shocked, looking at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. The legendary Grandmaster Han Miao himself came to greet Jiang Chen. Smiling, Jiang Chen points to his two companions and asks if his friends can come along too. Han Miao instantly replies that they are absolutely welcome to join. Chen Shui leans in to whisper, asking if he is the descendant of some powerful figure. Jiang Chen simply offers a mysterious smile. Stop snooping around. If you shouldn't ask, don't ask. He turns away smugly, celebrating inside since this place only requires level B and A clearance. I actually have level 2 authority, baby, talk about satisfying. Meanwhile, Chen Shui keeps speculating on her own, looking at Jiang Chen with sparkling, admiring eyes. The four of them step inside and a voice suddenly rings out, asking a quick question. Do you have any decent weapons, at least level C+ or higher? Gu Hongya, trailing behind, looks at him with a heavy sigh, wondering, wait, wasn't he supposed to buy gear for me? Han Miao turns around to answer his question, mentioning they have a level B ghostly weapon, but it is way too aggressive, so it hasn't sold yet. Step right in. They pass through a highly unusual-looking doorway. Han Miao raises her hand toward a massive statue in front of them, pointing to the weapon resting on top. Clutching the giant statue's hands is a weapon that looks slightly cracked. Instantly, Jiang Chen's eyes light up completely. Seeing that weapon, he gasps out in pure awe. Wow, even with some minor flaws, this looks incredibly majestic. Out of nowhere, Han Miao asks if he has ever heard about the infamous human slaughterhouse incident from years ago. Jiang Chen looks confused for a second, but Chen Shui steps up with the answer. Are you talking about the evil fiend that took 10 level B masters and 1 level A grandmaster to finally take down? The target was a highly vicious spirit, and Han Miao confirms that this is the very weapon that spirit used. It is called the Blood Crystal Shattering Hammer, but sadly it is in an awkward middle ground. Han Miao sighs, looking disappointed. Level B masters find it way too hard to control, while level A grandmasters look down on its flaws, lowering its value. So it is way cheaper than genuine top-tier ghost gear, only 350,000 points. Han Miao continues. Hearing the price, Jiang Chen scratches his face and asks if he can get a discount since he knows their director pretty well. Han Miao flashes a friendly smile, saying if he is truly serious, she will let him have it for 300,000 points flat. In a flash, Jiang Chen tosses the massive hammer onto his shoulder and runs off, waving back that it is a deal. She shouts after him, "Are you trying to rob me? Pay up." The two girls quickly slip away to follow him. Having lugged the hammer outside, Jiang Chen tells her he already sent the payment, blaming the weak signal and slow network. Checking her phone, Han Miao sees a notification that the treasury received 300,000 points while Gu Hongya waves goodbye to Chen Shui. We are heading out first, Chen Shui. Honestly, watching him buy B-tier gear like groceries is absolutely mind-blowing. Hugging his new treasure out on the street, Jiang Chen asks if Sister Han has enough space in her car for it. Gu Hongya replies that a weapon this massive absolutely won't fit inside. Suddenly, Jiang Chen glances down at his fleshy Lingji pet. He gasps out that he has an idea. The little pet looks up at him with a mix of confusion and pure panic. Clueless about the torture ahead, the pet squeals as Jiang Chen forcefully stuffs the giant hammer right into its tiny body. Eat it just like you swallowed those bone arrows before, Ru Lingji. The poor pet literally starts crying. Shedding bitter tears at its incredibly ruthless master, the pet gets the giant hammer crammed inside while Gu Hongya watches with worry. Won't its stomach literally explode? but Jiang Chen simply cheers his pet on telling Ru Lingji to push through it. They have no idea they are being watched. Spotting Jiang Chen on the street, a shady figure appears. Quickly pulling out his phone, the stalker reports that Jiang Chen is on the move and heading toward the black market exit. Qin Yu immediately snaps back, telling him to stop Jiang Chen at all costs while urging his driver to step on the gas. Faster speed up. His car tears down an empty road while back at the market, the blonde stalker gets ready. Back at the market, the blonde stalker slips out a sharp blade, menacingly muttering that if he has to stop him, he will just slice his tendons open. Utterly overestimating his own skills, the guy leaps out to ambush Jiang Chen directly from behind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is still busy cheering his pet on to swallow the massive hammer, while the poor little thing struggles so hard it literally starts crying in agony. Finally hitting its absolute limit, the little creature suddenly gags and spits the giant weapon right back out. The hammer goes flying backward and the approaching attacker gasps in absolute horror as his eyes nearly pop right out of his head. Clutching his knife, he can only let out a confused gasp right before the massive weapon hits him. But with massive force, the weapon smashes directly into him, crushing him flat. Talk about an absolute instant karma moment. Casually picking up the blood crystal shattering hammer again, he explains that they are in a bit of a rush. Don't worry, a tiny scratch like this is nothing, it will heal up completely in absolutely no time. The blonde guy sits up, his head spinning and his face completely bruised as he dazedly wonders where on earth he is. Two cars suddenly speed down the road with the passenger in the blue vehicle constantly yelling at his driver to move faster. While others are busy asking questions after arriving, Jiang Chen and his companion are already cruising ahead in their yellow car. He warns them to drive a bit slower so the giant hammer does not fall out. Then we cut to the blonde guy. Right now, he is trembling on the ground, calling out to young Master Qin Wu with a fresh bandage wrapped around his head. Qin Wu looks down with a cruel expression and demands to know where the target is, making the blonde guy scramble for an answer. He whimpers that he risked his life to stop him, but the guy was simply too powerful. He begs him to look at how badly he got beaten, but Qin Wu does not hesitate for a second. He kicks the blonde guy straight in the crotch and barks at him to get lost, leaving him spitting blood as Qin Wu rushes off. Heading to his car, he orders his minions to retreat and wait to deal with it during tomorrow's massive group mission. Only then will they target Jiang Chen, completely unaware that he just threw away his one real shot at survival. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen has safely dragged his massive new hammer all the way back into his private room. Once settled, he summons the system to upgrade his weapon, prompting a screen asking to spend 5,000 ghost chi. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen taps yes to proceed with upgrading the legendary blood crystal furnace shatterer. Instantly, a strange red energy wraps around the weapon, leaving Jiang Chen completely mesmerized. He marvels at the incredible new power just as the system prompts to spend 10,000 ghost chi for another upgrade. He agrees instantly, and the system immediately offers another tier for 20,000 ghost chi. Jiang Chen says yes again, telling the system to skip the useless talk and just max it out completely. The handle of the massive hammer begins to stretch, making Jiang Chen watch in utter disbelief. He gasps at how ridiculously long it gets as the handle shoots out and shatters right through the glass window. The system announces that the upgrade is complete, congratulating him on obtaining the legendary 4 provinces Yin True Inheritance. Admiring his brand new toy, he realizes that after spending 200,000 ghost chi, this thing will easily crush any threat. Even the toughest enemies would stand no chance, but he quickly wonders how on earth he is supposed to carry this giant weapon around. That is going to be a massive headache, but as he reaches out to touch it, he suddenly lets out a sharp gasp. A mysterious energy locks his hand to the weapon before the entire hammer dissolves into a brilliant beam of light. The glowing energy slowly flows right into his palm, and when he lifts his hand, a strange new mark appears. He wonders if his weapon just became a talisman on his skin, but his thoughts are cut short by a ringing phone. The phone blares loudly, and as soon as he answers, Zhao Erhu's voice comes blaring through. He warns Jiang Chen not to forget tomorrow's mission at 9:30 in Qishan Village. Be there, or be square. Jiang Chen agrees to meet, knowing that Qishan Village is a remote settlement nestled in the far south of Zhengbei City. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, it is an ancient place where a mysterious group of locals make their living retrieving corpses. Everything started when these corpse retrievers pulled the lifeless body of a young girl out from the cold Kiliang River. Reading the grim reports breaks him into a cold sweat as we cut to another scene of him overlooking the area. Shading his eyes with his hand, he peers through the dense forest to get a clear look at Qishan Village sitting in the distance. Chen Xue suddenly speaks up curiously, asking why that gorgeous red-haired beauty did not tag along with him today. He explains that she is still a complete rookie and a high-rank mission like this would just get her killed. Waving at a newly arrived ally, he greets Yang Chan, who is genuinely surprised to see him participating in this operation. Jiang Chen turns to Zhao Erhu, questioning why a supposedly large-scale mission only has a tiny handful of them showing up. Zhao Erhu points toward the horizon, explaining that the main force has already pushed inside and they are just backup. They split their forces into 3 teams, with Team A led by the elite martial sect disciple Jiang Hongwu. Her squad is charging straight north to face the ultimate ghost, while Team B attacks from the east under Qin Tiancheng. Team C is led by his brother Zhao Danyu, attacking the west, leaving Jiang Chen looking utterly bored by it all. He asks if they are just going to sit here forever, but Zhao Erhu quickly explains their actual orders. Jiang Hongwu wants them to wait before entering so they can safely scavenge behind the front lines, prompting Jiang Chen to tease him. He jokes that it is pretty shameful for a Buddhist disciple to let others do the dirty work while they just scavenge. Striking a deeply spiritual pose, he declares that they must face the fires of hell themselves by heading to the most dangerous zones. They should slay the fiercest ghosts and leave safety to their allies, leaving Zhao Erhu staring at him in utter disbelief. "Sonite, we might actually go straight to hell," Jiang Chen declared boldly, stepping forward as the other 3 watched in sheer confusion. He told them to charge if there is a chance, but run if things get too risky, then quickly dash right into the woods. Heading straight toward the distant castle, Chen Sui eagerly followed him since she had only just witnessed his power the day before. After seeing Jiang Chen control a B-grade divine weapon, she was ready to trust him, leaving Yang Chen deep in thought. She quickly leaped forward too, noting that she had seen how powerful he was, so following him would definitely be worth it. Zhao Erhu let out a helpless laugh, completely giving up on trying to argue, and promptly ran after the other 3. When the 4 of them reached a small stream, they wondered why the water was suddenly thinning out and filled with blood. Looking upstream, they spotted a massive monster carcass lying right in the shallow water and immediately went closer to inspect it. It turned out this beast was blocking the flow, but man, someone had absolutely pulverized it to a pulp. Zhao Erhu noted how insanely strong that punch was, guessing it had to be senior sister Jiang Hongwu's 7 injuries fist. Jiang Chen curiously asked if she had some connection to the legendary golden-haired Lion King, prompting Zhao Erhu to explain. No way, the 7 injuries fist is a secret technique of the martial sect that completely shatters internal bones alongside outer flesh. Seeing a small village ahead, they figured the vanguard team had already cleared out all the enemies along the path. As they walked into an open clearing, Zhao Erhu called out to see if anyone was around, completely unaware of 2 monsters watching from above. The creatures whispered that the group who passed by earlier looked way too tough to mess with. But these newcomers looked like easy targets, so the blonde demon told its partner to go sharpen the knives for a human meat feast. It leaped down to attack, and though Zhao Erhu quickly shouted a warning, the blonde demon suddenly froze mid-stride. Standing entirely motionless, its head suddenly tilted all the way to the side. Leaving Jiang Chen and Zhao Erhu utterly speechless, the head suddenly popped right off and rolled straight to Jiang Chen's feet. While its headless body was fumbling around, crying out for its head, Jiang Chen casually picked it up. The demon begged him to talk things out and return the head first, but Jiang Chen only made a disgusted face. He complained that the vanguard team had left them such weak trash, only good enough to farm a little demonic chi. With that, he wound up and gave the head a massive kick, triggering a sudden system notification. The system scolded him for kicking ahead, asking if he knew any manners before adding 99 demonic key points. Zhao Erhu excitedly caught the flying head on his chest, laughing that this was a brilliant game, and kept it going. He booted it over to Chen Sui, who quickly set it with her hands like a volleyball while complaining. She yelled at them not to aim for her chest, sending the head flying over toward Yang Chen. Channeling a burst of energy into her palm, she smugly offered to show everyone her brand new weapon. Jiang Chen immediately shouted for her to hold back since he still had a use for that head. Hearing this, she snorted and held back her full power instead, delivering a light punch that sent the head right back to him. He barely caught it, grumbling about the weight while the headless demon's body kept whining nearby. It demanded its head back immediately, but right then, a massive golden hand manifested directly above it. The glowing hand slammed down hard, crushing the demon and sending massive debris flying everywhere while Jiang Chen stood by. Still clutching the head, he leaped back in surprise, letting out an exclamation before snapping at his buddy. He scolded Zhao Erhu to warn him next time, as Zhao Erhu simply pulled back his hand with an apologetic grin. With the threat handled, they resumed their journey, eventually stumbling upon a mysterious bowl blocking the road. It emitted an ominous dark energy that made everyone frown, prompting Chen Sui to raise her hand to stop them. She warned that the bowl contained demon blood and passing it carelessly would trigger a deadly curse. Staring at the ominous red liquid, Chen Sui quickly formed hand seals and began chanting her purification incantation. A bright golden talisman suddenly manifested in her palm, radiating a brilliant light to cleanse the area. She unleashed a powerful strike that completely shattered the blood bowl, sending violent tremors through the ground. Elsewhere, the green-haired demon, sharpening its blade, noticed the window rattling and wondered what was going on outside. Hearing a series of heavy thuds at the door, it turned around happily, thinking its partner had returned. But opening the door revealed nothing but empty space until the blonde demon's severed head suddenly dropped down. Absolutely terrified out of its wits, the demon reflexively sliced its partner's head in half while screaming in horror. The system screen popped up with a warning. Ghost energy increased by 999. Then the monster appeared. He slammed the door. Behind it, his friend's split-open head remained while the team watched everything unfold from the roof. Chen Sui panicked. The door was shut. What now? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen silently worked out their next move. Should he test his brand new hammer? Maybe. But another heavy weapon suddenly swung down from right above them first. It was a brutal staff wrapped in sharp-pointed iron wires. Yang Chen swung it high. Take a hit, she roared. She smashed the building to pieces. Total destruction. The other three had to quickly leap away to avoid getting crushed. Jiang Chen watched in amazement. So he wasn't the only one getting stronger over these last few weeks. She lowered her weapon. Back off, she warned the others. This specific flesh-eating demon belonged to her. The ghost was absolutely furious. Holding its twin blades, it ground its teeth in anger over its destroyed home. No mercy. The monster swung its weapons and leaped straight toward Yang Chen to slice her to pieces. But she remained completely unfazed. Gripping her heavy weapon tightly, a cold, mocking smile crept slowly onto her face. The tip of her staff spun rapidly, generating a massive tornado. She looked like an absolute raging demoness. She unleashed the cyclone against the blue-skinned ghost. Let's see who shows no mercy to whom now. The monster panicked. It spun around to run, but the howling tornado was already closing in fast. The impact shattered the earth, sending sharp rocks flying everywhere. Still, the desperate creature struggled to escape through the blinding thick dust. Cornered, the ghost spun its twin blades. Within seconds, they transformed into a defensive vortex of cold steel. It launched the slashing attack forward. An attempt to escape, but immediately after it turned to run again. Yang Chen watched the weak strike approach, completely calm. She offered nothing but a cold, dismissive smirk. Running away, dream on. She swung her heavy weapon once more with absolute, incredibly devastating force. The blow smashed a massive crater into the ground. The flesh-eating ghost was slammed flat. A crushing shockwave battered its body. Then came a searing energy. It felt exactly like burning fire. The heat consumed its entire body. Only its terrified head and shoulders remained frozen in pure horror. Zhao Erhu shielded his eyes in sheer awe. Amazing. She mastered the legendary Wind God's staff so easily. She was truly a genius of the Yang family. Smiling proudly, she quickly withdrew her weapon. No doubt about it, she smirked. But the monster wasn't dead yet. It materialized right behind her in a twisted, bizarre form. A warning shout echoed from across the clearing. A sudden blast of energy struck the beast's face, sending it flying. Yang Chen was momentarily startled. The fierce energy dissolved the demon from the head down. Suddenly, the system's screen flashed with a new notification. The mid-tier specter was officially dead. Plus 999 points. Jiang Chen asked if she was hurt. Yang Chen was completely stunned. He killed a high-level ghost instantly. Was he really this incredibly strong already? He was a normal person just 10 days ago. Truly incredible. But Jiang Chen simply turned away, telling everyone to keep moving. The scene shifts to the quiet city streets. The group continues their patrol. Then Jiang Chen suddenly speaks up. Did everyone notice? He points down. Nearly every single doorstep has a small bowl of fresh blood resting on it. What was it for? He was confused. As they stopped by a pile of trash, a voice answered from behind. Everyone froze. The creepy voice warned that they didn't need to know because they would all die very soon. Hideous spiders wearing human skulls emerged from the shadows. They lunged forward, aiming directly at Chen Shui. She quickly raised an enchanted talisman. Chanting a powerful spell, she prepared to block the incoming beast. A brilliant golden energy wrapped around the paper 3 times. It was fully charged with immense spiritual power. She instantly hurled the paper talisman forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Erhu grabbed the spider's giant pincers. The monster mocked his impressive strength. He gave a friendly smile. Just average, he replied. Then he gritted his teeth and ripped the spider in half. Meanwhile, another skull-headed insect drops down from the shadows, launching a fierce attack directly at Yang Chen. She slipped into a battle stance. Inwardly, she worried. Had she used her best weapon way too early? Using the Wind God's staff on a low-level target felt like overkill. Meanwhile, the insect closed in on her rapidly. She simply threw 2 massive punches. The insect's body completely shattered. She proudly declared that her bare fists were plenty. Blowing the dust off her knuckles, she smirked. If she actually got serious, this wouldn't even be a fight. One-shotting a fierce ghost is definitely possible, and over on Jiang Chen's side, things are no different. A giant bug leaps forward to attack him, boasting that its webs cover the sky and touching them means instant death. You think you can dodge this? Jiang Chen just activates his glowing blue eyes and unleashes a ferocious Zhao Erhu roar. Sharp fangs grow as his eyes flash a deep gold. In an instant, the insect monster right in front of him is completely blown to pieces, leaving only torn limbs. Jiang Chen tells Yang Chen that weaklings like this do not deserve her attention. She gives him a speechless smile. Checking the system screen, he notices these ghosts are high quality. Even a basic fierce ghost can yield over 10,000 points. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoes from a distance, making them both snap their heads around in shock. Chen Sui panics, recognizing her little sister, Xiao Yu's voice. Jiang Chen immediately leaps into the air to take the lead. What are you waiting for? Let's move. The other three follow him closely, pushing their speed to the absolute maximum. Running along, Chen Shui feels deeply touched. The moment Jiang Chen knew her sister was in trouble, he immediately rushed over. He is a real man. Zhao Erhu also grins with pride, thinking old Jiang is incredibly righteous compared to his own cowardly self. Yang Chan feels a deep wave of respect too. When she heard that scream, she actually felt a shiver of fear. It turns out she is inferior to Jiang Chen, not just in raw strength, but in courage as well. But get this, they have no idea Jiang Chen is actually sprinting like a starving beast just to farm ghost energy. In his mind, he is chanting, "One thing my ghost points." He needs to get there fast before his prey escapes. Meanwhile, a grotesque round human head appears with blood dripping from its nose. One after another, more horrific heads begin popping up right beside it. Each severed head is biting down on the tail of a creepy red insect. Nearby, a sinister girl stands confronting them. Wearing a wicked smile, she tells them not to run away so fast. They should stay and play with her first. Facing her are two young men standing defensively in front of a red-haired girl sporting two bright yellow hair buns. They are all sweating bullets looking at this monstrosity. The red-haired guy clenches his teeth and speaks up. "We are in deep trouble. I cannot believe this is a blood-robed ghost." The blonde kid frantically warns the others. "Xiao Yu, you guys run first, otherwise none of us make it out alive." But Xiao Yu stubbornly refuses to go. The third teammate groans, "I told you we should have stuck with the main group instead of playing heroes." Rewinding to 30 minutes earlier, the trio had just tracked a lead to the front door of a tiny house. Muffled, sinister voices leaked from inside. It was tough, shutting her up, but let's just drown her in a bit. Xiao Yu locks eyes with her teammate and signals him. The blonde guy gives a quick nod, preparing his strike. He throws a heavy punch directly into the door, shattering it to splinters and roars, "Stay away from her, you monsters." Inside, two startled ghosts turn around. Xiao Yu instantly rushes in, delivering a brutal hand chop straight to the red demon's neck. Its head cleanly snaps off. Simultaneously, the blonde guy lunges forward, twisting the green ghost's neck till it cracks. It all takes seconds. They spot a terrified girl tied up and trembling on the floor. The blonde guy immediately rushes over to help her. He rips the tape off her mouth and asks if she's all right. But suddenly, the girl's jaw drops open wide. She sticks out a swollen tongue and starts violently gagging. He panics, asking if her stomach is badly hurt. Then she vomits up a severed human head biting onto a bug's tail. It is absolutely disgusting. Outside, their anxious teammate yells to hurry up. The massive insect and head smash right through the wall. The guy scrambles back in absolute terror, screaming at the top of his lungs. The blonde warrior just grits his teeth. Great, one of them is severely injured, the other is completely useless, and the coward is shaking while complaining. Talk about a terrible teammate. He basically tells them to survive on their own and runs away. He leaps away into the darkness, abandoning his crew. But the creepy girl suddenly intercepts his path. She floats directly in front of him, mockingly asking if he really plans to abandon his friends. Desperate, he pulls out a jade slip to cast. He rapidly recites the 9 sacred words of power, drawing a second identical jade talisman with his other hand to double the spell. He channels the thunder gods in his mind, focusing every ounce of spiritual energy he has left. Then he leaps high. He throws both talismans directly at her face, screaming that he is not afraid of some blood-rogue ghost. "Try taking my 2 powerful treasures head-on if you dare." But in that split second, the girl suddenly appears right before him, shoving her bare hand straight through his chest. He freezes in absolute agonizing despair. The monstrous girl just lets out a creepy giggle. Inside her grip, his 2 powerful jade treasures have already been crushed to tiny useless pieces. Her hand pierces right through the young man's back, instantly pulling out his beating heart. Mocking him, she sneers that even a traitor who abandons his friends still has a warm heart, and then she pulls her hand back to toss the heart to a nearby pig, gleefully turning to look down on the other two. She asks them when they'll finally turn on each other before suddenly snapping her head around to sniff the air, startling them. Fear grips them as the buzzing of insects grows louder, and then, without warning, a familiar figure looms behind them, radiating a wave of pure power that forces them both to turn around in shock. It is Jiang Chen walking forward with a grim face as he expands his massive blood-shattering hammer to giant size. He steps forward, calling out that he arrived just in time for the climax, and then Jiang Chen pulls a ridiculously creepy face, grinning wildly as he yells for them not to worry because he's here to save them. Horrified by his creepy face, the two scream out loud and run straight toward the female spider demon instead. Xiao Yu yells that this spider demon feels way weaker. The blonde guy quickly agrees, and the sinister demon smirks at her incoming prey. She tells them to become food for her babies as two giant bugs leap forward, but Jiang Chen's massive weapon swings out. With a deafening crash, Jiang Chen's hammer smashes both giant bugs right in front of the pair, leaving the female demon completely wide-eyed with shock. The system pops up showing a huge gain of 1,299 ghost chi points as she commands her last beast. She tells the bug to hold off the hammer wielder while she grabs the kids, but before she can finish, she realizes Jiang Chen's hammer is already flying toward her, moving with a blinding speed that makes her gasp. It is just too fast, but she barely blocks the heavy blow, gritting her teeth in agony at the sheer crushing weight. Before the hammer can crush her, she leaps to the side, but Jiang Chen excitedly swings his massive weapon yet again. He yells out not to run a wild sight that leaves the two onlookers standing nearby completely stunned. Xiao Yu asks in confusion why that terrifying monster is actually fighting another demon, while her blonde friend admits he has no idea but can tell that this heavy hitter is definitely not just some ordinary spirit. Suddenly, Chen Shui arrives and waves to Xiao Yu, who happily calls her name as the senior scans the area. She asks where Jiang Chen went since he ran off so fast, and Xiao Yu simply points toward a dark path. She explains she didn't see him but did spot a monster with a giant hammer charging that way. Chen Shui quickly hushes her, warning her to be quiet since Jiang Chen is an elite C+ rank powerhouse who's incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is still relentlessly chasing down the spider demon who runs for her life while cursing under her breath. Desperate, she ducks inside a small cave, smugly thinking his massive hammer won't ever be able to fit inside. She plans to ambush him, laughing wickedly to herself as she waits for him to dare take a step forward. Peeking out with her sharp claws raised, she spots Jiang Chen's feet arriving at the entrance and rejoices that he's here. Looking up at his towering weapon with a sigh, Jiang Chen grumbles that the hammer is just too big to fit inside. And of course, he comes up with a wild plan to turn this entire cave upside down. He cheers in excitement and leaps high into the air, raising his colossal hammer to smash it down from above. Wearing a savage grin, he yells out that smashing the entire cave to pieces will work just fine, shattering the earth with one devastating blow. Inside, the hiding demon grows confused when his shadow suddenly disappears from the entrance, wondering where he could have gone. Suddenly, a loud rumble shakes the cavern as cracks spread across the ceiling, forcing her to look up in sheer terror. In an instant, the giant skull on the tip of the hammer crashes right through, pinning her body beneath its crushing weight. Only her head remains visible as she screams in pure agony, crying out about her completely crushed body. The skull's hollow eyes suddenly glow, and a strange liquid begins draining from her eyes and mouth, floating upward. She watches in utter bewilderment as the giant skull hungrily absorbs the glowing essence directly out of her. Drained to a withered old shrivel, she weeps in absolute despair over her rapidly vanishing ghost energy. A system alert confirms the spider demon is dead, granting another 1,299 points. Zhao Erhu rushes over, calling out that Jiang Chen moved way too fast for any of them to help. Smiling warmly, Jiang Chen laughs off the compliment, saying these weak little spirits weren't worth their collective effort anyway. Chen Sui chimes in, suggesting she take the two injured survivors back to safety first. Turning to Yang Chan, Jiang Chen warns her that there are still plenty of ghosts lurking nearby. Jiang Chen suggests that Yang Chan join them too, since she just witnessed the absolute power of the wind god slip. Having her around definitely puts him at ease, and hearing his praise makes Yang Chan blush with pure embarrassment. Saying their goodbyes, the other four leap away into the distance, leaving only Jiang Chen and his best bud behind. Standing with Zhao Erhu, Jiang Chen flashes a sly, scheming grin, quietly celebrating that no one is left to steal his precious ghost energy. Zhao Erhu speaks up, asking where the remaining ghosts are since Jiang Chen mentioned there were still some lurking around. Activating his glowing blue eyes, Jiang Chen confidently replies that they will definitely find some right up ahead. With his spectral vision scanning the entire neighborhood, the two soon arrive at a cemetery where a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Why is there a house right in front of a cemetery? Zhao Erhu asks, while checking his phone, noting it must be the local coffin maker workshop. Stepping into the front yard, the two boys immediately spot 5 large wooden coffins. Sitting in the middle of the yard, Jiang Chen notes that greeting guests with coffins is quite a bold layout. A pretty impressive setup indeed. Inside the dimly lit house, Jiang Chen suddenly spots an incense burner sitting on the ground. The incense is almost fully burned down, so he squats to pull out 2 sticks, examining them thoughtfully. Zhao Erhu anxiously warns him not to touch things blindly, but Jiang Chen suddenly snaps the 2 incense sticks in half, making 4. He places the 4 halves back into the burner and lights them, saying with satisfaction that this looks much better. Everything is nice and even now. Just then, a chubby, bespectacled man walks out, demanding why they are touching his incense. Jiang Chen stands up and waves his hands, explaining they are paranormal investigators and asking if the man is the coffin maker here. The man nods, confirming that he is indeed the coffin maker and wondering why they are asking. Jiang Chen gets straight to the point, asking if anything strange has happened recently, which visibly frightens the man. Stuttering with fear, the man reveals that a ghost has been haunting the village, and it seems his wife was scared out of her mind. When Jiang Chen asks where she is, the man suddenly blinks in confusion, wondering where she could have run off to again. Jiang Chen locks eyes with Zhao Erhu, and his sharp buddy instantly gets the message, nodding in agreement. Moving in perfect sync, they leap up and shout to split up, leaving Jiang Chen to wander alone through a damp, decaying old building. Sweat begins to bead on his forehead, prompting him to quickly summon his companion, the flesh rishi. Urging it to wake up, the creature opens its eyes, and Jiang Chen tells it to go scout the area. The flesh rishi quickly slithers off, but after walking a short distance, Jiang Chen notices something strange. A pool of dark red liquid stains the floor. Wondering what it is, he dips 2 fingers into the substance to inspect it. Sniffing his fingers, he confirms it is blood just as a sudden shout startles him, calling for him to come over. Answering the call, he doesn't hesitate for a second, kicking right through a glass window pane, shattering it completely. Leaping through the broken glass, he asks Zhao Erhu what is wrong, only to find his friend pointing forward with a terrified look. Zhao Erhu urges him to look, asking what kind of monsters are fighting as the flesh rishi struggles right before them. A crazed woman is crawling on the floor, biting the poor flesh rishi, which is literally crying tears of terror and silence. Pleading for its life, the creature wails as the chubby coffin maker suddenly catches up behind the 2 boys. He cries out to his wife, then quickly turns to Zhao Erhu, desperately begging for his help. Begging the Grand Master to save his wife, Jiang Chen quickly reassures him, explaining that she is merely possessed by lingering ghostly energy. Turning to his buddy, Jiang Chen tells Zhao Erhu that this is his specialty, so he should take the lead. Warning him not to hurt his precious flesh rishi, Zhao Erhu chuckles teasingly, replying that he cannot make any promises about that. Pressing his palms together, Zhao Erhu begins chanting a powerful Buddhist mantra to dispel evil, the sacred words flowing directly from his lips. The holy chants repeat continuously, echoing through the air and heading straight toward the possessed woman crawling on the ground. As the divine chants wash over her body on the floor, the woman's eyes roll back, turning completely white as she writhes in intense agony. Her mouth gapes open in sheer pain, but within moments, the demonic influence fades and her eyes return completely to normal. Dazedly asking where she is, the tearful flesh rishi doesn't waste any time and immediately runs for safety. Leaping right onto Jiang Chen's arm, the young man catches it safely, teasingly, laughing at how terrified the little creature looks, pointing out that it does not even have ears to hear the chant. Jiang Chen watches the worried husband rush to his wife. The husband cries out that she scared him half to death, but she shrinks back in absolute terror, begging him to stay away. Quickly hiding behind Jiang Chen, she frantically screams for them to stop him, declaring that her husband is no longer human. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked, immediately summoning his system. Was that guy seriously not even human? Yet the system didn't give any warning. He raised his hand, channeling a surge of energy to test the waters first. Let's start with a low 10,000 volts, he thought, just so I don't accidentally kill a good guy. The shock slammed into the man's back, making him scream in pure agony. Damn, you call this low voltage? A moment later, he collapsed flat on the floor. Then his form shifted, revealing a paper doll used for funerals. This had to be the work of some possessing demon. Turning to the woman, Jiang Chen asked how on earth she realized he wasn't normal. The poor sister was absolutely trembling from head to toe. Clasping her arms around herself, she explained that one midnight, the man opened a coffin and pushed it to the back of the mountain. She didn't know what he was doing dragging a coffin in the dead of night, so she let her curiosity get the best of her and followed. Along the way, the lid accidentally slipped off. She peered inside only to see the cold corpse of her own husband. That story is honestly terrifying. Jiang Chen pondered, realizing that this meant the demon had been lurking nearby for quite some time. He turned to his friend Erhu and asked him what he thought. Could it still be hiding around here somewhere? Erhu replied that since he mentioned it, he might as well give it a shot. With that, Erhu pressed his 2 fingers together on each hand, bringing them up to his forehead. He began chanting his sacred spell, executing rapid hand signs as each syllable of the powerful mantra was uttered. With the Buddha's light search active, Erhu leaped into the air as a brilliant golden light erupted around him. A moment later, he retracted his spell. Jiang Chen piped up, asking about a secret Buddhist hearing technique called diting. How does that compare to what you just did? Erhu explained that diting was just a basic scouting skill only useful for targets on flat ground. They had already searched every room and found nothing, which made him suspect the demon was hiding underground. His Buddha's light search, however, could locate targets in all directions. Scanning the area, Erhu locked onto their position. They were right beneath them, and there was definitely more than one. Jiang Chen grew too excited to wait. He stepped in front of Erhu, telling him to back off and watch. He swung his fist high, roaring the name of his 800-mile demon fist. That single strike from Jiang Chen shattered the ground below, sending plumes of dust and broken wooden planks flying everywhere. Debris exploded upward as the hidden underground lair crumbled and several streaks of light shot out from the wreckage. 3 crimson-dressed specters flew out, landing directly in front of Jiang Chen and Erhu. The first demon had a talisman pasted right on its forehead. It bared its fangs with a creepy laugh. The second was a female ghost with a talisman wrapped around her eyes. The third was a dark-skinned fiend with blood-red eyes. Erhu warned anxiously that things looked bad. Facing 3 crimson specters was absolute trouble, but before Erhu could even finish his sentence, Jiang Chen had already leaped forward. He left his friend with a quick instruction. "You just handle one, I will take care of these 2. He rushed toward the 2 ghosts with heart-shaped eyes, but by the time Jiang Chen reached them, they had vanished. Disappointed, he muttered about how fast they were. Suddenly, a demon appeared above, kicking him right in the face while mocking humans as disgusting creatures. The other female specter charged, kicking the other side of his face while screaming to kill him. The 2 demons closed in together, preparing to bury him deep. Combining their forces, they unleashed a heavy blow that sent Jiang Chen crashing down. The sheer force slammed him hard into the dirt. Lying there completely dazed, he muttered that he was careless and activated his Chen, the Demon King form. An explosion of raw power erupted from his body, sending debris and everything around him flying into the air. The 2 female demons quickly jumped back, raising their hands to shield themselves. Jiang Chen sat up, his face dark and menacing. His face had completely transformed into a bizarre green, beastly form with 2 glowing eyes shining brightly. Sharp fangs lined his mouth, a single horn sprouted from his head, and black claws began growing from his hands. The giant Jiang Chen grinned deviously, placing his claws onto the heads of the 2 female specters and calling them quite mischievous. With a powerful fling, he hurled each demon forward in opposite directions. They crashed so hard, a massive cloud of dust kicked up, leaving deep craters where the 2 demons lay completely sprawled out. Jiang Chen scratched his face, mocking them in sheer disbelief, asking if they were already dead from just that. He hadn't even had a chance to gather their demon energy yet. He told them to get back up waiting. He stood hands on hips before the 2 trembling ghosts. Meanwhile, Erhu was getting incredibly nervous on his end. Facing the remaining demon, Erhu already bears several fresh wounds on his face when a paper doll suddenly flies right at him. The doll hovers in front of Erhu, sparking his fury. Is he really supposed to just keep hiding forever? He dodges while looking for an opening, deciding to try a risky gamble as he tightly clenches his hand into a fist. An intense aura wraps around him as Erhu tries to sprint, but that annoying paper doll pops up right in front of him again. It loops around a nearby tree to chase him, eventually guiding the red-eyed demon straight toward Erhu in a relentless pursuit. Erhu realizes the doll is tracking his movements, and suddenly his fist starts to glow with a powerful shroud of energy. Snatching the paper doll with his blazing hand, he swiftly slaps it right onto the red-eyed demon's heavy iron helmet. The demon shrieks in terror. This cannot be happening. Something bizarre is taking over his helmet. Dark veins bulge across the metal before thick yellow roots begin sprouting rapidly from his flesh, digging into the surrounding earth. The roots crawl with a mind of their own, spreading across the dirt, while the demon howls in agonizing, unbearable pain. Erhu winces at the gruesome sight just before a massive explosion rocks the clearing, revealing a horribly mutated, monstrous demon. Now a towering, veiny monstrosity, the beast growls. "You have successfully triggered my ultimate form." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen looks down at his own demonized body, complaining that he only just realized how ridiculous he looks right now. This form basically makes him look totally naked, and he really does not want anyone calling him a complete perverted weirdo. Deciding he looks way too sketchy like this, Jiang Chen immediately deactivates the outward appearance of his demon transformation. Seeing him return to human form, the blindfolded talisman ghost yells. This is their perfect chance to strike. Her partner just dizzily murmurs in agreement as Jiang Chen watches both demons charge at him, flashing them a highly mischievous grin. Laughing softly, he gladly accepts the challenge. He effortlessly raises his arms to block their rapid onslaught. Wearing a highly satisfied expression, he chuckles, "Yes, just like that, keep those heavy hits coming." Normal people would panic when attacked, but get this, our crazy hero actually gets more excited the harder they hit him. Before long, he violently sends the forehead talisman ghost flying back, and the blindfolded one gets blasted away immediately after. Brimming with absolute excitement, Jiang Chen clenches both fists. "Come on, give me some more." With her eyes wide, the forehead talisman ghost asks her partner if they should use their ultimate move, receiving a quick nod. A strange, thick liquid begins oozing from her sleeve, while the other demon mirrors the exact same move. Joining their sleeves together, they combine the flowing liquids, causing the bizarre dark substance to quickly swell and bubble. The merging puddle expands rapidly, and scary, jagged spikes suddenly start to grow out from deep within the fluid. The 2 ghosts pull apart, stretching the fused liquid into a massive, terrifyingly sharp staff covered in brutal thorns. Jiang Chen's face falls when he spots those nasty spikes, shouting a curse as he darts into the dense woods to break their line of sight. He weaves through the forest in a desperate bid to lose the spiked staff, but then he looks back. To his absolute horror, the deadly weapon is still chasing him. It stays right on his heels. Ducking his head, he runs as fast as possible while the massive weapon swings easily, slicing thick trees in half. Watching the trees fall so easily, Jiang Chen stops and mocks his own cowardice seriously. How embarrassing to be chased around by two minor ghosts like this. With the demons closing in fast, Jiang Chen instantly reactivates his powerful demon form. He lets out a wild laugh. He declares it is time to get serious. Activating his ultimate technique, his body fully mutates. Standing perfectly still, he waits for their spiked weapon to strike, using his razor-sharp horn to cleanly slice it. A foul purple liquid sprays out from the deep tear in their weapon, but Jiang Chen is far from finished with his counterattack. He spins the thorny rope around his horn like a spool. He is turning into a washing machine. The two ghosts are whipped around in a dizzying blur, screaming in complete confusion as they lose all control. They crash violently into each other as the rope tightens, leaving Jiang Chen to look down with a flushed, sinister grin. He unleashes even more power to spin the rope into a vortex. "Keep rotating," he shouts. He spins them faster and faster until both talisman ghosts end up completely impaled on his long, sharp demonic horn. Instantly, his system screen flashes. The talisman ghost has been defeated. He gains 1699 demon points and another 1699 for the blindfolded ghost, leaving both of their corpses slumped on the ground. Reverting to his human form, Jiang Chen wonders how Erhu is holding up, which brings us back to his struggling friend. Right now, Erhu is in deep trouble, clutched tightly in the giant demon's massive hand with blood pouring down his tattered clothes. He's completely exhausted and closes his eyes, but suddenly Xiao Erhu snaps them open and musters all his strength. He breaks free from the demon's giant grip, but the monster just swings another fist, mockingly asking if he really thought escaping him was that easy. Xiao Erhu takes another massive punch straight to the face, leaving his body absolutely covered in bloody wounds. He mutters something completely incoherent, whispering that leaving is for the best, and right as those words slip out, he drives a fist straight into the demon's chin, sending the monster into an absolute frenzy as pure rage boils over. The beast roars back that it has no idea what he's babbling about, demanding he stop preaching those Buddhist words and act. It rains down a brutal barrage of blows onto Xiao Erhu's smaller frame, forcing him to desperately shield himself from the onslaught. Defeated and battered, he collapses onto the ground, looking ready to throw in the towel as he sighs. Fighting a blood robe barehanded is just impossible, so he silently prays, asking Buddha to let him sin just this once. He pulls a small weapon from his belt just as the demon swings down, aiming to crush his head completely. But the monster suddenly freezes, looking down in horror as its own skin begins to peel away layer by layer. Completely naked and in shock, the beast stares at Xiao Erhu's glowing golden weapon, stammering out in sheer disbelief, "What is this?" Xiao Erhu stands there looking like a holy saint, clutching his weapon and muttering that when a bodhisattva bows, fools take advantage. But when the raging Vajra is unleashed, you'll regret everything. His eyes snap open and he raises his sacred golden weapon high. With a quick chain of power, he lunges forward, charging at the terrified demon and thrusting his blade straight ahead. The beast quickly leaps back to dodge, spitting a dark, high-speed projectile from its mouth straight at the charging young warrior. He quickly uses his weapon to deflect the dark mass, sending it flying harmlessly off into the distance. His weapon ignites with a blazing golden fire as he unleashes a powerful continuous strike against the cornered demon. Unable to fight back, the monster takes the full force of the attack, collapsing backward and coughing up dark blood. Terrified and completely confused, the demon wonders how this boy could suddenly become so insanely powerful. Leaping into the air to finish it off, Xiao Erhu calmly replies that he didn't actually get any stronger. "You're just a frog in a well," he says, slamming his foot into its stomach, unable to comprehend Buddha's supreme grace. The demon spits more blood as Xiao Erhu completely snaps, unleashing his full, unbridled fury upon the beast. He rains down a brutal succession of heavy punches, shattering the very ground beneath the demon's battered body. The ground splinters into pieces, and soon the demon's head is completely pulverized, though its lifeless body still twitches. Xiao Erhu scoffs at the twitching corpse, offering one final devastating blow to make sure it stays down for good. The impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust, completely obscuring the area as the smoke clears. Jiang Chen stands right behind him, watching his friend burn with residual fury, and softly calls out his name. With eyes glowing a brilliant blinding gold, Xiao Erhu spins around and fiercely barks, "What kind of monster are you?" Jiang Chen quickly leaps back to dodge the blow, shouting out to ask what Xiao Erhu is doing since it's just him. But Xiao Erhu is completely deaf to his voice, lunging forward with fists flying at his friend. He quickly channels his visual power and through his glowing blue eyes realizes in absolute horror that Xiao Erhu has actually been possessed. Looming over Xiao Erhu is the spectral image of a massive shirtless deity with a bald head and muscular build. Jiang Chen immediately recognizes the spirit as a Vajra warrior, one pushed to its absolute limits of raw power. Tears stream from Xiao Erhu's glowing eyes while blood drips from his nose and mouth, filling Jiang Chen with deep worry. Such an overbearing entity is way too much for a mortal body, and he needs to save his friend immediately. He quickly reaches for the demonic drum hanging from his belt, tapping the instrument sharply with his 2 fingers. A creepy eye slowly opens on the drum as its sonic wave washes over Zhao Erhu, causing him to grit his teeth. The golden aura enveloping him slowly begins to fade away, and he looks around in a dazed, confused state. He scrambles to his feet while Jiang Chen keeps his guard up, staying in a tense combat stance. Suddenly, Zhao Erhu looks down at his trembling hand, realizing he still cannot fully control the immense power of this weapon. The bones in his hand are completely shattered, prompting Jiang Chen to lower his guard and approach him with worry. He asks if his friend is all right, and Zhao Erhu just collapses onto the ground with a weary but reassuring smile. Telling his friend to go head to the main force behind the mountain while he rests, Zhao Erhu assures him he will be fine. Jiang Chen leaps into the air, wishing his friend a safe journey back before disappearing into the distant trees. The 2 tigers collapse to the ground, completely spent. With heavy, tired eyes, they look up and marvel at just how insanely strong Jiang Chen is. To take out 2 blood-clothed ghosts and still have this much energy is insane. Meanwhile, on the back of the mountain, a massive explosion suddenly tears through the forest where a group of people are seen hovering. They gather around a deep crater as a thick plume of smoke rises and someone speaks up. He asks how it went, hoping they successfully blew up the coffin. 4 men in black sunglasses look down into the pit in absolute terror when suddenly, one of them gets kicked in the back by someone who demands to know what is going on. That kicker is Qin Yu, asking if there is a mother-child corpse. His terrified lackey looks up and stammers, "Boss, you should come see this for yourself." Intrigued, Qin Yu sticks his head over the edge and scoffs disdainfully. "It is just a minor thing, why are you so shocked?" But then his eyes suddenly dilate in pure horror. Down below lies a coffin with words carved into the lid, "Kill every single man in this world, signed Jiang Susu." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is still making his way down a quiet forest path all by himself. Suddenly, he notices a blood stain on the ground. Staring at it, he wonders if his eyes are playing tricks on him. The blood seems slightly thinner than before, but he quickly shrugs it off and keeps walking. Jiang Chen passes by a ruined house, noticing faded red wedding banners hanging on the walls and wondering what happened. It looks like they held a wedding here, but someone crashed it. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as he senses something. Drawing his sword, he slashes a nearby boulder and demands to know who is hiding. Out steps an old lady, tears streaming down her face. Raising her hands, she stammers that she is just the village matchmaker. Jiang Chen sheathes his sword and questions her. He asks what happened to the house. She explains that the previous owner married a bride named Jiang Susu, though it was less of a wedding and more of a forced marriage. Annoyed, Jiang Chen scoffs at such outdated practices. The matchmaker sighs helplessly, explaining that the village has its own strict traditional rules. Her father was a massive gambling addict. He took the dowry to pay his debts, essentially selling poor Jiang Susu to this household. Jiang Susu managed to escape, but the wedding party chased her down, cornering her near a steep cliff. She accidentally slipped and fell to her death. Soon after, the entire groom's family of dozens mysteriously vanished. The matchmaker shivers in absolute terror. Confused, Jiang Chen asks if they simply got scared and moved away. She shakes her head, saying it is not that simple. Someone actually saw the family walking toward the back mountain. Then poof, they were just gone. Getting a bit excited, Jiang Chen decides he needs to investigate that mountain. He summons his system's gacha wheel, deciding to roll for one more card just to be safe. It lands on a 2-star demon card, Zhao Erhu, Strength Great Immortal. Looking at his pull, Jiang Chen sighs in disappointment. He grumbles at the system for always giving him oversized cats. Hearing his complaint, the system snaps back, telling him he should be grateful instead of picky, or it will just take the card back. Meanwhile, back with Qin Yu, he frantically orders his men to shovel the dirt back and cover everything up. His terrified lackeys scramble to obey while Qin Yu steps aside, muttering to himself in sheer annoyance about their bad luck. Finding a coffin with ominous writing in the middle of the night is just begging for a curse. Another man approaches, asking if they really found a mother-child corpse. Qin Yu snaps back with absolute irritation. The coffin vows to kill every man on Earth, so how could she ever have a child? But suddenly, a panicked voice yells out to look closer. Thick blood begins to seep from the grave, and the glowing red text carved by Jiang Susu starts to burn brighter. The writing shines fiercely in the center of the growing puddle, right before a massive pillar of blood erupts from the pit. Everyone panics as a shower of blood rains down, splashing onto Qin Yu, who curses in sheer disgust. He grumbles about ruining his expensive fur coat just as a ghostly bride in a red wedding veil emerges from the pit, cackling maniacally. Thick, dark, ghostly energy swirls around her. One of the lackeys points a trembling finger and yells. Warning them of her overwhelming power, he urges everyone to prepare for battle. Jiang Susu finally speaks. She asks why there are men everywhere, telling them all to die. Before her words even fade, the lackeys' heads are instantly sliced clean off their necks in a flash. She slowly turns her gaze toward the survivors. Stepping right up to the last 2 survivors, the leading man desperately suggests to Qin Yu that they team up to destroy her. Qin Yu flashes a sly, devious smile, telling him to go first while he covers his back, making the man grit his teeth in rage. T6 knew that guy wasn't trustworthy. Now he faces Xiang Susu, muttering that it's lucky they're fighting on Stone Mountain. The perfect terrain advantage for him. He slams his palms hard against the dusty ground. The rocks start to tremble violently. He screams for the power of the earth as stones fly right up into the air. They swirl around his arms, completely covering both of his limbs in heavy, jagged rock armor to brace for impact. With full confidence, he charges straight at Xiang Susu. Meanwhile, that cheap coward Qin Yu just stands back and sneers with pure contempt. He mocks him for rushing to his death with zero brains, deciding it is time to sneak away. But just as he turns to run, a giant weapon crashes down right in front of him, blowing him flat on his back in shock. Jiang Chen strolls past, carrying his giant mace, casually telling bystanders to get out of his way. "If you get crushed, do not blame me," leaving Qin Yu foaming at the mouth with a massive bump swelling on his forehead as he lays on the floor. Meanwhile, the guy with the stone arms is spinning furiously, creating a wild vortex. He hurls the storm directly at Xiang Susu, waiting for the perfect moment before aiming a heavy blow right at her head. After taking the hit, she stays completely calm, noting that the sensation feels just like when she jumped back then. "How utterly annoying," she mutters, leaping into the air to launch a counterstrike against his rocky fists. The man crosses his arms to block her incoming blow, but she effortlessly catches his heavy stone hands in midair. Panic sets in as he watches the stone armor on his arms crack and shatter under her overwhelming force. A moment later, she begins summoning massive boulders from all directions, fusing them together with her powers to form one single terrifyingly giant stone. She tells him to taste his own medicine, but suddenly a very familiar weapon crashes down right where she stands. Jiang Chen appears with a cheeky grin, calling out her name and saying he knew she would be behind the mountain. The saved man is incredibly grateful, thanking him and promising that in the future, a member of the Qin family, Tian, will absolutely repay this massive debt. But Jiang Chen just looks over with deep annoyance in his eyes. The guy quickly flees the scene. Jiang Chen can only scratch his head watching him run off. Hearing the Qin name makes him regret saving him, wishing he had arrived later. Xiang Susu demands to know what he wants. He gives her a cheeky grin, saying he heard she was gorgeous and wanted to find her. He casually suggests having children together, driving her into a blind rage as she screams about another greedy man. She screams that they all deserve to die, furiously slamming both of her hands to shatter the ground, but Jiang Chen reacts instantly. He leaps high into the air to dodge the cracks, swinging his heavy mace down while complimenting her abundant ghostly energy. He offers to absorb some of it, but she hurls a massive rock to block him, telling him to keep dreaming. He quickly dodges to the side and smashes the boulder apart, but she immediately unleashes a barrage of heavy stones he has to evade. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he cannot get close enough, and the massive mace is only slowing down his speed. Deciding to unequip his heavy weapon, he stares at his system interface and groans at his garbage skills. He refuses to use such a useless technique, knowing his current physical strength combined with a demon card is more than enough. He can easily take her down with pure physical combat, leaping forward to deliver a powerful dive kick. She struggles to block his immense strength, the ground beneath her feet shattering into pieces from the impact. Following a rapid exchange of physical blows, he lands a solid kick directly to her chest, sending her flying backward onto the ground. He instantly closes the distance, grabbing her hands as he excitedly reaches to lift her red bridal veil. Demanding to see her face, his glowing blue eyes pierce through to get a clear look at her. Her eyes are completely black and hollow. As he stares down intensely, she looks back up at him in sheer panic. Wait, check this out. The scene suddenly shifts to a newlywed couple holding hands in their room. Addressing her beloved husband, she sheds a tear while he warmly calls her his precious wife. She admits she feared her father would marry her off to some local brute, never expecting this instead. He explains that he paid off her father's gambling debts to finally win her hand. Only then did her father finally agree to the marriage, comforting her that she did nothing wrong by avoiding a miserable village life. Deeply touched by his sweet words, she whispers how well he understands her, leaning in close. Calling him her husband once more, he softly whispers Susu as they both blush and lean closer. Suddenly, Jiang Chen is in the groom's robes, screaming in pain as the flesh Lingji transforms. It pokes Jiang Chen in the butt to wake him up, but he just turns and scolds Ru Lingji. Asking if it wants to rebel, Ru Lingji sweats in terror, begging him not to yell. When Ru Lingji warns him to look forward, Jiang Chen curiously asks if it has something to say. Instead of answering, it pushes his face forward, revealing a massive set of claws lunging right at him. Screaming in pure panic before the claws can touch him, he completely freaks out. Quickly leaping aside to dodge, Jiang Chen is left genuinely shaken by that sudden surge of raw power. Out of nowhere, a fragile bride rushes in with open arms, begging him for a warm hug. Dazed by her charm, his eyes sparkle as he reaches out, but Ru Lingji desperately covers his mouth. Its intervention snaps him back to reality, forcing him to immediately leap backward. Backing away a few steps, he gasps that he almost fell for her trick. Apparently, this is an unavoidable illusion field created by ultra-low-frequency light waves. Summoning his trusty system, Jiang Chen decides to test out the dragon control technique. Meanwhile, Jiang Tutu smugly unleashes her magic, boasting that his death is only a matter of time. Without warning, two massive bolts of lightning crash down, trapping her as furious winds begin to howl. Forced to raise her arms to shield herself, she looks up in utter confusion as rain starts pouring. Angrily channeling her spiritual energy, she snaps about how irritating the wind, lightning, and rain are. With her illusion field totally disrupted, Jiang Chen looks up, wondering if this is the true technique. Realizing this skill literally lets him control the weather, a sly, scheming smirk spreads across his face. Muttering that the timing is perfect, he launches a fierce kick at her with pure excitement. Challenging her to an all-out battle under the rainy night, he catches her completely off guard. Striking her full force while she is defenseless, the impact sends her flying as Qin Yu slowly sits up. Dizzily rubbing his head, the guy wonders why he passed out before noticing the two fighters above. Recognizing the one fighting the red-clothed demon, his eyes widen upon realizing it is Jiang Chen. Observing the relentless assault against Jiang Tutu, Qin Yu stands frozen in sheer terror. Seeing how easily Jiang Chen dominates the opponent, he shivers, questioning how anyone can be this strong. Believing Xin Zhe deserved his brutal end, he hides behind a rock, plotting his next move. Knowing he can never win a direct clash, he decides to wait for a perfect opening. Just then, a lightning bolt strikes right before Jiang Tutu, forcing her to leap away in panic. Escaping by the skin of her teeth, she smugly laughs at his terrible aim. But Jiang Chen simply stands near a puddle, telling her not to forget the water on the ground. Sure enough, the puddle beneath her feet conducts the lightning, sending a massive shock through her. With electricity frying her entire body, she screams in agony while Jiang Chen raises his weapon. Raising his sword, he cheerfully asks Ru Lingji if it has been waiting for this moment. Without wasting a second, he holds the creature up to absorb the golden celestial lightning. The electric current surges into his blade and body, making Ru Lingxi glow with absolute satisfaction. Rejoicing that it can speak again, it urges him to slice the enemy in half immediately. Granting its wish, Jiang Chen charges forward and cleanly cuts the demon down. Flipping his blade, he smiles warmly at his companion, but its eye suddenly darts behind him. Warning him of an incoming sneak attack, it prompts Jiang Chen to swing his sword backward. Glaring with intense annoyance, he demands to know if the offender has a death wish. Unleashing his terrifying eye technique, he watches Qin Yu fall backward, desperately pleading for mercy. The cowardly cultivator stammers that it is all a misunderstanding, but Jiang Chen demands answers. Qin Yu frantically explains that senior sister Jiang Hongwu ordered them to investigate the corpse. Asked about the bald companion who abandoned him, he weakly admits his brother left him behind. Approaching him with pure disgust, Jiang Chen sneers at how easily the Qin family betrays their own. Classic family genes. Qin Yu panics, immediately swearing up and down that he is actually one of the good guys. Cold sweat pours down his face as he grits his teeth, wondering if that guy knows something. Jiang Chen is just mocking him, but then Jiang Chen suddenly switches gears and asks another question. What is this corpse child you guys are investigating anyway? Qin Yu explains that old Yao is a local corpse retriever. He is famous around these parts. But one day, he pulled a horrifying blood-red female corpse out of the water. When he got her to shore, he realized the dead woman was pregnant and the baby might still be alive. Following the bizarre rules of his ancestors, he brought her home to deliver the baby. That is how this corpse child came to be. Jiang Chen is completely baffled that anyone would do something so dark, but Qin Yu explains that back in the day, corpse retrievers were seen as occult specialists with bizarre methods that were never accepted by mainstream society. They were dismissed as heretics. Naturally, Jiang Chen wants to know what happened next. This triggers a frantic memory. Qin Yu held up a broken sword earlier, recounting how their senior sister, Jiang Hongwu, found a clue and sent them to search behind the mountain for the corpse child. But then, the sword in his hand mysteriously turned into a phone. He corrected himself quickly, stating senior sister Jiang fought her way all the way to North Village to find the target. But by the time she arrived, the retriever was already dead. Even worse, the female corpse was completely missing. That is why the squads had to split up to search. Remembering the puddles of blood along the road, Jiang Chen asks if they noticed anything strange during their search. Like a blood pool in front of every single house. Qin Yu nods, fearfully explaining the villagers offered it to appease the rising blood corpse. They wanted to avoid a total bloodbath. Jiang Chen grabs Qin Yu by the shoulder, demanding answers. He asks if this blood was meant for the red female corpse. Wincing in pain from the grip, Qin Yu says he entered from the south. The blood pools were quiet at first, but along the way, some of the blood started disappearing. Jiang Chen grows dead serious, asking if the blood in North Village is gone too. Qin Yu looks terrified. He confirms that by the time senior sister Jiang arrived, it was already dry. Jiang Chen starts sweating bullets. The realization hits him hard, and trust me, this is where things get really bad. It drank its fill in the north and is now tasting every single pool on its way. Before Qin Yu can speak, Jiang Chen leaps away cursing. Landing on a ledge to survey the area, he realizes the horror. The blood corpse has already reached South Village. He launches himself off the rock, cracking the stone beneath him as he speeds away with gritted teeth. Chen Shui and the injured team members are still there. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the south side. Thick smoke billows into the air, revealing a desperate group facing down a terrifying demon in the chaos. The blonde youth is completely battered and unconscious, and Xiao Yu is in equally bad shape, totally blacked out. Even Yang Chan, despite her incredible strength, lies defeated next to her weapon. Standing before them is the blood corpse. Demonic energy swirls around her blood-soaked body, her hollow pitch-black eyes staring down at them. Horrific hissing sounds escape her mouth. Chen Sui and the survivors are practically paralyzed with fear. Seeing the monster close in, Zhao Danyu panics, cursing his luck. Why does every single demon always target him? The blood corpse smashes her fist down, shattering the ground. Zhao Danyu barely manages to roll backward in time. Dodging just in time, Zhao Danyu backs away, while Chen Shui slips behind the demon, clutching 3 burning talismans in her hands. She hurls all 3 talismans directly at the beast, unleashing a massive burst of cleansing flames. But the demon suddenly spits a deadly projectile right through the barrier of flames, aiming directly for Chen Shui's throat. Caught completely off guard, she can only watch helplessly. Is this really how it ends? Out of nowhere, Zhao Danyu leaps in front of her, taking the brutal hit with his bare arms. Crimson blood stains his flesh. Chen Shui catches him, calling his name in sheer panic as the monster prepares to strike again. The beast spits another wave of those deadly projectiles, forcing the wounded fighter to struggle for survival. Even with his golden bell shield fully activated, the overwhelming impact sends him crashing hard into the dirt. The attacks grow heavier, burying him deep under a pile of shattered rock and debris. Zhao Erhu rushes over in fear, shocked that the demon could completely shatter his brother's ultimate shield. Zhao Danyu clutches his chest in agony, while the martial master Qin Tiancheng screams in fury at the monster ahead. Qin Tiancheng angrily snaps back, "If I did not kill her instantly with that sneak attack, I would have immediately become her next target. Wouldn't I just become her target?" Hearing this, Wu Zong is completely speechless and can only throw back a biting remark. Calling him a despicable coward, she realizes she must rely on herself and immediately begins gathering her power. Channeling energy into both hands, she executes the 7 injuries fist, punching her own chest to shock her own heart. She punches both sides of her lungs, then delivers a 3rd strike to her stomach, shattering her organs and completely unlocking her body. Spreading her arms and legs to welcome the exploding surge of raw power, she screams out as Zhao Erhu stands nearby, watching in absolute shock. Her power must have reached B class by now, meaning this blood corpse stands absolutely no chance against her. Thick veins bulge across her arms as Wu Zong unleashes a massive fist, driving a heavy attack directly toward the blood corpse. With her eyes glowing a deep purple, her strike shatters the ground, sending rocks flying before she moves like a phantom. She instantly teleports right behind the monster, and a look of pure panic washes over the blood corpse. Wu Zong drives a heavy punch straight into its stomach, screaming for it to die, but her victory is cut short by sudden confusion. Panic quickly sets in as she realizes her fist is buried deep inside a disgusting, mushy red mass. The bloody mass forms fingers that grip her hand, and a horrific blood-soaked body crawls right out of the beast's stomach. As its bloody hand easily blocks her punch, the creature calmly states that it had no desire to emerge, but current events forced its hand. It must step in personally. Horrified, Wu Zong gasps, knowing that she is completely doomed. The bloody creature swings its arm, sending her crashing to the ground with a single punch while mocking her pathetic strength. Calling her unable to take even a single blow, it sends her flying back to slam hard against a massive boulder. The ground violently shakes and cracks open as the Samsara corpse fully escapes its host shell, stepping forward to face the remaining 2 survivors. While Chen Shui desperately grips her protective talisman, the monster lets out a creepy laugh and creeps toward the injured Wu Zong. Dark, suffocating energy surges from its body, spreading through the area as the arrogant Samsara corpse glares at them. It orders them to stop resisting and obediently accept their fates as its blood slaves. By now, Chen Shui is completely drained. Drained of all strength, she silently begs Jiang Chen to save them, hoping for a miracle to happen. Right on cue, a familiar heavy hammer slams down right in front of them, and Jiang Chen appears standing proudly on top. He stands tall on his weapon, looking down at his battered comrades with calm reassurance. Overjoyed, Chen Shui cries out that he finally arrived, while their teammate quickly points toward the monstrous threat. He warns him that this creature is a top-tier blood coat rank, questioning if Jiang Chen can actually defeat it. The monster smiles with malicious delight, mocking that yet another foolish soul has arrived to die. Jiang Chen turns to look at the beast with a confident smirk, telling his allies to retreat immediately. He warns them that this place is about to become a living hell, instantly swinging his massive hammer down at the creature. He tells the beast they are ready to rumble, but the clever monster immediately manipulates its own flowing blood. The bloody tendrils yank the hammer right out of his grip. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen quickly summons his pet. Realizing something is deeply wrong after losing his weapon, he seriously tells Ru Lingji to hold on to him as tightly as possible. Ru Lingji transforms into a sword, allowing Jiang Chen to dive straight down and slash at the evil monster. While the Samsara corpse blocks the blow, the severed lower half of the host body sneaks up right behind Jiang Chen. Creepily enough, it has two giant eyeballs attached to it, looking both terrifying and bizarre. Looking up at the bizarre sight, he cannot help but curse out loud, but a sudden intervention blasts those creepy legs backwards, saving him. It turns out to be Qin Tiancheng, whose hands are encased in solid rock as he confronts the grotesque monster. He shouts back to Chen Shui and Zhao Erhu, urging them to assist him so Jiang Chen can fully focus on the main threat. The two quickly charge in to help, while Jiang Chen and Ru Lingji combine their forces to press the assault. Growing highly impatient, the creature launches a relentless counterattack, openly mocking Jiang Chen and looking down on his frantic efforts to win. Belittling his weapon as a mere spirit tool, it unleashes a devastating wave of attacks that pushes them to the limit. This massive power leaves Jiang Chen struggling to defend, especially when the monster merges its two legs into a single weapon. It reshapes its lower body into a deadly spike, thrusting it down at him as he frantically reaches for his waist. He slams his palm hard against the demonic sound drum secured tightly at his waist. The resulting shockwave forces the beast to retract its deadly spike, reverting back to its normal form. Then suddenly, the monster stops and flashes a wicked, scheming smile before flicking a drop of blood directly forward. It points its finger down to drop blood, yelling "Blood Spear." The droplet it shot has now pierced right through the flesh Lingji. It strikes Jiang Chen directly in the chest. He screams in terror, wondering how the flesh Lingji got pierced so easily. Regaining his composure, Jiang Chen strikes the Kui Niu drum hard once more, aiming to crush the deadly corpse. The living dead corpse stands there arrogantly waiting as the massive shockwave from the drum charges straight toward it. The living dead corpse shrieks out, but surprisingly it does not have a single scratch. Jiang Chen is absolutely stunned by this. Even the drum's attack was pushed back. Finally, he pulls out a card and sighs with a helpless look on his face. Group missions are absolute suicide, having to use 3 demon transformation cards in one day. Suddenly, Jiang Chen limbs begin to stretch. Stretching them out, he yells, "Demon transformation, 9-headed bug." Instantly, 9 horrifying serpent heads appear from behind his back. Extra eyes begin sprouting all over Jiang Chen's head, followed by a truly bizarre sight. Countless massive snake heads twist and coil around each other, each one flicking a terrifying razor-sharp tongue. As those serpent heads burst from Jiang Chen's skull, his own eyes begin to morph and twist. With his pupils completely gone, he channels his newfound power, sending the massive snakes stretching further out. The slithering heads lunge directly at the living dead corpse, but the monster instantly conjures a protective barrier. The snakes are completely blocked. Jiang Chen watches the scene unfold in utter shock. This feels just like when his yin god mallet got deflected. What on earth is happening? What a flashy, useless trick. Let me chop every single one off for you. With one swift kick, the creature easily severs the giant snake heads. Jiang Chen immediately rushes in to attack, but it quickly summons that strange barrier again, forcing him to gasp in panic. Not this move again. Jiang Chen grits his teeth, wondering who this monster really is. The living dead corpse smiles arrogantly and replies, "What does knowing my origin matter? You are still going to die anyway." It then begins to explain. Long ago, a resentful woman jumped into the river to end her life, catching the river god's eye. Just as she was turning into a demon, she mated with the river god, eventually giving birth to the living dead corpse with the river god's power me. It boasts with an incredibly creepy, menacing grin. Suddenly, a hand rests right on its shoulder. Still unfazed, the beast sneers about its absolute control over liquids, "Yet you still dare touch me." But suddenly, the hand on its shoulder morphs into giant, terrifying claws. The creature panics instantly. Jiang Chen leans right into its face with a highly mocking grin. Being uncultured is truly pathetic. Have you seriously never watched Journey to the West? Because this is the 9-headed bug's son-in-law of the Dragon King. How dare a river god's mere bastard act arrogant before me? By the way, let me remind you of something. Cutting off those heads does absolutely nothing to me. They do not affect me at all. That was just my overflowing demon energy taking shape. Now die. Saying that, he uses his bare hands to rip a chunk off the corpse's shoulder, making it shriek in agony. By now, the moon shines brightly from high above, illuminating the dark world below. Chen Shui lays out a path made of talismans, and the blood corpse's legs helplessly follow it. Chen Shui alerts her team that it is following her set path, telling them to send it over. Meanwhile, Qin Tiancheng uses his stone arms to lock the blood corpse's legs. It struggles violently, making him groan and struggle. "This thing has way too much energy," Qin Tiancheng yells for Zhao Erhu, who is currently hovering mid-air. Looking down, he trembles while holding the heavy, demon-subduing pillar, warning them he cannot control it properly with his hands. He must rely on free fall to aim, so he lets go, letting the massive pillar drop straight down. The heavy demon-subduing pillar lands directly on the blood corpse's legs, instantly triggering a massive blinding explosion. Qin Tiancheng fails to escape the blast radius and yells in terror while Jiang Chen remains fully excited, slicing flesh off the living dead corpse. Looking at its dissolving lower half, the monster screams in absolute terror. The corpse melts into a puddle of blood. Jiang Chen mockingly notes how it now cries for help. Do you really have the nerve to cry for your mother now? Suddenly, its body turns bright green. You are just a mere dragon's son-in-law, yet you dare challenge me, the river god. Jiang Chen stands shocked. What has the water god actually possessed him? Out of nowhere, a massive water vortex erupts right beneath Jiang Chen, feet spinning with terrifying force. The swirling currents are so insanely strong that Jiang Chen almost loses his footing before a giant wave rises right before him. Looking down, he realizes the enemy is reshaping the battlefield to gain an advantage. But suddenly, the deathborn beast charges straight at him. He spins around instantly. No time. There is absolutely no way to leap out of harm's way. With no room to dodge, he raises both arms to block a heavy blow from the deathborn beast. Jiang Chen immediately strikes back, unleashing the snake head resting on his back to lunge forward and snap at the creature. The beast quickly leaps backward to dodge, finally giving Jiang Chen a brief moment of relief to clear his head and think. He has finally managed to create some distance to formulate a battle plan, carefully analyzing his surrounding area. The entire battlefield has completely turned into a lake, which spells absolute disaster for his struggling allies. Watching his teammates slowly get swallowed by the rising tides, Jiang Chen quickly devises a plan. He needs to drain this water first. Fight on land. Instantly, the snake head behind him moves. The serpent on his neck plunges straight into the water, activating his signature water dragon siphon technique. Its body swells up section by section like a giant hose, and the deathborn beast panics as the water level rapidly drops. Angered, the beast waves its hands to summon more torrents, shouting, "Do you really think I will let you get your way? Use your life to appease my tsunami." Suddenly, a massive wall of water rises directly in front of Jiang Chen. It threatens to collapse and bury him, but as Jiang Chen struggles to hold it back, he realizes he has absorbed enough water. He retracts the snake head from his neck and roars out 3 words, "Dragon King Law." The serpent unleashes the massive torrent of water it just absorbed with such extreme force that it tears through the air. The blast slices right through the water wall. Seeing this, the deathborn beast laughs mockingly, asking if he has already wasted all that water. It prepares to strike again, claiming all it needs is one more attack. But before it can finish, the flesh Lingji suddenly appears. The creature panics as the flesh Lingji appears right in front of its face and bites down hard on its head, completely catching it off guard. It tries desperately to pry it off. No use. Right then, Jiang Chen appears from above. He grabs the beast's head with one hand and pulls back a massive fist, fully prepared to end this once and for all. He roars excitedly, "Shut up and take this beating." He starts by delivering a relentless barrage of punches to its stomach. He targets its limbs and face. Completely helpless, the creature cannot stand against this assault. A moment later, the beast lies defeated under the water. Blood flows, staining the surrounding lake. The red stain spreads quickly. While Jiang Chen watches his fallen foe, 2 members of the Qin family observe from afar. Qin Tiancheng mutters in absolute awe, "Who is this Jiang Chen guy, and how is he this powerful?" Qin Wu quickly tries to suggest a dirty scheme. Of course he does, saying that Jiang Chen is exhausted. "Why don't we seize this perfect opportunity right now?" Qin Tiancheng immediately spins around and snaps at him, "You absolute idiot. You saw how strong he is. Sneak attack him. Are you completely insane? Do you even have the guts for that?" Turning pale with fear, Qin Wu stammers an apology before pitching another highly underhanded idea. "I just meant we could take this chance to go over there and steal the final kill." Qin Tiancheng lets out a sly grin, admitting that is something he definitely dares to do. Right after Qin Wu approaches, he sneaks up behind Jiang Chen and calls out, "Hey, that was tough work." Jiang Chen doesn't even bother turning around. He merely glares over his shoulder with a frown. "Why are you even here?" With a fake smile, the coward replies that he only wanted to help out. Meanwhile, the other brother is making his move. Qin Tiancheng quietly sneaks up behind the defeated deathborn beast, which is now lying completely motionless on the ground. Seeing the creature looking entirely helpless and defeated, Qin Tiancheng flashes a sinister smirk and begins to raise his fists. He repeatedly punches the beast in the face, gleefully declaring that he will be taking full credit for this top-tier kill. The beast groans in pure agony before letting out a blood-curdling scream, causing the nearby waters to violently churn and rise once again. Jiang Chen whips his head around in anger, demanding to know what he did. Qin Tiancheng stammers, claiming he just touched it by mistake. Suddenly, the enraged beast conjures another massive whirlpool. It roars out with pure fury. "None of you are getting out of here alive." Watching the blood-soaked water swirl around him, Jiang Chen panics. He realizes with horror that they cannot even pull their feet out as the strong current drags Qin Wu straight down. Floundering in the water, he waves his hands and screams for help while Qin Tiancheng stacks rocks to build a makeshift stone bridge. Unleashing his stone dragon technique, he glares down at the corpse infant, arrogantly claiming its power has run completely dry. Laughing off the danger, Jiang Chen feels completely speechless at his attitude and quickly rushes forward to block the enemy. He warns him not to go any further, but Qin Tiancheng just winks with a confident thumbs up, telling him to leave everything to him. Little does he know a massive wave of churning water is already rising right behind him, ready to drag him under. Naturally, the fragile stone bridge cracks wide open and the violent current sweeps him away, leaving him floating face down in the water. Tiny droplets of blood spray from where Qin Tiancheng just stood, leaving Jiang Chen utterly horrified by the sudden brutal scene. Tears stream down Jiang Chen's face, deeply moved that someone from the King family would actually sacrifice their life to protect him. Vowing to avenge his fallen ally, Jiang Chen raises his hand, activating the glowing seal of his massive blood crystal skull crusher. Resting in another area, the giant weapon senses the master's call and immediately shoots through the air toward his location. Feeling the spiritual connection and knowing his weapon is close, Jiang Chen smirks and looks directly at the corpse infant. He tells the beast that if it loves sucking things in with storms, it should try swallowing his giant hammer instead. With a massive splash, Jiang Chen's giant hammer crashes down into the water, unleashing its majestic power with a single blow. His sealed hand delivers a devastating strike that triggers a massive explosion, the sonic boom echoing across the area like thunder. Realizing things have gone completely south, the mirror demon wastes no time and desperately flees the scene to save its skin. Watching the demon run away like he's the plague, Jiang Chen chuckles, asking the monster where it thinks it's going. Feeling incredibly smug, he lifts his spiritual weapon and warns the beast that escaping him won't be that easy. Down below, Wuzong staggers out from the debris, pushing her body to the absolute limit. Dragging her aching body into the open, she watches the fight, utterly stunned by the sheer scale of Jiang Chen's power. She gasps in disbelief that they have an expert capable of chasing down a peak-level blood-clad demon. Yang Chan stands right beside her. Hearing her words, Yang Chan steps forward and explains respectfully that the boy is Jiang Chen. He is her classmate who has always kept his incredible abilities hidden from everyone. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen unleashes a sudden strike that slices the mirror demon cleanly in half in the blink of an eye. The demon shrieks in agony as its severed upper body collapses onto the wet ground. Dragging his sword behind him, Jiang Chen slowly follows, mocking the defeated demon by telling it to keep running. Sporting a shady smirk that resembles a generic anime protagonist with something dark to hide, Jiang Chen narrows his eyes. He looks down at the struggling demon with a cold, menacing grin and speaks in a low, gentle whisper. He tells the demon he's going to send it off so it doesn't miss its chance to reincarnate. But just as he prepares to finish the job, a sudden voice echoes from nearby, causing him to freeze in his tracks. He turns around to see the old corpse retriever who supposedly died earlier now standing there, telling him to hold his weapon. The old man asks him if he even knows what this creature is, but Jiang Chen isn't easily fooled. He looks the old man up and down, warily asking who he is as Wuzong approaches from behind. She watches the man with a serious expression, confirming that this is the exact corpse retriever she mentioned earlier, leaving Jiang Chen shocked. He vividly remembers seeing this man drown in a giant tub dead with his eyes wide open. Confused by his sudden appearance, Jiang Chen tells him that he literally watched him drown inside that water jar. The old man calmly explains that he only did it to avoid getting killed by the corpse infant. He claims it was just a simple trick of the Lao sect, which immediately catches Wuzong's full attention. She silently wonders if it was the sect's legendary breath-holding technique, but the demon suddenly cuts in with an angry roar. It screams that they are all going to die completely, ruining Jiang Chen's mood with its annoying interruption. Without even looking, he brings his foot down hard, stomping the screeching demon's head right into the dirt. He even grinds his boot on its face a few times, leaving the monster groaning in absolute misery. Totally helpless under his foot, the creature can only let out weak whimpers of pain. Ignoring the monster beneath his boot, Jiang Chen shifts his focus and curiously asks what this Lao sect is. He demands to know why the old man is trying to protect a demon. The corpse retriever explains this sect's origins. They deal with river anomalies, which basically means keeping the river god happy whenever the waters start to act up. They had to select unmarried girls with 8-character birth dates to become the river god's brides. During extreme emergencies, even members of their own sect had to descend to suppress the chaos. Hearing about such an absurd and immoral tradition, Jiang Chen got incredibly pissed off, scoffing that people could die for all he cared. But tormenting innocent young girls is just straight-up subhuman. Chen Sui agreed, saying it absolutely was. That is why the king of Mount Tai could not stand it and personally wiped out the Lao sect in a brutal war. Just as he was about to eliminate the river god, an emergency recall pulled him back and the matter was buried. The old corpse retriever shuddered at the story. He covered his mouth, whispering for them to keep quiet. If the river god gets angry, none of us are making it out alive. He then turned to Jiang Chen. Also, get your foot off that creature right now. "Do you even know who that is?" Jiang Chen chuckled. Jiang Chen mocked him, asking if it was not just the monster born from the river god violating a corpse. It was boasting about it during our fight. Hearing this, Chen Shui and Wu Zong gasped in shock at the river god's child. The old man grew incredibly agitated, asking how Jiang Chen still dared to keep his foot on it after knowing. He warned him not to do something he would regret forever. If the child dies, the river god will rage. This entire river will become a living hell. Hearing the old man's terrifying warning, Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. He adopted a dead serious expression, stammering about how terrifying that sounded. It seemed like he was going to back down. But of course, he did not give a single damn. Grinning like a lunatic, Jiang Chen stomped his foot hard onto the demon, its skull completely crushed under his heel. Jiang Chen stood tall, delivering a wild, arrogant declaration. He said he would love to see this supposed wrath firsthand. Hearing this, the old corpse retriever lost his mind. He whipped out a rusty knife and lunged straight at Jiang Chen, screaming in a complete frenzy. All those years of protection were ruined. Seeing the crazed old man charging at him with a blade, Jiang Chen annoyance flared. With a swift flick of his wrist, he easily threw the old man back. He told him to get lost and stop being a nuisance. Just then, an ominous rumbling sound echoed. A massive, terrifying wave surged upward out of nowhere, forming a giant wall of water that blocked off any escape. The sheer size of it was suffocating. Seeing this freak phenomenon, the old corpse retriever went pale with absolute terror. He stammered that the river god was furious. Suddenly, a violent, raging whirlpool erupted. The raw force sucked in everything around it, and unfortunately, Qinzi got caught right in the middle of it. Terrified, he screamed, asking what the hell was happening now. Sensing the danger, Wu Zong immediately ordered a retreat. She yelled for everyone to fall back, then turned to face the towering water wall, provoking the entity inside. She asked if it was not afraid of the king of Mount Tai coming to finish it off. Silence followed, then a massive bolt of lightning crashed down. Smirking at the monster's arrogant response, Wu Zong scoffed, asking if it really thought it was that tough. She declared she would purge its entire cult herself right now. Suddenly, the water wall twisted. A massive, hideous face with glowing red eyes and a gaping mouth materialized, letting out a deafening screech. Keeping her cool, Wu Zong pulled a mystical elixir from her hidden stash. She scoffed at the monster's claims, then casually tossed the pill into her mouth. She spat that its child was not even worth her using this Yuanling pill. She chewed the elixir down fast. Her raw power spiked and her fighting spirit exploded as she locked her dangerous, piercing gaze onto the target. She challenged it to a fight to the death. It looked like she was ready to sacrifice herself to take down the river god. But out of nowhere, Jiang Chen stepped in and grabbed her chin, stopping her from swallowing the pill. He stared directly at her crimson lips, leaving her completely stunned and utterly bewildered by his sudden move. Before she could process what was happening, Jiang Chen pulled her close and kissed her right on the mouth. Wu Zong froze, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe tomato, while Jiang Chen, he kept a completely straight face, acting like a smooth operator who had been doing this for years. The intense kiss was over in a flash. Turns out his only goal was to steal her Yuanling pill. He literally kissed her just to swipe the elixir right out of her mouth. As they pulled apart, a rather suggestive sound slipped out, making it hard not to get the wrong. Jiang Chen calmly looks down at the female grandmaster. She demands to know why he snatched her primordial elixir, but he responds as if absolutely nothing happened. In your current state, even with that pill, you wouldn't stand a chance against him, Jiang Chen says, turning to walk away. Glancing back to tell her she already knew that. Having her deepest thoughts exposed like this leaves the female grandmaster totally flustered. She stammers that she still cannot do nothing, but Jiang Chen confidently reassures her. Just leave it to me. If I fail, then you can step up. With that, he turns back and strides forward. After chewing the pill like candy for a moment, a massive, powerful aura suddenly erupts around him, showing off its intense, immediate effects. Jiang Chen says with mild surprise, well, this elixir actually does have quite a kick to it. Turning back to the imminent battle, he stares at the wildly boiling water ahead and shouts out with total confidence. I am going to use you to test the complete form of my demon transformation card, he yells, commanding it to charge. The giant snake behind his head shoots straight upward, rapidly expanding in size at an absolutely unbelievable pace. Before long, it reaches its maximum size, matching the thickness of that massive water wall. The serpent lunges forward with a roar, letting out menacing hisses and sinking its fangs into the water wall, throwing the river god into absolute panic. Furious, the water entity reaches up to match its opponent's swift movements, but Jiang Chen stays one step ahead and commands his snake. Bite him from the right immediately. Hearing its master's call, the snake quickly changes its direction and sinks its fangs into the river god's right arm. Then Jiang Chen issues a follow-up command. Drain him completely for me. Obeying the master's order, the serpent tears into its target with absolute savagery. Up on the cliffs, the onlookers watch the scene unfold right before their eyes. Utterly stunned, they gasp as the river god's arm is severed. They originally thought surviving the two blood-clothed specters was his limit, but to think his power actually rivals the river god itself. Beside them, the female Grandmaster is equally shocked. Jiang Chen's strength is far beyond anything she ever imagined. Back to the heat of the battle, his giant snake charges relentlessly at the river god once more before whipping its tail around to grab something behind it. Wrapping around the heavy mace, the serpent lifts the weapon high, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. Jiang Chen commands it to crush him. Instantly responding, the snake swings the mace down like a falling meteor. The massive blow crashes onto the river god, splitting him right down the middle with a deafening heavy splash. The great water god is torn in two, completely dumbfounded by how easily his divine defense was shattered. Instead of celebrating his victory over the god, Jiang Chen frowns, sensing that something is slightly off here. Is he holding back the true might of his calamity soul because he's afraid of drawing King Taishin's attention? Realizing this, a smug grin spreads across Jiang Chen's face. If that's the case, he laughs, I won't hold back anymore. Time for another slash. Gathering his spiritual energy, he unleashes a massive sweeping blade of qi right at the god, splitting him clean in half once again. But then a strange puddle forms in front of them, leaving Jiang Chen and his snake bewildered. From the very center of that small puddle of water, a furious-looking man wearing an official hat slowly begins to emerge. With his brows furrowed tightly in deep anger, he raises his head to stare directly at them. His eyes burn with pure hatred. It's safe to say this old man is absolutely furious at our main character. Talk about a plot twist. Staring at the rising water figure, Jiang Chen freezes completely on the spot. He can only watch as the old man grows out of the puddle like a beanstalk reaching for the clouds. Feeling annoyed by the intense staring, Jiang Chen snaps, asking what the hell he is looking at. That is the supreme confidence of a true powerhouse for you. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with a brand new notification. This guy has 0 class, gained 1500 ghost energy points. Meanwhile, the official hat-wearing river god continues to glare. He coldly tells him he will remember him before suddenly spraying water directly out of his eyes at Jiang Chen. The sudden blast catches him off guard. You would think an epic fight was coming, but the god did this purely as a distraction, so he could quickly dive back into the depths. Retreating like a total coward, he leaves behind one final bitter warning. On the day of great chaos, I will grind you into dust. True to his pathetic nature, his threats sound utterly hollow. Watching him run away with his tail tucked between his legs, Jiang Chen scoffs in deep amusement. The name is Jiang Chen, don't forget it, he yells as the churning water rapidly begins to settle down. Once the turbulence completely fades, Jiang Chen's hand suddenly starts to tremble. He looks utterly exhausted. Dripping with cold sweat, he anxiously mutters that this territory heavily favors the old man, and if they push him, they stand absolutely no chance. Sitting on the giant snake's head, Jiang Chen leans back, staring up at the sky with a heavy sigh. Sighing, he wonders when he will finally match a fierce soul before the scene cuts to later. Everyone rushes out in high spirits to welcome him back, with Wu Zong excitedly shouting that Jiang Chen has returned. While shrinking his giant serpent, Jiang Chen turns to the old corpse retriever, mocking that his precious river god is nothing special. In the end, did it not just turn tail and run? He asks, pointing toward the rushing river. Shocked out of his mind, the old corpse retriever gasps in absolute panic. How is that even possible? The old man mutters to himself that to help the river god recover her ghostly energy after giving birth and delivering the demon child, he made the entire village sacrifice fresh blood. Jiang Chen is utterly shocked. So those 8 bowls of blood left at every doorstep were his doing. Hearing this, Wu Zong is furious. Enraged by the old man's heinous and bloodthirsty actions, she throws a heavy punch that sends him flying backward. Cursing him as a worthless beast, she wants to do more, but Jiang Chen steps in to shield Wu Zong. Blocked from her target, she angrily asks why he stopped her, but Jiang Chen calmly tells her to hold back. The villain seriously violated the Iron Law, meaning Jiang Chen has every right to execute him on the spot. She assumes he is going to spare the scoundrel, but instead he drops a line that completely melts Miss Yang's heart. He asks how he could let such trash dirty her delicate hands before turning his attention to Qinze. He calls that useless guy over to do the dirty work, leaving Qinze completely frozen in shock. Qinze blankly asks if he is being summoned, while Jiang Chen drags the old man over with a grin. He tells Qinze that he was completely useless tonight, so he is handing this old villain over to him. Qinze is thrilled. Qinze happily drags the old man behind a giant boulder, laughing as he promises to finish the job. Pure agony. Pitiful and bone-chilling screams for mercy soon start echoing from behind the rocks. Then Qin Hai approaches to admit that this fight showed him his limits and he is heading back to Long Temple. He wants to focus on training. Jiang Chen asks if his broken arm is okay. He laughs it off as a scratch, adding that if Brother Jiang had not saved him, he would already be dead. With that, the brothers fly off, yelling that words cannot express their gratitude. They promise to back him up whenever he calls. Just then, senior sister Jiang calls out from behind him. Addressing Jiang Chen directly, she praises him, saying that among their peers he is by far the strongest fighter she has ever met. Not one to be outdone, he smoothly replies that among their peers she definitely has the best taste. With a smile, she hands him a martial sect challenge letter. Jiang Chen takes the card, staring at it blankly. He has no clue what it means and asks, prompting her to reply in a gentle voice. She explains she wants to duel him as soon as she finishes her secluded training before leaping away gracefully. Waving a brief goodbye, she flies off, leaving our main character standing there, scratching his head in complete and utter confusion, trying to figure her out. Is she begging for a beating? Wu Zong approaches from behind, looking at the duel invitation. She tells him he just struck gold, explaining that if martial sect disciples lose a duel, they must serve the winner for 3 years. Jiang Chen asks what happens if they are of opposite genders, causing Wu Zong to blush furiously, as she explains it means marriage. She nudges him playfully, pointing out that senior sister Jiang is the main successor of their prestigious martial sect. She teases him, but Jiang Chen just scoffs. He acts like he could not care less about her. Night falls. Back at his home, the quiet atmosphere is broken when his system screen suddenly pops up. It displays his stats, cards, and items, and the massive numbers on the screen leave him completely stunned. 5,000 points. He is thrilled to net so much ghost energy from one raid. Absolutely thrilled, he rolls 3 3-star transformation cards, pulling the ghost messenger, the jade-faced fox, and the two along. Watching the cards hover in the air right before his eyes, Jiang Chen is incredibly pleased. With options for land, air, and sea, he only needs the right moment to break through to B-class. Suddenly, his phone rings. The buzzing screen draws his attention, and he mutters that he is about to make all that money back. Next day, Jiang Chen is strolling down the hallway with his hands shoved deep inside his pockets. Looking pretty cool on his walk, Jiang Chen suddenly bumps into Li Ji, who grins and asks if his son wants to grab some food. Walking right past Li Jie, Jiang Chen says he is checking on his milk tea shop repairs. Li Jie tags along, saying not bad. Not bad, starting your own business already. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiles and replies that repairs are not even finished yet. It is right behind the school gate, remember to support me later. Cut to him walking across the schoolyard. A mysterious figure watches him from high above, and Jiang Chen suddenly gets the distinct feeling that he is being tailed. He quickly turns down a narrow alley, hoping to shake off whoever is following him. The stalker quickly follows him into the alley but finds it completely empty, gasping in confusion. Where did he go? Suddenly, Jiang Chen drops down from behind, delivering a sharp kick right to the back of the neck as he speaks. What is the point of following me all this way? But before he can ask for details, his opponent is already knocked out cold from that single kick. Looking at the guy lying face down, Jiang Chen feels pretty surprised. Wait, is he dead already? How could he be this weak? Leaning in to check the face, Jiang Chen freezes in complete shock. He gasps in confusion. Is not this the same kid from the group mission earlier? Staring at the bleeding blonde kid, Jiang Chen mutters to himself. Cut to him carrying the unconscious teen into his milk tea shop. He helps the kid inside, telling him to hang in there. Flipping the closed sign, Jiang Chen sets him down on a seat. Let us check the injuries first. That kick was pretty heavy. Hopefully he is not actually dead. With that, he unzips the blonde kid's jacket to inspect the wound, but instead of a flat male chest like he expected, he finds 2 massive curves tightly bound in chest wraps, keeping her chest flattened and hiding her true feminine figure. The unexpected sight leaves him completely speechless, and honestly, who would not be? Right then, she opens her eyes. Her name is Qin Zeg Yi. Terrified and startled, she quickly pulls back into a corner and stammers, Master Jiang, what are you trying to do? Seeing her act like some helpless victim makes him a bit annoyed. He asks back, I should be asking you that, what do you want? Qin Zeg Yi quietly replies, my name is Qin Zeg Yi. I came to beg for your protection. Hearing such an unexpected request catches Jiang Chen completely off guard, so he asks, are not you with the Qin Zeg family? Why are you asking me for protection? Right after he asks this, Qin Zeg Yi suddenly tears up as if recalling some horrible nightmare. She says, honestly, I was just an orphan taken in by the Qin Zeg family. After 15 years of brutal, life-threatening training, I did everything I could to become their adopted daughter, but my real mission was to protect Qin Zeg Hu, the second son of the Qin Zeg family. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understands. But your master Qin Zeg Hu got himself killed. Knowing that is more than enough to understand her situation, Qin Zeg Yi nods weakly, saying yes, now that he is dead, returning to the family means I must pay with my life. Finishing her story, Qin Zeg Yi breaks down, sobbing, her eyes shimmering like a helpless puppy. Enough to melt anyone's heart. She whimpers, but I do not want to die. Jiang Chen speaks gently. I am just one person. How can I possibly go against the entire Qin Zeg family? Taking the water, he hands her. Qin Zeg Yi replies, Master Jiang, you fought He Chen that day without showing even a hint of weakness. The Qin Zeg family definitely does not have anyone as strong as you. Jiang Chen stays quiet for a moment, then asks where she is staying. Clutching the glass, Qin Zeg Yi sheepishly admits she has nowhere to go. Jiang Chen makes an offer. Then you can stay in my shop for now. With that, he hands her a pretty cute-looking item. He gently tells her to change into these clothes. Once finished, a highly attractive, curvy girl stands before us. She is absolutely stunning, and that incredibly shy look on her face makes her completely irresistible to any guy. She murmurs softly, "Master Jiang, why does this outfit feel so incredibly strange on me?" Jiang Chen answers her enthusiastically, asking if she knows how to disguise herself. Surely she does not want the Chinzeg family to find her, right? He tells her to just focus on recovering here. If customers show up, just make them some milk tea. With that, he bids her farewell and leaves, saying he has other things to handle. Watching Jiang Chen leave through the door, Chinzeg cannot help but praise him to no end. Giving her shelter and helping hide her identity, Master Jiang is so thoughtful. She smiles happily, not realizing he is totally taking advantage of her. Entirely. Walking down the street, Jiang Chen feels extremely smug because he just scored a free employee. He silently thinks, no matter what her true goal is in finding him, at least for now. The boba shop isn't hiring, but out of nowhere, a massive guy blocks Jiang Chen's path, causing a sudden crash. Two supervisors surround him. Qin Zeg Xiong aggressively demands that he hand Qin Zeg Yi over immediately. Trapped between two enemies, Jiang Chen immediately realizes these guys came fully prepared to ambush him. He decides to play completely dumb. Seeing his careless attitude, Qin Zigxiang angrily remarks that this strange kid must actually possess some pretty decent combat skills. Qin Zeg chimes in right after warning that outsiders should think twice before interfering in private Qin Zeg family matters. Watching from inside the milk tea shop, Qin Zeg breaks into a cold sweat because seeing those two elite family supervisors has her absolutely terrified. She gasps in total horror. Those lethal family supervisors have tracked her down and she is terrified. The other is Qin Zeg, a green-haired C-rank torture specialist. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen calmly tucks both of his hands behind his back and gently cheekily replies. He plays innocent, saying he has not meddled at all, especially since his hands are clearly staying behind his back. But get this, his cheekiness is just a distraction. Behind his back, he is secretly summoning two deadly snakes. The snakes strike instantly. Qin Zeg takes a nasty bite directly on his forehead, while Qin Zigxiang is extremely unlucky to get bitten right in the neck. Hands still behind his back, Jiang Chen calmly makes a suggestion. Find a poison master immediately. Otherwise, they will end up completely dead in 30 minutes. Terrified out of their minds, the two supervisors immediately bolt to search for an antidote. While fleeing, they desperately scream back warnings. Jiang Chen simply watches them run. Observing their hilarious, pathetic escape, Jiang Chen feels no anger, none at all. He is in a highly playful mood. He waves goodbye, mockingly shouting that they can call his phone if anything goes wrong. Then he turns around to give Qin Zeg some quick instructions. Telling her to stay hidden inside the shop, he warns her that her highly revealing outfit is far too distracting. Qin Zeg pokes her head out with a bright smile, happily agreeing. With the situation fully resolved, Jiang Chen begins walking alone down the quiet, empty street. He reflects on his walk, knowing that making enemies with the powerful Qin Zeg family is definitely going to bring some serious trouble. Suddenly, remembering someone, he pulls out his phone with a highly mischievous grin. He playfully decides that having Yang Tao take the fall is the best solution. No doubt about it. On the other end, Yang Tao is nursing some fresh facial wounds, completely furious at being rudely interrupted by a phone call during an important task. He barks into the receiver to state his business quickly, while Jiang Chen calmly apologizes for the poorly timed call. Calling him Captain Yang to boost his ego, he politely asks for a quick favor as Yang Tao listens. Busy fighting on his mission, Yang Tao snaps back that he should not bother him with small stuff while he is currently hunting the Hamba. He confirms the beast is stronger. Mid-sentence, he has to quickly dodge an attack. Suddenly, he shoves a teammate out of the way of Hamba's deadly attack, shouting right before the call cuts out. Yang Tao hangs up to survive. Silence. Staring at his phone, Jiang Chen sinks into deep thought. Jiang Chen silently realizes that he unleashed a major disaster back then. Meanwhile, the scene quickly shifts to a dark, chilling location in the underworld. Here, the bloody hide-and-seek mission of the local cram school begins. Lin Yue stands ready, clutching her phone tightly. Staring at the screen with dread, she shivers at the child's incredibly horrific death. Wait, is she regretful? Scanning the creepy surroundings, she admits that she really regrets accepting this bizarre mission. Suddenly, a mysterious dark figure approaches out of nowhere, startling her. She immediately springs back and quickly gets into a defensive combat stance to fight. Target spotted. Drawing the heavy wooden sword from her back, she braces for immediate bloody combat. Channeling her powerful martial sect technique, she lunges forward to strike the intruder, telling them to prepare for the ultimate force of her divine attack. But instead of a monster, Jiang Chen suddenly materializes and takes the wooden sword right in the mouth. Horrified, she gasps his name, completely shocked that her assigned mission partner is actually him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is in absolute choking agony right now. He gagged painfully after swallowing her weapon, looking extremely pathetic. But a second later, his eyes light up completely. His face blushes as he intensely stares at Lin Yue, his eyes practically glowing with sheer astonishment. Wondering if this beautiful girl is truly the same classmate he knows, he stares until she nervously blushes and asks why he is staring. Jiang Chen confidently replies that before starting a mission, they must review every single detail to ensure their safety. That is how professional partners keep each other alive during dangerous operations. Amused by his quick-talking nonsense, she smiles and challenges him to explain the actual details of their current mission. Unprepared, since Jiang Chen never actually reads the mission files, his brain completely freezes up like a statue. He stammers foolishly, trying to find words. Giggling at his helpless reaction, she reveals that she knew all along he did not read the files. She starts explaining that this building actually used to host an after-school tutoring class. But in reality, it was just a daycare for kids before their parents finished work, including a boy named Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming was born completely blind. One afternoon, a group of kids played hide-and-seek and somehow things took a tragic turn. He ended up impaled on a sharp iron fence. Everyone claimed he just slipped and there were no security cameras. The police closed the case, but days later the teacher was found dead in the restroom, suffocated by a showerhead. Even one of the kids mysteriously had his eyes gouged out. Lin Yue finishes the story with a grim look. To keep the tragedy under wraps, the underworld immediately sent people to investigate and handle the situation. Jiang Chen gets it. A tragic death. This is definitely a vengeful spirit seeking payback. Mid-sentence, Jiang Chen senses a presence. He snaps his head toward a dark corner, demanding to know who is there. There they see a little boy sitting on the cold ground messing with something, so Jiang Chen speaks up. He asks why the kid is out so late. But with that creepy dark energy radiating from him, he is definitely a ghost. The child mutters that he is looking for something. Then he turns, revealing an incredibly grotesque, rotting face. His wrinkled skin looks ancient. He says his battle spinner is missing, caught completely off guard. Lin Yue gasps. Terrified, she waves her hands and screams about a ghost while Jiang Chen quickly steps in front to protect her. Calm down, he says softly. Jiang Chen confidently explains that his ghost hunting experience taught him a golden rule. If you break a ghost's specific rules, the spirit only grows much stronger and harder to deal with. Lin Yue stares at him, utterly confused. Who on earth hunts terrifying spirits with a bizarre philosophy like that? She asks what they should do. Jiang Chen chuckles, saying they obviously have to play along with the kid. But if they can play along while making things incredibly awkward for him, even better. Lin Yue sighs, finding it way too complicated. Brimming with confidence, he tells her to watch a real pro. Honestly, you gotta love his style. With that, Jiang Chen walks right up to the ghost student, who looks up and asks a question. He asks if Jiang Chen has seen his battle spinner. Jiang Chen pales slightly, looking at that ugly face. But he quickly recovers his cool, scoffing at the kid for speaking so disrespectfully to his elder. He demands a polite request before helping. Hearing that this stranger might actually know where his toy is, the ghost kid leaps up and grabs Jiang Chen, begging him to immediately lead the way to his missing spinner. Unfazed, Jiang Chen smugly tells the kid to beg. Call him Big Brother first. Getting completely annoyed by this petty bargaining, the ghost kid starts losing his temper and screams in rage. The boy threatens to rip Jiang Chen head off. Realizing things are getting pretty dangerous, Jiang Chen knows he has to act fast. He quickly scans the area for a distraction, telling the kid to relax because his toy is right here. Pointing directly ahead, he leaves the ghost student completely baffled as he stares at what Jiang Chen is calling a battle spinner. Turns out Jiang Chen grabbed a heavy gas tank, smacking it with his spirit sword to send it spinning wildly on the ground. He asks the mesmerized ghost kid to look closely at the rapidly spinning tank and tell him if that counts. Even the system chimed in, agreeing there is some wild logic to this, awarding him 799 points. Suddenly, Jiang Chen strikes the spinning gas tank again, but this time he aims it straight toward the kid. He launches it forward, while the naive ghost student watches the spinning projectile with pure, excited eyes. The kid cheers for his new toy, but as it gets close, Jiang Chen shoots a bolt of lightning at it. A massive explosion triggers, lighting up the dark area with a deafening blast. As thick smoke fills the entire hallway, a completely speechless Lin Yue mutters if this might have been a bit too extreme. Once the smoke begins to clear, a very pleased Jiang Chen checks on the battered ghost student he just trolled. He asks if the toy was fun. The system alerts that the kid feels insulted. After gaining another 999 points, he watches the soot-covered ghost student start coughing violently from the blast. Recovering his posture, the furious ghost screams that Jiang Chen is dead meat, charging straight at him. Too bad for the spirit. Before he can even land, a powerful wooden sword blocks him. Lin Yue swings her ghost-dispelling peachwood blade, delivering a massive smack. Now she is fully ready for combat. Telling Jiang Chen she will handle this one, she leaps high into the air, gracefully dodging the student's counterattack with a clean flip. She tells Little Red Riding Hood to watch closely, then fiercely hurls her sword forward. It pierces right through the student ghost. Take my peach wood sword. And that is not all. The creature is about to taste another of Lin Yue's weapons as she throws her peach wood Buddhist beads, blowing its head completely apart. Knocked out cold, the monster lies lifeless in the corner. Lin Yue looks down at her defeated target. She feels a surge of pride. It is her first time taking down a high-tier specter so easily. Jiang Chen steps over to join her. Noticing a faint spark of life remaining, he raises his boot to stomp it out once and for all. He crushes the monster to guarantee absolute death. Instantly, his system screen rewards him with 999 ghost energy points. With the threat handled, Jiang Chen turns to Lin Yue, explaining that he succeeded by simply not breaking its rules. Without those rules, the creature could not utilize its special powers, making it quite easy to finish off. Impressed by his logic, Lin Yue smiles, admitting she never realized classmate Jiang possessed such a deep understanding of ghosts. Moving inside the school, eerie singing suddenly echoes down the dark corridors. The lyrics warn against looking back on the stairs past midnight or sacrificing your life. Lin Yue tenses up. Spotting the source of the sound, she quickly unleashes her attack, daring the hidden creature to try and run. She hurls a powerful talisman toward the source, triggering a sharp scream of pain as something slams hard against the brick wall. The student ghost, sporting a bizarre megaphone mouth, groans in agony. Lin Yue does not hesitate to press her advantage. She swiftly swings her peach wood sword, slicing through its body. Watching his potential ghost energy vanish, Jiang Chen panics. How could she kill it so fast? He grumbles in frustration, visibly annoyed by the lost energy points. She was just a little girl who loved to sing. What did she do wrong? Lin Yue stares at him, completely baffled. She asks if he really considers that monster a little girl, holding the defeated student ghost up with both hands. Jiang Chen argues that those big round eyes are actually quite adorable. Lin Yue, however, is not buying it. She quickly shoots back, pointing out that it is obviously a terrifying specter. After a brief pause, he quickly shrugs off any lingering pity, tosses the thought aside, and declares that even ghosts deserve to enjoy music. Licking the dark ghost blood from his fingers, he calmly argues that maybe the poor creature only wanted to perform a simple song. Blindly exterminating them will only breed more hatred across the 9 provinces. He suddenly sounds like a merciful saint. We must understand them and resolve the hatred peacefully. Intrigued by this unusual perspective, Lin Yue listens closely. Curious, she asks how they should go about doing that, so Jiang Chen leads the way, telling her to just watch him. Finding themselves in another part of the school, they spot old posters scattered across the floor as they venture deeper inside. Suddenly, a loose piece of paper catches Lin Yue's eye. She picks it up and quickly calls out to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, look at this. Is this not exactly how the female teacher died in the rumors? The drawing vividly depicts the teacher's tragic end. Clutching the paper, Jiang Chen falls deep into thought. Lin Yue notes that the sketch looks ancient, likely made before the incident. Suddenly, a panicked voice screams for them to run. The ghosts are coming. The sudden warning completely startles them, both nearly scaring Lin Yue right out of her skin. She spins around, scanning the darkness warily, noting that they are under attack again. Seeing her extreme tension, Jiang Chen grabs her wrist, pulling her away towards safety before she can launch another attack. He smiles, advising her to stay calm and hide first to assess the situation as they dart into an empty classroom. Peering under a large desk, he playfully suggests hiding right there in the spacious gap, only to find a tiny ghost girl in a yellow dress huddled up in the dark. Jiang Chen clicks his tongue, making the little specter realize these newcomers want to steal her cozy spot. Shivering, she looks up and whispers that the space is already taken, but Jiang Chen completely ignores her. Outside, the chilling voice of the student ghost echoes mockingly, telling them that they cannot hide forever. Sensing the danger, he squeezes directly into the tiny gap, insisting there is no time left to argue. He suggests sharing the space before sitting down, though his rear end is far too large for the spot. He ends up landing right on the poor little ghost's face, quickly offering a casual apology for the squeeze. He tells her to bear with it, leaving even the system totally speechless at his utterly shameless behavior. Adding 999 points, his rear stays planted on her face while he warmly tells her not to fear. As long as we stay completely quiet, we will both be fine. Jiang Chen then turns his head to look at Lin Yue. Terrified beside him, she hears him ask if the ghost is coming, yet calling it extremely exciting. Looking ahead, Lin Yue anxiously asks classmate Jiang if they cannot just kill these ghosts to end it right now. Hearing this question, he absolutely loathes Jiang Chen's face darkens immediately as pure annoyance washes over his entire expression. He stares seriously at Lin Yue, correcting her in a highly irritated tone that exorcising spirits is not just about mindless violence. It is actually a form of spiritual liberation. But right as he speaks, a creepy student ghost suddenly appears. The student ghost pops up and opens its mouth incredibly wide, shoving its face directly into their little hiding spot. It giggles with smug satisfaction, declaring that it has finally found both Jiang Chen and Lin Yue. Caught completely off guard, they look like deer in headlights, but Jiang Chen just smiles gently. He asks if they got caught that fast, then suddenly stands up as a bizarre aura erupts around his body. With absolute confidence and a smug grin, Jiang Chen asks if it is his turn to play the ghost now. His eyes widen as a bloodthirsty, murderous intent flashes within them, revealing a truly terrifying and brutal coldness. Jiang Chen warns it to run or it will not even remain a ghost, while another little imp sneaks up behind him. As Jiang Chen speaks to the student ghost, the little imp giggles clearly, plotting some devious prank. Suddenly, the little imp delivers a hard punch straight to Jiang Chen, backside laughing hysterically. It gloats about him sitting on its face, expecting him to cry, but Jiang Chen instantly clamps down. He traps the imp's hand completely, and when it cannot pull away, the monster panics and screams in absolute terror. With its hand completely stuck, it watches Jiang Chen slowly turn around like an absolute demon entering full massacre mode. He tells the imp not to claim he never gave it a chance, then twists around and grabs its head. Then pop, he effortlessly rips the ghost's head right off casually, calling this move the upside-down fruit pluck. Watching its companion get utterly annihilated, the student ghost is paralyzed with fear by Jiang Chen's sheer brutality. It runs for dear life, screaming frantically for help as Jiang Chen grabs his spiritual weapon. Chasing after it with an evil grin, Jiang Chen looks like a true monster, making the student ghost sob hysterically. Snot and tears flying everywhere, the ghost runs and screams as if it just met a real demon. It wrecks everything in its path to escape, but that does not stop Jiang Chen from closing in. He quickly unleashes his spiritual weapon, swinging it down right toward the fleeing student ghost. With the sword blade inches from its face, the student ghost is scared out of its wits, screaming in absolute horror as Jiang Chen relentlessly pursues. He is practically blushing with pure excitement, giggling that he is about to catch the little runaway. Suddenly, a talisman slaps onto Jiang Chen back, forcing him to spin around and see who dared to cross him. Turning around, he finds Lin Yue focusing her power to keep the talisman firmly pressed against his back. Looking at him with deep concern, she begs him to wake up, which Jiang Chen finds absolutely hilarious. He slashes her energy away, asking with a darkened face what she is doing since he is perfectly sane. Lin Yue challenges him to prove his sanity by identifying who she is, expecting some serious answer. Instead, he pulls a complete shift, leaning down to lock his eyes directly onto her chest with a shameless grin. He rattles off her measurements as 34D with a waist-to-hip ratio of 0.71, proving his memory. Lin Yue quickly covers her chest, feeling a bit creeped out as she tells Jiang Chen how absurd he is. She admits his crazy behavior made her think he was possessed, but it is time to focus on the mission. Jiang Chen glances back, realizing that while they were joking around, the student ghost managed to vanish. While Lin Yue was busy checking his sanity, the sneaky student ghost sees the perfect chance to slip away. Seizing the moment when nobody was paying attention, it completely vanished, leaving Jiang Chen to go search for it. He wanders off singing a creepy tune like a total lunatic, leaving Lin Yue completely speechless. Singing about ghosts hiding behind doors past midnight to steal souls, he searches the rooms a short while later. Jiang Chen enters a dark room, bending over to peer inside while muttering to himself, asking where it could be. Annoyed by the difficult search, his patience wears thin as he kicks over a nearby chair and yells for it. He demands it come out, but right after kicking the chair, he spots something absolutely terrifying standing before him. Looking at the refrigerator sitting in the middle of a disgusting yellow puddle, Jiang Chen feels a wave of nausea. Did this thing really hide in there and pee everywhere? Ignoring the gross mess, he reaches out to open the fridge door. He hopes to drag out that annoying student ghost, trying his best to stay focused despite the revolting stench on the floor. Swinging the door open, he tells it to get the hell out, peering right inside the messy interior. A horrific pile of bloody guts and rotting organs is stuffed inside, looking absolutely vile and drenched in thick gore. Jiang Chen sighs, muttering that it is just a bunch of ruined organs before reaching in to grab a piece of intestine. But as he pulls, a voice suddenly pleads, "Big brother, do not pull, those are my guts." The fridge suddenly changes. A giant bloodshot eyeball pops up in the top freezer compartment, staring right at him. It is completely repulsive. Gagging from the sheer disgust, he demands to know what the hell it is. The eyeball whimpers that another ghost wanted to play hide and seek. It scared him to death, so he hid inside this fridge and somehow ended up fused into this messy form. Pretty speechless, Jiang Chen pokes the weird fleshy mass and asks how on earth it plans to eat food from now on. The fridge monster suddenly wide-eyes him, its gaze instantly twisting into pure manic excitement and madness. It leaps straight up, screaming that this is exactly how it eats, lunging directly at Jiang Chen with its massive mouth open. It actually manages to trap Jiang Chen inside its grotesque body. Watching this horror unfold, Lin Yue panics. She stumbles back in absolute terror, trembling, while Jiang Chen thrashes around and struggles desperately inside the living appliance. He is startled but does not run. Sensing the danger, Lin Yue quickly pulls out a fire dragon talisman, throwing it with a loud yell. Unleashing her elemental spell, the talisman slaps onto the fridge and immediately erupts into a massive roaring wall of fire. Caught in the blaze, the monster screams in agony. Ah, too hot. It tries to fight back, flinging open both its doors. It shoots out freezing frost directly at Lin Yue. Shivering in pain, she cries out that it is freezing. She rapidly triggers the fire dragon talisman to detonate. A massive violent explosion rips through the room, blowing the demonic fridge completely to pieces. Jiang Chen breaks free and lets out a huge sigh of relief as the threat is neutralized, thinking he almost died right there. But before sending this creep to the afterlife, Jiang Chen makes sure to get some quick answers out of it. He demands to know where the big-headed ghost went. Slumped on the floor, the defeated monster stammers out its reply. It thinks the target ran toward the bathroom. Having got what they came for, Jiang Chen and Lin Yue prepare to head out. They leave the dying monster behind to rot, but not before he casually tosses a quick thanks. Without wasting any time, they rush straight to the bathroom. Finding the door, he cracks it open and peeks inside, wondering if this was where that teacher suffocated. The very moment he peers inside, his vision is caught by something unusual. His eyes are instantly flooded by the eerie green glow of demonic energy. His sharp senses warn him of trouble ahead. He clearly detects the spectral movement of a spirit, though he cannot confirm if it is the big-headed one. Coming up with a quick plan, Jiang Chen turns to Lin Yue and asks if she can set up a trap. That is an easy task for her. She confidently suggests using the dragon-taming array of her Shanking sect. Grinning with satisfaction, Jiang Chen pulls out the flesh Lingji from his inventory to get things ready. He says they will just wait for the prey to walk into the trap, tossing the creature inside to attack. Ordering it to go wreck the place, loud crashing sounds of a brutal fight instantly echo from inside the room. Thrilled by the chaos, Jiang Chen cheers. Inside the flesh, Lingji stares down the big-headed ghost with pure fury. Completely outmatched, the big-headed ghost struggles as the aggressive flesh Lingji lunges forward. It wraps tightly around the ghost's throat, choking the life out of it until its eyes roll back in agony. With one final brutal squeeze, the ghost's head is cleanly severed, spraying blood everywhere, but suddenly another hideous monster appears from the dark. This new beast is covered in slimy green ooze with a terrifying skull face. Seeing the other ghost's grim end, it panics and immediately tries to flee, rushing toward the toilet with plans to dive inside and escape. Thinking it can slip away, its escape plan is instantly ruined the moment it makes a move. Just as its hands touch the toilet, the monster gasps in utter shock, completely unable to process what is happening. Lin Yue had secretly placed a magic circle on the toilet beforehand, and now it springs to life. The barrier blocks the skull ghost completely, sending it crashing backward just as Jiang Chen and Lin Yue walk in. Jiang Chen laughs triumphantly, praising her array for working so well and leaving the helpless monster utterly cornered. Furious, the skull demon raises its hand to strike back, screaming that these unruly brats even dare to bully their own teachers. The scene suddenly shifts, taking us into a quiet room somewhere else. A young woman sits with her feet on the desk, casually reading webtoons on her phone when something strange appears. Three little kids pop up and beg her to play hide-and-seek, but she is way too glued to her screen. She kicks her foot to wave them away, telling them to go play by themselves. Meanwhile, back in the eerie school space, Jiang Chen calls out the skull demon, telling her she behaves more like a low-life thug than a real educator. Furious at his words, the monster immediately snaps back. She tells him to stop blaming her for everything, losing her mind and throwing a heavy punch straight at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen easily leaps high into the air, completely dodging her wild, raging attack without breaking a single sweat. She lunges close, but he grabs her head. No more talking, he goes straight for action. He rips the skull mask right off her face, asking where on earth she gets the nerve to act so high and mighty. Instantly, the monster's body melts into a puddle of disgusting, slimy green ooze. As it spills onto the floor, Jiang Chen angrily crushes the skull mask to pieces in his hand. He mutters how much he loathes teachers like her, leaving Lin Yue completely amazed as she asks him a question. She wonders if he is actually a class powerhouse, but Jiang Chen just brushes it off, saying it is close enough. Turning to her, he points out that they only need to find one last child, and she quickly nods, suggesting they split up. After a thorough search of the area, they meet back in the same room as Jiang Chen looks around closely. He mentions he checked everywhere with no luck, while she admits she came up empty-handed, too, feeling a bit uneasy. She wonders if this spirit even exists in the first place, prompting Jiang Chen to pull out his phone in suspicion. Checking the app again to be sure, he guesses there might be a bug, so they decide to pack up and head out. But just as they prepare to leave, a tiny translucent ghost creeps up and hitches a ride on Jiang Chen back. He has absolutely no idea it is there, since the sneaky little spirit can turn completely invisible. Unaware of their tiny hitchhiker, they hop into the car and quickly speed away from the abandoned school. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen casually asks her if all-powerful cultivators are obsessed with sports cars. Sighing, she replies that she only bought this ride because she heard he was the one who loved sports cars. He leans back with his hands behind his head, calmly explaining that rogue cultivators like him do not care for luxury. They live constantly on the edge of life and death, focusing only on sharpening their own skills. He has no interest in worldly things, Lin Yue suddenly gets an idea and offers to bring him to her Shang King sect. She says having a powerful backer will make his path much smoother, though he will probably turn it down. Curious, Jiang Chen asks if her sect teaches ghost-raising arts or holds any ancient dangerous demons. His unusual question completely catches her off guard, making her burst out laughing at the very idea. She chuckles and tells him only the dark sects do that. Hearing this, a sneaky grin spreads across his face. That specific faction is known for taming spirits and using dark arts. After chatting for a while, their car enters a dark tunnel, completely missing the warning sign posted right above. The tunnel is dead silent. As their car disappears deep into the darkness, two workers appear at the entrance. They quickly drag out heavy barricades and warning signs to block the lane. Working quickly, they urge each other to close down the path immediately before anyone else enters. They need to call the authorities to investigate because rumors say there is a terrifying ghost inside. 1 hour later, Jiang Chen and Lin Yue are still driving through the tunnel, but something is starting to feel off. It has been over an hour and they still have not reached the exit, making them wonder how this is possible. Sweating with anxiety, Lin Yue fears they might be caught in a classic ghost wall loop. Jiang Chen immediately activates his divine sight to scan the area, noticing that while the road looks completely straight, it actually curves so much that they have literally been driving in a giant endless circle this whole time. Realizing a mischievous spirit is playing tricks on them, Jiang Chen gets a smirk on his face. He decides to provoke the little troublemaker, sticking his head out the window to see exactly who is messing with them. Lin Yue worriedly warns Jiang Chen to stay on guard, pointing out that not a single ghost has shown up yet. He yells a loud provocation, daring whatever ghost is hiding in the shadows to step out and face their daddy. Threatening to tear down the tunnel if they do not show, Jiang Chen is suddenly cut off as a blurry figure zooms past, leaving him wide-eyed at its insane speed. The ghost looks like a creepy clown riding a tricycle, pulling up right beside the car with a twisted grin. It challenges him to a death race, flashing its sharp teeth while demanding the loser pay for their defeat with their very life. Without skipping a beat, Jiang Chen tells Lin Yue to floor it, accepting the devilish challenge with a massive burst of speed. The speedometer climbs instantly, showing they are already flying at 270 kilometers per hour. Yet the creepy tricycle demon keeps pedaling effortlessly, cackling like a maniac as their car desperately chases right behind. Inside, Jiang Chen gets annoyed, wondering how they cannot even overtake a stupid monster riding on 3 tiny wheels. Lin Yue panics at the wheel, shouting that she has already floored the accelerator to its absolute limit. Sweat pours down her face, and seeing how bad things are, Jiang Chen calls up his system to intervene. Deciding to use a little trick, he orders the system to upgrade the car, and a loud notification rings out. Spending 3 ghost energy points, their car is instantly enveloped in swirling currents of eerie green and dark purple mist. Suddenly, a massive metal booster pipe sprouts directly from the rear of the car, unleashing a violent blast of blue energy to launch them forward. This insane blue exhaust catapults the car forward, leaving the tricycle demon wide-eyed and baring its teeth in absolute disbelief. Cold sweat breaks out on the monster's face as the newly upgraded car shoots ahead of it at a blinding, mind-blowing speed. Passing the shocked demon, Jiang Chen sticks his head out the window with a smug smirk, mocking its pathetic speed. He yells for it to show its real strength, just as a bright light appears ahead, signaling a way out. But the space inside the tunnel suddenly warps and distorts as the tricycle demon's face twists into a sinister expression. Eerie energy leaks from its eyes and mouth as it screams in fury, preparing to unleash its full, terrifying power. It lunges forward with blistering speed, overtaking the car of Jiang Chen and Lin Yue once again in the blink of an eye. After passing them, the creature turns its head back to flash a highly arrogant, mocking grin. It proudly declares that they have lost, but Jiang Chen merely extends his hand and summons his weapon. A familiar, dark, and oppressive aura erupts from his palm, bringing forth his massive weapon. The colossal sledgehammer appears, extending straight through both car windows and throwing the cocky demon back into a panic. With the giant handle sitting right between them, Jiang Chen turns to Lin Yue and yells to pull the brake and drift left. She reacts instantly, slamming the brakes as the tires screech on the asphalt, kicking up a massive dust cloud. The car slides into a sharp spin, swinging the colossal hammer outward like a devastating bat aimed right at the demon. The terrified demon freezes in place, completely helpless, as the massive hammerhead comes hurtling directly toward its face. Dripping in sweat, with its eyes bulging out in absolute horror, the creature helplessly watches the colossal weapon strike with a force so powerful it shatters the nearby guardrails. The impact splits the heavy metal guardrails clean in half, and the glowing system screen pops up with a notification. The tricycle demon is dead, granting him 999 ghost points. Jiang Chen gets out and yells down the dark cliff. He warns any lurking spirits not to loiter here, while Lin Yue watches the cave entrance vanish behind a thick purple mist. Gasping that the exit has completely disappeared, she takes a closer look around and makes an unsettling guess. She warns that this mountain seems to be alive, leaving Jiang Chen thoroughly confused as he asks what she means. Lin Yue points high up into the sky and tells him to take a closer look, drawing both of their gazes upward. At the peak sits a massive, terrifying rock formation shaped exactly like a demonic head, leaving Jiang Chen utterly baffled. It is a mountain giant ghost, and suddenly the earth rumbles, sending rocks tumbling down. As the debris rains down, a deeply concerned Lin Yue turns to him and asks what a mountain giant ghost actually is. Towering over them is a colossal stone figure with a grotesque, terrifying face carved right into the center of its body. Jiang Chen explains that it is a mountain that gained consciousness, though most are just brainless beasts acting on pure instinct. As he speaks, he raises his hand to conjure thick glowing vines that rapidly wrap around and climb up the giant stone figure. He calmly adds that they should not let its massive size intimidate them, as this thing can be easily dealt with. In moments, the aggressive vines cover almost the entire stone structure, leaving only its terrifying face exposed to the air. Yet even that face is quickly overtaken as the climbing vines suddenly sprout rows of deadly razor-sharp thorns. The creepy stone face gasps in pure panic at his touch. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remains completely unfazed below. Standing below, he calmly raises his hand and casts his wood manipulation spell. Thorny vines tighten around the rock. It deforms, forcibly ejecting the bizarre face right out of it. That strange face freefalls. Meanwhile, the stone limbs are completely crushed by the vines until they shatter. Watching the rocks crumble, Lin Yue stands there with her mouth wide open. Jiang Chen lowers his head, acting cool. Real men never look back at explosions as the dust clears. The dust clears. Lin Yue is still totally dazed, unconsciously calling out his name. He flashes a handsome grin, confident of his perfect score. But wait, things are changing below. The ground beneath them begins to rise. Both of them stumble as they lose their balance. A new golem emerges from below, assembled from various rocks and sporting bright rosy cheeks on its face. They are standing on its head. Both of them panic, wondering why there is another one here. The previous monster was just a baby compared to this. She asks what to do, but Jiang Chen reassures her. Just pretend we do not exist, he says. Suddenly, the golem's four eyes glow as it bellows. It bellows out, "Where's my son?" Meanwhile, the scene shifts to underworld headquarters. Inside a quiet office, a brown-haired man sits looking extremely nervous. His interrogator slams the table in rage, demanding to know how many died in the Nine-Tower Mountain Tunnel. Terrified, cold sweat pours down his face as he stammers that he knows absolutely nothing. Talk or suffer, the underworld agent warns. Right on cue, a terrifying nightmare demon emerges. The nightmare demon manifests with dark energy, demanding to know how they died without a landslide. As the demon glides closer, the man shrieks in pure terror. Yet despite his fear, he stubbornly refuses to speak. He threatens to report them for torture. Meanwhile, massive jaws loom right over his trembling head. His protests change nothing. The nightmare demon engulfs his head as the scene quickly shifts elsewhere. In front of the collapsed rubble, two men stand observing the area closely as one speaks to the Grand Master. He asks why the tunnel keeps collapsing like this. A shady, untrustworthy Taoist priest strokes his chin before responding. Nine-Tower Mountain blocked negative energy. Drilling through it allowed the evil chi to leak out, causing accidents. He trails off cryptically. The red-haired man quickly loses patience, demanding to know what the catch is. Raising two fingers, the priest smiles. Bury two living pillars at the entrance and it will not collapse. Elsewhere, in a modern building lobby, a blond man stands waiting by the elevator. Sporting those familiar rosy cheeks, he scratches his head submissively, waiting for his boss. "Did you need me, boss?" he asks. The red-haired man flashes a sinister grin. "Word is you gambled everything away and now plan to sell your family. Are you even human anymore?" He points at his face in panic. He wants to sell himself, but nobody is buying. The red-haired man reacts coldly. He announces he will buy him as a phone screen flashes. 5 million appears on screen. The red-haired man asks if the money arrived and the blonde guy nods. Standing right at the edge of a massive pit, the blonde guy stares at his phone screen in total shock. A thrilled grin spreads across his face, while the red-haired man stands silently right behind him. Looking like a literal demon, the man tells him to go. But looking down at that pit, the blonde guy starts to panic. He grits his teeth, screaming at the top of his lungs just to find some courage. He leaps straight down into the deep pit. Suddenly, a woman holding a small baby appears. The child weeps, calling for his dad, which catches the red-haired man completely off guard. Panicking as he falls, the blonde guy desperately screams to warn his family. He yells for them to go home while the woman rushes straight toward the cold-hearted man. She grabs him, screaming in absolute fury that he is a murderer who stole her husband. Still, sobbing, the young child clings tightly to his mother, desperately beating his tiny fists against the cold man. The child demands his father back, but the man suddenly grabs a heavy shovel, coldly muttering about dealing with them. He sneers at them, calling them ungrateful for saving their starving family, and tells them that if they love that thief so much they can rot with him. With a cruel grin, he swings his heavy shovel, pushing both mother and child straight into the pit before finally starting to. He leans heavily on his shovel, panting like a dog as a massive concrete mixer truck slowly rumbles up right behind him. With a quick wave of his hand, the truck fires up, pouring a thick stream of gray concrete directly down into the deep hole. After reviewing the man's memories, the underworld officer sighs, muttering that his mind is an absolute chaotic mess. Wiping his memory is honestly far too easy of a punishment. Meanwhile, back with Jiang Chen, he is still carefully crawling along the giant rock. Nearby, Lin Yue anxiously whispers that hiding like this forever cannot be their only option, making Jiang Chen sigh in agreement. He explains that since they are right on her head, a solid strike up here would instantly put down any normal ghost. Below them, 4 angry eyes are still glowing with fury, prompting Jiang Chen to suggest a quick plan to work together. He wants her to use a fire dragon talisman to blast a hole in her head, and Lin Yue immediately gets to work. She pulls out a talisman glowing with a fiery red aura, slaps it onto the stone, and sets off a massive explosion. The blast rocks the giant stone, forcing those 4 glowing eyes to look up, while Jiang Chen begins manipulating a bunch of thick vines. He explains that he will use his puppet mastery technique to pry her head apart right along those fresh cracks. Sprouting rapidly, the dark vines begin wrapping around the giant's skull, boring deep into every single crack. Under the relentless pressure of the vines, the massive head starts splitting apart, prompting Jiang Chen to smirk and say that is enough. It seemed almost too easy, leaving Lin Yue staring in sheer disbelief, but Jiang Chen suddenly freezes in absolute shock. Looking at his system panel, he realizes with horror that his ghost energy is not going up at all, and they both turn to lock eyes in panic. Right in front of them stands a towering humanoid golem made of crude stones, but its giant head is completely missing. An eerie, fiery glow erupts from its entire body, surging upwards from the stump of its neck. The hollow neck resembles a boiling pit of molten lava, and a grief-stricken voice suddenly echoes out, demanding the return of her child. Staring up in absolute horror, the duo watches as thick plumes of black smoke begin rising from the bubbling lava. The smoke spreads everywhere as the scorching lava begins overflowing, accompanied by a chilling threat of death. As the volcanic fluid erupts, they dive in opposite directions, but Jiang Chen spots the lava heading straight for something precious. He panics, yelling that her expensive Lamborghini down there is about to melt, but Lin Yue just screams back in frustration. She yells at him to forget the car and run, pointing out that this mission is way beyond their current pay grade. Hanging directly over a massive river of boiling lava, Jiang Chen somehow remains completely ridiculously calm. He summons a single droplet of water, quickly casting his rainmaking spell to expand it. He shoots the giant sphere down, blocking the molten wave. Safe for now, the red sports car remains untouched as the lava splits around it, leaving Jiang Chen cheering that his trick actually worked. Glancing back up at the monster, Lin Yue warns him to stay alert because another massive eruption is already building up. Smirking as a brilliant idea hits him, Jiang Chen laughs, saying that this makes things a whole lot easier. He raises both hands, holding his rainmaking technique in his right, his flesh Lingji Pet in his left, and prepares to merge them. Slamming his hands together, he screams for them to fuse, forcing the 2 distinct powers to bind as one. The fusion sparks a bright light, molding them into an incredibly bizarre yet powerful-looking weapon. Looking like a mechanical dinosaur jaw, the netherworld water cannon is ready just as a fresh wave of lava surges from the neck. Jiang Chen aims his newly formed weapon directly at the beast, ordering it to put her out. 4 bright yellow nodes light up on the barrel as the cannon jaws hinge open, unleashing a blast of water. His initial stream looks tiny compared to the massive wall of oncoming lava, prompting Jiang Chen to quickly yell out for it to enlarge. Another yellow ring flashes on the weapon as the barrel struggles to pump out an even greater volume of water. Finally, the blast takes shape, morphing into a majestic, glowing blue beast made entirely of high-pressure water. Hovering proudly in midair, it manifests as the ultimate netherworld flood dragon water cannon. Jiang Chen commands the dragon to blast her right in the mouth, quickly cooling down the raging fire. Seeing the lava completely extinguished, he smirks, while the shivering monster cowers before him as he calmly steps forward. Looking down at the silent pile of stone, Jiang Chen remains unsatisfied, hoisting up his flesh Lingji to order another transformation. Obeying his command, the bizarre little creature morphs once again, sprouting dozens of creepy wriggling legs. As he controls his weapon, he shouts out, "Have you ever tasted my suffering? I will grind your bones to dust." Never to be reborn, he swings his weapon right into the stone golem, slicing it apart before retrieving his blade. He thanks Flesh Lingji for the hard work, looking down at the shattered remains of the giant stone golem. Lin Yue walks over, asking if it is finally dead. Jiang Chen waves his hand to clear the thick smoke. A bright red soul stone lying on the ground catches his eye, making him gasp in surprise. Picking up the massive crystal, he marvels at how this single stone was actually able to survive his devastating blow. Lin Yue points out that it looks a bit like a shield, prompting him to happily summon his system. It is tough but too clunky, so he asks the system if it can refine this stone into something better. The system requires 1,000 ghost chi, and without a second thought, he commands it to proceed. The system gets to work, and a notification screen pops up over the crystal. He crafts a mid-grade giant stone shield. A solid golden shield appears in front of him, and he eagerly straps it onto his arm. Testing its weight, Jiang Chen commands the system to store it. Suddenly, Lin Yue gasps. She panics, seeing a creepy glowing grin inside Jiang Chen's shadow, prompting him to ask what is wrong. Beads of sweat roll down her face as she points at the head of his shadow on the ground. She stammers that it just moved on its own, prompting Jiang Chen to shoot a burst of energy at it. His own shadow looks completely normal again, so he shrugs it off, saying there is nothing to worry about. Just as he claims nothing is wrong, a dark, muddy liquid suddenly splashes up right in front of them. They watch in curiosity as Jiang Chen scratches his head, staring at the strange, bubbling black puddle. A pale white head slowly rises from that bizarre puddle, gradually molding itself into a perfect twin-like clone of Jiang Chen. Once the duplicate's body is fully formed, its glowing eyes lock onto them as it flashes a wicked, mocking grin. "You still managed to spot me," the clone sneers, standing face to face with the real Jiang Chen. It boasts about finally becoming human, leaving Jiang Chen stunned before he casually critiques its looks. He admits it looks handsome, though the eyes are dead. The system shows the ghost wondering why he is so calm. Ghost chi increases by 189. Jiang Chen easily sees through the play and speaks up. There is no need to ask, since he already knows it is the child who fell from that building. The ghost fumes in anger, crying out that they bully him for being blind and force him to be the seeker. Jiang Chen sighs and asks who even asked him, driving the ghost absolutely wild with pure rage. The face of a young boy appears inside its gaping mouth as it flashes back to its tragic past life. Playing with 3 other kids, the blind boy had asked why he always had to be the seeker. A cruel bald kid sneered at him, mocking him because a seeker did not need eyes to play. They dared him to try and catch them before running off, leaving him to wander alone in the dark. As the blind boy groped around, he slowly cornered the bald instigator right at the rooftop edge. The bully panicked as the boy finally touched his shoulder, happily cheering that he had caught him. Feeling annoyed, the bully scoffed, but then a highly malicious, wicked grin spread across his face as he slipped right behind him. He told him to turn around and walk straight, lying that another kid was hiding right ahead. The naive boy believed him and took a step forward, while the bully watched on with sick delight. Happily heading straight toward the edge, the boy called out, asking where his friends were hiding. But his next step found empty air, sending him plummeting down the tall building in sheer terror. Jiang Chen feels a wave of disgust, muttering that those kids were absolute human trash. The ghost's eyes glow, declaring that now everyone must play hide and seek with him forever. Jiang Chen steps up and pats his shoulder with a calm smile, saying he has already found him. Brushing his hand away, the ghost grins, suggesting that cheating and killing him would end the game. Jiang Chen scoffed, "Did you really think copying my face would make you strong enough to kill me?" He summons Flesh Lingji as the ghost draws its own sword, challenging him to a fight. Without another word, Jiang Chen charges forward, unleashing a flurry of devastating slashes. The demon yells out 800-mile demon punch as it strikes him, a wicked grin spreading across its face. It sneeringly repeats the move, mimicking every single strike Jiang Chen throws at it. He switches to his lightning technique, but the demon copies the lightning magic instantly. 2 identical lightning bolts clash in midair, so Jiang Chen summons his underworld halberd and the demon mimics that move too. But during the clash, a talisman suddenly slaps onto the demon's back, glowing with Lin Yue's powerful spiritual energy. Standing outside, she clasps her hands together and yells, "Evil spirits, show your true form." She leaps above it, but the demon just sneers in contempt, is that all, before turning back to unleash a roaring tiger glare. A brilliant beam of light shoots from its 2 glowing eyes, hitting Lin Yue and sending her falling through the air. Jiang Chen frowns, muttering that the copycat is actually pretty good, as he quickly tries to come up with a better plan. If he uses normal moves, it will just keep copying them, and if it learns the Yin Soul Pon or Kuiak's drum, he is in deep trouble. Suddenly, he charges forward and wait, did he really just aim for the demon's crotch with a monkey steals the peach punch. The demon shrieks in agony, eyes wide, but then it immediately retaliates by pulling the exact same dirty trick right back on him. Jiang Chen tears up from the excruciating pain. Over by the domed building, a bright streak of light suddenly shoots into the sky. It is an agent from the netherworld flying at high speed, speaking with urgent haste. "Leaving those ghosts in the cellar will definitely cause a massive disaster. We must handle them immediately." Back at the scene, Jiang Chen is still wrestling desperately with the demon, who yells out for him to stop. Jiang Chen grunts for it to let go first, right before a sudden kick sends the demon flying. Separating them, the netherworld agent looks over and asks if he is Jiang Chen. When asked about the cellar ghosts, Jiang Chen winces and says those are nothing compared to this monster. He warns that anyone under B class should back off, leaving the agent completely stunned as he repeats B class. Confirming it is indeed B class, the agent suddenly tears off his shirt and throws his hat aside, revealing a muscular physique. With a fierce look, he introduces himself as Underworld Scout Captain Chu Hong, excitedly charging forward with his blade. He swings his sword, thinking about how he has heard of Jiang Chen's legendary skills. Eager to test himself against this shadow clone, Chu Hong delivers a massive, powerful strike with his weapon. His powerful swing connects successfully, blowing the demon back, but as it stands back up, its expression turns dead serious. Its arm suddenly morphs into a giant wooden vine, whipping violently toward Chu Hong using a wood control technique. Chu Hong quickly slashes back to block the strike, his gaze turning serious as the massive vine lunges closer. As the deadly vine closes in, Chu Hong grips the hilt of his heavy blade with both hands. With a fierce swing, he effortlessly chops the giant vine into a dozen scattered pieces. Suddenly, the demon lunges from behind, forcing Chu Hong to barely block as they both clash, trying to overpower each other. Cold sweat pours down his face under the immense pressure of the block, while the demon grins in smug satisfaction. But suddenly, Chu Hong throws a heavy fist, laughing that in the end, throwing hands is still the best way. The demon throws its own fist back with a roar, and the two massive punches collide, triggering a violent explosion. As the thick dust settles, a massive crater is left in the ground right before Chu Hong. He gasps at how incredibly strong the attack was before a wide, excited grin slowly spreads across his face. Wiping his face, he admits that for another B-class, this opponent is the very first one to actually press him this hard. Jiang Chen chuckles, noting it is his shadow after all, as Chu Hong charges right back in for another strike. The demon sneers that this is getting annoying, summoning a bizarre object that suddenly fires right at the incoming agent. Caught completely off guard, Chu Hong looks down in panic, muttering "oh no" before the force blasts him straight into the sky. Jiang Chen shields his eyes, commenting on how incredibly far the man flew before turning back to face the demon. With a sly smirk, he tells the shadow that it belongs to him, but the arrogant clone just laughs mockingly. It dares him to try and beat it first, just as a mysterious crimson object begins to materialize in Jiang Chen's hand. He confidently asks if the beast really thought it had already copied every single one of his ultimate techniques. The red glow reveals a demon transformation card, and his smile grows truly sinister as he triggers the Yaksha demon transformation. Countless bizarre, monstrous beasts materialize around Jiang Chen as his terrifying demonic energy surges to an entirely new level. A massive surge of raw energy erupts from his body, ripping his clothes to shreds to reveal a bizarre glowing mark on his shoulders. This strange brand stretches all the way to his chest. Talk about bad news. Jiang Chen's expression turns deadly serious. Just then, a system alert pops up. Congratulations, he just unlocked a random skill called the Golden Pupil of Soul Absorption. His eyes fade into pitch black. He grins coldly, demanding to know if the demon recognizes this move. Pure panic. The creature stammers in absolute disbelief, wondering how this is possible when it already scanned his entire body earlier. Impossible, the demon gasps. But Jiang Chen just proudly pats his own muscular chest. He scoffs that he has way too many trump cards to count. The smug demon merely sneers back. It claims his flashy skill is just a cheap, showy trick, but then snap, Jiang Chen instantly grabs its throat. The beast squeals, tongue lolling out in agony. Not stopping there, Jiang Chen shoves 2 fingers deep into its throat. He asks how my showy tricks taste before jamming 4 fingers and violently ripping and stretching its cheek with brute force. Pure savagery. He spins the terrified demon around by its face, then violently flings it across the clearing. Completely dizzy and disoriented, the creature crashes heavily into a massive boulder before slumping down onto the ground. It is pretty weird for a mere shadow to drool so much, Jiang Chen mutters, stepping closer to offer a real show. He taps a single black mark on his chest, and right on cue, a creepy golden eye snaps open, unleashing a blinding beam of pure golden light. With a wild shout, he unleashes the soul-absorbing golden pupil, hitting the panicked demon dead-on with light. The creature writhes on the ground, screaming in agony while desperately warning him that destroying his shadow means killing himself. If I die, you die too. Jiang Chen just grins like a maniac, whispering softly that he is actually pretty eager to see what happens when it is gone. He steps closer, dialing up the light. Suddenly, the demon melts into the earth. Jiang Chen chuckles, surprised that it actually knows how to tunnel. He immediately opens all the hidden eyes across his chest, commanding the golden pupils to track the target. Piercing light beams blast the soil. Spotting the shadow scurrying away beneath the surface, he finds it kind of amusing. Oh, you actually blocked that. Not bad, he grins as the glowing eyes finally fade out. But he is not done. He begins charging up an even more devastating blast, forcing the terrified demon to resurface. It frantically waves its hands, begging him to stop. Talk about a complete shift in attitude. Right then, the system chimes in. Blind demon yields bonus plus 9,999 ghost energy points. Jiang Chen tells it to start talking. It promises to remain his shadow and obey every order. But Jiang Chen has a pretty logical question. What if you backstab me later? Killing you now just seems way safer. The blind demon panics. It desperately offers to sign a blood covenant instead. Grabbing its head, Jiang Chen asks what on earth that means. Suddenly, Chu Hong bounds back into the clearing, laughing and shouting that he is finally back, interrupting them. Seeing the two of them, Chu Hong blinks in surprise, asking if they are already done. Jiang Chen just grins. He tells him they are basically finished since it agreed to a blood covenant, which absolutely thrills Chu Hong. He eagerly tells Jiang Chen to take the deal immediately, though Jiang Chen still looks totally clueless. Chu Hong explains that underworld cultivators often seal souls into their bodies as a specialized training method. That is actually just a forced blood covenant, but binding a demon like that usually carries high risks of backlash. Jiang Chen sighs, complaining that this shadow guy is barely even a real threat and is just totally useless. Chu Hong raises his voice in absolute excitement, explaining that this could be the legendary dual cultivation method everyone dreams of. Hearing that, Jiang Chen wrinkles his nose, repeating the words dual cultivation in utter disbelief. He suddenly remembers Su Ling and Su Qiao. Isn't this the exact same path they took? He continues. He asks if Chu Hong can actually guarantee nothing goes wrong since underworld demons are notorious for losing control. But Chu Hong argues this is completely different because a voluntary blood covenant means if the host dies, the demon dies too. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen keeps his hand resting firmly on the creature's head. Staring straight into its face, Jiang Chen suggests they give it a shot, and the blind demon nods frantically. Agreed. It scrambles up, strikes an incredibly bizarre pose, and instructs him to copy the exact movement. Mimicking the weird stance, Jiang Chen growls that if this is a trick, it will be the last thing it does. Watching this human and ghost pull off bizarre antics, Chu Hong facepalms in pure, helpless disbelief. He admits it is his first time seeing a blood contract done this way, while the blind ghost hops and chants. The ghost explains they will split the spell, and Jiang Chen smoothly agrees, considering them brothers now. As their four fingers touch, the magic manifests, splitting the seal right down the middle between them. The two halves fuse, making them gasp in shock as a glowing crimson magic circle erupts beneath their feet. Blood-red energy swirls around the strange runes, cementing their pact before the crimson light slowly fades away. Jiang Chen examines his hands, wondering if anything actually changed besides putting his clothes back on. Suddenly, his shadow morphs into a grinning face, sweating profusely. And trust me, you do not see this every day. The shadow promises to follow every command, leaving Chu Hong thoroughly impressed by this bizarre sight. A highly adaptable ghost is a rare find. It has absolutely limitless potential. Jiang Chen acts like he did not even want this, which immediately panics his new shadow companion. The shadow begs him not to back out. Their contract is already sealed. Meanwhile, Chu Hong gathers his clothes, laughing that even Yang Chuan would deflate in front of him. Jiang Chen scratches his head humbly, claiming it is all thanks to Captain Yang's great teaching. Now fully dressed, Chu Hong warns him that being too humble can start to sound fake. He insists Jiang Chen power easily ranks at the very top of B-tier combatants. Jiang Chen smiles and leans in close, whispering a small favor he needs from the senior hunter. Chu Hong confidently beats his chest, telling the young hunter to leave everything entirely to him. He flies off with a quick farewell wave, and Jiang Chen bids him goodbye. Turning to his teammate Lin Yue, he asks if she is alright after that intense clash. Is the shadow dead? Lin Yue asks, prompting a proud grin from Jiang Chen. He subdued it completely. They even went ahead and signed a blood contract. She is stunned by his rapid growth and resolves to train harder to keep up. Determined not to let him carry every burden alone, she clasps her hands with sparkling eyes. She eagerly begs him to take her along on his next mission so they can grow together. But Jiang Chen immediately shuts her down. He prefers working solo. Disappointed, she glares at him. No is not an acceptable answer. He quickly waves his hands in defense, letting her happily dictate that they will partner up next time. He coughs awkwardly, trying to dodge the promise as they walk through the quiet forest. Later on, Jiang Chen arrives at a busy shop, the Extreme Action Milk Tea Cafe. Stepping inside, he is greeted by a massive noisy crowd and wonders if business is always this booming. A group of guys are swooning over the incredibly cute girl working behind the counter. Jiang Chen glares at them. He grabs the loiterers by their collars to clear the path. He tells them to buy something or scram, catching the attention of a blonde, cat-eared server. She beams with absolute joy upon spotting her boss, completely ignoring the stunned crowd behind him. The jealous guys gasp, wondering how a guy like him ended up owning such a paradise. Jiang Chen gestures toward the back room, wanting to discuss something away from the noisy crowd. She politely announces an early closure before following him out to the quiet alleyway. When she asks what he needs, he summons a mysterious object right in front of her. He hands it over. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the lethal family relic. She identifies it as a Kinzig family killing arrow, while Jiang Chen senses movement behind them. Right on cue, several hostiles are lurking nearby. Shadows stretch across the pavement. He knows that if this weapon is discovered, the elite Kinzig clan will hunt them down. The girl looks troubled. No one survives their relentless, deadly wrath. Jiang Chen casually tosses the weapon aside, smiling as he claims his pursuers will not even survive tonight. It is night and the moon is high. Outside, Jiang Chen is staring at his phone, smirking. Muttering some random internet advice, a strange smoke suddenly drifts into his room. He inhales it instantly, slumping back on the sofa in a deep sleep. Fast asleep, he is even blowing bubbles. Suddenly, two intruders appear, looking down with pure contempt. He mocks, is this guy really a master? The masked accomplice scoffs, calling him a total fake. But then Jiang Chen materializes right behind them, smiling darkly and agreeing that the guy on the couch is a fraud. The idiots didn't even notice he has no shadow. Realizing they're in trouble, they immediately pull their weapons. They swing, but he has already vanished. Then the blind ghost wearing Jiang Chen face sitting right there on the sofa calmly speaks up. He asks if they have completely forgotten him, causing both intruders to spin back in absolute horror. With blinding speed, the specter lunges, forcing both of the assassins to desperately leap backward to evade. The ghost's hands instantly morph into razor-sharp blades, relentlessly pursuing them. Suddenly, the real Jiang Chen appears behind them, asking with glowing eyes if they forgot about him too. He raises both hands, crackling with bright yellow lightning, explaining that he'll use a series circuit to wipe them out. With a grin, the real and fake duo unleash a devastating storm of electricity straight at their targets. The brutal high-voltage shock completely shreds their clothes, leaving their smoking bodies covered in deep, painful burns. Knocked out and smoking, the assassins collapse. Job done. Jiang Chen dials his phone, cheerfully reporting to team leader Chu that the job is already done. Chu Hong sends over an address, instructing him to bring the captives. Jiang Chen shrugs, throwing one body over each shoulder. He arrives at a massive mansion, looking up with excitement and promising to raise absolute hell. Inside, beneath a massive, glittering chandelier, sits a bizarre man with an incredibly long face and a stubby nose. Standing next to him is a chubby kid with a perfectly round face wearing two perfectly round glasses. The little guy is currently kneeling respectfully before the long-faced elder holding a cup of tea. A heavily bearded man standing beside them raises his voice, ordering the boy to offer the tea to his master. Turning to Grandmaster Hu Xiao with a sly smile, the bearded man asks him to guide young Qin Zeg Long from now on. The long-faced elder slowly turns his head, reminding Old Master Qin Zeg not to forget his end of the bargain regarding the Qin Zeg clan poison scriptures. Old Master Qin Zeg forces a strained, nervous laugh, agreeing immediately, though cold sweat is already pouring down his face. Meanwhile, outside the main gates, Jiang Chen has arrived effortlessly, carrying his two unconscious prisoners. The guards block his path, coldly shouting that this is private property of the Qin Zeg clan and strictly off-limits. Jiang Chen simply tosses the two nearly naked intruders at their feet, casually announcing that he brought them back. Looking down, the guards gasp in absolute shock, recognizing them as the elite, left and right guardians of the Qin Zeg clan. How on earth did they get beaten to this state? As they lie there, completely unresponsive, Jiang Chen flashes a smug grin. He asks if they are still going to block him, then points to the man walking up behind him. Suddenly, a bald manager rushes out behind the guards, offering a forced, overly polite smile to diffuse the tension. He welcomes team leader Chu, apologizing profusely for not receiving such an important guest properly. Xu Hong snaps open an official search warrant, loudly declaring that the Qin Zeg clan has seriously violated netherworld laws. For illegally running a casino with over 1 million underworld points, the head of the clan faces immediate execution, and the entire Qin Zeg family will be held fully liable. He snaps the scroll shut, giving them a chilling glare. He asks if they can finally go inside, leaving the bald manager utterly speechless and trembling with fear. The manager panics, wondering which idiot offended a young kid, backed by the literal forces of the underworld. Chu Hong casually signals Jiang Chen to head inside, while the young man happily grins like a proud kid. They stroll past, ignoring the manager's frantic cries that this whole situation must be some massive misunderstanding. He insists Old Master Qin Zeg will clarify everything. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, the masters are enjoying themselves. Old Master Qin Zeg happily raises a cup to toast Grandmaster Hu Xiao right when a guard suddenly bursts inside. The guard whispers the urgent news, and Old Master Qin Zeg's face instantly twists with pure rage. He crushes his teacup with a furious roar, demanding why they ever dared to provoke the Dark Star sect. The terrified lackey stammers out a reply, explaining that they apparently only wanted to get revenge. He barks back at the mention of young Master Qin Zeg Hu, demanding how they could act without any proof. But suddenly, an unexpected attack flies straight at him, cutting him off right in the middle of his sentence. Master Hu Xiao looks down in shock at the weapon caught in his hand, a sharp flying dart. He rages at the attempt on his life right as Q Hong steps out to address him. They are now suspected of secretly raising a death squad in violation of the Iron Law, so they will search everything. Crushing the dart in fury, he sneers that they dare insult his clan over a broken toy. Chu Hong simply gives him a cold, dark stare, noting that the tribunal does not need evidence. Elder Qin Zeg quickly looks around at the other leaders, asking if they will allow this blatant bullying. Can you guys really just stand by? The first man in square glasses is the Chen family patriarch. The second man with the mustache is also a Chen patriarch, along with a third bald man wearing round glasses. These leaders all belong to the Chen family, wearing deeply contemplative expressions as Elder Qin Zhe watches them. Trembling with panic, he begs the three of them to help secure some justice for his clan. Then he glances at Master Hu Zhao, wondering why his usual savior is staying quiet this time. Does he feel the Qin Zhe family lacks weight? Just then, Master Hu Zhao raises a hand to his mouth. He coughs heavily before declaring he must step in today, carrying himself with the arrogance of a master ready to lecture. He demands everyone listen, but Jiang Chen cuts him off, asking what the hell he is talking about. He points out that the master has no say here unless he also uses killer darts for them. Infuriated, the master roars that the youngster is pushing too far, instantly unleashing a burst of raw energy. A glowing crane and a roaring tiger manifest behind him, and Master Hu Zhao points directly at Jiang Chen. Bellowing crane form, the massive spiritual bird opens its beak wide to strike the youth down. But the young warrior easily weaves past, mocking him, a mere bird head trying to act so smug. Asking if the old man thinks he is a pushover, he conjures identical crane shadows from his arm. The shadows blast forward to collide, forcing Master Hu Zhao to raise a shield of spiritual energy. Bellowing Zhao Erhu form, he unleashes a heavy burst of spiritual force to completely dissolve Jiang Chen incoming strike. He leaps high into the air with a deadly cry, a massive red-eyed tiger forming behind him as Jiang Chen watches. Unfazed, the youth lets out an even louder roar to shatter the tiger's howl. His voice instantly disintegrates the giant beast, sending Master Hu Zhao crashing heavily back to the ground. The old master and the young warrior prepare to clash, but Jiang Chen suddenly points his finger downward. Directly beneath the master's feet, a creepy red shadow appears with a wicked grin wrapping its dark hands tightly around his legs. Jiang Chen thrusts his finger down, demanding that he kneel, and the master's legs buckle instantly. Dragged down by those shadowy hands, the old master is forced onto his knees, crying out in panic. He gasps that this absolute commanding authority must be the power of a supreme immortal. As Jiang Chen stands before him like a glowing god, the old master bows flat on the ground in defeat. He surrenders completely, admitting he cannot interfere with anyone protected by such a divine being. With that, Master Hu Zhao vanishes into thin air, leaving Elder Qin Zhe desperately shouting after him. He begs him not to leave, but a heavy dark aura suddenly manifests right in front of him. As he panics, one of Chu Hong's scouts appears and bows deeply to deliver an urgent report. The secret death squad has been captured, confirming they were hidden on the 8th floor of the building. The elder finally realizes what is happening, horrified that they were only stalling for time to raid him. His operations are exposed, and Jiang Chen steps forward to ask if he has any last words. Chu Hong orders his men to arrest everyone and execute anyone who resists immediately, throwing the room into absolute panic. As chaos erupts, a single light bulb flickers on the wall when suddenly, the heavy security doors suddenly slam shut, catching Jiang Chen's eye as Elder Qin Zhe looks around in complete confusion. He stands opposite the two, looking panicked. Chu Hong confronts Old Man Qin Zhe, asking what other tricks he is trying to pull. The old man frantically replies he has no idea. Suddenly, a long-haired figure appears from behind Elder Qin Zhe, shrieking wildly. How utterly ridiculous, the mighty Qin Zhe family reduced to this. The stranger sneers, her face twisted in pure mockery. She screams that since Qin Zhe could not protect her son, she has every right to take the girl's life. Elder Qin Zhe points a shaking finger at her and yells, demanding to know who let this crazy woman escape. Sobbing bitterly, she snaps back that if the Qin Zhe family is too cowardly to seek revenge, she will avenge Xiao Hu herself. Jiang Chen listens, highly annoyed, and cuts in. Her son was foolish enough to throw his own life away, so why blame Qin Zhe? Losing all control, the woman charges straight at Jiang Chen, screaming at the top of her lungs. She demands they hand over that bitch, Qin Zhe, so she can steal her memories, while Chu Hong whispers a warning to Jiang Chen. If her memory gets wiped, she will become brain dead. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately shakes his head and refuses. He flatly refuses. The woman's face twists with malice as she sneers that he will not survive the day either. Pulling out a squirming insect, she reveals she already slipped a mind-controlling puppet parasite into all of their wine. They are all destined to become her puppets, sending a wave of sheer panic through the crowd as they cry out in shock. Clutching their stomachs, they vomit violently. A terrified Elder Qin Zhe asks if it is a mind-control bug. He wonders how she mastered the dark arts of the underworld left hex sect as she forces the insect into her own forehead. Her eyes turn pitch black as she transforms. The vile parasite squirms, burrowing deep into her flesh. Dark energy leaks from the wound, her eyes glowing as she tells them that since they refuse to help her, someone else will. The poisoned guests fall under her spell, stiffening up like mindless zombies as they turn toward Jiang Chen. They advance on him. Standing behind Chu Hong and Jiang Chen, the possessed woman gloats that these are all powerful local elites. She challenges them to lay a hand on Jianbei's finest as the zombie puppets slowly close in on the duo. Chu Hong glances at Jiang Chen, asking for a plan, Sweat beads on Jiang Chen's face as he weighs his options. He admits he is unsure. They either have to take down the ringleader or knock everyone out. Chu Hong immediately rips off his uniform jacket, shouting that he will handle the crowd while Jiang Chen goes after the boss. He charges forward, eager for the chance to beat up the city's wealthiest elites. Chu Hong happily unleashes on the brainwashed socialites, delivering a savage beating to anyone who gets in his way. His heavy punches send them flying through the air and crashing to the floor in absolute misery. One of his own men frantically jumps in front of a brainwashed chef, begging the chief to stop and recognize him. But Chu Hong is way too hyped, telling him to get out of the way before launching a punch that sends the chef flying. Laughing wildly at how satisfying it feels, he leaves his poor subordinate standing there in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen turns his attention to the possessed woman, offering a calm, confident smirk as he steps up. He suggests they talk it out. But her face tells a different story. Grotesque red veins bulge across her skin as she lets out a sinister laugh, mocking the very idea of talking. Lunging forward to tear him apart, she screams there is nothing to discuss, while Jiang Chen raises his arms to block her strike. The ground shatters beneath them from the sheer impact of her blow. Screaming at him to get lost, she throws him back several meters. Recovering instantly, Jiang Chen trades brutal blows with the demon, exchanging a barrage of fast-paced punches and claw strikes. Gritting his teeth under the pressure, Jiang Chen decides to draw his secret weapon, the flesh Ganoderma sword. Brandishing the bizarre blade, he warns her that she forced his hand, though the feral woman continues to lash out with her claws. He unleashes a heavy slash. She ducks. Before she can recover, he presses his advantage. Swinging his sword downward with terrifying force, he commands her to die as he strikes. She barely blocks the strike with her hands, cursing in panic before Jiang Chen pulls back his sword and mocks her. Calling her a coward, his eyes glow a menacing red as he throws a devastating punch straight into her face. He asks where all that arrogance went as she crashes hard into the wall, dwarfed by his looming massive shadow. She clutches her chest, shivering in agony as the creepy red veins fade away from her pale face. Looking down at her with genuine pity, he confesses he is starting to feel a bit bad about beating her up. Sensing a perfect opportunity to show off, the sinister shadow on the floor bares its sharp teeth and glowing eyes. Chu Hong steps up to handle it, slamming the female demon hard before hoisting her into the air. As she rises, a creepy worm crawls right out of her forehead, looking much longer than before. Nearby, the controlled puppets are all beaten flat on the ground. Chu Hong looks at the pile with a bit of disappointment. Why are they all down, he complains. I was not even warmed up yet. Suddenly, the female demon cracks a sly grin. Did you really think you won? She sneers, boasting that she planted enough bombs to level the entire building. You are all going down with me, she cackles, pulling out a remote detonator. Jiang Chen just stares blankly. He doesn't even bother replying before turning on his heel, leaving her utterly panicked. He points back at her and tells Chu Hong to finish the job while he heads off. Chu Hong grins, knowing the demon's time is up. He instantly bolts forward. He zooms past Jiang Chen, who just stands there scratching his head, muttering that he has no time for this. Chu Hong lunges forward and immediately snatches up the female demon's severed arm. He casually announces it is handled, leaving her absolutely terrified. She goes pale, looks at her stump, and screams in agony. Annoyed by the noise, Jiang Chen covers his ears. He pulls out his flesh Lingji pet, ordering it to become a seesaw. The little creature is clearly not happy about it. Still, it has to obey. One end supports Jiang Chen, while the other end squeezes directly under the heavy door gap. Jiang Chen sits down with all his might, sending the other end flying to launch the heavy door upward. Hands in his pockets, Jiang Chen strolls out casually. Suddenly, a pair of upside-down shoes appears right above him. A black-clothed figure is dangling upside down from the high ceiling, quietly murmuring to himself. I did not expect her to succeed, the stranger says, but this was way too fast. Jiang Chen quickly looks up, his eyes flashing blue as the system screen pops open. The system flags the intruder as Zhou Chen, awarding 12,999 ghost energy points. Spatially exposed, he grits his teeth. I am compromised, he realizes as a massive swarm of bats suddenly bursts out from the ceiling above. Jiang Chen puts his hands on his hips. 10,000 ghost energy just for looking, not bad at all. Grinning like a hungry predator, he launches himself forward. There is no way he is letting this prey escape. The red-eyed bats swarm around a massive building, glaring back at their pursuer. Zhou Chen panics internally, wondering how he got caught. How did he catch up so fast? Zhou Chen worries. Jiang Chen leaps high, closing the gap in an instant. Zhou Chen hurls a bat, shouting that if he did not have other pressing business, he would fight. Jiang Chen ignores the petty threat, instantly calling his shadow out and ordering it to follow that specific bat. The shadow grins, gladly taking the task. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen swings his sword at the remaining bats with a loud shout. He slices through the swarm, but the main target is missing. Dodging a counterattack, he looks around. Staring up at the scattering swarm, he admits they are pretty fast. He looks down at his trusty pet. Turn into a rocket launcher, he commands. Obeying instantly, the flesh Lingji shapes itself into a heavy weapon. With the bats fleeing, Jiang Chen hoists the fleshy rocket launcher onto his shoulder, yelling for a direct hit. A massive, fleshy missile shoots forward, slamming right into the flock and triggering a blinding explosion in the sky. The surviving bats scatter in utter panic, desperately trying to find an escape route. Zhou Chen pops up nearby, still hanging upside down, gasping at how close that was. Suddenly, a voice whispers right behind him. "It is about to get much worse," Jiang Chen says, shocking him completely. Jiang Chen slices him completely in half. But wait, he realizes in surprise, why is there no ghost energy? Zhou Chen's severed head grins wickedly, mocking him for realizing too late. Jiang Chen simply drops back to the ground. Zhou Chen is completely baffled by how relaxed he seems. But the real Jiang Chen is secretly wearing a satisfied smirk. Good thing he sent his shadow to track the real one. Meanwhile, deep in a dark, quiet forest, a lone house stands with its lights still shining. A dog barks frantically inside the dense woods. Suddenly, a bizarre paper doll demon emerges, sporting rosy cheeks, a round hat, and a stiff wooden body. Moving with rigid, unnatural jerks, the creature swings its blade. It slices the barking dog completely in half. The poor animal trembles in its final moments, whimpering in agony. The paper demon stands there utterly emotionless. The eyes stare wide open. With the job done, the paper demon casually turns around, leaving behind a dog's carcass in a massive pool of blood. Stumbling forward, the paper demon can barely walk, but suddenly more horror awaits. Sliced human bodies lie right next to the dog in a terrifying scene. A single hand is still twitching, reaching out for help. Suddenly, a wooden claw stomps right down on it. The paper demon uses the arm to spring upward. The arm tears clean off as the paper demon leaps. Standing above it looks down at a massive pile of bodies. Every single corpse is missing arms and legs, drowning in their own blood while thick demonic energy rises around them. The paper demon mutters that welcoming a VIP requires this level of respect. Suddenly, metallic clinking sounds echo from afar. Out of the glowing light in another dimension, two other paper demons appear, loudly clashing their symbols together. A giant skull floats between them, followed by two female paper demons blowing horns in some bizarre ritual procession. Alongside the corpse-lined path, a square-headed paper demon blankly strikes its symbols, completely devoid of any emotion. Another paper demon wearing a round hat bows deeply, welcoming their supreme and boundless master. Suddenly, a shaking hand reaches up and catches its attention. A trembling but furious boy mutters, "You vile demons. You won't get away with this." The demon leans down, surprised to find a survivor still breathing. Its hand sharpens into a deadly spike. But brace yourselves, because something massive rises behind the demon. A mountain of folded paper rises behind the hatted demon, swirled in a sinister red mist. Out comes a head with long, messy hair, revealing a single blood-red eye staring right at them. As the paper layers peel away, a furious, red-eyed female demon emerges and speaks. "You can't even handle a simple task," she snaps. "Why do I even keep you around?" The hatted demon begins to tremble. "Please forgive me, master. I will do it now," he stammers. But before he can finish, his head shatters into paper confetti. The scraps rain down in front of the terrified boy. The female demon leans down, praising his brave little heart. "Time to leave your life behind," she whispers, her eyes glowing as she extends her pinky finger. She presses her finger against his forehead. The boy shakes in absolute terror, yet he refuses to make a sound. Suddenly, sheets of paper begin wrapping around his head. Panic sets in as the strange sheets spread quickly. The eerie paper covers his entire body. One of his eyes glazes over and bright red circles appear on both cheeks. He raises his hand, screaming in absolute horror. Within seconds, he completely transforms into a mindless paper doll. With blank eyes, he stands completely still. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoes from behind. As expected of the hallmaster, a brilliant trick indeed. A tough-looking man carrying a wooden board on his back steps forward. The female demon glances back at him. "You got here pretty fast, Carpenter Liu," she says. The old man grunts, asking if Madame Wu and Chu Shen have arrived. Suddenly, a massive centipede crawls up his leg, followed by a swarm of deadly creeping insects. A raspy voice cackles out, "Speak of Madame Wu, and she shall appear right on cue." Thousands of white bugs squirm and crawl over each other, binding together to form the creepy shape of an old demon hag. With glowing red eyes and wrinkled lips, she asks if Carpenter Liu was really that eager to see her. He gives a sleazy smirk, saying he missed her after all these years. Madame Wu immediately fires back with a savage insult. "You are still as ugly as ever," she sneers. On her shoulder, a massive worm with a shifty eye twitches. Just then, a giant bat belonging to Chu Shen swoops deep into the dark forest. The gathering demons watch the creature descend. "Hallmaster Chu has arrived," they whisper. Suddenly, the shadow of Chu Shen emerges from the bat. He oozes out like a trail of black smoke, slowly solidifying into a human body while hanging upside down. Dangling in front of them, he listens as Carpenter Liu asks why they were summoned in the dead of night. With a cold grin, he delivers a simple command: "Attack, Jiang Bei." The shocked demons gasp in total disbelief. Sweating bullets, Carpenter Liu mutters that if their leader wants them dead, suicide would be far easier than invading Jiangbei. Chu Shen curses them, calling them fools before explaining that this is the grand plan of the Dark Alliance. Over 8,000 Hall Masters will strike from 20 directions. Madame Wu realizes the Dark Alliance is finally striking back. In 5 days, the Jiangbei underworld branch will harbor a massive opportunity, he reveals. The female demon's eyes light up. A massive opportunity, she gasps. Carpenter Liu grins greedily. Who wouldn't want a piece of that action? Madame Wu cannot hide her excitement, whispering she cannot wait. Demon Chu dismisses them to prepare for the slaughter. The pitch-black night falls. A strange shadow creeps across the ground as a bat flits away and a human figure slowly rises. He vows these evil spirits won't find peace. Jiang Chen is shocked to see the kid is almost a ghost, gripping his sword to finish this. Jiang Chen charges. He gasps. His weak body is sent flying backward while the dark shadow grins at the newcomer. The shadow bows to his master. Jiang Chen looks at the teary-eyed boy, asking where his real body is. He was turned into a paper doll. Suddenly, rage takes over, and the kid screams to kill them all. Jiang Chen pats his head, telling him to calm down. But the boy's red eyes stay locked on him. Once the kid settles, Jiang Chen smiles. It seems demon energy really can halt the paper transformation. A paper doll pops up demanding answers. Terrified, the boy warns that they have arrived. Tell us where you are from or die, Jiang Chen just scoffs, thrusting his blood talisman-marked arm toward them. Do you not recognize the dark underworld blood talisman? The male paper doll is stunned. Is that a dark society blood talisman? The female paper doll smacks her partner, calling him an idiot because their target is weakened. They charge to kill. But Jiang Chen's shadow blocks them instantly as he watches with crossed arms. With his shadow fighting, he does not need to act. Suddenly, the female paper doll ambushes him. Jiang Chen casually scoffs at her weak ambush attempt. Meanwhile, the green-haired ghost senses something is wrong. Some random brat destroyed my paper dolls. The furious ghost flies back to kill him while Jiang Chen calmly waits with the boy. The paper ghost summons a terrifying skull. This ghastly white bone construct charges directly at Jiang Chen. His shadow blocks it. The ghost admits the shadow has skill and screams to detonate it. A violent explosion blasts, but watch this, Jiang Chen somehow materializes right behind the shocked ghost. Did you make paper crafts in your past life? Terrified, the ghost stumbles back, wondering when he got behind him. Jiang Chen just smiles. He offers the ghost one last chance to show off his next trick. Shaking with rage, the ghost grips 2 sheets of paper. He warns him not to regret it as his hands fold them. He crafts 2 separate shapes, fusing them into a massive sword. He charges forward with a wild swing. He commands all souls to serve him. But Jiang Chen is unbothered, calmly admitting it is a decent trick. He counters. Summoning his Earth God Hammer, he throws the massive weapon straight at his target. The hammer hits the ghost, knocking him completely flat. Jiang Chen happily admires the sheer devastating power of his weapon. Shredding paper dolls is easy, but he was really hoping to earn more ghost energy points. A bat watches from above. Jiang Chen spots it instantly and bats it away with his hammer, telling it to scram. Deep in the dark forest, the bat warns its ally that they have been ambushed. They must retreat. Mu Liu looks up, questioning why he should ever retreat. Meanwhile, the bat glances over at Granny Wu, who is already confronting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glares at her coldly, warning the old lady that he could easily crush her with his hammer. She just chuckles. A green centipede crawls onto him as she plans to strip him of his weapon. The creature bites his hand, drawing blood. Jiang Chen cries out, dropping his hammer as the centipede falls. Granny Wu lunges. Unleashing 72 poison sand strikes, she forces Jiang Chen to grimace in pain. She laughs, absolutely confident he will die as both her palms slam into his chest. Jiang Chen screams. He clutches his chest in agony as his eyes roll back. Veins bulge on his face. He lunges forward, grabs Granny Wu by her head and starts licking her. She panics. But Jiang Chen keeps licking her face, talk about a wild survival tactic to purge the venom. He must use her to filter the poison. Granny Wu is shocked, screaming curses at him. She yells that she is over 100 years older than him, but he does not care. He fires back that he is the ultimate pile driver who fears absolutely no one. Desperate, Granny Wu shoves him away, screaming. His body returns to normal. Clutching his chest, he wonders if her strike actually cured his poison. Sticking his tongue out, he mocks her. He claims he is still poisoned, begging her for 2 more hits. Granny Wu is furious. She screams for Carpenter Mu to stop waiting. Suddenly, Mu Liu materializes right behind the unsuspecting Jiang Chen. As Mu Liu strikes, Jiang Chen stares blankly. Suddenly, he realizes something. Mu Liu holds up a piece of paper with a sinister grin. He asks the young man if he dropped something. Mu Liu bites through the paper with a wicked smile, but suddenly something bizarre appears on his tongue. He screams in agony directly at Jiang Chen. A wooden spike pierces Jiang Chen. He grimaces in pain, spitting blood, but still laughs wildly, telling him it feels great. Mu Liu cannot believe his eyes. How on earth is this possible? Jiang Chen just lifts his shirt, revealing his secret weapon. The spirit Lingji is wrapped completely around him, forming a living armor as he wears a smug grin. He glares at Liu Muxiang, saying that while the old man was playing cheap tricks, the spirit Lingji had already crawled over to protect him. Right after, Jiang Chen tosses something toward the villain with a look of pure disdain, telling him to catch. The old man panics, thinking Jiang Chen threw some hidden weapon, and yells out in fear. But it turns out the object thrown was not a weapon at all. It was actually Jiang Chen's citizen ID card. Mu Liu catches the piece of plastic, completely dazed. He stares at Jiang Chen ID card and stammers out in disbelief, "What, you are just a kid. Born in 2002, yet he pushed him to his limits." Jiang Chen then makes sure to rub it in. He explains exactly what that card is, since the old ghost has been dead way too long to know anything about modern identification. With a sharp smirk, Jiang Chen explains that it is his official national ID card. It has his birth date and photo on it. And there is a clever reason Jiang Chen handed it over. He wants the old man to have his personal data so he can use his puppet curse to attack him. His face darkens as he issues a confident, chilling challenge: "If you want to curse me, you better try your absolute hardest." Infuriated by Jiang Chen mocking disrespect, Liu Muxiang explodes with rage, calling him a brainless brat who is digging his own grave. He yells that the kid is digging his own grave, then shoves Jiang Chen ID card straight into his mouth. He bites down on it, preparing to unleash a deadly new spell. He screams, cursing Jiang Chen as he promises to devour him whole. The heavy lid of the ancient coffin on his back slides open as he chants a dark curse, locking onto his age and birth date. He commands the dead to drain the life of the living. Liu Muxiang summons a voodoo doll swirling with terrifying demonic energy. Glaring at the puppet, he keeps chanting to siphon Jiang Chen life, demanding the eyes of yin and yang to open. With the chant complete, he jabs 2 fingers straight into both eyes of the puppet. Instantly, a sinister reaction begins. The puppet's eyes flare with a demonic red light. Liu Muxiang roars out, telling him to prepare for death. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen's own eyes begin to glow with the same ominous red light as the doll. Instantly, a sickening wave of dizziness hits him. His vision blurs and spins out of control as the world around him warps. A sharp, stinging pain pierces his eyes. Rubbing them in frustration, he mutters to himself, wondering what is going on and if some dust got in his eyes. Within seconds, Jiang Chen is dragged deep into a hellish illusion created by the wicked old Liu Muxiang. Trapped in the dark landscape, Jiang Chen has no idea how he got here. He looks around, deeply confused by this strange environment. He whispers, asking where he is. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky begins to churn with thick, heavy smoke. Liu Muxiang's massive face slowly materializes in the clouds, mockingly welcoming the young man to his inner world. The villain conjures 2 massive stone arms from the ground, ready to crush Jiang Chen as he boasts loudly. He yells that he controls everything here and there is no escape. Suddenly, the jagged stone hands grab Jiang Chen's limbs, pinning him down completely. Unable to move, the sudden attack catches him completely off guard. He screams out in panic, asking what on earth this is. Sharp rock fragments pile up slowly, burying Jiang Chen alive. Sweating profusely, he struggles to breathe. Completely paralyzed, it looks like there is no way out. Terrified, he cries out, wondering if this is really the end for him. Half of his body is already swallowed up by the dark earth. Panic sets in deep as he screams about being trapped. But right on the edge of death, a clever plan strikes him. To make the villain drop his guard, Jiang Chen looks up to the sky with a serious gaze and yells out, "Zhao Erhu roar." He fakes a cry for help, but immediately after, a massive energy release begins. Destructive sound waves blast out from his mouth, sending the spinning rings of his Zhao Erhu roar technique flying straight toward Liu Muxiang. The clueless old villain has absolutely no idea what is coming. With a deafening pop, the sound rings hit hard. The blast completely shatters his spectral face, blowing this entire hellish illusion to absolute pieces. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen snaps back to reality, while the old ghost clutches his head in agony. Trembling violently from the backlash of his shattered ultimate move, Liu Muxiang completely breaks down. Tears and snot stream down his face as he descends into madness, screaming in sheer agony, "You are killing me, who can save me from this?" Seeing him writhe in pain makes Jiang Chen smirk. He laughs, saying it looks like the man's soul is shattered. Talk about bringing it on yourself. With his soul shattered, Liu Muxiang collapses, dying under a mountain of white fluid erupting from his body. Jiang Chen then turns his gaze to the stunned insect crone. He stares her down with a look that says, "Let's wrap this up so I can go home." Without saying a word, Jiang Chen charges straight at her with an incredibly eager look on his face. He delivers a massive slap right to her face. When he pulls his hand back, he casually reveals a squashed mosquito in his palm. Smiling, he claims he was just helping her get rid of a bug. He tells her there was a mosquito on her face, so she shouldn't complain. That slap leaves her trembling in absolute rage, her face turning purple. She gasps out, "How can a hallmaster like me be humiliated like this?" Humiliated and driven completely mad with fury, the old crone drops directly to the ground and squats down to unleash her power. She slams both hands onto the floor. The ground erupts in violent explosions as she begins channeling a sinister spell. She screams for the myriad insect king to rise and obey her. Right on cue, a massive creature begins clawing its way up. Summoned from the depths is a beast resembling a colossal queen termite. The sheer size of it catches Jiang Chen completely off guard. He yells out in pure disbelief at how massive it is as the creature continues to break through the shattered earth. "You thought that was the whole thing." It turns out that giant part was just the tail. Standing high on its head, the crone looks down. She laughs triumphantly at Jiang Chen, mockingly telling him that this massive thing is merely the creature's tail. Just the tail alone sends violent tremors through the area, tearing every surrounding surface to shreds. As the beast fully emerges, Jiang Chen leaps high into the air to evade it. Seconds later, the bizarre horror finally reveals its true form. Standing right in front of him is a monstrous, colossal praying mantis of epic proportions. Its terrifying size is enough to shake anyone. Meanwhile, the old woman standing atop its head shrieks in madness. She unleashes her six-claw mantis strike. Feeling the crushing pressure of this beast, Jiang Chen scowls and grumbles about how ridiculously massive the thing is. She expects Jiang Chen to freeze in terror, but that is not happening today. Instead, he immediately counters. Jiang Chen activates his ultimate wood technique, summoning a giant forest treant to the battlefield. Standing atop the giant wooden colossus, he yells down, "Did you think I would be afraid of you?" But as soon as his giant treant appears, the old woman's giant mantis strikes first. Its razor-sharp claw impales the wooden giant straight through the neck in a flash, catching Jiang Chen completely off guard and sending him tumbling down. As he falls headfirst, the crone shrieks, "She will end him." Seeing his wooden giant struggle, Jiang Chen quickly switches strategies, calling forth his massive demon-slaying hammer to turn the tide. He swings it straight at her, shouting out his 10 divine fingers strike. The old crone gasps in sheer shock. He slams the heavy hammer down onto the giant mantis, expecting a direct hit, but the beast is too fast. The mantis quickly raises its two sharp metal legs to block Jiang Chen hammer strike, creating a massive explosion of blinding sparks. In a deadlock, the beast suddenly uses its powerful rear legs to deliver a brutal kick. The blow sends Jiang Chen and his giant hammer flying. Honestly, this mantis is proving to be a real pain to deal with. He grimaces, muttering that this bug is just way too tough to crack. Right after the mantis launches into a relentless counterattack, a barrage of brutal strikes rains down on Jiang Chen, forcing him on the defensive. The old crone screams out her imperial insect strike skill. Things look incredibly grim as Jiang Chen struggles to hold his ground. Even with his giant hammer, he simply cannot withstand the creature's sweeping power. After a fierce exchange, Jiang Chen gets cornered. He crashes right into the tombstone of the deceased boy from earlier. Panic sets in. Did the boy's soul get blown away? Luckily, the boy's spirit is hiding safely up on a tree branch, calling down to assure him. He says he is completely fine, easing Jiang Chen intense fear of the boy's soul being destroyed in the chaos. Seeing that the boy's spirit is still safe and sound brings immense relief to Jiang Chen. He lets out a breath and smiles, telling the kid that seeing him hidden safely like that really puts his mind at ease. But distraction is deadly in a fight. While Jiang Chen is looking away, the old woman seizes the chance to strike. She orders the mantis to swing its massive leg directly at him. She mocks him for worrying about others. She screams at him for worrying about others. Though it looks like a direct hit, his tyrant demon body absorbs the impact. Using his incredible agility, Jiang Chen quickly springs away from the mantis's sharp metal claw to safety. Having held back long enough, he finally decides to pull out his electric-charged Flesh Lingji. He is about to unleash a brand new weapon to attack, but the freshly summoned Flesh Lingji seems completely miserable and screams in protest. "Why did you call me out? What do you want now?" Jiang Chen gets a sudden idea and starts scheming with the Flesh Lingji. To handle a massive monster like this, shouldn't we negotiate a little deal first? Leaning in close, he whispers a dark proposal, telling the creature what it could become. The Flesh Lingji glares at him, shrieking in sheer terror. What Jiang Chen actually wants the creature to do what? Creep right inside the mouth of the giant mantis, squirm through its guts, and shred its internal organs from within. Horrified by the sheer brutality of this plan, the Flesh Lingji screams at Jiang Chen. "How can you be so incredibly cruel?" Jiang Chen just chuckles at the creature's dramatic reaction. He smirks, pointing out that destroying the enemy from the inside is simply the smartest way to win. To bribe the reluctant creature, Jiang Chen offers a sweet deal. "Try it, and once it is done, I will transfer 40% of the soul energy to you." Stunned by the massive bribe, the Flesh Lingji is left speechless and reluctantly agrees to the plan. Nearby, the giant mantis roars, exposing a terrifying maw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The old crone sneers, shouting threats that even if she has no clue what they are plotting, they are dead. but as the beast opens its massive jaws to swallow Jiang Chen alive, he hurls the flesh Lingji straight down its throat, yelling out, "I am counting on you." Somehow, the old woman figures out his crazy plan and cackles smugly, believing that absolutely nothing can stop her beast, even if they try to sabotage its insides, shouting out with supreme arrogance that his trick will fail. "Do not think you can destroy my centipede mantis from the inside because its internal organs are just as tough as its outer armor." She instantly commands the giant mantis to strike downward and swallow Jiang Chen alive. "Get eaten alive," she shrieks as the beast's giant pincers slam down. Jiang Chen desperately uses both hands to grab the sharp claws, but his human strength has limits and sweat pours down his face as he grimaces, struggling to hold back the crushing pressure. But in the very next second, his strained face shifts into a smug grin as he chuckles. "Do you even know what a mantis's natural enemy is?" The old woman simply points to the sky, convinced her beast is absolutely invincible under the heavens, looking down on Jiang Chen with pure contempt as she answers his foolish question. At equal size, a mantis is unbeatable, but hearing this arrogant response, Jiang Chen just bursts out laughing. How incredibly shallow, he chuckles immediately, barking an order to the flesh Lingji. "Go wild inside that beast, Lingji. It is finally time to start your grand performance." On his command, the flesh Lingji acts instantly, and a sudden, sickening explosion ruptures right through the giant mantis's head. The old crone whirls around with a completely baffled look as her prior boast completely shatters, seeing that the flesh Lingji has easily shredded the beast's supposedly impenetrable armor from the inside, bursting straight through its flesh into the open air. Bursting free, the flesh Lingji squeals in pure excitement. "What should I transform into? Let me turn into a deadly hairworm." And in the next heartbeat, Jiang Chen controls the creature, like a jagged arrow piercing repeatedly through the mantis, shouting out that he will drill the entire beast hollow. Its massive body is punctured in dozens of places, oozing a grotesque swarm of writhing worms and parasites. With the monster completely cornered, Jiang Chen triggers his move, the dance of the hairworm, and the giant mantis staggers, losing its footing before crashing heavily to the ground, sending the old crone plummeting into a free fall. She stares in absolute disbelief at the creature's bizarre ability, screaming out in bitter denial. "How is this even possible? You should have been completely digested inside its stomach by now." After thoroughly shredding the giant mantis's body to pieces, Jiang Chen finally recalls the flesh Lingji back to his hand, smugly explaining that this is exactly why he coated its outer surface with a protective barrier of electricity. With no strength left to fight, the giant beast crashes to the earth with a deafening thud, and the crone manages to land safely nearby, though watching her absolute trump card get annihilated by Jiang Chen leaves her trembling with pure rage. Her face twists as she spits out a curse, refusing to back down just yet. She dips two fingers directly into the mantis's dark blood, preparing to unleash her next terrible curse. Smearing the blood across both her eyes like a crazed witch, she screams that she will risk everything to kill him. Sick of her endless tricks, Jiang Chen rushes forward and slices her head clean off with his bare hand. Slicing her in two, he leaves her no room to act, ending her instantly. Jiang Chen casually dusts off the hand that just took her head. With her down, he decides to finish her off immediately, muttering that she is far too dangerous. Otherwise, the trouble will only keep piling up. Right then, Zhou Shen, now in bat form, flies in to strike, while Jiang Chen is off guard. Instantly shifting back to human form, he delivers a brutal kick that sends Jiang Chen crashing down, coughing up blood. After landing that incredibly painful blow, the demon immediately leaps away. Laughing like a maniac after his successful sneak attack, he gleefully jeers that he has been waiting for this chance for ages. As Jiang Chen slowly struggles to his feet, the bat demon hangs upside down, mockingly telling him that killing that old hag with normal physical attacks is completely useless, since she is actually nothing but a parasitic insect embryo. Even chopping her to pieces will do nothing. Sure enough, the old hag is still very much alive, her voice suddenly echoing out. She rasps that she is a nurtured parasite embryo. Immediately, she begins activating a highly bizarre, grotesque ability. Disgusting, pulsating pustules start sprouting all over her remaining half-head as she screams that she will slaughter both immortals and gods. Right on top of that swelling flesh, a terrifying bone-faced monster emerges, aggressively lunging directly forward. It sneers at Jiang Chen, challenging him to show whatever tricks he has left. Zhou Shen quickly joins her in fueling the rage. He urges her to kill Jiang Chen, now warning that this kid is far too dangerous to leave alive. Meanwhile, old man Liu Muxing is actually still alive, though he is currently trapped deep inside a painful hallucination. Coughing up blood in agonizing pain, the poor old man weeps and desperately begs anyone to just end his life. He sobs, begging to be killed. To face these two monstrous threats, Jiang Chen is forced to use his demon transformation card. Sweating profusely, he pulls out the glowing card, muttering that transformation is his only way out of this mess. Instantly, Jiang Chen invokes the powerful Jade-Face Fox transformation. The phantom of a celestial fox manifests, preparing to merge directly into his body. Two pointed fox ears quickly sprout from his head, followed by a thick, snowy white beard that slowly grows to cover half his face. Even his hands begin to morph, growing razor-sharp claws in the blink of an eye. He is fully transformed into a half-human, half-fox hybrid. Seeking even more power, he pulls out the rare flesh, Lingji. To supercharge his demonic form, he shouts out for a power boost, and within mere seconds, he succeeds. A spectral sword is forged from the flesh, Lingji, and his shadow strike technique. Without a single second thought, he takes up the weapon. He charges forward, ready to send these demons straight to hell, fully prepared to unleash his newly acquired power. Meanwhile, old man Liu Muxiang remains trapped in agonizing torment, his face twisted in pain as tears stream down his cheeks. He violently claws at his own throat, screaming for someone to kill him. The intense suffering has clearly pushed him over the edge. He screams at the top of his lungs, unable to bear the pain. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen swings his brand new flesh, Lingji blade. He unleashes a devastating slash, sending a massive wave of destructive energy directly toward the two startled demons. Reacting quickly, both demons leap aside with neither foolish enough to try blocking. Jiang Chen's strike is just too powerful. It literally splits the massive mountain right behind them, leaving even Jiang Chen completely speechless by the sheer force of his attack. He stares down at his weapon, his eyes wide with complete shock. He marvels at the flesh, Lingji's insane power. But taking advantage of the brief opening after his massive strike, the two demons launch a joint assault. Zhou Shen screams for them to strike together foolishly, thinking Jiang Chen won't notice. These annoying demons think they can sneak up on him, but after their previous fight, he already knows Zhou Shen's tricks. He notes to himself that this bat-shifting opponent is not going to be an easy target. Looking over at the other demon, the old hag's living embryo form seems equally annoying to deal with. She is insanely durable and hard to kill. He realizes this parasite has absorbed armor from a massive praying mantis. It is so incredibly tough that even a divine hammer cannot break it, making this a highly dangerous battle. He tightly grips his flesh, Lingji sword, and mutters under his breath. Since both opponents are so incredibly tough, Jiang Chen has no choice but to channel every ounce of his power into his blade. Determined to end this, his eyes blaze with resolve as he screams that he is putting everything into his very first strike. Within seconds, Jiang Chen gathers enough energy to unleash his ultimate move, the illusionary chaotic slash. He unleashes hundreds of slashes in all directions, completely cutting off any escape for his enemies. Instantly, the evolved demon Ba Wu is hit with a barrage of slashes, holding up its arms in pain and letting out desperate groans. But thanks to its hardened armor, the beast avoids severe damage. Even Zhou Jie is caught in the brutal flurry of strikes, his face contorting in pain as he wonders if Jiang Chen is already going all out. Trying to dodge the relentless sword strikes, the two demons desperately charge straight up into the air. Their sole objective is to close the distance on Jiang Chen, enduring the agonizing slashes just to get near him. Zhou Jia screams through the relentless rain of slashes, declaring that if they can just lay a single hand on him, he is finished. But in reality, the only ones heading toward a swift and brutal doom are the monsters themselves. As they draw closer to Jiang Chen, his strikes only grow more devastating. The moment Zhou Jia reaches out his hand, is instantly sliced by the flying blades, losing several fingers as they both fall straight into Jiang Chen, inescapable sword matrix. Their limbs are cleanly severed in an instant, and before they can even react, they are completely obliterated by Jiang Chen, though their scattered body parts leave a rather messy and gruesome scene across the ground. Armed with the newly enhanced flesh Lingji sword, Jiang Chen secures a swift and decisive victory. He stares at his weapon, panting heavily from exhaustion, when the system suddenly alerts that Zhou Jia is dead, adding 100,000 devil chi. Ba Wu is also dead, adding another 100,000 points. Finally, these troublesome demons are dealt with. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, Jiang Chen finally relaxes as his powerful demonic transformation slowly begins to fade away. He shifts back into his human form, quite pleased with the hefty amount of devil chi harvested from the duo. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiles, noting that the exhausting battle was definitely worth the effort. Those two certainly yielded a lot of energy. Meanwhile, the young ghost boy remains hidden behind a nearby rock, quietly watching his savior. Sensing a gaze on him, Jiang Chen glances back and spots the young child watching him from the shadows. Realizing the kid still has potential to be a decent spirit, he decides to bring him to the Underworld Bureau. He figures the little ghost still has some humanity left, so guiding him to the underworld is the right move. Soon they arrive at the bureau. As they step inside, they are met by a heavily intoxicated bureau guard chugging wine straight from a large clay flask. The guard blocks their path, refusing to let them pass, which immediately terrifies the little ghost boy. Ducking behind Jiang Chen, the boy trembles as the drunken officer demands to know who gave them permission to enter. Annoyed by the guard's drunken stubbornness and his refusal to let them through, Jiang Chen loses his patience and snaps back at him immediately. He asks if the guard is just causing trouble because of the alcohol, but the guard completely ignores his complaints. Instead, the guard takes another swig of wine and clarifies that he was not actually asking Jiang Chen at all. He points his half-empty bottle directly toward the young boy. He repeats that he is asking the kid, scaring the boy so much that he tightly grips Jiang Chen's arm. Shivering, the little boy stammers that his name is Xiao Hai and that his big brother said this place would take him in. Leaning in close to the frightened child's face, the guard acts surprised and offers him a deal, suggesting he stay and work as a security guard. Jiang Chen chuckles and reassures the boy, telling him that being a guard is actually a pretty great gig. He gets to protect the peace, which finally makes the little spirit relax and eagerly wave his hands in agreement. He happily accepts, wanting to keep people safe, while the guard quickly warms up and treats him kindly. The man even places a cap on the boy's head, prompting Jiang Chen to smile and leave them to bond. Pointing ahead, he tells them to get acquainted while he heads inside to take care of some business. Deep inside, the bureau director and his subordinates are in the middle of a serious discussion. Suddenly, the director roars in anger during their briefing, causing his 4 underworld subordinates to freeze in sheer terror as he calls them useless fools for failing to uncover the dark sect's next move. The dark sect plans to invade Jiangbei, and the director is absolutely furious that his men failed to gather even a single piece of useful intel, roaring that the enemy clearly has malicious designs on Jiangbei. Many of their elite leaders might have already slipped in undetected, yet they have no leads. Hearing this, 2 officers protest that the bureau is simply too understaffed to keep tabs on the massive dark sect, claiming they lack the necessary manpower. To make matters worse, they must also deal with the Kinzig sect, proving that misfortunes never come alone. Unable to think of a plan, the director turns to the one person who knows the Dark Alliance best, the advisor Xiniang. What should we do, Xiniang? Based on his own expertise, the advisor believes that those so-called hall masters are completely useless and he can easily deal with them himself when the time comes. But what really terrifies Xiniang is that creepy 4-member group. He hesitates, explaining that Chu Jia of the Evil Goose sect is leading several strange sorcerers, making them quite troublesome to handle. Hearing that familiar name, Jiang Chen walks in from outside and gasps, "Chu Jia." Seeing Jiang Chen drop by out of nowhere, and since he seems to know him, the director asks, "Who is he?" "Little brother, do you actually know him?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen smugly lists their names as if they were old friends, like Chu Jia of the Evil Goose sect, Wu Liang of the Compass sect, and Liu the Woodcarver of the Lu Ban sect, and Hallmaster Wu of the 5 Poisons sect. Are those the strange sorcerers you mentioned? He clearly knows them inside out. Xiniang is completely taken aback, blurting out in shock, "You actually have information on them?" Well, that is because Jiang Chen already wiped them all out. He confidently boasts about having an academic exchange with them, which helped him learn their secret tricks. Skeptical, Xiniang keeps probing. He asks where they are right now. To prove his words are absolutely true, Jiang Chen proudly pulls out his phone, showing photos of the scene where he sent those guys straight to the afterlife. He cheerfully smiles. Dead. Knowing the Dark Alliance intends to take over Jiangbei, Jiang Chen claims his credit and asks the director for a reward, saying he just handled a massive problem for him. So is there any reward for this? Without any hesitation, the director smiles from ear to ear. He happily awards Jiang Chen a hefty sum of points, offering him 80 contribution points on the spot. Absolutely thrilled, he starts bowing repeatedly to show his deep gratitude. Calling the director his second parent, Jiang Chen looks around at the other subordinates in his excitement, only to realize that team leader Li Yang is not there to pick a fight with him. He asks in confusion, "Where is leader Li Yang? Usually he would be jumping with jealousy by now." Mentioning Li Yang makes the director sigh. He replies that Li Yang went after Hanba and his current status remains completely unknown. Jiang Chen immediately remembers, calling Li Yang to ask some random questions right when the man was fighting for his life against Hanba. With a heavy sigh, he wonders if his phone call accidentally got him killed. Despite their past rivalry, hearing of Li Yang's disappearance genuinely worries Jiang Chen, who asks where he went missing. The director quickly answers Building 3 of the hospital. Recalling their final call, he mentions that leader Li Yang was desperately trying to dodge Hanba's deadly attacks at that moment. At this point, he also remembers the curse that a demon had placed on him back when he cleared the hospital. Feeling a bit anxious, he realizes that speaking of the hospital, his own curse timer is about to run out. Knowing Li Yang's location now, Jiang Chen rushes over to the hospital, planning to find him and lift his own curse at the same time. Waiting inside, he can feel the curse numbers on his neck starting to flare up. He reaches up to touch the mark, realizing that time is rapidly running out for him. Once the timer hits 0, his body will mutate. He notes grimly that there are less than 10 minutes left. To make sure he survives this haunted, ghost-ridden hospital, he needs to prepare. He decides to open the system and draw some demon transformation cards, instructing the system to pull 2 more 3-star cards just to be safe. Since it has been with him for so long, the system jokingly asks if he is in that much of a hurry to reincarnate. Not in the mood for jokes, he snaps. Cut the talk and pull the cards already. Fearing his wrath after a simple joke, the system quickly draws a bizarre transformation card, a 3-star card of the 100-eyed Demon Lord. Right after that comes a much higher quality card, the 3-star Great King Silver Horn. As soon as the two cards are drawn, he feels the curse kick in. With a tense look, he mutters, "No more time." The 4 numbers on Jiang Chen neck suddenly release a wave of golden demonic energy, starting the countdown to plunge him into a deep slumber. 3 very quickly, the numbers on his neck. The fire flares up wildly as the timer hits 2. Right on cue, the blazing flames spread, consuming Jiang Chen's entire body. He screams in pure agony. This illusion drags him into a completely different reality before he can even begin to process it. Screaming in total panic, he suddenly finds himself locked in a room transformed into a hospital patient. He lies bound tightly to a hospital bed by 2 straps. In his daze, he suddenly notices something. He spots the number 7 on the ceiling, wondering if he is in Hospital 7. Just then, an incredibly stunning nurse suddenly walks in. Holding a syringe to give him a shot, she hears his soft muttering and sighs that he is talking nonsense again. She tells him it is time for his medicine while he mumbles on about being a legendary demon slayer. The nurse laughs, asking if he still thinks he is some master fighting off demons and slaying evil spirits. Confused by his bizarre situation, Jiang Chen angrily snaps back. What does she mean he really is a master? Ignoring his protests, she immediately draws a fresh dose of liquid out of a small vial. She increases the dose. Anything to make him shut up and sleep peacefully. Horrified by the giant needle she is holding, Jiang Chen panics, his face completely drenched in cold sweat. He screams in terror. Why are they doing this? They are all demons. He demands to be let loose so he can slay them even as the cold needle sinks directly into his neck. He babbles about having extraordinary powers and being a Class B master, but his desperate warnings do absolutely nothing to stop her. The nurse slowly pushes the entire dose into Jiang Chen's neck. His eyes go completely blank like a shell of a man. The drugs finally kick in. Still unaware he is trapped in a massive illusion, he weakly wonders if he really is a patient. His eyes strain to stay open as he desperately tries to cling to his fading consciousness, weakly mumbling to himself. He wonders if his whole life was just a dream. Dazed and heavily drugged, he stares blankly at the ceiling until someone approaches. Another patient suddenly appears and wishes him a good night, grabbing his collar while staring at the number 18 on his neck. The stranger asks if the new guy is number 18. Jiang Chen weakly forces his eyes open to greet the man. He greets number 10. The giant number is literally pasted right on the guy's face. The patient gasps, asking how Jiang Chen knew his number. But brushing that aside, the man leans in close. He claims that part doesn't matter, eagerly offering to share an absolutely mind-blowing secret that Jiang Chen must keep safe. Warning him not to tell another soul, the man leans down and whispers that this world is actually filled with ghosts. This strange secret perfectly aligns with Jiang Chen's own suspicions, since everyone in this creepy place seems to mention ghosts. It leaves him quite puzzled, but the bizarre realization suddenly makes him sit right up as he figures something out. This place is definitely an asylum. Jiang Chen laughs, asking if that crazy story is the reason they locked him up too. Frankly, this guy looks more like a ghost than anyone else. The patient slowly leans in, closing the distance. He gets right in Jiang Chen, face spitting as he loudly yells that he is absolutely not joking around. He swears there are real monsters here. If that claim is actually true, and trust me, it is, Jiang Chen is in serious trouble. Snapping out of his drug-induced fog, Jiang Chen eagerly asks where they are, but the man just teases him. He scrambles off the bed, laughing and refusing to say another word about where the monsters are hiding. Frustrated, Jiang Chen yells out for a nurse, calling out that the patient in bed 10 is having another major episode. Terrified, number 10 stops dead in his tracks and spins around angrily, screaming directly into Jiang Chen's face. He snaps that this place only has patients and doctors, so there are no nurses around, leaving Jiang Chen utterly stunned. He thinks back to the pink-haired nurse who just drugged him, knowing without a doubt that a nurse was right there. Staring at patient 10 with blank, lifeless eyes, Jiang Chen slowly smiles and suggests they make a quick deal. Jiang Chen looks down at his bound torso, asking for help with the straps to prove that nurses actually exist here. Number 10 refuses outright. He waves his hands in panic, terrified of what will happen if they get caught. He is terrified they will withhold his dinner, but Jiang Chen coldly promises to give the man his own food to make up for it. Once the straps are undone, the patient watches Jiang Chen rise with trembling hands and offers some worried advice. He warns that patients who leave their rooms never return, but Jiang Chen ignores him and slowly drags himself outside. Though his exhausted body feels incredibly heavy, he tells himself he has to press on, soon spotting a girl in a patient gown up ahead. With her hair covering her face, she stands facing away from him. Jiang Chen gently taps her shoulder to get her attention. A system notification pops up in front of him. He touched an exposed shoulder, triggering a prompt accusing him of being a creep, adding 800 ghost energy. He stares at the screen in utter shock. The system snaps back, asking why he is staring so wide-eyed. Who are you looking at, he wonders. Jiang Chen smiles, showing his sharp fangs and steps forward like a rogue to rip her clothes. He rips her shirt, muttering that everyone is crazy. What is wrong with the touch, he asks, as his nose grows longer. Pulling the trembling girl close, he grins slyly, telling her to ask the hospital for some swelling medicine later. She shoves him away, screaming for him to get lost. He blushes, staring at her chest and thinking to himself. Seeing such a beautiful view in the underworld makes Jiang Chen feel totally satisfied. But the girl is absolutely furious. She kicks him straight in the groin. Screaming in pain, he calls her incredibly cruel, but she just pulls out a small dagger. She warns him that next time won't be just a simple kick. She swings the blade at Jiang Chen, catching him completely off guard. He yells out for the flesh Ling Ji as the knife stabs straight into his chest, splattering blood. Damn it, did they really steal the flesh Ling Ji? Suddenly, the girl raises her weapon to strike again. She attacks, screaming that she will blind his eyes first. Jiang Chen stares in horror. The blade rushes toward his face. He realizes the injection he received earlier is draining all his strength. With his body paralyzed, the blade gets closer. He wonders if a Class B expert like himself will die here today. Is he really going to fall to this nobody? Suddenly, a black shadow cord wraps around the knife, stopping the girl's actions cold. The squeeze forces her to drop the knife, staring at the massive black tentacle. An urgent voice cries out that the enemy is too strong. Master, run away, I cannot hold on much longer. Jiang Chen grins in relief. He completely forgot he still has his own shadow to back him up.